Chapter 1. The Celestial Realm. In the vast expanse of 3,000 celestial domains lies the illustrious Nine Phoenix. Celestial domain, this realm, stands as one of the most prosperous in the celestial realm, a haven of affluence dominated by numerous celestial sects and illustrious clans. Particularly the esteemed Ji family, it is under the sovereign rule of Empress Ji Xiao. Ji Xiao, the unparalleled prodigy of the Ji family, is renowned as the foremost female sword master of the celestial realm, and she is universally acknowledged as the most exquisite beauty among the 3,000 celestial domains. Her long, silvery tresses cascade elegantly, framing a visage of breathtaking beauty and unmatched grace. Her demeanor exudes an air of regal nobility. Yet her enchanting gaze carries an elusive allure, akin to a flickering flame that ignites a restless yearning, compelling one to admire from afar, parched with desire. At this moment, in the very heart of the Nine Phoenix celestial domain, where celestial veins intertwine and spiritual energy envelopes the atmosphere like a mist, stands a resplendent imperial palace. Its grandeur rivals that of a blazing sun suspended in the sky. Within the depths of the imperial chambers, delicate curtains hang softly, and candlelight dances gently, filling the air with a faint, enchanting fragrance reminiscent of her own unique essence, sweet yet tantalizing. The mistress of these chambers, Ji Xiao, reclines languidly upon a plush couch. Her elegant brows slightly furrowed, her delicate left hand rests lightly upon her abdomen, fingers gliding over the soft fabric of her garments as she senses the faint yet insistent flutter of life within. Her gaze softens, and a nurturing glow graces her captivating features, transforming her exquisite countenance into a vision of maternal beauty, gentle as the thawing waters of spring, stunning enough to stir one's very soul. Indeed, the foremost empress of the celestial realm is with child in unwed pregnancy, a consequence of her union with a man who is, paradoxically, a lowly mortal unbeknownst to her. This mortal is none other than the supreme ruler of the demon realm, Lin Yun, a figure who instills terror in the hearts of countless powerful beings across both celestial and demonic realms. Lin Yun recalls vividly the events that transpired on that fateful night. He remembers it as an ordinary evening when he retrieved a wad of tissue from beneath his mattress to engage in a bout of strength training. Suddenly, a disembodied voice echoed in his ear. Ding. Detection of host reader revealing exceptional lazy potential. A true king among sloths activating the fantasy Lei Win system. Do you accept the binding? Stunned, Lin Yun glanced around, noting that his roommates were still lost in slumber. Who is speaking? What system? He squinted, suspecting it to be a mere figment of his imagination brought on by his groggy state. This system aims to assist the indolent in cultivating to immortality once bound. No extra effort is needed to reap the rewards of cultivation. Confirm binding and effortlessly ascend to immortality, thus embracing a life of leisure. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yun's drowsiness dissipated. He attempted to slap his face to dispel the absurdity, yet the voice persisted in his ears. Can a system truly deceive me? If this were genuine, could I not grow stronger while I sleep? Confirm binding. Thus, he found himself transported to another world, where he ascended to become the supreme ruler of the demon realm through the Lei Win system. Yet, he soon grew weary of such a monotonous existence. Stealthily, he distanced himself from the numerous demon lords and ventured to the mortal realm to seek solace in the mountains. It was there that he encountered the first woman of his life, an unexpected meeting with a celestial empress who seemed to have emerged from nowhere. She was a vision of unparalleled beauty, the most exquisite woman he had ever laid eyes upon. However, there appeared to be an underlying peril, her aura somewhat disordered, truth Lin Yun chose to ignore simultaneously. The empress, guided by an instinctive awareness, perceived Lin Yun's extraordinary nature and approached him directly. Having succumbed to the seductive influence of the six desires demon, her body was on the verge of succumbing to overwhelming heat. Her will was fading, yet driven by primal instinct, she sought Lin Yun as her antidote. With a mere wave of her hand, the world spun around them, and they found themselves in a secluded chamber. You mortal, I desire you. Her voice, low and alluring, caressed his ears like silk, imbued with an undeniable command. Her entrancing gaze ensnared him, and as her lips parted, they exhaled a fragrant breath that stirred his very soul. Disrobe, she commanded, and with a flick of her finger, Lin Yun's garments disintegrated into dust. Her celestial gown slipped away, revealing a flawless, enchanting figure beneath a vision so dazzling it could rival the most exquisite of dreams. Her skin gleamed like polished jade, her curves a mesmerizing landscape, and the gentle rise and fall of her chest beckoned silently, an invitation unspoken. Clearly, Lin Yun was perceived as a mere mortal man, unworthy of choice as she pressed herself against him, their bodies entwined, caught in a tempest of desire and compulsion, gazing into her entrancing eyes and upon her perfect form. Lin Yun swallowed hard, entranced by the goddess before him with nothing but time on his hands. It was a temptation he could hardly resist thus, amidst a dance of half-hearted resistance. They surrendered to the throes of passion. In her quest for self-preservation, Ji Xiao relinquished her dignity as an empress. Moreover, she found Lin Yun to her liking rather than allow another to take advantage of her vulnerability. She resolved to embrace him in her heart. She wrestled with feelings of determination, shyness, and above all, courage. Though he was but a mortal, he possessed an appealing demeanor and, despite his lower cultivation, might one day ascend to the celestial realm, where perhaps they could rekindle their connection. Of course, the odds were slim. With a soft sigh, she leaned in, offering her supple lips. Time lost its meaning as they became entwined in each other's embrace. Jingyo's celestial gown lay in tatters around them, her exquisite body glowing in the dim light, reminiscent of a white lotus blooming under the moonlight, evoking a rapid heartbeat. Her silver hair sprawled chaotically, clinging to her damp shoulders, her half-slitted eyes concealing an abundance of temptation as she breathed heavily, her lips parted slightly, exhaling warmth and urgency. Lin Yun found himself no longer the carefree being he once was. He was swept away by a tide of fervor, gazing down at the enchanting woman beneath him, her face flushed with desire. Once an unattainable empress, she now flowed beneath him like a river of spring. His hand clasped her delicate waist, his fingers pressing gently, feeling the softness and warmth, as if he held a melting cloud of cotton. "Please do not cease." Jizio's voice was husky, laced with a hint of command yet tinged with a playful plea, her tone lingering like a soft caress. Her long legs instinctively entwined around his waist, her toes grazing his back, igniting deeper flames of desire within him. Their breaths mingled, the air thick with an intoxicating warmth. Ji Xiao emitted a soft sound, her fingers gripping his shoulder, her nails leaving delicate traces of red, a silent retort to his provocations. Sweat glided down her collarbone, dripping between their entwined shadows, a scene so intimate it flushed their cheeks unbeknownst to them. They engaged in a fervent dance for what felt like an eternity, the bed beneath them collapsing under their fervor, yet they remained blissfully oblivious, lost in each other's embrace. Jizio's body trembled slightly, akin to a string drawn taut to its limit. Lin Yun, surrendering to his desires, let out a low growl as he pulled her tightly into his arms. After their union, Ji Xiao awoke first, gazing at the man beside her, who feigned slumber. She raised her delicate hand several times, contemplating whether to end the life of the man who had claimed her first. Yet, in the end, she hesitated. Let be a dream, she thought, for he had also rescued her. Once she departed, Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes, pondering the intriguing empress before him, savoring the lingering taste of their encounter. Alas, the boundaries between celestial and demonic realms were insurmountable. Otherwise, he might have claimed her as his empress, reveling in a life of nightly revelries. A year swiftly passed. Deep within the Nine Phoenix celestial domain, silence enveloped Jizio's chambers. Save for the gentle flutter of golden silk drapes, this sanctuary symbolized both her repose and the highest authority of the Nine Phoenix celestial domain. The hall exuded an ethereal ambience, permeated by rich spiritual energy and floral fragrances. Glimmers of light filtered through the intricately carved window panes, cascading upon her skin, which resembled translucent jade. Ji Xiao lay quietly upon her soft brocade couch, her beauty beyond reproach, her gaze as tranquil as water, lashes fluttering like delicate butterflies, her allure striking enough to quicken the heart. She possessed an elegance that was both chillingly sublime and regal, her essence radiating an imperious pride and transcendence, untouchable and sacred. Yet, at this moment, a slight furrow creased her brow, her autumnal eyes betraying a hint of anxiety and trepidation. She felt an unusual vigor stirring within her womb, as if something were tugging violently at her insides. The excruciating pain compelled her to bite her lip gently, her hands instinctively pressing against her abdomen. "Hurry, quickly fetch Sierra," she whispered with a slight tremor in her voice. Moments later, her close attendant, Huang Lingxi, arrived in haste. Upon seeing Ji Xiao drenched in cold sweat and pale-faced, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. She was somewhat aware of the events that transpired when the Empress descended to the mortal realm. Swiftly regaining composure, Huang Lingxi knew that now she was the only one the Empress could trust. "Your Highness, how are you feeling?" Huang Lingxi asked, feigning ignorance while ordering all attendants to leave. Ji Xiao gritted her teeth and murmured, "I believe I am about to give birth." Though her voice remained composed, The quiver betrayed her inner turmoil, anxiety, and a tinge of grievance welled within her heart at such a critical moment. The man was not by her side and remained oblivious to the situation. Given the circumstances of premarital pregnancy and the involvement of two ancient immortal clans' alliance in turmoil, Huang Lingxi dared not inquire further. Instead, she anxiously arranged everything, setting up protective formations to conceal this unspeakable secret within the palace walls. Yet, she knew that perhaps this moment would no longer allow concealment. As time ticked away, finally, amidst the resounding cry of a newborn, Ji Xiao successfully delivered a baby girl. At that instant, the sky outside the palace manifested extraordinary phenomena. Auspicious clouds drifted, celestial lights shone, as if heaven and earth themselves celebrated the arrival of this new life. This heavenly omen reverberated throughout the entire Jiufeng immortal domain, stirring countless cultivators and factions who sensed the mysterious aura. However, in Jizio's heart lingered an indescribable sorrow. Her eyes reflected maternal love, yet bore restrained anguish. She lowered her gaze upon the infant in her arms, the bloodline she shared with that mortal man. The newborn opened her eyes immediately after birth, her bright, innocent gaze filled with curiosity and dependence directed at her mother. The infant neither cried nor fussed, evidently extraordinary by nature. Overflowing with motherly affection, Ji Xiao kissed the baby's slightly chubby cheeks. This child was the most precious treasure of her lifetime. Yet she knew the world could not accept this truth, especially her own clan and their allied clan, the Yang family. The young master of the Yang family, Yang Wudi, had repeatedly proposed marriage to the Ji family. The Yang family was a colossal immortal clan, boasting numerous ancient immortal patriarchs and immense wealth. It was foreseeable that her father, clan head Ji Changkong, was already seething with anger, closing in on her. After all, with the celestial phenomena and the clan's ancient patriarchs adept at divination and strategy, the news soon reached Ji Changkong. Upon learning that his daughter had borne a child without marriage, he was furious beyond measure, his rage nearly overwhelming him, especially at such a critical juncture. Xiao, how could you? You have betrayed the clan's arrangements and destroyed the Ji family's radiant future. Ji Changkong thundered. The Yang family had been pressing hard recently, and all his hopes rested on his daughter's political marriage. Though enraged, he also felt a pang of tenderness for his daughter. Tell me, who is the man? Ji Changkong demanded, vowing to crush him utterly. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the newborn infant, a strange tenderness surged within him. That was his granddaughter. Seeing the baby's innocent eyes, his fury gradually dissipated, leaving only profound sorrow. Very well, but you must prepare yourself. Though I am the clan head, some matters are beyond my control. Ji Changkong sighed with helplessness. A certain ancient immortal patriarch within the clan had long harbored resentment towards the clan head's lineage, and surrounding forces watched eagerly. Yang Wudi, the Yang family's young master, was among them, coveting the Ji family's empress. Despite knowing Ji Xiao had borne a bastard, he insisted on marrying her. The alliance between the Ji and Yang families symbolized the friendship of two great houses. Now, Ji Zio's premarital pregnancy shattered everything, exacerbating Yang Wudi's pathological obsession. Ji Xiao, you have betrayed me. You have broken our engagement. Do you realize what that means? In a secret chamber, Yang Wudi's voice brimmed with rage and madness. He conspired with the Ji clan's internal immortal patriarch to pressure clan head Ji Changkong. At this moment, he no longer cared about Ji Zio's child. His sole focus was to claim her as his wife, resorting to any means to restore his shattered dignity. One could only imagine the fate awaiting Ji Xiao should she be forced into this marriage. Thus, Ji Xiao resolutely refused, vowing her lifetime to only one man. She suffered deeply from the engagement's torment and the suffocating constraints of her clan. Her heart was utterly desolate. Under the clan's coercion, she severed all ties with the Ji family. The clan elders treated her harshly. She could leave the family, but only by returning all that the clan had bestowed upon her. Not even her father could prevent this. Perhaps, for the clan's future, he chose to sacrifice his daughter. Thus, Ji Xiao was stripped of her cultivation, grievously wounded, harboring profound disappointment and despair towards the Ji family. With her daughter, she vanished into a secluded corner of the immortal realm. From then on, Ji Xiao and her child were never heard from again, as if they had become forgotten existences within the vast immortal realm. Though the Ji family temporarily lost the support of this prodigious empress, their honor continued to shine brilliantly before the world. Moreover, with the Yang family's backing, they advanced even further. Yet, In some lonely corner, Ji Chongkong still occasionally recalled his daughter's eyes filled with utter disappointment and the adorable infant. Occasionally, a trace of remorse stirred in his heart. But everything was already too late. Mortal Realm, Jiuzhou Lands. As dusk deepened, the caravan of Luoxing City in Tianqing County slowly progressed along a desolate country path. Inside a luxurious carriage, pristine animal pelts were laid as carpets, and a faint scent of incense permeated the spacious compartment. Soon, it was Zheng'er's turn. His body swiftly collapsed. Witnessing the demise of the old beggar, whom he had only recently come to know, filled him with a profound sense of loss. A sense of despair welled up within Li Shi. Although he was unaware of the capabilities of this shadowy figure, it was evident that it was beyond the means of a mere first-layer Qi cultivator to confront. Even if he were to expend all 11 of his attribute points to replenish his spiritual energy, it would likely prove futile against such a formidable foe. The death row was already filled with twisted, lifeless corpses. Drip, drop. The figure allowed the blood on its hands to fall rhythmically, seemingly reveling in the ominous atmosphere. For the first time, the figure emitted a sound, an aged, hoarse voice reminiscent of dry bark rubbing against itself. A spiritual root? The figure leaned closer to Li Shi. Inhaling deeply, there was no mistaking it. The scent of a spiritual root. I am all too familiar with this aroma. So delectable. The figure gripped Li Shi by the throat, lifting him off the ground, its nails digging into his flesh, with the blood that oozed forth being swiftly absorbed. A rare golden spiritual root indeed. What a delightful surprise. Chapter 3. By what right? Li Shi was cast onto the ground. Come with me. Li Shi felt as though he were a mere puppet, obediently rising to his feet and following behind the other. The two made their way outward, traversing a corridor reeking of blood. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Shi caught sight of the lifeless prisoners in their cells, reduced to desiccated husks. Before long, they reached the end of the corridor, where a flight of stairs leading upward presented itself. On the ground lay two withered corpses, evidently those of prison guards. Li Shi followed closely behind the other, ascending the steps with a certain rigidity. Soon, they emerged from the dungeon, and the warm sunlight bathed Li Shi in its gentle embrace. Li Shi turned his gaze toward the sky. This was the first time he had seen the heavens since arriving in this foreign realm. It appeared to be an expansive estate, though its exact location was unknown. And a dungeon was astonishingly situated in such a place. Zhang. Master Zhang. Why the urgency this time? A tall middle-aged man approached briskly, a sycophantic smile on his face, his eyes squinting into mere slits as he hunched his back. Oh, Lord Qin, do you have any objections? So this is the city lord, Qin Fan? Li Shi observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. I dare not. Qin Fan's eyes twitched, and he hurried to explain. Everything is prioritized for Master Zhang's cultivation. However, it was initially agreed that the execution would take place tomorrow before I delivered the offerings to Master Zhang. Humph. Master Zhang emitted a cold snort, his displeasure evident beneath the gray robes. By the time you deliver them, the blood will have cooled. What use is the blood of the deceased? And you dare instruct this master on his duties? Cold sweat trickled down Qin Fan's forehead. And no, it's merely that this method would arouse less suspicion from those with ulterior motives. I am only considering the master. Upon hearing this, Master Zhang's frigid demeanor softened slightly, replaced with a hint of satisfaction. You have done well this time. Over 70 living vessels will significantly aid my cultivation. Continue to seek more for me, and your assistance will not go unrecognized. With that, Master Zhang flipped his palm and tossed a round pill to Qin Fan. Overjoyed, Qin Fan caught it eagerly, quickly ingratiating himself. Rest assured, Master Zhang, in this stone city, there may be a scarcity of things, but nameless individuals are abundant. I can capture hundreds more beggars for you. Seeing Master Zhang nod in approval, Qin Fan straightened his hunched back and finally noticed Li Shi standing behind Master Zhang. He was momentarily taken aback. Master, forgive my interruption, but who is this behind you? Upon hearing Qin Fan's inquiry, Master Zhang displayed the faintest smile for the first time. He is a spirit root. I intend to take him as my disciple. You have greatly aided me. At these words, Qin Fan's eyes widened in shock, leaving him speechless. A spirit root. That signifies the aptitude for cultivation. This young man. Cold sweat cascaded down Qin Fan's forehead once more, as the earlier elation evaporated entirely. Meanwhile, Master Zhang had already led Li Shi out of the grand entrance. Master Zhang had arrived in Stone City a year prior. On that day, Qin Fan was leisurely sipping the renowned Zhu Yin tea sent from the southern Liang kingdom, a tea crafted exclusively from beautiful maidens. As he savored the tea, He listened to his steward report the accounts when suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing into the courtyard and creating a crater, dust and debris flying. The individual was clad in tattered garments, with a gash running from shoulder to groin, already scabbed over yet writhing. Recognizing the person's exceptional nature, Qin Fan ordered his men to provide the utmost care, employing the finest herbs and physicians for treatment. The individual awoke 3 days later, proclaiming himself Master Zhang, having sustained injuries while battling and fleeing to Stone City. A celestial being, Qin Fan was greatly respectful, not daring to show any negligence. Subsequently, Master Zhang frequently relied on Qin Fan's influence to seek living vessels for his cultivation. Qin Fan often executed condemned prisoners under the guise of capital punishment, secretly delivering them to Master Zhang to avoid drawing the court's suspicion. However, Master Zhang consistently criticized the vitality of the delivered vessels, lamenting that they could not compare to the blood of the living. Thus, the recent massacre of the prison occurred. Yet, this was not the primary concern. That was merely a collection of nameless individuals. What truly instilled fear in Qin Fan was Li Shi. If Li Shi could cultivate. After bidding farewell to Master Zhang, Qin Fan hurried to the back streets and boarded a carriage to the Qin Manor. Quickly, at the rear courtyard of the Qin Manor, Qin Fan rushed back and headed towards a secluded corner of the estate. After passing through a labyrinthine rock garden, he entered a hidden chamber. There has been an incident. What is the matter? A man seated within, sipping tea and perusing a travelogue from a foreign land, inquired. Xiaochen, Master Zhang has massacred the dungeon. Oh. The man was momentarily stunned, then shook his head in lamentation. Alas, in the eyes of such people, we are scarcely different from ants. That is not the crux. The crux is Li Shi. He possesses a spirit root. What? Xiao Chun stood abruptly, spilling his tea, clearly aware of the significance of a spirit root. How is this possible? How could this be? Li Xianchuang, the father of Li Shi, has been executed for treason. Should Li Shi become the legendary immortal? And recalling the merciless methods of Master Zhang, Xiaochen felt a shiver run down his spine. Xiaochen is a covert agent of the Southern Liang Kingdom. It was not the former general Li Xianchuang who committed treachery, but rather Qin Fan. The former general of the Mo Kingdom, Li Xianchuang, aged and in ill health, had requested to retire and return home due to a resurgence of old injuries. On the other hand, Qin Fan, having been bribed by the Southern Liang Kingdom, conspired with them, meticulously crafting a trap to frame Li Xianchuang, subsequently reporting him to the emperor for treason. Whether due to the emperor's incompetence or assistance from within the court, the matter was confusingly resolved, leading to the execution of Li Xianchuang under the guise of imperial decree. Initially, this seemed a flawlessly orchestrated affair. Li Xianchuang tragically faced the repercussions of familial ties, with all his kin secretly executed by Qin Fan or offered to Master Zhang as blood offerings, with Li Shi also becoming a blood offering for Master Zhang. The Li family's lineage would be irrevocably severed. However, Xiao Chun felt as if his mind had been struck by thunder, a chilling dread coursing through him. How could this be permissible? No. Patience is key. There must be a way. I shall swiftly relay this news back to the Southern Liang. The Chancellor will surely have a solution. Chapter 4. Mosquito. My master is named Zhang Fengyu. He guided Li Shi through winding streets, casting a spell that rendered them invisible to the surrounding crowd. They arrived at a secluded courtyard, whereupon he released his control over Li Shi. Are you suggesting that I can cultivate immortality? I could become an immortal. Li Shi feigned excitement, trembling all over. Indeed. Do you know what spiritual roots are? Zhang Fengyu inquired. I do not. I beseech you to enlighten me, master. Seeing Li Shi address him as master, Zhang Fengyu nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. The so-called spiritual roots are the foundation of cultivation, the gateway to the immortal path. From this moment forth, you shall be distinct from the mere mortals. You are to forsake worldly desires and sever ties with the mundane. A mentor may open the door, but the journey of cultivation lies within oneself. Do not succumb to arrogance. Contemplate these teachings deeply, for I must continue my own training. Take these items with you. With that, Zhang Fengyu tossed Li Shi 2 books and a piece of azure stone. One book contains the fundamentals of the cultivation realm. The other is the first chapter of my Blood Soul Sect's Blood Spirit technique. The azure stone is a low-grade spirit stone for you to comprehend on your own. Having spoken, Zhang Fengyu offered no further words and exited through the door, leaving Li Shi alone in the courtyard. Does he truly believe I would not flee? There must be surveillance. Li Shi stood in the courtyard for several minutes, as if absorbing the shocking reality, lost in thought for a moment. He then let out a hearty laugh a couple of times before gathering his 2 books and making his way inside. During this time, Li Shi pretended to casually glance around. In the corner, a spider lingered, while ants scurried across the ground, and a sparrow perched upon a branch outside the house. All of these were mere attributes. Li Shi entered the room and closed the door behind him. Outside, Zhang Fengyu shook his head with a light chuckle. I hope you can swiftly embark on the path of immortality to lend your master a helping hand. A flicker of shadow crossed Zhang Fengyu's eyes. Subsequently, he made his way to the courtyard adjacent to Li Shi's, pushing the door open to enter. Li Shi had not ventured outside for an entire day. In the evening, a servant arrived and knocked at the door, leaving a box of food at the threshold. Li Shi returned to the room with a lunchbox in hand. During this time, he deliberately crushed 2 ants underfoot. Clang. Attribute point 1. Attribute point 1. Li Shi refrained from making any indiscreet movements, for he could not ascertain whether Zhang Fengyu was observing him. Li Shi's understanding of the cultivation world was still rudimentary. Late into the night, he immersed himself in the study of 2 tomes. One of these volumes elucidated the fundamental knowledge of the cultivation realm, encompassing methods of cultivation as well as descriptions of spirit stones and other items. From this book, Li Shi deduced that Zhang Fengyu had yet to reach the golden core stage. Had he attained that level, he would not have needed to melt the prison bars with the intense heat of his palm, as a mere glare could have reduced them to dust. It was likely that Zhang Fengyu was merely a foundation establishment cultivator, his demeanor not quite befitting that of a golden core practitioner. The text stated that golden core cultivators possess divine consciousness, enabling them to perceive intricate details of their surroundings, a feat unattainable for those in the foundation establishment stage. Nevertheless, Li Shi dared not gamble. Foundation establishment cultivators could still employ other means to surveil him. The second tome, titled Blood Spirit Technique, was a method utilized by disciples of the Blood Soul sect. By absorbing spiritual energy into their bodies and subsequently channeling it through their meridians as outlined in the technique, practitioners could initiate their journey. However, the crux of this technique lay in its reliance on mortal blood. Cultivation necessitated spiritual energy, which was not universally available. Without the fortuitous endowments of heaven and earth, one could only resort to spirit stones for cultivation, which were exceedingly precious. Thus, the concept of demonic arts emerged, and the blood spirit technique was born from this notion. All things possess spirit, and humanity reigns supreme. This technique could extract spiritual energy from blood to expedite the cultivation process. Zhang Fengyu urged Li Shi to hasten his entry into the realm of immortality. Yet as a transmigrator, Li Shi could discern, even with eyes closed, that Zhang Fengyu likely harbored ulterior motives. The specifics of his scheme remained shrouded in mystery, though several possibilities lingered in the air. Nonetheless, in the absence of alternative techniques, Li Shi resolved to experiment with the blood spirit technique. I shall embark on my path to immortality. Li Shi feigned joy, murmuring in a manner intended for the possibly surveilling Zhang Fengyu, and then produced a spirit stone. Unexpectedly, just as Li Shi embarked on his initial endeavor, the system chimed. Clang. The first layer of the intermediate blood spirit technique at the mystic level has been recorded. Common, yellow, mystic, earth, heaven, immortal levels, blood spirit technique, truncated version, first layer, 0-100. What on earth? Can I augment my attributes with anything? Moreover, why is it still a truncated version? However, since I can enhance my points, what's the point of cultivation then? I must devise a strategy to acquire some attribute points. Li Shi's gaze shimmered in the darkness, feigning a meditative stillness for the better part of the day, until a buzzing sound broke the silence. Damn mosquitoes. They disrupt my journey towards immortality. Swat. As Li Shi spoke, he reached out and swatted a mosquito. With a resounding snap, he gained an attribute point. It was the season just after the peak of summer, with autumn yet to arrive, and the mosquitoes remained audaciously rampant. Li Shi casually opened the window, momentarily setting aside his blood spirit technique, and then reclined on the bed, feigning enjoyment of the cool breeze while crossing his legs. Buzz, 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 clap. Attribute point 1. Buzz, 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 clap. Attribute point 1. In less than half an hour, Li Shi had dispatched over 10 mosquitoes. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Zhang Fengyu, who was engrossed in his cultivation, opened his eyes and glanced at the mirror in his hand, where Li Shi's every action was being mirrored. Damn it. Doesn't this fellow know how to close a window? Li Shi swiftly dispatched over 20 mosquitoes before hastily closing the window. He then tapped his forehead in frustration, exclaiming, "How foolish of me. If only I had closed the windows sooner, I could have avoided this." With that, he reclined back onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber, remaining undisturbed until the midnight hour. Li Shi suddenly opened his eyes. "Oh dear, my stomach hurts." With that, he dashed toward the courtyard. The restroom was located in the corner of the yard. Li Shi removed his trousers, pulling them down to his calves, striving to expose more of his skin. The air was filled with a buzzing sound, followed by sharp claps, and he exclaimed, "Oh, my stomach hurts terribly." Li Shi attempted to feign a severe abdominal ache, squatting for over 10 minutes and mercilessly swatting more than a dozen mosquitoes. His entire posterior had turned crimson from the effort. To avert any suspicion, he simultaneously stifled his discomfort while putting forth his utmost effort to conceal his true predicament, all the while maintaining an expression of agony. After dispatching a few more mosquitoes, he continued his charade. Li Shi finally revealed a look of contentment, donning his trousers as he strode into the room, muttering to himself along the way, "Damn it, with so many mosquitoes, it's no better than a death row." Chapter 5. Boiling Water. Hence, the following day, before dawn, Li Shi opened his eyes, retrieved the blood spirit technique, and clutched the spirit stone, continuing to feign an entranced state of cultivation. Occasionally, a silly grin spread across his face. Li Shi truly attempted to cultivate for a while, yet discovered that he made no progress whatsoever. "It seems I am not a prodigy." At dawn, a knock resounded once more at the door. Li Shi walked into the courtyard and opened the door, and indeed, he found a lunchbox placed at the entrance. Alongside it was a kettle of boiling water. Li Shi felt a surge of joy within, yet concealed it from his visage as he sat in the courtyard, partaking in his meal. Inside the lunchbox were 4 steamed buns and a solitary egg. Li Shi voraciously devoured the steamed buns while casting his gaze around the courtyard. He was in search of an ant nest. At last, he spotted a small mound of earth in the corner, from which ants were ceaselessly emerging and returning. Li Shi had his fill and took a sip of water. Then he commenced his performance. "Ha ha." Li Shi suddenly burst into laughter, rising to his feet and dancing exuberantly in the courtyard, embodying an overwhelming excitement that sought an outlet. "I am about to become an immortal. Ha ha." Li Shi brandished his fists and feet for a moment, suddenly fixating on the ant nest on the ground. "Little ants, witness as I embark upon the path to immortality." Li Shi raised the kettle filled with hot water and poured it over the entrance of the ant hole. "Ha ha. One day, I shall tread the path of immortality. That Xin Fan is no more than an ant. I could extinguish him with a mere gesture. Ha ha. How exhilarating. My thoughts are truly unimpeded. I am destined to enter the realm of the immortals." Li Shi appeared to be in a state of mania, laughing heartily. Within that laughter, there remained a hint of genuine emotion. Clang. Attribute points 1, attribute points 1, attribute points 1. The resonant sounds echoed within the system, blending into a melodious tune. In the adjoining courtyard, Zhang Fengyu could not contain himself upon hearing Li Shi's laughter, letting out a soft chuckle. The youthful disposition was amusing. One could easily envision him as an obedient apprentice to a medicinal master. Zhang Fengyu cared little for any deep-seated grievances between Li Shi and Xin Fan, finding such matters rather ludicrous, merely the trivial squabbles of insignificant beings. The quantity of attribute points was less than Li Shi had anticipated. Perhaps it was due to the labyrinthine nature of the ant hill, preventing water from seeping through, or perhaps the colony of ants was simply not numerous. Li Shi has accumulated a total of 257 attribute points. Considering the points saved previously, he possesses a grand total of 309 attribute points. After careful observation, Li Shi concluded that there should still be ants within, concealed in the depths. Therefore, he decided to water it once more tomorrow. Li Shi, with a beaming smile, tidied up the kettle and lunchbox, placing them at the doorstep to await the servant's collection. He then returned to his chamber, resuming his study of the blood spirit technique. Throughout the day, Li Shi feigned his practice of the blood spirit technique, remaining utterly still, occasionally displaying a blissful expression, only to be followed by a visage of profound distress. Meals were delivered only twice a day, in the morning and evening, with no provision for lunch. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the familiar sound of the servant's knock echoed at the door once more. Dinner consisted of 2 steamed buns, a plate of vegetables, and a roasted chicken. Li Shi, in a state of urgency, hastily finished his meal and returned to his bed, feigning a desperate eagerness to cultivate. He sat cross-legged with palpable impatience, practicing until midnight before finally succumbing to sleep. Only after establishing a solid foundation could one engage in relentless cultivation, harnessing the innate spiritual energy within to nourish the body. The following day, Li Shi commenced his meditation and cultivation before dawn, embodying a fervent desire to transcend mortal limitations. This was indeed the demeanor one would expect from a condemned youth suddenly poised to embark on the path of immortality. The tome detailed that spiritual roots are classified into 5 grades. inferior, average, superior, earthly, and heavenly roots, alongside the miscellaneous roots that do not fit into these categories. A genius possessing a heavenly root can ascend to the first stage of chi refinement in but a single breath, with some prodigies even achieving the status of cultivator while still in the womb. Conversely, those with inferior or miscellaneous roots may require weeks or even longer to reach the first stage of chi refinement. And there are indeed those whose lives may never allow them to step into this realm at all. Li Shi has now attained the first level of chi refinement. However, he is not yet prepared to attempt the absorption of spiritual energy, lest he arouse Zhang Fingyu's suspicions. As long as there is no spiritual energy within him, Zhang Fingyu will remain oblivious to the fact that he has become a cultivator. Li Shi remained unaware of Zhang Fingyu's true intentions, prompting him to exercise utmost caution in all matters. The sound of knocking echoed precisely as anticipated. Li Shi feigned reluctance to waste time and practiced for an additional 10 minutes before finally stepping out to retrieve the lunchbox. Li Shi chose to dine in the courtyard once again. After taking a couple of sips of water, he casually splashed the remaining hot water onto an ant nest, bringing calamity upon the industrious ants that were in the midst of constructing their home. The sound of a chime echoed as another 130 attribute points were credited to him. Meanwhile, within the Qin residence, Qin Fan wore a troubled expression. In recent days, he had refrained from inquiring with Master Zhang, fearing that the latter might exact revenge on him, treating him as a blood sacrifice. The thought of the drained corpses still sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, Qiaochen burst through the door, a smile adorning his face. "I have found a solution," he exclaimed. "What solution?" Qin Fan hurriedly pressed, eager for answers. "I have relayed the news swiftly, day and night, even employing carrier pigeons to ensure it reaches the Prime Minister without delay," Qiaochen replied. "Get to the point." Qin Fan was on edge, plagued by the dread that Li Shi would burst in at any moment, shouting ants, "Die," and end his life with a single strike. The Prime Minister stated that how could a cultivator dare to commit acts of violence in the mortal realm, especially one of such dark practices? At this juncture, Qiaochen lowered his voice, as if fearful of being overheard by Zhang Fingyu. The Prime Minister has leveraged royal connections to contact the esteemed sects of the cultivation world. He has reported this matter, and I believe that the righteous cultivators will swiftly come to vanquish the demons. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan hesitated. If we hastily capture the dark cultivator and offer blood sacrifices, surely the righteous cultivators would not turn on us as well? Rest assured, the realms of immortals and mortals are distinct. Those disciples of the righteous sect will only slay the dark cultivators and will not concern themselves with us. Besides, we are merely victims of that dark cultivator's coercion. Are we not? Qiaochen reminded him, furrowing his brow. Qin Fan paused, quickly regaining his composure, and gritted his teeth. Yes. It is all that dark cultivator's fault. They threaten us. We had no choice but to act. Truly despicable, disregarding so many lives. Good, Qiaochen nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 6, Yi Shiya that evening. Shortly after dinner, Zhang Fingyu arrived at Li Shi's courtyard, directly pushing the door open. He found Li Shi sitting cross-legged, deeply engrossed in his cultivation. His brow furrowed in concentration. "Master, how goes your cultivation?" Zhang Fingyu inquired straightforwardly. In response to my master, the disciple finds himself unable to grasp the essence of it, and thus cannot advance in qi refinement. Li Shi replied, disappointment etched across his face. "Ah." Zhang Fingyu feigned a contemplative demeanor, then offered reassurance. "There is no need for haste. You possess a low-grade golden spiritual root, and thus your progress will naturally be slow. However, fear not. As long as your roots are not chaotic, it is only a matter of time before you embark upon the path of immortality." With that, Zhang Fingyu patted Li Shi on the shoulder, leaning in to whisper, "Be sure to cultivate diligently." Li Shi hastily exclaimed, "Yes, Master, rest assured." He continued, "Indeed. I am aware of the enmity between you and Qin Fan. It is not that I am unwilling to avenge you, but rather I hope you will take it upon yourself to seek retribution. Only by resolving worldly matters can one attain clarity of thought and dispel inner demons, which will greatly benefit your future path to immortality." "Master." Li Shi feigned a look of sorrowful indignation, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Master, how could it have come to this?" "Ha ha." Zhang Fingyu chuckled, affectionately ruffling Li Shi's hair. "You and I are truly the best in the world." Li Shi was deeply moved, forcing 2 tears to well up in his eyes. "Think of me, Li Shi, wronged and imprisoned in a death cell, with no hope for life or death, surviving solely through the relentless desire to slay Qin Fan. Now, having been rescued by my master, I embark upon the path of immortality. I shall never forget this. Zhang Fengyu was momentarily taken aback, contemplating how foolish this young lad truly was. With a smile gracing his face, he patted Li Shi on the shoulder with satisfaction. It pleases me greatly that you possess such a spirit. But take heed of my words. I do not favor what you've said. Remember, you must concentrate on your path. Yes, Li Shi understood. 2 days passed. During this time, Li Shi had relentlessly employed various means to eradicate the spiders, ants, and beetles in the courtyard. He feigned an inability to comprehend the blood spirit technique, venting his anger by smashing spiders and their webs with a wooden stick, and pretended to be bored as he gathered all the beetles together, crushing them with a stone while emitting sinister chuckles. In doing so, Li Shi amassed an additional 110 attribute points, bringing his total to 549. This meant that if Li Shi so desired, he could immediately invest all his points into his cultivation, ascending to the 6th level of Qi refinement. Such rapid advancement had never been witnessed among cultivators. In the northern region of Stone City, upon a cliff, a graceful figure sat in meditation, her white gown trailing on the ground, untouched by dust. I have journeyed day and night to this place, hoping that the demonic cultivator has not yet departed. As Yushiyu replenished her spiritual energy, she pondered the task at hand. The royal family of the Southern Liang Kingdom sought the aid of Xuandiangang. Although mortals and immortals exist separately, and cultivators are not meant to meddle in mundane affairs, the royal family of Southern Liang, as an apex entity among mortals, could still communicate with the realm of cultivation. Moreover, the royal family was not seeking assistance for any personal gain, but rather to report a matter. They had informed of a demonic cultivator wreaking havoc in Stone City, slaughtering innocents. As for why Southern Liang cared about the safety of an opposing nation, Yushiyu was indifferent. If there were demonic cultivators present, they must be eradicated. A sword cultivator does not concern herself with excessive reasoning. She, Yushiyu, is unwilling to delve into convoluted motives. As the foremost cultivator of her generation in Xuandiangang, Yushiyu feared no challenges and thus accepted the task ahead. To hide away in such a small city for secret cultivation surely indicated a lack of foundational strength. Perhaps they were merely loose cultivators, unlikely to amount to anything significant. Once Yushiyu restored her spiritual energy, she rose gracefully, taking to the winds and soaring away on her sword. A whisper, barely audible, drifted with the breeze. Even if one were to reach the core formation stage. What of it? I, Yi Xiao, can slay those at the core formation stage with my foundation. Throughout the day, Li Shi remained motionless, meditating quietly within his room. Li Shi had no intention of revealing that he had already attained the 1st level of Qi refinement. Typically, a practitioner with an ordinary low-grade spiritual root would require over half a month to initially cultivate and step into the 1st level of Qi refinement. There was no need for haste. Li Shi caressed the spirit stone in his hand while pondering Zhang Fengyu's intentions. The mindset of a traverser inherently serves as an advantage, enabling Li Shi to speculate on the unfolding narrative from an external perspective. Soul possession? That seems unlikely. Zhang Fengyu appears to be unharmed and should not require the usurpation of my mortal form. The creation of puppets? Could it be that Zhang Fengyu intends to wait until my cultivation reaches a certain level, only to transform me into a puppet? Upon our first encounter, Zhang Fengyu expressed great delight at my possession of a golden spiritual root. The spiritual root? Does he covet my spiritual root? Li Shi vaguely surmised Zhang Fengyu's intentions. He required not only my spiritual roots, but also a certain level of cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have permitted me to practice this blood spirit great art. In truth, Li Shi considered himself somewhat fortunate, for Zhang Fengyu had not conducted a thorough examination of his body. Otherwise, he would have discovered that Li Shi had already attained the 1st layer of Qi refinement. Knock. Knock, knock. The sound of a knock interrupted Li Shi's contemplation. Dinner had arrived. After partaking in the evening meal, Li Shi sat for a while before suddenly beginning to lift the mattress, rummaging through the hay beneath. With a swift clap, he dispatched a centipede, its numerous legs still writhing in a futile struggle. This creature is venomous. It must not be allowed to crawl upon me, Li Shi muttered as he continued his search. Ultimately, he managed to find 5 centipedes, a meager but better-than-nothing haul. He resumed his cultivation, resolutely determined to honor his master's intentions. Li Shi murmured softly, sitting cross-legged, feigning meditation. In truth, he was on the verge of slumber. Another day passed. Dawn broke. Li Shi was enjoying his breakfast when a distant crowing of a rooster echoed through the air. Shicheng, situated in the southernmost part of Mugwa, boasted picturesque scenery, albeit with a lingering humidity. A gentle white mist enveloped the streets, resembling a delicate veil, as faint rays of sunlight strained to pierce through the clouds, casting dappled morning light upon the cobblestone path, where it danced like invisible hands playing a melodic symphony. Amidst this enchanting scene, a figure in a flowing white dress glided by, reminiscent of a fairy emerging from a painting, guided by a fluttering blue butterfly leading her towards the courtyard at the street's end. Yi Shiyao, with a silver sword slung across her back and her hair elegantly tied up high, advanced gracefully, the white sash at her waist accentuating her poise. The blue butterfly continued its delicate dance, eventually resting upon the door of Zhang Fingyu's courtyard. With a gentle lift of her hand, the butterfly returned to her, finding sanctuary in her spirit beast pouch. Yi Shiyao unfastened the long sword from her back, securing it at her waist, and with a subtle push of her hand, the lock behind the door disengaged, allowing the gate to open slowly. Inside, Zhang Fengyu, seated in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes, a murderous aura emanating from him. Yi Shiyao stepped lightly into the courtyard, her voice cold and devoid of warmth as she spoke. "Demon cultivator, you deserve death." In the next instant, Zhang Fengyu burst through the window. With a swift motion, a black sword shot forth with a piercing whistle. "Just a trivial skill," Yi Shiyao remarked, not drawing her sword. Instead, she made a slight motion with the long sword at her waist, conjuring an invisible sword energy that shattered the black sword into countless fragments, which fell to the ground. "Humph," Zhang Fengyu scoffed, waving his hand, causing the corners of the courtyard to illuminate as an array formed instantly, exerting an invisible pressure towards Yi Shiyao. Such trivial tricks are indeed laughable. With a light laugh, Yi Shiyao expressed her disdain without drawing her sword, merely raising her head slightly, a smile gracing her lips. Her countenance, adorned with bright eyes and pearly teeth, radiated arrogance, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Fenyu's presence. Boom! The array Zhang Fengyu conjured crumbled as though pressed beneath a sword's edge. "You." Zhang Fenyu's expression shifted dramatically. "Who on earth are you? Your cultivation is merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. How can you possess such strength?" He questioned, a hint of fear in his voice. "A mere slaughterer of mortals, a rogue cultivating demonic arts. How could you comprehend the vastness of celestial techniques, of the myriad paths of the world? How many do you truly know?" Yi Shiyao replied with a gentle shake of her head, her voice ringing like silver bells. "Those who harm humanity and sever the roots of our world must be eradicated." Finally, Yi Shiyao made her move, delicately adjusting the hilt of her long sword, causing it to inch out of its sheath. Buzz! An invisible sword energy surged forth. Zhang Fengyu swiftly retreated, conjuring a magical shield and summoning a black shield to defend himself, simultaneously channeling a blood sword from within his body, poised for a counterattack. However, he underestimated the might of Yi Shiyao's strike. Neither the magical shield nor the black shield could withstand even a moment against her sword. Bang! Zhang Fengyu was sent flying, crashing into the wall, which collapsed under the impact, dust billowing into the air. A sword wound sliced diagonally through his left shoulder, nearly cleaving him in two. "Very well. To withstand even a mere inch of my sword energy, you may take pride in that," Yi Shiyao mused, tracing the patterns on her sword sheath, her voice both melodious and merciless. Meanwhile, in the adjacent courtyard, Li Shi, having heard the commotion, stealthily approached the house. "Is it an enemy of Zhang Fengyu, or a righteous person vanquishing demons and evil?" He pondered. "What does it matter to me? I should make my escape." Li Shi dashed out of the courtyard, swiftly navigating the twists and turns of the alley. That woman was merely pretending. She could have effortlessly dispatched Zhang Fengyu, yet she chose to feign. As Li Shi fled, he couldn't help but voice his disdain in his heart. Meanwhile, in Zhang Fengyu's courtyard, Yi Shiyao gazed thoughtfully in the direction of Li Shi's escape. "Is that your disciple? I have yet to detect any signs of demonic cultivation or even a hint of spiritual energy. He is merely a mortal. However, I shall investigate further." With her interest waning, Yi Shiyao unleashed a streak of sword energy aimed at the fallen Zhang Fengyu, intending to conclude the battle. Despite both being at the late stage of foundation establishment, their combat prowess was worlds apart, rendering any attempt at honing their skills futile. It can end now. However, Yi Shiyao's sword energy dissipated midway. Lying on the ground, Zhang Fengyu's expression was fierce as he retrieved a stone tablet inscribed with the words "Blood Spirit Ancestor." The moment the tablet was produced, an overwhelming pressure descended, akin to a mountain crashing down, shattering Yi Shiyao's sword energy. Such formidable pressure. With a resounding crash, the ground tiles exploded, and a terrifying weight bore down upon them. Yi Xiao's complexion changed drastically. Her sword trembled violently at her waist, yearning to be drawn. Yet she found herself unable to do so. With a creaking sound, her legs groaned under the strain. Zhang Fengyu was equally afflicted, as the stone tablet siphoned his blood. His lifeblood surged towards the tablet, causing his cultivation to plummet. Within mere seconds, he had regressed to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. How could a mere junior comprehend the myriad of life-and-death experiences I have endured? Zhang Fengyu's visage twisted in a snarl as he allowed the tablet to drain his blood. Gazing desperately at Yi Xiao. Though Yi Xiao's face was pale, she exhibited no fear. Her celestial beauty seemed untouched by any semblance of trepidation or cowardice throughout her life. Only pride and confidence radiated from her, undaunted even in this moment. Are you not afraid? In no more than 30 breaths, you will be crushed by the pressure. Zhang Fengyu interrogated vehemently. Ha. Afraid? The Blood Soul Ancestor. Ha. How ludicrous that the esteemed ancestor's tombstone is wielded as a tool by mere disciples. You demonic cultivators are truly laughable. I, Yi Xiao, shall not yield to anyone in my lifetime. How could a broken stone suppress me? Yu Shiyu laughed heartily as she made repeated attempts to draw her sword, her white dress billowing despite her repeated failures. The silver sword hummed, akin to a suppressed dragon yearning to soar. Yet, Yi Xiao faltered. That was the tombstone of the Blood Soul Ancestor. A formidable figure who had slaughtered countless beings a millennium ago, a presence of the nascent soul stage. Even a mere tombstone was beyond her current capabilities. The fabric of her gown began to tear, and she could no longer concern herself with her appearance, channeling every shred of her spiritual energy to resist the pressure. Zhang Fengyu, though equally as pale, was certain that Yi Shiyu would succumb before he bled out. He might survive, perhaps even retain his foundation establishment cultivation. Yet Yi Xiao remained defiant, resembling a proud swan, even as her body began to bleed and crack. She continued to strive to draw her sword. But the chasm of disparity was insurmountable. No amount of sacrifice could bridge it. Sighing, Yi Xiao expressed her resignation. Zhang Fengyu laughed, believing that this unparalleled prodigy had surrendered her resistance. He had begun to discern the identity of the person before him, the renowned first of the younger generation. Yi Xiao of the Xiantian sect, a natural sword body. From the moment she grasped the sword, she had achieved the clarity of the sword heart. Only she could wield such swordsmanship at the foundation establishment stage. Yet, what did it matter? Even prodigies would eventually succumb to dust. Yi Xiao summoned all her spiritual energy, calling upon her sword with the heart of the sword path, making one final attempt to draw it. Buzz. The sword remained sheathed. She had failed once more. Cracks appeared on both the sheath and the sword itself. These fissures even manifested upon Yi Xiao's own skin. As crimson blood seeped forth from her once pure complexion, the fluctuations of her spiritual energy began to subside, akin to a small beast surrendering its fangs in acceptance of death. It is nearly over, Zhang Fengyu thought to himself, only to see Yi Xiao part her lips to utter 4 words. Ancestor, save me. Zhang Fengyu was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning of her plea. Suddenly, a wooden talisman floated from Yi Xiao's body, radiating an intense light as the silhouette of a man in white appeared, disregarding all pressure, enveloping Yi Xiao and soaring into the sky in an instant. By the time Zhang Fengyu regained his senses, Yi Xiao had vanished, reduced to a mere speck against the horizon. Only a voice echoed back, demonic cultivator. I shall slay you along with the blood spirit ancestor's tombstone in due time. The talisman harbored a fragment of the consciousness of a nascent soul cultivator. Zhang Fengyu experienced the powerlessness of a loose cultivator facing the sacred maiden of a sect. No matter the extent of one's techniques, they were no match for a simple plea. Ancestor, save me. Chapter 7. Slaying Qin Fan, Li Shi traversed through the streets and alleys, deliberately choosing the less traveled paths to avoid drawing attention. Although Shurqing was not vast, it was not insignificant either. Li Shi intended to find a place to conceal himself, for fleeing in such a conspicuous manner was far too noticeable. Li Shi journeyed northward towards the city. At this moment, the sun had severed the morning mist, gradually awakening this small southern town. The streets were already bustling with numerous pedestrians and vendors, creating a lively atmosphere. Li Shi made an effort to avoid the crowd, traversing through the less populated alleys. Baked pancakes. Baked pancakes. Silk fabric from the southern Liang kingdom. 1 bolt for 15 copper coins. Esteemed guest, Come and see the fresh vegetables. Only, although Yi Xiao and Zhang Fengyu were embroiled in a fierce struggle, the commotion they caused was minimal. Confined to just one street, leaving the ordinary townsfolk unaffected, Li Shi gasped for breath as he darted into an alley, making his way toward a distant earth temple. Intending to conceal himself and catch his breath, this body was not particularly strong. In fact, it felt somewhat weakened from prolonged confinement in a grim prison. Suddenly, Li Shi sensed a warmth radiating from his shoulder, an unsettling sensation that made him uneasy. Li Shi opened his clothing and beheld a vivid red handprint clearly displayed. Li Shi's expression shifted dramatically as a scene flashed through his mind. On that day, Zhang Fengyu had inquired about his cultivation and had once patted him on the shoulder. Was this the mark he left behind? Zhang Fengyu is not dead. He is tracking me. Li Shi's complexion changed dramatically. Has the battle concluded in merely 3 to 5 minutes? Do cultivators engage in combat with such swiftness? How infuriating. Li Shi glanced around, his first thought being whether to allocate some attribute points in an attempt to counterattack. However, considering the disparity between them, he abandoned this notion. The fact that the opponent could escape from that woman surely indicated a more formidable trump card. Suddenly, a sign caught his attention, Jipei Market. Li Shi glanced over the low wall and instantly comprehended the nature of the place. A poultry farm. Before being taken away, perhaps he should gather some attribute points. Li Shi scaled the wall and stormed into the poultry farm. Zhang Fengyu swiftly chanted an incantation to locate Li Shi. Li Shi is frantically smashing eggs at the chicken farm, leaving nothing but a puddle of egg liquid. Li Shi initially intended to slaughter either a chicken or a chick. Yet to his astonishment, he discovered that even eggs could enhance attributes. However, it was peculiar that occasionally an egg would not grant an increase. After a moment's contemplation, Li Shi swiftly arrived at an understanding. Just as his billion elite soldiers did not count as taking life, only fertilized eggs could be deemed as life. Otherwise, they could not be considered as such. Attribute point 1, attribute point 1. Li Shi shattered more than half of the eggs stored in the warehouse, acquiring over 370 attribute points in total. At that moment, the poultry farm manager had already heard the commotion and rushed over with a group of people, shouting as they approached. Coincidentally, Zhang Fengyu also arrived, standing before Li Shi as he broke through the wall. Li Shi's face lit up with joy, and he wept with unrestrained emotion, entirely devoid of pretense. Master, you are safe. This is wonderful. Zhang Fengyu, pale as a corpse, displayed a gaping wound from which his innards were visible. Were it not for Zhang Fengyu's mastery of the blood spirit technique, which accelerated his healing, a typical late-stage foundation establishment cultivator sustaining such an injury would be on the brink of death, struggling to move. Where do you intend to go? Zhang Fengyu asked coldly. Master, that demoness is truly terrifying. I am afraid that if I perish, she will also take your life. Li Shi, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, Master, I am truly unworthy as a disciple. I have yet to embark upon the path of immortality. Overwhelmed with guilt, I have come here to vent my frustrations. Upon observing the scattered eggshells on the ground and recalling that Li Shi was still immortal, Zhang Fengyu remained silent. He lifted Li Shi and soared into the air, stating, Then let me allow you some respite to release your emotions. Li Shi did not anticipate that Zhang Fengyu, faced with such a turn of events, would not flee from Shicheng but instead rush towards the Lord's mansion. Master? Are we not leaving this place? The disciple was genuinely concerned for his master's safety. Zhang Fengyu let out a cold laugh, gritting his teeth, and declared, Leave. Of course we shall leave, but before that, we shall exact vengeance. Zhang Fengyu could not fathom that a talent like Yi Shiyu would deliberately come to this small city for training, especially seeking him out. It must be Qin Fan. It has to be Qin Fan. Zhang Fengyu was aware of the connections between Qin Fan and the southern Liang kingdom, yet he had never paid them any heed. He never imagined he would fall prey to such details. It appears the joy of discovering the golden spirit root had rendered me negligent. This time, being outsmarted by mere mortals has infuriated him greatly. Zhang Fengyu pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze towards Li Shi in his grasp. Disciple, the time for your revenge has come. Before long, Zhang Fengyu led Li Shi into the grand courtyard of the Lord's mansion. Who goes there? Ah. The guard at the entrance had no time to inquire before Zhang Fengyu snapped his neck and tossed him aside. By the time the corpse hit the ground, it had already become a desiccated husk. Zhang Fengyu released Li Shi, advancing forward as he began his massacre. Ah, save me, regardless of whether they were maids, guards, women, children, or even a stray yellow dog that happened to cross his path, all were drained into lifeless shells by Zhang Fengyu. As Li Shi followed closely behind Zhang Fengyu, he swallowed hard at the sight of the numerous lifeless bodies strewn about. Having been unable to witness the gruesome scene in the death row, he was now confronted with the horrifying reality. Their features had all transformed into desiccated black voids, and it was unimaginable what excruciating pain accompanied the extraction of all their blood. Zhang Fengyu had long since refined the blood spirit great method to the third level. Mere mortals could not conceal the sin of their blood from him. Before long, he located Qin Fan, accompanied by the Southern Liang Kingdom spy, Qiaochen, my obedient disciple. They are yours to handle. Zhang Fengyu restrained both individuals and tossed a dagger to Li Shi. As he gazed at Zhang Fengyu, Li Shi picked up the dagger from the ground and turned his attention to Qin Fan. This lord of the city, before a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, was no more than an ant, powerless and filled with dread as he watched Li Shi approach. The vengeance for my father's death, the destruction of my clan. Today, Li Shi shall have his retribution. Li Shi cried out, forcibly squeezing out a few tears, before plunging the dagger into Qiao Chen's chest. Blood gushed forth. Under the control of Zhang Fengyu. Attribute point 1. Immediately afterward, Li Shi turned to Qin Fan. Qin Fan's eyes darted wildly, seemingly desperate to speak. Zhang Fengyu, seizing the moment, released his grip on Qin Fan's mouth. Sister, your sister, Li Qianqian, is still alive. Li Shi was momentarily taken aback, gripping Qin Fan's collar and furiously demanding, Where is she? Where is she? Tell me. If you spare my life, I shall reveal to you that Li Qianqian is indeed your only kin in this world. Ah! Li Shi seized a dagger and viciously plunged it into Qin Fan's thigh. Fool! I am now a cultivator, possessing myriad methods to discover her whereabouts. Li Shi declared with ferocity. Ah! Qin Fan screamed in agony, beads of sweat pouring down his face. Please, I beg you. He attempted to plead for mercy, but Li Shi once more drove the dagger into his other thigh and raised it again, aiming at the center of his legs. To survive, divulge the truth. Otherwise, I shall subject you to 1,000 tortures. Qin Fan, weeping profusely and his eyes rolling back, hastily cried out, at the Chuanfang Pavilion, in the southern part of the city, at the Chuanfang Pavilion, and she is unharmed. The madam of the Chuanfang Pavilion has taken a liking to her beauty, status, and talents, treating her as the prime attraction, intending to elevate her worth for further clientele. Please, you may let me die? Li Shi shouted as he plunged the dagger repeatedly into Qin Fan's chest, each thrust penetrating deeply, his fury manifesting in a near-manic frenzy. The light in Qin Fan's eyes rapidly faded. Ha ha. Father, I have avenged you. Zhang Fengyu released his control over Qin Fan, who immediately erupted in a torrent of blood, splattering Li Shi completely. The visceral experience of his first kill, compounded by the sight of blood, caused Li Shi to succumb to dry heaves. Humph. Having trained under my guidance, how can you possess such a temperament? Do you wish to be a weakling? Coughing violently, Zhang Fengyu reprimanded Li Shi before expelling a significant amount of blood clots. Yes, disciple, Li Shi shouted in response, only to feel a surge in his throat, as turmoil churned within his stomach, causing his complexion to flush a deep crimson. Li Shi swiftly crouched down, pried open Qin Fan's mouth, and deposited all of the breakfast from the morning inside, even thoughtfully closing Qin Fan's mouth afterward. Only then did he look up at Zhang Fengyu. Master, disciple, I am not weak. Chapter 8. The cave manor. There was no longer a place for them in the Qin residence. Zhang Fengyu carried Li Shi out of the Qin manor and, without hesitation, made his way north toward Stone City. Master, where are we going? Li Shi shouted with great effort. At this moment, Zhang Fengyu, gravely injured, could no longer muster the energy to shield himself with protective spiritual energy. The oncoming wind disheveled Li Shi's features, leaving his face rigid. Cough, cough, cough. Let us depart and seek refuge in my master's cave for a while. Cough. Zhang Fengyu's condition was dire. His breath was unsteady and feeble, yet as long as he could still traverse the air, he remained at least in the foundation building stage. Li Shi had no choice but to continue playing the role of a devoted disciple. However, considering that his sister, whom he had yet to meet, had been purchased by Qin Fan and taken to a brothel, Li Shi could only shout loudly, Master, it is not that I am unfilial, but my sister. Humph. Foolish. These are merely earthly attachments. Rushing over would only waste half a tea's worth of time. What additional danger would it bring? Zhang Fengyu let out a cold snort and questioned, Are you still pursuing your cultivation? I shall cultivate. Li Shi gritted his teeth and nodded. At this moment, allowing Zhang Fengyu to take his sister away might not necessarily be a favorable decision. Indeed, This exemplifies the admirable qualities that a cultivator should possess. Zhang Fengyu, carrying Li Shi, forged ahead into the depths of the northern mountains of Shiqing. After traversing countless peaks and rivers, the two finally delved deep into the mountain ranges. During their journey, Zhang Fengyu paused to meditate several times. However, most of the time was spent in haste. Unwilling to linger, they ran for an entire day and night, eventually halting in a secluded valley. Zhang Fengyu led Li Shi into a concealed, vast cavern, and before entering, he changed into a clean robe, cautioning Li Shi to keep his injuries a secret. Li Shi nodded in acknowledgement. After entering the cave and traversing several hundred steps, he passed through 5 formations before the scene before him suddenly became clear. In the vast cavern, there were several wooden lofts, where over 10 youths, both male and female, were diligently concocting elixirs, tossing various herbs into the immense cauldron at the center. The flames blazed vigorously. Master has returned. The group of youths bowed in unison to Zhang Fengyu. During my absence, has everything been well within the cave? Zhang Fengyu inquired. Among the crowd, a tall man stepped forward to respond. Greetings, Master. There have been no disturbances within the cave, and we bring good news. The remaining 2 have successfully entered the first layer of qi refinement. All 11 of us disciples have now embarked on the path to immortality. Oh, splendid, splendid. Zhang Fengyu exclaimed with great joy, pushing Li Shi forward for introduction. This is your new junior brother, Li Shi. Li Shi, this is your elder brother, Han Li. Greetings. Elder brother. Welcome, junior brother Li. You appear quite youthful. How old are you? Not yet 20, Li Shi replied vaguely, his smile somewhat ambiguous. Although he shared the same name and bore a similar appearance to his past life, the difference in age was apparent. He was nearly 30 in his previous existence. It was troublesome that he could not inherit memories upon crossing over, and he feared that stating an inaccurate age might arouse Zhang Fengyu's suspicion. The others merely assumed Li Shi was shy, playfully pulling him to change into the specially crafted alchemist robes. Zhang Fengyu's disciples exhibited remarkable warmth, entirely contrary to the demeanor expected of nefarious cultivators. Ensure your junior brother is well settled. Li Shi, focus on your cultivation and do not become complacent. Yes, having just returned, my cultivation has made some progress and I require a period of recuperation, so do not disturb me. With that, Zhang Fengyu entered the innermost cavern. 2 days passed. During this time, Li Shi accompanied his senior brothers, learning to sort herbs and stoke the flames for alchemy. Zhang Fengyu had not yet emerged, likely due to his severe injuries exacerbated by continuous flight. Seizing this opportunity, Li Shi subtly inquired about the identities of those around him. Alas, my parents are nearing 80. I had hoped to care for them in their twilight years, yet I never anticipated being captured by the master. Han Li swiftly covered the mouth of that disciple, casting a fierce glare at him. The disciple, acutely aware of his misstep, cast a fearful glance toward the depths of the cavern. Li Shi understood that this topic was not to be discussed, so he inquired about a matter that concerned him greatly. I observe that this cave is neither dark and damp nor infested with mosquitoes and ants. What could be the reason for this? In recent days, Li Shi has exhausted every possible means, yet he has not encountered even a single insect. His master has meticulously set up a total of 5 formations within the cave. The dampness is entirely kept at bay, not to mention mosquitoes. They shall never appear. How envious I am of such magical prowess, a chubby boy remarked with admiration. Li Shi, filled with resentment, gritted his teeth and inwardly cursed Zhang Fengyu and his ancestors for 8 generations. Li Shi had already learned that among his 12 disciples, including himself, only Han Li had reached the 4th level of qi refinement, with none at the 3rd level, 3 at the 2nd level, and the rest at the 1st level. Additionally, there was Li Shi himself, who had yet to embark on the path of immortality. The most accomplished elder brother, Han Li, had been within the cave for 5 years, claiming he had never ventured outside. Shortly thereafter, Li Shi began to inquire about the spiritual roots of his companions. It was then that Li Shi stumbled upon an intriguing coincidence. Excluding the mid-grade water spiritual root of elder brother Han Li and the wood spiritual root of the chubby disciple, among his 10 disciples, there were 2 with golden roots, 2 with wood roots, and 2 with water roots, perfectly balanced. It amounted to 2 each of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Guided by the intuition and conjecture of a time traveler, Li Shi began to grasp a vague understanding of the situation. On the 3rd day, the voice of Zhang Fengyu resonated from the depths of the cave. My disciple Han Li, come swiftly to see me within the cave. Upon hearing the summons, Han Li set aside the medicinal materials he was tending to and made his way into the cave. Master. Han Li entered the cavern and stood behind the meditating Zhang Fengyu. Have you yet to step into the first level of qi refinement? Zhang Fengyu inquired coldly. Replying to Master, I have not, Han Li responded. Humph. Provide him with some medicinal herbs and inferior elixirs. Do not worry about harming his body. He must hasten to enter qi refinement. If successful, he may begin alchemy tonight. Yes. Han Li nodded in agreement. Han Li, you have been with me for 5 years now. Indeed, Master. For this occasion, I shall reward you with one of the 2 5 elements pills. Upon hearing this, Han Li displayed a look of deep reverence. Disciple thanks, Master. Han Li prepared an array of peculiar herbs and 2 elixirs to present to Li Shi. Junior Brother Li, these herbs and elixirs can expedite your entry into the first level of qi refinement. Quickly consume them. Li Shi, who was sorting the herbs, concealed a frown but soon approached with a radiant smile. Thank you, Brother Han. I shall not disappoint Master's expectations. Master holds great hopes for you, Junior Brother Li. You need not engage in such menial tasks of sorting herbs. Go and comprehend your path, and do not delay your cultivation. Han Li admonished sternly. Thank you, Brother Han. I shall not fail to meet the expectations of all. Li Shi nodded slightly, clutching the herbs and elixirs bestowed by Han Li as he made his way toward a secluded grotto. Li Shi furrowed his brow, clutching a piece of spiritual stone in one hand while flipping through a tome on cultivation with the other. Beside him lay the blood spirit technique. In truth, a cultivator in the qi refinement stage could progress without a technique, relying solely on the pure comprehension of spiritual energy. However, a technique could unveil the innate essence of the body, unlocking potential and accelerating cultivation. On the surface, Li Shi appeared troubled by his cultivation, yet deep within, he was exceedingly agitated. Zhang Fengyu's 5-layer formation nearly eliminated any possibility of external intrusion. What should I do? Should I risk everything? I currently possess 811 attribute points, sufficient to elevate me to the 9th layer of qi refinement. No, just enough for the 8th layer. I still require additional attribute points to supplement my spiritual energy. Could I vanquish the severely injured Zhang Fengyu at the 8th layer of qi refinement? How much has he healed over the past few days? What if I were to allocate all my existing attribute points to fortify my physical body? Li Shi attempted to allocate a point to his physical body. Clang. Allocation successful. Physical body. Mortal, 1100. 100? What realm can I attain with just 100 points? Perhaps the increment was too insignificant, for Li Shi felt no discernible increase in strength. The system offered no option for reversal, leaving him hesitant to make a reckless choice. What to do? Surely there must be a solution. At that moment, Li Shi realized he had gone 4 consecutive days without acquiring a single attribute point, his heart heavy with anxiety. It was then that the system chimed in once more. Clang. Detection indicates the host has long neglected to activate the kill allocation. Do you not favor it? Chapter 9. The Tripartite Conference. The verdant mountains seemed to obscure any path, when suddenly, the system notification echoed. To encourage the host to engage in immediate killing, a 6-hour immunity to death has been activated. Countdown to invulnerability, 5:59:59. Furthermore, the host may select one of the following effects: 6 hours of unlimited spiritual energy or 6 hours of physical frenzy. Li Shi's eyes gleamed in the darkness, reminiscent of a beast's gaze. A resolute decision formed in his heart. Rather than awaiting his demise, Li Shi resolved to take a chance. With Zhang Fengyu gravely injured, he believed he still had a fair chance of success. After sitting in silent contemplation for half a minute, Li Shi took a deep breath and made his choice. He pressed his lips together slightly. System, allocate 100 attribute points to my physical body. Allocation successful. Physical body, body refinement level 1. Li Shi faintly perceived the sound of his heartbeat resonating in his ears, gradually amplifying into a thunderous rhythm. System, allocate all attribute points to the physical body. Allocation successful. Physical body, 8th layer of body refinement, 10100. Attribute points, 0. The heartbeat echoed like thunder, and his internal organs released a soothing moan, while his bones crackled in celebration of Li Shi's ascension to the 8th layer of body refinement. An explosive sound emanated from within his bones, producing a muffled resonance. System, I choose the state of physical frenzy. Selection successful. Countdown for the state of physical frenzy, 5:59:59. Li Shi felt a rush of warmth suffusing his vision. as his already rapid heartbeat quickened further, akin to the relentless beating of a war drum. A soft sound escaped Han Li's lips, a barely perceptible chuckle. As he observed Li Shi entering the cave, it seemed to mock him, a derisive laughter at the folly so profound it was almost amusing. With a dismissive turn, Han Li decided to retreat and meditate, preparing himself to better assimilate the potent effects of the Five Elements pill. This elixir, crafted from the essence of a cultivator's spiritual roots, was notoriously potent. A moment's negligence could jeopardize one's foundation. Even his master had approached its first consumption with utmost caution. This would mark Han Li's inaugural experience with the Five Elements pill, and he could not afford to be careless. As he pondered these thoughts, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of footsteps behind him. Han Li turned to see Li Shi emerging from the cave at a leisurely pace. "Junior brother Li, is there a matter concerning your cultivation?" he inquired, his brow slightly furrowed, embodying the role of the caring elder brother with aplomb. It was somewhat amusing. Within this cave, everyone was merely an actor, engaged in a mutual performance. Yet, to his dismay, Li Shi abruptly discarded his role. "No, not at all. My cultivation flows smoothly. I merely feel an awakening of thought." Li Shi slowly raised his head, a wild madness flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, Li Shi, you." Han Li sensed an unsettling change. What had happened to Li Shi's aura? Where had that innocent and naive charm gone? It had been replaced by sheer insanity. This was not a choice made by Li Shi. Rather, it was a decision coerced by the system, yet he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. "Li Shi, what are you doing?" Han Li suddenly became alert. Li Shi lowered his body, darting forward like a feline predator, and in an instant, he stood before Han Li. Before Han could react, Li's right hand shot out, seizing Han's throat. A faint cracking sound reminiscent of splintering clavicles echoed ominously. "You," Han gasped, his head rapidly flushing crimson and violet from the excruciating pain and suffocation. "What are those pills?" Li Shi inquired darkly, slightly loosening his grip on Han's neck. "They are merely pills," Han stammered, but before he could finish, he suddenly raised his hand. A sphere of verdant spiritual energy coalesced in his palm, which he then forcefully struck against Li Shi's head. A blow from a fourth-tier Qi refinement cultivator. The energy sphere erupted upon contact, enveloping Li Shi's head in a cloud of shimmering mist. Li Shi felt as though his head had been gently struck by a wooden mallet. There was no visible injury, merely a slight ache and a hint of redness. This was the distinction between the fourth layer of Qi refinement and the eighth layer of body refinement. Simultaneously, he sensed a stirring within his blood. Yet he quelled it instantaneously, likely a result of the blood-spirit technique. Such recklessness. Li Shi intensified the pressure in his hand and delivered a punch to Han Li's abdomen. This blow was tempered. He restrained his strength to avoid causing a grievous wound. "Ah!" Han Li let out a piercing scream, a sound that echoed, leaving Li Shi uncertain whether Zhang Fengyu would hear it. Yet, it mattered little now. That medicine would hasten your Qi refinement to the first layer, but it would jeopardize your foundational strength. Han Li's consciousness was fading, and he could only murmur incoherently. He could not comprehend why, despite having achieved the fourth layer of Qi refinement, he could not breach Li Shi's defenses. Nor could he fathom why his blood-spirit technique failed to control Li Shi's blood. "Senior brother Han, farewell, if fate allows. Our master will catch up with you on the road to the Yellow Springs. If not, it may very well be I who finds you." Crack. Li Shi abruptly exerted force, snapping Han Li's neck. Attribute point 1. Han Li's lifeless body lay on the ground. At that moment, the other disciples, hearing Han Li's anguished cries, hastily gathered around. "You, junior brother Li, you have killed." The chubby disciple gazed in shock at Han Li's corpse, his eyes filled with terror as he cast a fearful glance toward the depths of the cave. That was the location of Zhang Fengyu's secret chamber. "I refuse to believe that none of you noticed the strangeness of this place." Li Shi, with reddened eyes, surveyed the surroundings and inquired, aware that no one was a fool. The secluded cavern, the faint traces of blood, the peculiar allocation of spiritual roots, and the daily preparations of various herbs. Anyone with a modicum of sense could perceive the abnormalities. Yet, as Li Shi articulated, this was merely a farcical performance by a troupe of pretenders. After a moment of silence, the young girl Wang Shuer spoke up. "Have you lost your mind? What purpose does this serve?" Wang Shuer, equally fearful, glanced toward the direction of Zhang Fengyu's secret chamber, believing that Li Shi's actions were nothing short of self-destruction. Regardless of the outward semblance of harmony, the terror that the group harbored for Zhang Fengyu had seeped into their very bones, leaving them oblivious to how Li Shi had slain Han Li. The anticipated sequence should have been Zhang Fingyu's furious retaliation, resulting in Li Shi's demise, followed by a return to the status quo. However, to everyone's astonishment, Li Shi let out a faint chuckle and said, "It's quite simple. I will just kill him." With that declaration, Li Shi ceased to be discreet, his entire being surging with vitality. The 8th level of body refinement. Haha, Zhang Fengyu, you old scoundrel. Li Shi erupted into a wild laughter and charged towards Zhang Fengyu's secret chamber. Meanwhile, in the external world, amidst the towering peaks near Zhang Fengyu's cave, a man clad in white stood atop a mountain, wielding his sword and scanning the surroundings. Beside him, Yu Shiyao, also soaring on her sword, rolled her eyes. That demonic cultivator was struck by my sword. As long as he cannot dispel the residual sword energy, he shall not evade my pursuit. As a prodigy of the sword path and a natural embodiment of the sword heart, Yu Shiyao's sword energy was infused with her own spirit and intent. Zhang Fengyu, being merely a loose cultivator, would likely be unaware that Yu Shiyao could track him in such a manner. Even if he knew, he would find it impossible to dispel the sword energy. Also, Song Emoan, I did not request your company, Yu Shiyao said coldly. Hiki, the white-clad Song Emoan, smiled faintly, knowing that despite Yu Shiyao's prideful demeanor, she was not devoid of compassion. Sister Yi, last time you utilized the sect master's power to return to the sect. I was merely concerned. Who said I fled back? Yu Shiyao glared icily at Song Emoan. Haha, Song Emoan chuckled awkwardly and fell silent. The two continued to traverse the clouds above the mountain range for several circles, yet they uncovered no anomalies. Strange. I distinctly sensed his presence nearby. Yu Shiyao furrowed her brow. Could it be that the demonic cultivator has erected a powerful formation to shield his cave, enabling it to remain concealed? Song Emoan speculated. That is a possibility. Thus, I must uncover his whereabouts. Yi Xiao ascended into the air, unleashing waves of sword energy upon the mountains below. Zhang Fengyu's injuries were more severe than Li Shi had presumed. Yi Xiao, possessing the innate sword heart, had reached the realm of clear sword intent from the moment she grasped her sword, coupled with her years of cultivation. Each strand of her sword energy embodied her profound comprehension of the sword path. While the surface of Zhang Fengyu's wounds had seemingly healed, it was merely an illusion created by his forceful use of blood essence techniques to hasten the regeneration of flesh. The intermittent coughs he experienced were the result of lingering sword energy within his internal organs, causing him ongoing harm. Cough, cough. Zhang Fengyu ceased his meditative practices, exiting his state of recuperation, and could not suppress a fit of coughing. If only that brat Li Shi would hasten his entry into qi refinement. Had it not been for the necessity of cultivation for the 5 elements pill, this group of youngsters would never have survived thus far. Humph, Yu Shiyao. Zhang Fengyu snorted coldly, but suddenly sensed something, turning his head. Who is it? I don't recognize the master. No, wait. Zhang Fengyu abruptly rose, a flame serpent erupting from his palm, enveloping the figure of Li Shi, who had just appeared. Li Shi, how did you? Upon sensing the turbulent blood energy radiating from Li Shi, Zhang Fengyu's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with uncertainty. How could Li Shi possibly transform from an ordinary mortal into a body cultivator so suddenly? To attain the status of a body cultivator requires relentless training from a young age, along with the consumption of rare and precious materials. Not to mention, the aura emanating from Li Shi is far from that of a low-tier body cultivator. Was it a case of an old demon seizing a body? Or perhaps an immortal undergoing a rebirth? A flurry of thoughts raced through Zhang Fengyu's mind, yet he knew he could not afford to be careless at this moment. Once again, he formed a seal with his hands and unleashed a divine thunderbolt towards Li Shi, who had just emerged from the fire dragon. Li Shi, a practitioner at the 8th level of body refinement, despite his skin being charred black under the onslaught of the fire dragon technique, remained largely unfazed. As he gazed upon the divine thunder seal that loomed above him, he recognized that evasion was futile. Thus, he charged forward recklessly. Boom. The divine thunder seal struck Li Shi, causing him to stagger perilously close to the ground, yet he swiftly regained his footing and retaliated with a punch. Zhang Fengyu promptly raised his hand, a radiant light emanating from it as a black longsword plunged toward Li Shi's chest. Simultaneously, Zhang Fengyu cautiously retreated, attempting to manipulate Li Shi's blood using his blood spirit technique, only to discover its ineffectiveness. It merely induced slight rigidity in Li Shi. 4 body refinement practitioners possess the ability to control their internal blood circulation. Thus, the greatest nemesis of the blood spirit technique is indeed the body refinement practitioner. Zhang Fengyu formed a new incantation, activating the formation he had set within the cave dwelling. In an instant, an immense pressure manifested, once again suppressing Li Shi, who had just been poised to charge. The next moment, the black longsword accurately pierced Li Shi's heart. There was no escape. What of the 8th level of body refinement? Bravery of a warrior. Mere brute strength. Zhang Fengyu unleashed a relentless barrage of techniques. Even though he was grievously injured, he remained steadfast in his foundational cultivation. Cough. Cough. What on earth are you? Zhang Fengyu stared in astonishment as Li Shi, slowly enduring the pressure of the formation, stood upright, while his right hand gradually withdrew the black longsword from his chest, as if merely extracting a thorn embedded within. Chapter 10. Yi Tianzhi. Zhang Fengyu was utterly convinced that this sword had penetrated Li Shi's heart. He should be dead. Even a practitioner of body refinement cannot function with a shattered heart. Moreover, Zhang Fengyu had distinctly witnessed the blood gushing from Li Shi's chest. Damn, that hurts. Li Shi, wielding Zhang Fengyu's longsword, gazed at the blood trickling from his chest, a furrow of concern etching his brow. The sensation of his body gradually losing vitality was far from pleasant. Cough, cough, cough. My disciple, have you perhaps fallen victim to the possession of a passing old sorcerer? Do you still recognize your master? Zhang Fengyu, clutching his still-injured abdomen, ceased his movements and began to probe the depths of Li Shi's condition. Heh. Of course I remember, my esteemed master. You do not intend to refine your disciple into a medicinal pill, do you? Li Shi continued to advance, resisting the suppression of Zhang Fengyu's formation, while a smile crept upon his lips. Wow, how do you know? You are certainly not Li Shi. Li Shi must have been possessed by some unknown entity. This would explain his extensive knowledge of hidden secrets. Zhang Fengyu believed he had unraveled the truth. The real Li Shi was so foolish. How could he possibly perceive the intricate web of causality? Regardless of what you are. Each time Zhang Fengyu summoned his spiritual energy, excruciating pain shot through his wounds, reminding him that he could no longer afford to delay. You shall not take advantage of me here. I have practiced the path of cultivation for 130 years. What dangers have I not faced? Do you know that back in the day? Zhang Fengyu rambled on, but abruptly, his figure retreated at lightning speed, throwing a spherical object from his storage bag. Boom. The object exploded instantly, with tremendous force. A scorching wave sent Li Shi flying, crashing violently against the cave wall. Before the aftermath of the explosion could dissipate, Zhang Fengyu unleashed a barrage of spells upon the fallen Li Shi. Fire Dragon Technique, Palm Seal, Mountain Suppression Technique. Finally, Zhang Fengyu summoned a bronze cauldron, from which a torrent of colorful divine light erupted, transforming into sharp swords that hurtled towards Li Shi. Li Shi, a practitioner of the 8th layer of body refinement, found himself utterly powerless in the hands of Zhang Fengyu. How many foundation establishment cultivators have I slain? Let alone someone like you, a mere body refiner, whose cultivation path has long been deemed obsolete. What nonsense is this? Zhang Fengyu was astonished to see Li Shi swaying unsteadily, still managing to curse under his breath. Damn you, Zhang Fengyu, you think you can kill me? Li Shi's mouth had been brutally mangled, exposing his teeth and leaving him incapable of coherent speech. His entire body bore the marks of severe burns and cracks, with his right arm hanging grotesquely, countless wounds oozing blood, and several gaping holes punctuating his neck. At this rate of blood loss, he should have perished. Yet, astonishingly, Li Shi raised his fist, seemingly intent on striking himself. Witnessing this gradual ascent of Li Shi, poised to inflict harm upon himself, Zhang Fengyu could no longer contain his outrage. Evil spirits. Cough. I shall sever your head and dissect your heart, and then we shall see if you live or die. Zhang Fengyu cursed aloud. Though a chill coursed through his being, the sight was utterly terrifying. He felt a shiver run down his spine. A malevolent force. It must be a malevolent force influencing Li Shi. Just then, Zhang Fengyu became aware that the array he had set outside the cave was under attack. Who could it be? Yi Xiao looked on with satisfaction at the array she had dismantled. A rudimentary cave entrance was now visible, devoid of any signs of habitation. But Yi Xiao recognized it as the lair of the demonic cultivator. Transforming into a shooting star, she darted into the cave, closely followed by Song Moen, who swiftly took to the skies on his sword. As Yi Xiao advanced, her sword light danced across the interior, obliterating the cave's formations. Who on earth could it be? Who could it be? Yi Xiao? No. It cannot be. How could she have tracked me down? Zhang Fengyu was momentarily disoriented by the situation, murmuring in despair. No, I am unafraid. I have the ancestral stone tablet with me. At worst, we shall perish together. His eyes gleamed with ferocity, his countenance twisted in rage. Seeing Li Shi struggle to rise, still intent on striking himself, Zhang Fengyu unleashed another fire dragon technique, sending Li Shi flying once more. Yet, a figure had already slipped into the cave, none other than Yi Xiao. Soon after, Song Imoen entered as well. Indeed, it is you. Cough. Today, I have met my match. So be it. Let us die together. On the road to the Yellow Springs. With the daughter of the Xintian sect as my companion, I suppose it is not a total loss. Zhang Fengyu produced the stone tablet of the blood spirit ancestor from his storage bag. The moment he did, a crimson glow ignited upon the tablet, beginning to absorb his blood. With a splatter, Zhang Fengyu could no longer suppress the sword energy coursing through his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His cultivation plummeting to the foundation establishment stage, his spiritual energy spiraling out of control. Yet, Zhang Fengyu laughed maniacally, pouring all his remaining power into the stone tablet, transforming into a withered corpse in a mere breath. The tablet became etched with countless blood-red patterns, as if it had come to life, while an immense pressure descended, forcefully pinning Li Shi to the ground. My bones, all shattered. Li Shi murmured, sprawled upon the earth. Yi Xiao and Song Imoen were similarly crushed to the ground, barely able to stand. After draining Zhang Fengyu, the image of a robed elder in crimson materialized above the tablet. At that moment, a peachwood sword unexpectedly emerged from Yi Xiao's storage bag, defying the overwhelming pressure. The sword ascended slowly, revealing the figure of a remarkably handsome man clad in white. Huh? The man in white frowned slightly, reaching out toward the stone tablet. The tablet thrashed violently, while the crimson-robed elder opened his eyes, a vast sea of blood surging behind him to resist the white-clad man's grasp. Ha! Blood soul ancestor. You are still alive. The man in white bellowed. You, who has set up a tombstone for yourself, truly are the most bizarre individual in the realm of cultivation. No one expected the white-clad man to utter such crude insults. Song Imoen discreetly lowered his head, pretending not to have heard. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao stood tall, her gaze fixed on the figure of the crimson-robed elder, eager for confrontation. Yi Tianjia, if you are still alive, how could I perish? With a resounding crash, Yi Tianjia clashed with the blood soul ancestor, their ethereal forms colliding and exploding into a tempest that sent everything within the cave crashing against the walls. Had Yi Tianjia not raised a hand to stabilize the chaos, the winds would have been far more catastrophic. The two quickly separated, and the blood spirit ancestor's figure began to slowly fade. In his final moments, he cast a glance at Zhang Fengyu's lifeless body, his expression devoid of emotion. But when he turned to Li Shi, a flicker of curiosity crossed his features. The stone tablet shattered into two as the blood soul ancestor departed. Yi Tianjia surveyed the cave, his gaze lingering momentarily on Li Shi. Ultimately, he too exited, but not before flicking Yi Xiao on the forehead with his middle finger, causing a large bump to swell on her brow. Chapter 11. I beg you. Collect the corpses. Song Imoen feigned ignorance of the bump on Yi Xiao's forehead as he approached Zhang Fengyu's corpse, retrieving his storage bag. Employing the secret techniques of the Xintian sect, he effortlessly unraveled the prohibitions on the bag and began to sift through its contents. Oh, so the spiritual roots within the cave were all meant for. Song Imoen pulled out a recipe for a pill and handed it to Yi Xiao. 5 elements pill? Yi Xiao pouted, rubbing her swollen forehead as she read through the recipe, her brows knitting together. How insidious. This 5 elements pill requires spiritual roots of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth from 5 cultivators of the Qi refinement stage as materials. I wonder where this recipe originated. Song Imoen nodded, continuing to rummage through Zhang Fengyu's storage bag, uncovering only some low-grade magical tools like the observation mirror and the black ice sword. These magical artifacts, despite their grandiose names, were merely mediocre tools of the Qi refinement stage. The observation mirror can only reveal sights within a radius of a few dozen meters. Does it truly deserve the name observation? Zhang Fengyu likely used this to spy on others while they slept or relieved themselves. The only noteworthy treasure was the bronze cauldron Zhang Fengyu had utilized, a mid-grade artifact, yet it hardly piqued Song Imoen's interest. As for the techniques, aside from a half-complete blood spirit technique, there were only commonplace methods like the Qi nourishment technique and fire dragon technique. It appeared this demonic cultivator was a solitary practitioner, having stumbled upon the blood spirit ancestor's tombstone by chance, which had granted him an opportunity. Relying solely on the 5 elements pill to hunt for spiritual roots, he had managed to elevate his cultivation to the late foundation establishment stage. The incomplete blood spirit technique could only support cultivation up to the core formation stage, leaving him with no further path. Song Emoan ventured deeper into the cave, collecting the medicinal materials and alchemical furnace Zhang Fengyu had hoarded. Even prying down the luminous night pearl from the cave ceiling. Yu Xiao shook her head. She had anticipated that Song Emoan had followed her for this purpose. As for protecting her, she had brought along the ancestral peachwood sword. Who could harm her? The title of heaven's first sword cultivator, Yi Tianjia, was not mere boast. Yi Xiao disregarded Song Emoan, calling forth the surrounding spiritual roots. From this day forth, you may join the outer sect of my Shantian sect. Starting as outer disciples, a group of young individuals remained perplexed about the unfolding events, yet they sensed an underlying positivity, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, Yi Xiao approached Li Shi, who was curled up in the corner. To be honest, Yi Xiao did not perceive the figure before her as a living being. Despite hearing the faint sound of a heartbeat, it was remarkably weak. Even in such a state, he clung to life. Yi Xiao had never encountered such a scenario. Even a cultivator at the core formation stage would meet their demise from such grievous injuries. Noticing the faint aura of blood vitality emanating from Li Shi, she speculated. Could he be a body-refining practitioner who has experienced a fortuitous encounter? The practice of body refinement had long fallen into obscurity, yet some unique secret techniques continued to be passed down through generations. Help, help me. Li Shi managed to utter, desperately pleading for aid. His urgency was understandable, as time was of the essence. Once the countdown reached its end, his life would be forfeit. Had you mentioned your arrival earlier, I would have refrained from activating my countdown. Yi Xiao observed him closely. Your injuries are extensive, and rescuing you will require significant resources. Why should I extend my assistance? Fairy, beautiful fairy, I implore you, save me. Li Shi weakly raised his head. His state of not-quite death imbued him with a peculiar sensation, as if death lay both distant and imminent. Yi Xiao chuckled lightly. Her laughter akin to the blooming of a flower, reminiscent of silver bells, enchanting all who heard it. Very well. In truth, there was a teasing remark Li Shi dared not voice. If you save me, I shall grant you the role of the heroine. Yi Xiao and Song Emoan returned together to the Shantian sect. Song Emoan summoned his magical flying vessel, allowing the disciples left by Zhang Fengyu to board. They first delivered the other spiritual roots to the outer sect for the steward to receive, then proceeded to Qingzhou Peak, where Song Emoan resided. Peering into the vessel, Yi Xiao noted that Li Shi lay within. She administered numerous potent elixirs to staunch his internal bleeding and attempted to channel spiritual energy into him, reconnecting his severed meridians. However, Li Shi's condition grew even more frail, which puzzled Yi Xiao. The reality was that Li Shi's state of not-quite-death had reached its limit. He had lost nearly 50% of his blood, and the fact that he still drew breath was nothing short of miraculous. Do not worry, senior sister. I am well versed in the healing arts of alchemy. As long as he clings to life, I can save him. Song Emoan smiled faintly, yet his gaze remained fixed solely on Yi Xiao. All right, I leave him in your capable hands. Ensure he does not perish. I still have to cultivate. With that, Yi Xiao placed a golden elixir into Li Shi's mouth, nodded, and then soared away on her sword. Ah? Song Emoan smacked his lips, casting a disdainful glance at the unconscious Li Shi in the vessel. Sigh, when will senior sister ever pay more attention to me? He stood there, gazing longingly in the direction Yi Xiao had departed for a full 10 minutes, until he sensed Li Shi's breath faltering further. Oh dear, I almost forgot about you. Realizing this, Song Emoan turned and made his way back to his cave abode, with Li Shi floating behind him. Yi Tianjia had 3 direct disciples, the eldest, Wang Hao, the second, Yi Xiao, and the youngest, Song Emoan. In terms of combat prowess, Song Emoan was vastly inferior to Wang Hao and Yi Xiao. However, he was a genius in alchemy. Alchemy is divided into 9 realms, with the first realm being a daunting chasm. Many alchemists remain stuck in the first realm for their entire lives, unable to ascend to the second. Yet, at the age of 24, Song Emoan had reached the 5th realm, a true prodigy. It's merely a matter of near death. It's easily treatable. Song Emoan reassured himself, tossing Li Shi into a pool of milky white water, followed by a heap of medicinal herbs. This was a rare earth vein essence that took millions of years to form, and it existed solely in this one pool within the entire Shantian sect, perhaps even all of southern Tian. Li Shi gradually regained consciousness, opening his eyes to observe Song Emoan's actions. Noticing that Li Shi was awake, Song Emoan began to chatter incessantly. Given your level, you must be an 8th-layer body refinement practitioner? In these times, there are few who pursue such a path. To reach the 8th layer at your young age, you must have encountered some extraordinary fortune. I believe this is also the reason why senior sister Shiyu saved you. As sword cultivators, they still require a certain degree of body refinement. She must be quite intrigued by the secrets of your practice. Oh, just a heads up, this might sting a little, so brace yourself. With that, Song Yemoen summoned hundreds of silver needles and swiftly pierced them into various acupoints on Li Shi's body. Li Shi let out a pained gasp. The excessive blood loss is indeed a concern, but fret not. Here, take 2 blood chi pills. Rest assured, they are not concocted from human blood. Rather, I crafted them using the wild buffalo herd from the Spirit Beast Peak, specifically designed to replenish lost vitality, even effective enough to stop a cultivator from nosebleeding. Thus, Li Shi began his recuperation at Lingzhu Peak. During this period, Yushiyo visited once, glanced at him, and then departed. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days went by. Throughout these days, apart from treating Li Shi's injuries, Song Yemoen devoted most of his time to researching medicinal pills and daydreaming, rarely seen engaging in cultivation. Li Shi suspected that his moments of stupor were reflections on Yi Xiao. On the 3rd day, he found himself able to move, with most of his flesh having regrown, though his skin had yet to heal, rendering him somewhat ghastly in appearance. Simultaneously, Li Shi discovered that his physical strength had plummeted to the 5th level of the body refinement stage due to his grievous injuries. Such a decline in one's physical realm was a rare occurrence in the realm of cultivation, for typically, those who sustained such severe wounds would have perished long before. Li Shi considered himself the most unfortunate transmigrator in existence. Despite possessing a relatively formidable system, his journey had been fraught with misery. Fortunately, the crisis had finally passed, and the time for his triumphant rise was at hand. Having shaken off Zhongfengyu, the world was now his oyster. Like a bird soaring freely across boundless skies, or a fish leaping through vast oceans, this caged tiger was ready to break free. Yet on this very day, Yi Xiao sought him out and presented him with a contract. The medicinal herbs and elixirs expended to save your life amount to 27,000 high-grade spirit stones. Given your destitute state, not even a storage pouch to your name, you shall repay this debt by laboring for my Xiantian sect for 376 years. Any objections? Chapter 12. Personal disciple clad in pristine white robes, her long sword strapped to her back, Yu Xiao stood with the poised elegance of a celestial sword maiden. Yet the contract she extended to Li Shi was nothing short of humiliating. 376 years. Was this not tantamount to a life of servitude? How dare she insult him so? Of course, she added, all cultivation resources during this period shall be provided under my personal patronage. Should you distinguish yourself with meritorious service or significant contributions to the sect, the duration may be shortened. With that, Yu Xiao handed the contract to Li Shi. Gesturing for him to sign, Li Shi hesitated for a moment, then casually picked up the contract, preparing to sign. After all, he had been rescued. Moreover, he felt he could not overpower anyone. However, upon seeing Li Shi genuinely ready to sign, Yi Xiao intervened, snatching the contract away. I must ask, is your secret truly that significant? What? Li Shi responded, somewhat bewildered. Humph. You want me to spell it out, do you? She continued. Ordinary body refiners typically need to begin honing their physique from a young age, infusing themselves with spiritual medicines. Even prodigies usually do not reach the 5th level of body refinement until around the age of 25. If you had not been injured, I presume your body refinement cultivation would be at the 7th or even 8th level, correct? Yet, I distinctly remember that on the day we met in the courtyard of Stone City, you were still a mere mortal. So, what extraordinary fortune have you encountered? With her sword drawn from behind, Yi Xiao held it firmly, gently lifting Li Shi's chin with the sword's tip. It became evident that Yi Xiao's notion of significant merit implied that Li Shi would have to reveal the secret of his ascension to body refiner, thereby offsetting the duration of the contract. Li Shi swallowed hard, his mind racing in circles, yet he found himself unable to conjure a suitable explanation. At that moment, Song Yemoen, who was engrossed in studying the medicinal formula, spoke up. Speak your mind freely, just be honest. If you fabricate lies and provoke senior sister Xiao, she might very well sever your tongue. I don't know, Li Shi replied, shaking his head. You don't know? Yi Xiao's gaze turned perilous as she fixed her eyes on Li Shi, her delicate fingers lightly tracing the intricate dragon and phoenix patterns on the hilt of her sword. I can only tell you that something has elevated my cultivation. But what exactly it is, I cannot say, Li Shi explained, straddling the line between truth and deception. Something? Yu Xiao narrowed her eyes. scrutinizing him for an extended moment before suddenly breaking into laughter. Very well, then come with me. Where to? To see my ancestor. He will undoubtedly discern what lies within you. Li Shi remained hesitant, but Yi Shiyo cast a spell to restrain him and ascended towards the peak of Xuantianzong. At the summit of Xuantianzong, in a secluded courtyard behind the main hall, Yi Xiao brought Li Shi to this tranquil place. Yi Tianjia was beneath a peach blossom tree, indulging in wine, attired in flowing white garments that harmonized with the blossoms, seemingly lost in contemplation. Master, what secrets does this young man truly possess? Yu Shiyo inquired directly. Yi Tianjia, both her master and ancestor, stood as the 7th generation in her lineage. I have no idea, Yi Tianjia replied, rolling his eyes as he poured himself another drink. Is there truly anything in this world that you're unaware of? Yi Shiyo questioned, her skepticism evident as she pressed further. Disbelieve if you wish, there are countless matters in this world of which I remain ignorant. A peach blossom gently drifted down from the tree, and Yi Tianjia caught it between his fingers, placing it in his wine cup before taking a sip. Perhaps we should dissect him? Let us uncover the secrets hidden within, Yi Shiyu suggested, a hint of amusement and curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Li Shi shuddered. This script was incorrect, was it not? Was Yu Xiao not the heroine, but rather the female antagonist propelling the protagonist forward? Or had he inadvertently acquired a script designed to entertain readers by eliminating time travelers? Merely a secret of a body refinement practitioner. A matter of secret techniques or bloodline awakenings. What was there to dissect? Yi Tianjia chuckled lightly, rose to his feet, and scrutinized Li Shi intently, suddenly declaring, I have a superior plan. What plan? Yu Shiyo gazed at her ancestor, believing he had seen through everything. Why not take him as my disciple? This way, the secret becomes the possession of my Xuanian gong. How about that? Isn't it brilliant? Yi Tianjia took a few steps with the wine jug in hand and inquired, what is your name? Li Shi, he replied obediently. First level of qi refining, with a physical body that once reached the 8th level of body refinement, impressive. Yi Tianjia nodded in approval. Li Shi remained silent. From this moment on, you shall become my 4th direct disciple. Yi Tianjia, do you accept? Yi Tianjia inquired. Li Shi felt somewhat bewildered, yet he understood what was expected of him at that moment, promptly offering a respectful salute. Disciple Li Shi pays his respects to master. Good. Yi Tianjia tossed a token to Li Shi, and with a casual gesture, a beam of sword light entered Li Shi's body without inflicting any harm. Yi Tianjia smiled lightly, then, with a wine jug in hand, he gracefully soared into the sky, leaving behind only a bewildered Li Shi and a speechless Yi Xiao. Senior sister? Li Shi hesitantly called out. Yi Xiao rolled her eyes and gave him a sharp smack on the forehead, dislodging a few pieces of unhealed skin. What is that old fool thinking? Yi Xiao leaned in closely to scrutinize Li Shi's face, but after a few moments of confusion, she irritably exited, taking to her sword and leaving Li Shi behind. In an instant, the courtyard was left with only Li Shi. Upon witnessing the departure of the two individuals, Li Shi too began his descent down the mountain. However, he soon encountered some difficulties. During his ascent, he had been accompanied by Yi Xiao, which had rendered him unobstructed. Yet now, as a stranger making his way down the peak, he was promptly halted and questioned. Which sect do you belong to? What brings you to the main peak? Clearing his throat, Li Shi coughed a couple of times and presented the wooden plaque that Yi Tianjia had bestowed upon him. The plaque, adorned with the carving of a sword, appeared to be an ordinary piece of wood, yet it emanated an unmistakable aura of sharpness. Direct disciple. The guard was left utterly speechless. May I proceed? Of course. Li Shi, observing the efficacy of the wooden plaque, decided to hang it at his waist, allowing him to descend the main peak with remarkable ease. Where shall I go? Li Shi hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding that he should first seek out Song Yimoan. However, since he had been brought here by Yi Xiao, he was utterly at a loss regarding the way. After much inquiry, he finally discerned the location of Qingzhou Peak, where Song Yimoan resided. A disciple pointed to a relatively shorter mountain adjacent to the main peak, explaining, Senior Brother Song is a prodigy in alchemy. To facilitate his practice, the sect leader generously bestowed upon him the neighboring Qingzhou Peak as his dwelling. Is it far? Li Shi inquired. Not far at all, the disciple replied. Thus, Li Shi embarked on his journey towards Qingzhou Peak. Yet, after traversing for the better part of a day, he still had not arrived. How vast must the Xiantian sect be? Nearly 2 connected peaks seemed to stretch on endlessly. Li Shi originally intended to return and seek the guidance of the monk who had directed him. However, reflecting upon his esteemed status as a direct disciple. He felt it might be somewhat undignified. Ultimately, driven by his concern for appearances, Li Shi persevered and made his way to Chiju Peak. Senior brother. Li Shi observed Song Yamoan, who was meticulously studying medicinal herbs in the field at the foot of the mountain, and approached to pay his respects. Song Yamoan looked at Li Shi with a puzzled expression. The sect master has just accepted me as a disciple. I kindly seek your enlightenment. Upon seeing the wooden tablet that Li Shi presented, Song Yamoan fell into a moment of contemplation. Follow me, he instructed. All right, Li Shi replied eagerly, summoning a flying vessel. He quickly boarded. First, let us proceed to register your information, Song Yamoan stated calmly as the vessel ascended gracefully into the sky. Li Shi hesitated for a moment and quietly inquired, "Isn't senior brother Song curious as to why the sect master has accepted me as a direct disciple? Is this not rather extraordinary? Because you harbor a secret, the mystery of a mortal ascending to a high-tier body refiner in merely a few days," Song Yamoan replied, casting a glance at him before calmly elaborating. "Currently, including you, there are 4 direct disciples of our master. The eldest brother, Wang Hao, possesses a heavenly grade thunder spirit root and is of mixed human-demon lineage. He achieved the golden core stage at the tender age of 16, becoming the fastest in Tiannan for millennia to attain this level. There has never been a cultivator who has progressed so swiftly. Do you believe he has secrets? Then there is my second senior sister, Xiao, with her innate sword heart illuminated. She merely held a sword during her full moon banquet and instantly entered the realm of sword heart enlightenment, creating a spectacle that nearly ruined her celebration. Is that reasonable? And I, Song Yamoan, so young yet at the 5th tier of alchemy. Who would dare to oppose me? Who could rival me? Throughout history, no one has ever matched me. Even the grand sects of alchemy do not compare." At this point, Song Yamoan seemed to drift into reverie. Only a person of my caliber could be worthy of Sister Xiao. All right. I perceive now that each of you possesses extraordinary talents. I am not lacking in this regard. Li Shi wisely chose to remain silent. Now do you understand why the sect master has taken you as a disciple? Regardless of your secret, any other nascent soul cultivator would undoubtedly delve into your past, but our master is different. He is the foremost sword cultivator in Tiannan. In his eyes, there exists only the path of the sword. Perhaps accepting extraordinary talents from across the realm is merely his passion. Soon, Song Yamoan escorted Li Shi to the registration office to complete his enrollment. As a direct disciple, Li Shi was entitled to a peak of the 2nd tier. The complete volume of the Xian Tian Gong, several secret manuals, various techniques, a low-tier magical artifact, a set of disciple garments, and a monthly allowance of 800 mid-grade spirit stones. Ordinary disciples could only choose a 3rd-tier cave dwelling, often crowded with over 10 such abodes on a single peak, whereas direct disciples could select an independent peak. This peak selection, the administrator inquired. Ziyan Peak, Song Yamoan designated for Li Shi. It was previously the cave of an elder at the Golden Core stage, who tragically perished to a beast during an expedition not long ago. The spiritual energy there is of moderate quality, and the scenery is rather pleasant, Song Yamoan explained. Very well, I shall proceed with the registration, the administrator stated as he began the process. Song Yamoan further clarified, the low-tier magical artifact can be utilized by Qi refining stage cultivators, and when infused with spiritual energy, it can achieve speeds comparable to that of Foundation establishment. The administrator cheerfully handed Li Shi a storage bag containing several sect garments, the Xiantian sect's techniques, and various mid to low-tier artifacts for Qi refining. Additionally, there was a wealth of books. Every time a direct disciple experiences a breakthrough, they may come here to receive resources for cultivation. The administrator, a golden core stage cultivator, beamed at Li Shi, who remained an ordinary mortal, indicating the esteemed status of direct disciples. I observe that you, as a direct disciple, remain immortal. Here is a bottle of 3rd-tier health elixir, a gift for you, the administrator said, placing a small vial into Li Shi's hand. Li Shi glanced at Song Yamoan, noting his lack of reaction, before putting it away. After the two completed their registration and received the token from Ziyan Peak, they proceeded toward the exit. That nourishing pill is merely of the 3rd tier. As a body refiner, you may treat it as candy. I shall gift you a vial of the 5th tier Xinlong pill. One can be consumed every 10 days. But do refrain from overindulgence. Hearing Song Yamoan's words, Li Shi was genuinely touched, silently labeling him as a good person in his heart. Now, allow me to escort you to Ziyan Peak. The two made their way toward their destination. By the way, be sure to keep the personal disciple token with you at all times. It contains a fragment of my master's sword intent, capable of severing anything below the nascent soul stage and aiding you in dire situations. However, it will only defend automatically and cannot be activated actively. Consider it your ultimate trump card, Song Emoan advised. Li Shi instantly grasped the situation. The token of a direct disciple was indeed the most significant distinction between a true disciple and others. Yet, what of the sword light that the master had infused into my body? What could that possibly be? Li Shi then recalled another matter. Song Mon was momentarily taken aback, but soon came to an understanding. That too was a form of sword intent. After all, your circumstances are rather unique. And it is quite understandable for the master to leave something behind within you, is it not? Fear not, given the master's temperament. It is likely merely a means of tracking you. If your loyalty lies genuinely with the Xiantian sect, consider it an additional safeguard for your life. So that is it. This is to prevent my escape. Li Shi once again pondered upon Yi Shiyao. Why did he not utilize the sword intent token to eliminate Zhang Fengyu during their first encounter? Li Shi posed his inquiries to Song Emoan. Unlike others, her token was specially crafted by her master, enabling her to escape from any perilous situation without inflicting harm. For she declared that her enemies were to be vanquished by her own hand. The demonic cultivator met his demise at the hands of the blood spirit ancestor's tombstone, which left her in a state of frustration, lamenting her inability to strike the final blow. She cursed the blood spirit ancestor for a considerable time, vowing to sever his head with her sword. Li Shi gained a new understanding of Yu Shiyao. Soon after, the two boarded a flying vessel and arrived at Ziyun Peak. They encountered a throng of charming young women who danced and leaped joyfully. The elder of the Jedon stage had a peculiar penchant. You may dismiss them later. Chapter 13. Return to searching in truth. The elder who had encountered danger did not possess any unusual proclivity. He merely kept a bevy of enchanting mortal women who sang and danced daily. It was merely an art form. Had it truly been some sort of dual cultivation obsession, the Xiantian sect would have expelled him long ago. Where is the steward of Ziyun Peak? Song Emoan inquired. Here. What brings the direct disciple? An elderly man with a face full of white whiskers emerged. 8th layer of Qi refinement? Song Emoan asked. I am Fengyu, 82 this year. With little time left and no hope of foundation establishment, I have come here to serve as the steward, the old man replied. Well then, my little junior brother is new here and knows nothing. Please make the necessary arrangements. Song Emoan presented the Ziyun Mountain token to him. Fengyu's spirit stirred. To be addressed as junior brother by Song Emoan indicated he might also be a direct disciple. Direct disciples were far more esteemed than those elders in the Jedon stage. Those old fogies were quite impoverished. After serving as steward for over a decade, none had ever shared any benefits. Direct disciples, on the other hand, were all favored by heaven and often did not hesitate to expend resources. If he could procure some potent elixirs, perhaps I, Fengyu, could also establish my foundation. Contemplating this, Fengyu felt invigorated, sensing a potential rise to prominence. Song Emoan imparted a few words to Li Shi, cautioning him regarding cultivation. I do not inquire about your opportunities, but please remember that the path of cultivation is arduous, and mere luck will not pave the way effortlessly. Never neglect your cultivation. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. I shall certainly keep my thoughts on cultivation foremost. Li Shi replied earnestly with a nod. Having said this, Song Emoan soared away on his sword. Take me to the main cave dwelling of Ziyun Peak, Li Shi said, slightly agitated. Please follow me, master, Fengyu replied, dispersing the onlooking dancers and leading Li Shi to the cave dwelling. Though termed a cave dwelling, it was a grand complex of buildings, incomparable to those of ordinary disciples. Such standards could only be enjoyed by elders in the Jedon stage or direct disciples. You may leave now, and those women should also be sent away. Do not disturb unless necessary. Understood. Fengyu departed. Li Shi was filled with excitement as he began to search for the ant nest. Fortunately, the formation on Ziyun Mountain was not the isolating kind employed by Zhang Fengyu, but rather a formation that adhered to the principles of nature, where the seasons cycled in harmony and all things competed. An abundance of diverse life forms thrived here, with biological resources that seemed endless. Li Shi soon discovered an ant. With a snap, his attribute points increased by 1, and he felt a sense of relief. Unable to contain a soft hum of satisfaction, he found himself immersed in his thoughts. Fengyu regarded this direct disciple with admiration, recognizing the enigma that surrounded him. Aside from delivering meals, no one was permitted to approach during the rest of the day. It was unclear what Li Shi was researching, yet his cultivation level remained that of a mere mortal. Could it be that one could delve into the path of immortality while still being human? Fang Yu was astounded. The news of the sect leader accepting his fourth direct disciple had spread within the sect, yet few sought out Li Shi, remaining watchful and curious about the identity of this new disciple. In the realm of cultivation, time slips away like sand through one's fingers. On the fourth day of his arrival at Ziyun Mountain, at noon, Fang Yu once again adhered to his instruction and placed the meal at the entrance of the cave dwelling. The residence was situated halfway up the mountain, and Li Shi had strictly commanded that no one was to ascend from that point. Fang Yu obeyed diligently, never crossing that boundary. For such caution and humility were essential for a cultivator. "Master, the lunch has arrived," he announced. "I understand," came Li Shi's voice from within, sounding faint and preoccupied. Fang Yu did not dare to inquire further and quickly departed. Inside the courtyard, Li Shi lay breathless across the table. For the past 3 days, he had focused on a singular task: extermination. Spiders, insects, ants, none were spared. During this time, he had discovered 3 anthills. The first 2 contained a modest number, totaling 1,300 ants, while the third was a staggering 2,100 ants. Altogether, this yielded 6,600 attribute points, including a portion derived from mosquito larvae caught in a pond on Ziyun Mountain. Unfortunately, the plankton did not count as a kill. However, it seemed reasonable. Had his plan for 10 billion elite soldiers in the death row succeeded back then, would he not have been able to achieve the nascent soul stage in a single leap, ascend to the transformation stage shortly thereafter, and ultimately become an immortal? With the potential for 10 advancements a day, one could shatter the void and attain immortality. It was uncertain where such vast nests of ants could be found. They likely related to different species. The colonies, numbering in the tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, were surely unlike the ants he had encountered. In his previous life, Li Shi was aware that a species known as the red imported fire ant could number in the hundreds of thousands. Furthermore, there existed the army ant, with colonies reaching into the millions. It is likely that such vast nests would be hidden deep within the mountains and forests. After all, Xiantian sect is a sanctuary for cultivators, and such colossal populations would not thrive in its midst. There is no need for haste. One may take their time. In recent days, Li Shi has been utterly consumed by his singular obsession with taking lives. However, exterminating ants proves to be a formidable task, especially when it comes to uprooting entire colonies. Were it not for Li Shi's status as a body cultivator, he would likely find it insurmountable. The mountainside bears witness to numerous pits he has excavated, each several meters deep. Simultaneously, Li Shi has come to understand, through the texts provided by his sect, the arduous nature of body cultivation. The path ahead is fraught with challenges. Generally, practitioners do not squander their time honing their physical forms. Once a cultivator enters the qi refinement stage, they can manipulate spiritual energy to unleash spells, whereas body cultivators merely gain a modicum of strength. Consequently, they have gradually fallen out of favor within the immortal cultivation community. According to Fang Yu, the number of body cultivators within the entire Zuaniangong does not exceed a mere handful, despite the sect boasting a staggering 10,000 disciples. Among these body cultivators, half are sword practitioners, serving merely to augment their swordsmanship, with no intention of pursuing a long-term path. It is time to enhance one's abilities, yet it must be done with a degree of subtlety, avoiding any actions that might provoke excessive astonishment. Li Shi pondered for a moment and then elevated his severely injured physique back to the 8th level of body refinement. Allocation successful. Physical state, 8th level of body refinement. It was also time to advance to the 2nd level of qi refinement. This would enhance the efficiency of his lethal endeavors. Allocation successful. Cultivation level, 2nd level of qi refinement. Li Shi had already reached the 1st level of qi refinement, yet he had not absorbed a single trace of spiritual energy, which is why Zhang Fengyu and Yi Xiao were oblivious to his true cultivation. However, on that day, Yi Tianjia discerned both his cultivation level and the state of his physical form prior to his injuries with just a glance. The spiritual energy here is incredibly rich. Reaching the 2nd level of qi refinement, Li Shi endeavored to absorb the spiritual energy from the surrounding atmosphere. This place is vastly different from the desolate lands of Shiqing. Moreover, Xian Peak is the dwelling of elders in the core formation stage, abundant in spiritual energy and complemented by numerous formations that nurture it. Within just a few breaths, Li Shi experienced the sensation of spiritual energy entering his body. This feeling is truly delightful. Spiritual energy cap, 200. For each advancement in level, the spiritual energy cap increases by 100. Spiritual energy reserve. 11. 200. Second level of chi refinement. 8th level of body refinement. Yes, this is sufficient. Li Shi is not currently inclined to further enhance his chi refinement. The primary reason being that the system indicates the possibility of reselecting his spiritual roots. However, each attempt at reselecting would result in the complete forfeiture of his existing cultivation. Thus, Li Shi has decided to temporarily divert his focus away from his training. Each reallocation of spiritual roots necessitates 1,000 attribute points, allowing him to take his time with the decision. Li Shi brought his lunchbox and had his meal, then he set off towards the back mountain once more. Thus, days turned into weeks. During this period, Li Shi mastered a fire dragon technique, expending 100 attribute points to do so. With such an ordinary spell, a mere 100 attribute points enabled him to grasp its essence instantaneously, sparing him the need for further study. Subsequently, Li Shi unleashed a fire dragon whirlwind, obliterating the ant nest. Listening to the resounding clamor that filled the air, he couldn't help but hum a tune. 7 days later, Song Emoan arrived at Ziyun Mountain. In recent days, Li Shi has transformed the hillside of Ziyun Peak into a veritable sanctuary devoid of insects and vermin, amassing over 41,000 attribute points. Upon witnessing Li Shi emerge from the back mountain, his face smeared with dirt and wielding a hoe, Song Emoan fell into a contemplative silence. Does my junior disciple possess an affinity for farming? Well, a modest hobby, one that cultivates both character and spirit. Perhaps even aiding in the comprehension of the great Tao. Li Shi spoke with earnest absurdity. Song Emoan shook his head, elucidating the purpose of his visit. This year, the Xiantian sect has yet to meet its recruitment targets. Thus, the enrollment pavilion has issued a directive, dispatching foundation establishment disciples to various nearby cities in search of spiritual roots. I have been assigned to travel to Shurqing. The path of alchemy is arduous. A brief respite is warranted. After shaking his head, Song Emoan inquired, I have heard from my senior sister that your family resides in Shurqing. Would you care to accompany me on this journey? I have yet to inquire about your origins. It seems I have been remiss. Upon hearing this, Li Shi pondered momentarily before nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall accompany my senior brother to settle a few worldly matters. Li Shi contemplated the inexpensive sister. Since he had inherited the identity of the original owner, he ought to fulfill the corresponding obligations. If his junior brother had any family, they could be invited to live together. This was the privilege of a direct disciple, for the mundane world was also a facet of cultivation, as Song Emoan reminded. Li Shi nodded slightly. Very well, we shall set off at once. When it comes to cultivators, we embark on our journeys without hesitation. The second layer of chi refinement? It seems my junior brother is not progressing slowly on the path of cultivation, Song Moan remarked, taken aback by Li Shi's cultivation level and expressing his admiration. Li Shi did not exhibit any physical cultivation prowess. Yet Song Emoan sensed that Li Shi's vitality and blood essence seemed to have improved. That's acceptable, Li Shi remarked, scratching his head. Your cultivation is lacking, and your spiritual energy is insufficient. Let us share a flying boat. Very well. While traveling short distances would typically be swifter by sword flight, considering Li Shi's circumstances and the considerable distance ahead, the flying boat was undoubtedly the more suitable choice. The two proceeded towards Stone City. Chapter 14. An encounter on the road in recent days. Li Shi has come to realize that the place he inhabits is known as Tiannan, situated at the southernmost tip of the Zhangqiang continent. A majestic and continuous mountain range, known as the Tian-E mountain range, serves as a formidable barrier, isolating Tiannan from the rest of the continent. This mountain range is teeming with demonic beasts, and even cultivators at the nascent soul stage face mortal peril should they dare to intrude. Within Tiannan, there exist 4 human nations, Emogua, Nanliang, Digua, and Shingua. It is said that a millennium ago, there was only the Liang Kingdom. But following wars and divisions among mortals, these 4 nations emerged. The Nanliang Kingdom claims to be the legitimate successor of the Liang Kingdom. Yet its strength is not formidable. The sects of cultivators are dispersed among these 4 nations, asserting their independence from worldly affairs and refraining from interfering in mortal developments. Should a cultivator unleash their wrath, it could result in the bloodshed of an entire city, a consequence that would utterly sever the foundations of the cultivation realm, and thus is categorically prohibited. Tiannan is vast, with numerous sects of cultivators, and among those of repute, there are approximately 17 or 18 sections. They are divided into 2 factions, the righteous and the demonic. The righteous sects are led by Xian sect, Mingyu sect, Jioding Pavilion, Fengming Valley, and Qingyun Gate. On the other hand, the demonic sects are represented by Yuming Temple, Shuaihun sect, Huanlu Valley, and Inshi City, with the demonic path being relatively weak. The Xiantian sect is located in the Qiyun mountain range, to the north of Nanliang Kingdom, with Mo Guizhi City lying further north. Brother Song, how shall we seek the spiritual route? Li Shi inquired. This flying vessel is indeed a low-grade magical artifact. Merely infusing it with spiritual energy can generate a protective shield. However, the spiritual essence within the bodies of Qi refinement practitioners is rather sparse, and they cannot sustain flight for long before exhausting their energy. He continued, there exists a specialized treasure known as the Spirit-Seeking Disc, which eliminates the need for us to conduct a detailed search. Oh, responded his companion, as the two soared through the skies aboard the vessel. At this pace, we shall reach Stone City before sunset. Just as Song Moen finished speaking, two ominous clouds loomed before the flying vessel. Halt! Surrender your spirit stones and magical artifacts. We shall spare your lives. They declared, we are all practitioners of the mystical arts. To perish would be a great waste. I hope you, fellow cultivators, understand the gravity of the situation. Li Shi's pupils constricted. The aura emanating from these two individuals exerted a pressure no less formidable than that which Zhang Fengyu had imposed upon him. At the very least, they were cultivators at the late foundation establishment stage. Could this be a form of aerial robbery within the realm of cultivation? Li Shi quickly turned to Song Moen, only to find him utterly expressionless, as if it were merely an everyday occurrence. From his waist, he retrieved a fiery red elixir and tossed it towards the two of them. Young man, consider yourself. No, wait. What is this elixir? Before they could finish their sentence, the crimson pill erupted instantly, transforming into a conflagration of dark red flames. The two foundation-building cultivators were enveloped in an instant. Their summoned dark clouds incinerated to oblivion. You seek death. Ah, this fire is unusual. The flames licked greedily at their bodies, refusing to be extinguished. Then, Song Moen struck again. A beam of golden light shot forth from his fingertip and entered the bodies of the two, briefly restraining them. Simultaneously, a pill furnace-shaped artifact soared into the air, enlarging rapidly before crashing down upon one of their heads. In a moment, brains splattered and blood rained down. The two late-stage foundation-building cultivators had been reduced to lifeless corpses. Song Moen's series of actions flowed seamlessly, reminiscent of a meticulously rehearsed execution, leaving Li Shi utterly astounded. Is this it? They died upon mere encounter? Is it truly so simple for a genius of a great sect to slay cultivators of the same rank? That fifth-tier inferno pill was the result of my alchemical failure, specifically designed to incinerate malevolent entities. The golden light technique is a secret transmission of my Xuantian Gong, a low-tier earth-level technique, which you may cultivate once you reach the foundation-building stage. Casually, Song Moen offered a brief explanation to Li Shi before commencing his examination of the two cultivator storage bags. Junior brotherly, remember, even now, one must not let their guard down. Cultivators may leave self-destructive traps within their storage bags, like this one. With that, a shimmering orb of light was captured by Song Moen and hurled away with haste. Boom! A violent explosion resounded in the distance. After dispelling the restrictions on the storage bag, Song Moen glanced inside and nodded in satisfaction. It contains a decent amount of assets. It seems they had robbed quite a few passing cultivators. With that, he tossed a storage bag to Li Shi. Li Shi promptly caught the item, and his junior brother held it in his grasp. The two set forth once more, pausing briefly as Song Moen took a moment to rest. Eventually, as the sun began to descend in the west, they arrived at Shiqing. The tranquility of Shiqing was far greater than Li Shi had anticipated. The entire Lord's mansion had been thoroughly cleansed by Zhang Fengyu's bloodshed, and he had expected chaos to reign. Upon inquiring, Li Shi learned that on the second day following the incident, the Mo country swiftly acted, appointing a new lord to take charge. An official proclamation was issued, claiming that the Qin family had perished due to food poisoning. Although the upper echelons of the city were well aware of the true events, they remained silent, even assisting in the suppression of information. For the common folk, the Qin family had become nothing more than a tale shared after meals. Regardless of their former might, they were now irrevocably deceased. However, another development transpired. The newly appointed lord swiftly collaborated with the court to issue a decree, stating that the former lord, Qin Fan, had conspired with spies from the southern Liang kingdom to frame innocent citizens of Mo country, an act deserving of divine retribution. Even in death, he would be held accountable. with the decree demanding that the entire Qin clan's bodies be left to rot in the wilderness, unburied. The high-ranking officials of Imo country clearly surmised the underlying implications. This was an act of atonement, or perhaps a declaration of allegiance. Yet, they remained silent regarding General Li Xinshuang, the guardian of the nation. Junior brother, let us find an inn for the night. We shall commence our search for the spiritual roots tomorrow. Agreed. Li Shi and Song Yimou had jointly reserved an inn. Once the arrangements were finalized, Li Shi turned to Song Yimou and said, Senior brother, the day is still young. I have a younger sister in the mortal realm whom I wish to visit. Was Song Yimou's succinct reply. All cultivators must traverse this stage. Some may choose to sever their ties with the mundane world in a ruthless manner, thus transcending the earthly attachments, while others may opt to nurture their parents and bless their families, which is the path of refining the worldly ties. Song Yimou did not interfere, merely offering a word of caution. Do not allow yourself to harbor regrets that may later give rise to inner demons, hindering your path to immortality. Li Shi understood. Take this. It may prove useful. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from revealing your cultivation level. With that, Song Yimou tossed Li Shi a satchel. Li Shi took a glance inside and discovered it was filled with gold ingots and silver coins. This was the most valuable currency in the mortal realm. Thank you, senior brother. What is there to thank for? This holds little value for cultivators. Those who cultivate can soar through the skies and traverse the earth, mastering various intricate formations. Locating and mining gold is a task of utmost ease for them. Li Shi made his way towards the Chuanfang Pavilion in the northern part of the city. Li Shi did not inherit the original owner's memories, yet he could discern from Qin fans' reaction on that day. Li Xinshuang is largely a victim of injustice. Soon, Li Shi arrived at Chuanfang Pavilion. Chuanfang Pavilion is the largest establishment for floral and festive gatherings in Shichang, where luxurious carriages are parked at the entrance, signifying wealth and status. And there is even a designated area for the stabling of horses. People are continually coming and going. As Li Shi stepped through the vividly colored entrance, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of women. I am here to seek Li Qianqian, he declared, a name he had first learned from Qin Fan. Another one in search of Qianqian? A plump matron approached, her gaze scrutinizing Li Shi's attire. In a bid to remain inconspicuous, Song Yimou had specifically advised Li Shi to don a simple disciple's robe. Although it appeared unremarkable, a plain white garment, upon closer inspection, the silk fabric was of exquisite quality. Coupled with Li Shi's healed injuries, restored complexion, and striking features, he emanated the air of a refined gentleman, even presenting an aura that suggested a certain aloofness, indicating that he was no ordinary individual. The matron quickly calculated in her mind, then stepped forward to introduce herself. Oh dear, you seem unfamiliar. Yet you seek Qianqian as well? However, our Qianqian. She is the star of the Fengguang Pavilion, proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She only offers her talents, never her body. Countless dignitaries and affluent individuals have spent lavishly, yet have never had the privilege of meeting her. It is rather difficult to arrange a meeting. The matron's words flowed incessantly as she attempted to grasp Li Shi's arm. Li Shi let out a faint smile and said, Is it difficult to meet her? Bring her to me. I intend to take her away. The madam furrowed her brows, secretly signaling her subordinates while forcing a smile. Young master, you jest. This is indeed the Orchid Pavilion. Just as the madam was about to voice her dissatisfaction, she witnessed Li Shi producing a gold ingot and slipping it into the bosom of a nearby woman. The madam's expression shifted, quickly revealing a look of surprise. It turned out he was a person of distinction. Li Shi let out a grunt and hurled a handful of gold ingots towards the madam. Startled, the madam instinctively shielded herself with her bosom, managing to catch a substantial portion. However, the impact was painful, leaving her chest bruised and rapidly turning a shade of purple. Her ample bosom bore the marks of the blow. Upon inspecting the ingots, she was astonished to find them to be pure gold. Quick, summon Qianqian. Deliver these to the noble, the madam shouted. Soon, Li Shi found himself in the presence of Li Qianqian. She held her peepa close, partially concealing her face. And in comparison to the instrument, her petite figure appeared even more delicate. As the daughter of Li Xinshuang, Li Qianqian was naturally accomplished in music, chess, calligraphy, and paintings. Not to mention her striking beauty and former noble status. It was evident that the madam had been showcasing her as a talented lady to profit from her allure. Alternatively, this could have been part of her arrangement with Qin Fan. Li Qianqian walked over slowly, her demeanor numb. Yet Li Shi could distinctly hear the slight quickening of her heartbeat. She was evidently still anxious. Li Shi, brother? The Li family belongs to a prominent clan, and Li Shi has several siblings, numbering around 7 or 8. The original owner and Li Qianqian are half-siblings, having had limited interaction. Thus, their mode of address is not particularly affectionate. Li Qianqian was clearly taken aback, yet she found it hard to believe. It is me. Upon seeing Li Shi, Li Qianqian could no longer contain herself. She threw down her pipa and rushed over to embrace Li Shi, altering her address. Brother, I have contemplated ending my life several times, yet I was closely watched. I never anticipated that you were still alive. Li Qianqian unexpectedly embraced Li Shi and wept. Li Shi, wishing to avoid trouble, swiftly departed from the Guifeng pavilion with Li Qianqian. Chapter 15. Fate. However, Li Shi remained blissfully unaware, oblivious to the several pairs of eyes that quietly scrutinized him from the shadows. On the top floor of the Guifeng pavilion, in an elegant chamber, 3 individuals were fixated on the scene before them. Clad in identical crimson robes, 2 were men and 1 was a woman. The 2 men possessed strikingly handsome features, exuding an air of charm and a hint of mischief. The sole woman, however, was exceptionally alluring, her beauty radiating vibrantly. Adorned in a vivid red gown, her graceful figure was accentuated, rendering her irresistibly captivating. It was evident that all 3 were practitioners of the mystical arts, having created a soundproof barrier, and were engaged in a discussion concerning Li Shi and his companion. What shall we do? Such a remarkable spiritual root must not be lost. One exclaimed. In my view, he is merely a low-level cultivator, a wandering practitioner who has emerged from some obscure corner, flaunting himself before mortals. Indeed, it is quite laughable. The woman in red chuckled. Do they seem familiar? Did she just call him brother? Oof, what does it matter? Such an exceptional vessel must not go to waste. Is there not enough for my dear brother? Scram, will you be my vessel, or shall I be yours? Let us agree to take turns as each other's vessel for a day. Would you prefer to be on top, or beneath? The inside is an option too. Li Shi guided Li Qianqian towards the inn, skillfully navigating around the bustling crowd. Brother Li Shi, As Li Qianqian's eyes brimmed with tears once more, Li Shi hurriedly offered his comfort. I have avenged our kin by taking Qin Fan's life. Please, do not weep. Li Shi was momentarily at a loss for words and could only respond in this manner. So, it was indeed Li Shi who had slain the entire Qin family. Was it you who administered the poison? It appears she has misconstrued the notion of the Qin family's food poisoning as being the result of Li Shi's lethal toxin. Li Shi extended his hand, and a burst of flame shot into the sky, only to vanish in an instant. It was a fire dragon technique, a skill accessible even to qi refining practitioners. Though simplistic and of limited lethality, it was nothing short of a miracle in the eyes of a mortal. This is, Li Qianqian gazed in astonishment. I narrowly escaped death in the prison, and by virtue of possessing a spiritual root, I fortuitously became a disciple of the Xiantian sect, a sect of celestial cultivation, an immortal. Brother Li Shi is the legendary immortal. Could it be that I, too, can? Li Qianqian exclaimed with delight. Li Shi shook his head, about to explain that becoming a cultivator was not as simple as it seemed. The criterion of spiritual roots had already eliminated 99% of mortals, a fact determined by innate talent. Suddenly, Li Shi looked up to the front. He saw 3 figures clad in red blocking their path. All 3 were cultivators at the qi refinement stage. The one in the center stepped forward first, clasping his hands in greeting. Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am Guan Tianyu, an inner disciple of Joy Valley. I came to the mortal realm for leisure and, quite by chance, discovered such exceptional spiritual roots. I am here to invite you both to join our Joy Valley. Are you solitary cultivators? Joy Valley. Li Shi furrowed his brow, perplexed about who the spiritual root referred to. Yet, he suddenly noticed that the gaze of the speaker was fixed intently on Li Qianqian. Li Qianqian? Li Shi was taken aback. System, allocate points to spirit detection technique. Allocation successful. Attribute points -100. Spirit detection technique has been acquired. The spirit detection technique is a common spell used to test one's spiritual roots. Li Shi grasped Li Qianqian's arm, and as he initiated the spiritual probing technique, he was momentarily taken aback. Li Qianqian is indeed a top-tier fire spirit root. Fellow Taoist? Fellow Taoist? Guan Tianyu's expression darkened as he noticed that Li Shi was ignoring him. After all, he was a cultivator at the 8th level of qi refinement. How could he tolerate the arrogance of someone at merely the 2nd level? Does this Taoist look down upon me, a cultivator from Joy Valley? Guan Tianyu's eyes narrowed, and he resolved not to let this junior escape, whether he was an independent cultivator or a disciple of some sect. No one would uncover the truth if he perished here. Upon hearing Guan Tianyu's words, Li Shi finally reacted and turned to face him. "Do you see the attire I am wearing?" Li Shi inquired. "What?" Guan Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Li Shi's unexpected remark. "Your perceptions are no better than those of an old madam from a brothel. Step aside. I am a disciple of the Shantian sect, an inner disciple." Li Shi scoffed coldly. "What? The Shantian sect?" Guan Tianyu was taken aback, scrutinizing Li Shi's pristine white garments. They were indeed exquisite, yet, goodness, don't all righteous cultivators favor white robes? What is there to flaunt? Who can discern your sect from that? Among 10 righteous cultivators, 9 don white. This trend has even permeated the ranks of independent cultivators. How ridiculous. All righteous paths are clad in white. How can one distinguish my sect? Humph. Seeking death. Guan Tianyu chuckled derisively. What of being an inner disciple of the Shantian sect? Alone, and with a cultivation level of merely the second tier. You dare to act so brazenly? With that, the three of them prepared to seize Li Qianqian, a top-tier spirit root, for the cultivators of Joy Valley. She would make an exceptional furnace. If utilized properly, she could greatly enhance their cultivation for decades. A flicker of insight crossed Li Shi's eyes as he pondered deeply. Guan Tianyu was a practitioner at the 8th level of qi refinement, while the other two were at the 6th level. Could he, relying solely on his own 8th level of body refinement, contend with them? Likely not. And then there was Li Qianqian. He found it difficult to ensure her safety. Thus, Li Shi smiled, a smile tinged with exasperation, as if reluctantly ensnared in a web of deception. Truly, he felt compelled to play the role of the unsuspecting fool. Li Shi murmured softly and began to allocate points. System, allocate points to reach the 9th level of body refinement. Allocation successful. Physical body, 9th level of body refinement, 01000. Is it not the case that body refiners only have 9 levels? Shouldn't T1 begin to temper their physical form and attempt to form a golden body thereafter? At least, that is what the book on the common knowledge of the cultivation world states. Yet, why does it appear that I can still allocate points? It merely transformed from 100 points to 1,000 points. Li Shi began to attempt to allocate additional points. System, allocate 1,000 points to physical body. Allocation successful. Physical body, body refinement level 10, 01000, body refinement level 10. An unprecedented realm, completely unheard of. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The point allocation by Li Shi was accomplished in nearly an instant. At that moment, a blood sword had just manifested in Guan Tianyu's hand. Li Shi suddenly charged forward. Guan Tianyu, witnessing the surge of blood energy emanating from Li Shi, was taken aback. A body refinement master, unlike qi refinement practitioners, who cannot conceal their spiritual energy fluctuations unless employing a spell to mask their cultivation level. Such fluctuations allow adversaries to gauge one's true power. However, this is not the case for body refinement masters. Unless they engage in combat and unleash their turbulent vitality, their true strength remains obscured. Guan Tianyu made a grave error by positioning himself too close. Moreover, he faced Li Shi, an unprecedented body refinement master at the 10th level. There were no practitioners of such a level in all of Tianan. Guan Tianyu barely had time to cast a spell. He could only rely on his protective spiritual energy to shield himself. In the next moment, Li Shi's fist struck. Bang! A deafening sound erupted as Guan Tianyu's protective energy was shattered, bursting like a fragile bubble, and that formidable punch landed squarely on Guan Tianyu's head. He was sent flying. His skull crumpled, blood spraying into the air in a grotesque display. By the time Guan Tianyu hit the ground, he was on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. A mere punch from a practitioner at the 8th level of qi refinement. Of course, Guan Tianyu's total lack of preparation was a critical factor. The other two were horrified, abandoning Guan Tianyu and fleeing in haste. Stop. Li Shi leaped forth with great strides, his speed akin to that of lightning. In an instant, he closed the distance, his blood surging with fervor. With a single, powerful kick, he sent another man soaring through the air, striking him squarely in the back. The man gasped his last breath mid-flight. The lone woman remaining, filled with terror, fled in haste, unleashing a spell directed at Li Shi. Li Shi, unwilling to let the tiger return to the mountain, closely pursued from behind, his blood surging fiercely, resembling a deity of slaughter. He effortlessly dispersed the few spells cast by the woman, rendering them utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. Li Shi pursued relentlessly. But suddenly he saw the woman turn her head. The look of panic had vanished from her face, replaced by an expression twisted with malice. Her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. A flash of light emanated from her palm. Die. A beam of earthy yellow light shot towards Li Shi's forehead. The aura indicated it was a foundational stage magical artifact. The speed was astonishing. Her earlier fear and flight had been nothing but an act. Li Shi exerted all his strength, twisting his neck at an awkward angle, nearly dislocating it, just to narrowly evade the impending strike of the magical artifact. Thud. With another forceful kick, the woman was sent sprawling, crashing against the wall and collapsing in a disheveled heap. Li Shi seized the earthy yellow radiance, exerting his vital energy to forcibly suppress it, causing his palm to split and bleed. Moments later, a talisman resembling a stone needle emerged. In the next instant, Li Shi hurried to the side of the three corpses and delivered another punch to one of them, satisfied that they were irrevocably deceased. He collected their magical artifacts in storage bags before swiftly departing with the astonished Li Tianqian. The actual duration of their confrontation had scarcely lasted 20 seconds. Inside the inn, Li Shi recounted the events to Song Yimou without embellishment. Song Yimou raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Are you saying that with just a few punches and kicks, you dispatched a cultivator of the 8th level of Qi refinement, along with 2 others at the 6th level?" Li Shi nodded in affirmation. Song Yimou scrutinized Li Shi for a moment, then, choosing not to dwell on the matter, nodded and said, "The practitioners of Happy Valley engage in such vile acts, scouring various locales for suitable premier spiritual roots to serve as cauldrons for their cultivation, at times. They even abduct disciples from other sections. It seems that possessing a spiritual root is not necessarily a blessing." Li Shi let out a bitter laugh. "Zhang Fengyu seeks them for alchemy, while Happy Valley desires them as cauldrons. In the realm of cultivation, slaughter and schemes intertwine endlessly. The demonic sect of Happy Valley no longer regards mortals as equals. Furthermore, do not be misled into thinking that righteous cultivators are inherently virtuous. They merely adhere to different paths of cultivation." Song Yimou shook his head, seemingly poised to say more, but ultimately refrained, shifting the conversation instead. "Your younger sister possesses a superior fire spiritual root. This is truly a cause for celebration. You siblings indeed share a celestial affinity, a testament to the favor of the heavenly Tao." Li Shi smiled and nodded, yet only he was aware of the truth. The celestial connection belonged solely to Li Tianqian. He was different. He was merely a pawn in this destiny. Chapter 16. The Nature of Fate. Subsequently, Song Yimou criticized Li Shi for pursuing the woman from Happy Valley. Every cultivator may possess hidden strengths and opportunities. One must never underestimate any practitioner. There are numerous instances in the cultivation world where lower-ranked cultivators have turned the tables on their higher-ranked counterparts. Do not become yet another cautionary tale. Li Shi was quite receptive to advice, nodding in agreement, realizing that his actions had indeed been reckless. Although he often indulged in self-deprecating humor regarding the notion of being a protagonist or a child of destiny, he understood that he possessed but a single life. Recently, he felt as though he had been somewhat carried away. However, as a direct disciple, being shielded by his master's sword intent instilled a sense of confidence, which could facilitate the flow of thoughts and prevent the emergence of inner demons. Song Yimou added, "Junior brotherly, there is one thing I must express. While you claim to have great prospects in the path of body refinement, it is undeniably a challenging journey. The number of cultivators who have achieved a golden body is fewer than those who have reached the nascent soul stage, not to mention the legendary sacred body. The path of body refinement is both a dead end and a difficult road. Though I have shared much, the ultimate choice lies with you." Song Yimou was indeed a commendable elder brother. Li Shi nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude once more. At that moment, Song Yimou glanced at the timid Li Tianqian and bestowed upon her a gentle smile. "Since my younger sister has been bestowed with celestial fortune, it is only fitting that I, as her elder brother, present some congratulatory gifts." With that, Song Yimou retrieved 3 vials of elixirs and a tome of techniques from his storage pouch. This vial contains the beauty elixir, to be taken once a month to preserve one's youthful appearance. However, it must not be consumed in excess, lest one's visage regress to that of a child, which would be undesirable. The remaining 2 vials contain the Fire Pulse Nourishing Elixir, specifically formulated for cultivators with a fire affinity. It proves beneficial even for those of ordinary physique, as it nourishes the spiritual roots. The technique, Fire Pulse Art, is a mid-tier mystical technique. It is not particularly remarkable, and currently, I do not possess a more suitable technique for fire affinity cultivators. I shall seek one in the future. As for the beauty elixir, I need not elaborate. The Fire Pulse Nourishing Elixir, with its capacity to invigorate spiritual roots, is evidently of considerable quality, not to mention the mid-tier mystical technique, making it a truly generous gift. Li Shi, however, observed that Song Yimou was still extracting items from within. He then produced a 3-zhang length of red silk and presented it to Li Tianqian. "Thank you, Senior Brother Song," Li Tianqian exclaimed, her voice trembling as she hastily accepted the gift, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. This is the Binding Heaven silk, a spiritual treasure crafted by one of my elders. It requires no infusion of spiritual energy to actively engage in combat. For those beneath the golden core stage, no one can harm you. Beyond mere magical tools and treasures, this is a spiritual treasure capable of manifesting spiritual awareness, transcending the realm of the mundane. Li Shi stood in astonishment. This was no ordinary treasure. Such spiritual artifacts were seldom possessed even by many core formation cultivators, not to mention the nascent soul stage, which would never turn down more. Did Song Yimou truly bestow this upon him? Noticing the expression on Li Shi's face, Song Yimou chuckled lightly. Junior brother, do not regard treasures from the perspective of a loose cultivator. It is merely a postnatal spiritual artifact. I possess at least 6 or 7 more. This item does not align with my combat style, and it is perfectly suited for your sister. Ah, splendid. So you have plenty to spare, do you? Do you consider me a brother, as I do you? Furthermore, shouldn't I be entitled to a share as well? Li Shi began to ponder whether Song Yimou would acquiesce to his requests. Ahem. Li Shi recalled the stone needle he had seized from the cultivator of Happy Valley and took it out for Song Yimou to examine. This object should be the Xianhuang needle, a mid-tier magical artifact infused with a trace of Xianhuang energy, capable of penetrating the defensive measures of most cultivators. Thus deemed rather useful. As for the several storage bags he had acquired, they contained merely a few hundred lower-grade spirit stones along with some magical tools and elixirs. By Li Shi's current standards, this appeared somewhat meager. After all, the opponent was merely an ordinary inner disciple of Happy Valley, so a degree of poverty seemed reasonable. As night deepened, Qian, still immortal, should retire early. Senior brother, rest well. May you find peace in your slumber, senior brother Song. Li Shi intended to book another room for Li Qian. However, Li Qian declined. Brother, I fear that this is but a dream. Once more. The night was filled with celestial beings engaging in mystical duels, and an abundance of elixirs and treasures bestowed upon her, leaving Li Qian momentarily bewildered. After all, she was merely 15 or 16 years of age. Li Shi, feeling somewhat helpless, booked a twin-bedded room, which finally appeased Li Qian. As night deepened, the luminous glow of the moon cascaded upon the azure tiles, the candlelight extinguished, and the mundane world slipped into slumber. Buzz, 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 smack. Attribute point 1. Brother? There are mosquitoes. Oh. Smack. Attribute point 1. Brother? What is the matter? Shall we close the window? Let us wait a bit longer for some fresh air. Oh. Smack. Smack. The following day, with the dawn's first light, Li Shi awoke. Some qi refinement practitioners forsake sleep, substituting it with cultivation. However, Song Yimou had specifically cautioned Li Shi against this practice, stating that it is detrimental. Only after establishing a foundation does the body naturally generate spiritual energy, allowing one to forego sleep. While it is not impossible to do so during the qi refinement stage, it is merely unnecessary. At the very least, it is not required for direct disciples, though the same may not apply to wandering cultivators. Upon awakening, Li Shi seated himself cross-legged on his bed and commenced his attempt at cultivating the Xiantian Gong, a technique exclusive to disciples of the Xiantian sect. In the preceding days, he had refrained from engaging with any martial arts, primarily out of concern that a random reassessment of his spiritual roots would reset his progress in the techniques. The Xiantian Gong is a mid-tier earth-level technique, conceived by the venerable ancestor of the Xiantian sect. As a direct disciple, Li Shi was granted unfettered access to the complete text. This technique has the potential to guide him all the way to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, a realm once attained by the founder of the sect. The Xiantian Gong is delineated into 6 realms. Achieving the second layer before establishing a foundation would categorize one as a prodigy. Clang. The mid-tier earth-level technique, Xiantian Gong, has been recorded. Xiantian Gong, first layer, 01000. Originally, the truncated version of the blood spirit technique at the mid-level of the earth tier required 100 attribute points to reach its first layer, whereas the Xiantian Gong necessitates a staggering 1,000 attribute points. Should I attempt to randomly reassess my spiritual roots? A single random attempt demands 1,000 attribute points, and I possess over 41,000, sufficient for 4 tenfold attempts. However, the notion of altering one's spiritual roots is exceedingly ludicrous in the realm of cultivation. More astonishing than a rapid elevation in cultivation level, I require a treasure that conceals both my cultivation level and spiritual roots. Li Shi pondered for a moment and decided to seek out Song Yimou. Before long, Song Yimou arrived at the door, and the 3 of them exited the inn together. Let's have breakfast first. It has been nearly 3 years since I last savored the food of the mortal realm. Songimoen led them to a small stall, where they ordered fried dough sticks, rice porridge, and pickled vegetables. While they dined, Lishi discreetly inquired of Songimoen, "Senior brother Song, I reflected on our conversation last night. The trio at Happy Valley could easily discern that I am a cultivator, which is quite inconvenient. Do you possess any treasures that could conceal one's cultivation, preventing others from prying into one's essence?" As Songimoen picked up a piece of pickled vegetable, he responded, "Within the secret arts you have acquired, there are techniques such as the turtle breath technique and the concealment breathing method, which you may cultivate later. However, if you seek the most effective means, it is this." With that, Songimoen reached to his waist and produced a dark green stone, placing it into Lishi's hand. As he continued to eat, Songimoen elaborated, "This is a spirit-suppressing stone. It serves as a means to conceal one's cultivation below the core formation stage, capable of suppressing your spiritual energy fluctuations. In fact, others would be unable to even perceive your spiritual roots. The drawback is that it may affect the circulation of your own spiritual energy. When not in use, simply store it in your spatial pouch to create a barrier." Lishi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be that what he possessed was, in fact, the script of a protagonist who thrives on the indulgences of others? Lishi expressed his gratitude with a beaming smile as he served a piece of pickled vegetable into Songimoen's bowl. After the three of them finished their meal, they made their way to a narrow alley where Songimoen summoned a flying vessel. The trio boarded the craft, and Songimoen cast a formation, rendering the entire vessel invisible to ordinary eyes. "I shall remain atop the vessel to survey the surroundings," he declared. Songimoen then produced a round, dark copper disc, intricately adorned with patterns and featuring a central pointer. This object, known as the spirit-seeking disc, is capable of sensing spiritual roots within a radius of 1 kilometer. As Songimoen activated the disc, the pointer began to whirl. He glanced at it but shook his head. "The fluctuations of mixed spiritual roots are not worth our attention. We should first seek the superior quality ones." The three of them traversed the skies above Stone City aboard the flying vessel. With a population of approximately 70 to 80,000, they spent an hour circling the city, yet only detected 2 spiritual root auras, both of which were of mixed quality. It was no wonder that Zhang Fengyu was so exhilarated when he discovered Lishi's golden spiritual root in the death row. After another half-hour of searching, Songimoen sighed. "There are none within the city. Let us venture to the villages beyond. Is it possible that other sect cultivators have beaten us to it?" Lishi inquired. "Strictly speaking, Stone City lies within the vicinity of my Xiantian sect. It would be disrespectful for other major sects to conduct a thorough search for spiritual roots here," Songimoen replied, though he shook his head again. However, such matters are often shrouded in unspoken rules. On the surface, each sect still seeks disciples based on fate. Oh, it seems that the world of cultivation is also competitive when it comes to sources of potential. Or should it be termed as fate of life? Before long, the three arrived outside the city, wandering through the surrounding villages and the nearby mountains. "Ah, such a powerful surge of thunder elements!" Songimoen suddenly exclaimed with delight. Could it be the legendary thunder spiritual root? Lishi speculated. "No. Someone is undergoing a tribulation," Songimoen exclaimed excitedly. "Let us go." "A tribulation? That is certainly worth witnessing. But why are you so thrilled, senior brother?" Chapter 17. Guchen Jr. Brotherly. This thunder tribulation is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Generally, only those at the nascent soul or even divine transformation stage can endure such trials. Songimoen explained with fervor. Of course, besides high-level cultivators, exceptionally gifted individuals can also attract thunder tribulations. Master Wang Hao, for instance, established his foundation at 12 and formed his core at 16, both times facing a tremendous thunder tribulation. Alas, I have never witnessed it myself. As Songimoen elaborated to Li Shi, he fervently infused spiritual energy into the flying vessel. "Senior brother Song, don't you think it's a bit perilous for us to approach?" Li Shi hesitated to ask. "Ha ha ha, junior brother, there are not many who can threaten us. The direct disciples, throughout all of southern heaven." Songimoen laughed heartily, brimming with confidence. The vessel swiftly plunged into the misty mountains. Li Shi glanced around, faintly observing the shimmering trails of other flying vessels converging from different directions, as well as sword-wielding cultivators passing by, seemingly drawn to the commotion. In ordinary times, one would hardly encounter a single cultivator, yet, with any sign of activity, they all emerged like flies attracted to a foul scent or vultures drawn to a decaying carcass. The Yunwu mountain range lay on the eastern side of the Shirgua, characterized by its steep inclines and interwoven ravines. Zhang Fengyu had initially chosen this location for his cave dwelling due to its seclusion. Soon, Li Shi beheld a massive storm cloud gathering in the heavens ahead, with thunder and lightning incessantly striking down. Ah, it is not a cultivator undergoing tribulation. Song Yimou halted the flying vessel, and Li Shi looked toward the storm cloud below. There, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy was slowly forming, and even from a distance. Li Shi felt a slight increase in his cultivation, as if he were reaping benefits. A few scattered cultivators had already gathered around, observing. It was not a living being transcending its tribulation. Rather, it was an otherworldly manifestation. Within that vortex must lie an ancient cave dwelling or an independent space crafted by a high-ranking cultivator. Such abundant spiritual energy. Shall we venture inside? Li Shi inquired. Not a chance. Why would we enter? It is perilous within, Song Yimou replied, shaking his head in confusion. However, he soon found a mountain peak to land upon, producing a massive alchemical furnace and beginning to arrange various herbs. I intend to refine a lightning elixir. Song Yimou swiftly ignited the furnace and commenced the alchemical process, tossing an array of peculiar herbs into the cauldron. Li Shi stared in astonishment at Song Yimou's actions. A quarter of an hour later, an increasing number of cultivators gathered around, yet none dared to venture into the secret realm. All were cautiously probing. Meanwhile, Song Yimou was wholly absorbed in the materials within the alchemical furnace. Suddenly, the furnace began to tremble violently, and faintly, spiritual energy converged inward. The spiritual stones that Song Yimou had meticulously arranged began to dim rapidly, being absorbed by the furnace. Observing intently, Song Yimou felt a surge of joy and swiftly invoked a spell, exclaiming, "Come forth, thunder!" In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged through Song Yimou's body as he pointed decisively towards the storm clouds above, as if beckoning something. The next moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, entering the alchemical furnace. With lightning speed, Song Yimou closed the lid, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Boom! A deep rumble echoed. Waves of sound radiated outward, and the alchemical furnace shook violently, sending clouds of dust into the air. Li Shi swiftly covered Li Qianqian's ears. I did it. I have succeeded. As he spoke, Song Yimou lifted the alchemical furnace and retrieved 5 dark, peculiar pills. The surface of the pills was adorned with a twisted blue lightning pattern, appearing remarkably unusual. Song Yimou, brimming with excitement, began to caress the lightning patterns on the pills. Poised to share his findings with Li Shi, when a voice suddenly interrupted. Song Yimou, while you indulge in your enthusiasm, others are eagerly awaiting the emergence of the extraordinary treasures, and here you are, refining pills with lightning. An unharmonious voice rang out. As a man clad in red descended from the sky, casting a disdainful glance at Li Shi and Li Qianqian before fixing his defiant gaze upon Song Yimou. Li Shi immediately noticed that the attire of the individual bore a striking resemblance to that of the 3 disciples from Happy Valley the previous night, suggesting a shared lineage. Guchen, what brings you here? Song Yimou inquired, furrowing his brow in disdain as he stowed away his elixirs. Why should I not be here? This Yunwu mountain range does not seem to belong to your Xiantian sect, does it? Guchen retorted with a mocking chuckle. Song Yimou, putting away his elixirs and alchemical furnace, regarded the man in crimson with evident scorn and countered, if you are aware that there are extraordinary treasures within, why not venture in to retrieve them? Coward, fearful indeed. What if I were to meet my demise within? That would surely be a source of ridicule. Guchen replied nonchalantly, then turned his gaze toward Li Shi. I have heard that Xiantian sect has recently accepted a direct disciple. Surely, that must be you? I am Guchen from Happy Valley. Though Guchen's words were courteous, his eyes leered at Li Shi's companion, Li Qianqian, adorned with an expression that was utterly repugnant. Li Shi suddenly felt a surge of wicked fire rising within him, not of anger, but of lust. Li Qianqian's expression grew increasingly perplexed, even taking on a shade of crimson. Get lost. Song Yimou bellowed, his face contorted in displeasure. Like a thunderclap that jolted both Li Shi and Li Qianqian back to lucidity. A long sword materialized in Song Yimou's grasp, aimed squarely at Guchen. Song Yimou, I am not addressing you. I am speaking with this. Leave. Li Shi echoed the sentiment with a curse. Guchen scrutinized Li Shi intently for a moment, hesitating briefly before slowly ascending into the air. It seems the temperaments of the direct disciples of the Xiantian sect are all cut from the same cloth. Yushiyo is like this, Song Yimou is like this, and even you are like this. Truly, it leaves me perplexed. As Guchen departed, Song Yimou glared at his retreating figure, gritting his teeth in frustration before introducing him to Li Shi. This individual is named Guchen, a direct disciple of an elder from the Happy Valley. The Happy Valley lacks a sect leader and is governed by the collective decisions of 12 elders. Thus he holds a position of some significance. These fellows practice heretical arts, inciting much disdain. Song Emoan spat. Has there been a conflict between you and him? Li Shi inquired. I have not, but my senior sister has. The mention of Yi Xiao visibly altered Song Emoan's tone. This fellow has a foul mouth and offended my senior sister, resulting in her pursuing him relentlessly, culminating in a murderous chase all the way to the Happy Valley. Ultimately, my senior sister blocked the entrance for 3 days and nights before departing, leaving the entire Happy Valley too fearful to emerge. Bah, a bunch of cowards. Is the Happy Valley truly so timid? Li Shi asked, astonished. My master accompanied her. Oh, that makes sense. Li Shi nodded in understanding. It appears that Utianja is quite protective. Junior brother Li, could you do me a favor? Song Emoan suddenly inquired. Li Shi was momentarily taken aback, pondering what kind of urgency required my assistance. Together, we shall vanquish Gu Chen. As long as Gu Chen is defeated, my senior sister will undoubtedly be delighted. And her joy will, in turn, bring me happiness. Li Shi, feeling rather helpless, opened his mouth slightly. Why did Song Emoan seem to transform into a different person the moment Yi Xiao was mentioned? It appeared somewhat overly aggressive. Nevertheless, Li Shi harbored a desire to eliminate the individual named Gu Chen, simply for igniting the flames of desire within himself and Li Qianqian without cause. He had already paved his own path to demise. Kill. He had indeed found his path to death. Upon hearing this, Song Emoan nodded appreciatively. Finding the declaration of having found a path to death to be truly formidable, Li Shi smiled silently. Gu Chen did not withdraw. Instead, he remained in the distance, observing the fluctuations of the spiritual energy vortex. He was not alone. A dozen or so cultivators from the Joy Valley congregated nearby, both men and women, all clad in crimson robes and skirts, while no solitary practitioners dared approach them. A core formation cultivator had arrived. Song Moan raised his head in acknowledgement. Li Shi then discovered an elderly man clad in a green robe hovering in the sky, within the cloud mist mountain range. There exist 2 minor sects, the 5 Elements sect and the Shell Bull sect. This man is the sect leader of the Shell Bull sect, a practitioner at the mid-stage of the core formation realm. After Song Emoan finished the introduction, he observed the Shell Bull sect leader examining the vortex of spiritual energy before gently descending nearby. However, the leader of the Xiantian sect, Song Emoan, was addressed as a fellow Taoist by this white-haired elder, a surprising honor for a sect master and core formation cultivator. Chapter 18. Corpse Puppet, do you recognize me? Song Emoan inquired. 5 years ago, I had the fortune to attend the 200th birthday celebration of the Peach with Sword Immortal at the Xiantian sect, where I had the pleasure of a brief encounter with you, fellow Taoist, the Shell Bull sect leader replied with a smile. The Peachwood Sword Immortal is a title held by Yi Tianjia, who wields a peachwood sword capable of subduing all nascent soul cultivators in southern regions. Oh. May I ask your esteemed surname? Song Emoan continued, intrigued by the recognition. Nyoti Gu, you may call me Taoist Nyo, the elder responded. Is there something you wish to discuss, Taoist Nyo? Song Emoan asked, somewhat impatient with the formalities, as he kept a keen eye on Gu Chen's movements, contemplating how to eliminate him. I have learned that you, fellow Taoist, are a genius in alchemy. Today, I wish to present you with a prescription, Taoist Nyo stated. Oh? Song Emoan's interest was piqued. The art of alchemy in Yi Xiao could truly captivate his heart. Are you aware of the origins of my Shell Bull sect? I am not. Please get to the point, he urged. My Shell Bull sect has been established for over 300 years. 3 centuries ago, my grandfather was a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. He embarked on an expedition across the sea with several fellow Taoists from Nanyang. He later returned gravely injured. Subsequently, he founded the Shell Bull sect, and eventually passed away, leaving behind our sect, coincidentally, just 3 days ago. Song Emoan listened intently as Nyoti Gu rambled on with his tale. Perhaps the life of Taoist Nyo's grandfather was indeed legendary. Yet it felt akin to a tedious narrative penned by a dull novelist. Song Emoan found himself losing interest. Finally, Taoist Nyo reached the crux of his story. My grandfather once acquired a gigantic clam overseas, within which were several tomes of cultivation techniques. It is through these techniques that our Shell Bull sect was formed. Among them is a long-preserved prescription, which I present to you today. Thank you, fellow Taoist. I would like to see it, Song Emoan said, a hint of excitement in his tone. A prescription discovered overseas? It may possess unique properties, Taoist Nyo continued. This elixir is called the Golden Marrow Pill. Song Emoan accepted the prescription that Taoist Nyo handed over, quickly glancing over it. This is a body-refining elixir, he exclaimed, now fully animated. Such a potion is precisely what my senior sister, a sword cultivator, requires. though Song Imoen possessed many body-refining elixirs. He understood that excessive consumption of the same type could diminish their efficacy, and that specific effects could vary. Naturally, the more he had, the better. Ground residue vine. Century-old partridge flower, heavenly heart fruit, blood of the core formation tiger demon. The ingredients are potent, aligning with the nature of the elixir. It should indeed be authentic, a truly excellent prescription. Song Imoen tucked away the prescription and scrutinized Daoist Niel. Do you have any requests, Daoist Niel? I Song shall certainly accommodate you. Hearing this, Daoist Niel was naturally delighted and promptly articulated his needs. I have little time left. Yet I remain stagnant at the mid-stage of core formation, with no hope for the path to immortality. However, my son, at 28, has established his foundation and is quite the prodigy. I seek to acquire some foundational elixirs for him. Consider it done. Song Imoen directly produced 7 or 8 vials and jars, handing them to Daoist Niel. These contain instructions. Feel free to check their usage and dosages. Thank you. Fellow Daoist Song. The elder gratefully accepted the elixirs and then retreated to guard the vortex of spiritual energy. After observing the transaction between the two, Li Shi glanced around at the increasing number of wandering cultivators and sect disciples gathering nearby and could not help but inquire, Senior brother, shall we simply remain here? Wait. Indeed, there will always be someone unable to resist. Boom. As soon as Song Imoen's words fell, the vortex of spiritual energy shook once more, and a dense aura of spiritual essence surged forth like liquid. It seemed likely that this was a cave abode left behind by at least a nascent soul cultivator. The treasures within must be extraordinary, given the richness of the spiritual energy. Now, even Song Imoen found himself intrigued by what lay within the vortex. Thunder rumbled. The storm clouds in the sky gathered anew, and several bolts of lightning struck down into the vortex, vanishing as if swallowed by an abyss without a trace. Yet, moments later, peculiar sounds faintly echoed from within. Observing this scene, Song Imoen furrowed his brow. Li Junior brother, we should withdraw. Understood. Li Shi did not question the reasoning. Since Song Imoen had decided to leave, it was indeed the correct course of action. The unusual commotion suggested potential danger. As Song Imoen piloted the flying vessel into the sky, he provided a brief explanation to Li Shi before casting a spell. Suddenly, a bird formed from ethereal energy soared into the air and vanished in an instant. What was this? It was a bird delivering a message. Initially, it seemed merely a manifestation of a core formation cultivator's cave, but given the circumstances, it might have been left by a nascent soul cultivator. I have already sent a message to the sect. It would be safer if the master were present, Song Imoen explained. After flying a considerable distance, Song Imoen finally brought the vessel to rest atop a mountain peak. From this vantage point, they could still see the distant storm clouds. After a quarter of an hour, several streaks of light appeared on the horizon, zipping across the sky like low-flying meteors. Nascent soul cultivators have arrived, Song Imoen remarked. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted from that direction, resonating like a rolling thunder. Someone may have attempted to enter the vortex, Song Imoen speculated. Another quarter of an hour passed when they observed multiple streaks of light fleeing from the vortex, accompanied by faint cries of distress. Run. Without hesitation, Song Imoen urged the vessel to flee at great speed. After traveling several dozen miles, a figure appeared beside the flying vessel. It was Yi Tianjia. Master! Song Imoen exclaimed. Master! Li Shi also respectfully called out to his esteemed mentor. Return to the sect at once. Within that vortex lies the corpse of a nascent soul cultivator. Preserved from decay and nourished by rich spiritual energy for countless years, transformed into a corpse puppet. We must not linger here. I will investigate further. We cannot allow it to fall into the hands of the Incorp City. With that, Yi Tianjia's figure vanished from sight. Li Shi recognized Incorp City as the largest demonic sect in Tiannan dedicated to the crafting of corpses. It seemed that Guchun had failed in his attempt. Alas, we should return to the sect, he thought. As Song Imoen piloted the vessel towards their sect, they noticed several scattered cultivators rushing towards the vortex, each filled with impatience. Are these loose cultivators not afraid of death? Li Shi inquired. They seek to engage the corpse puppets in battle with the nascent soul cultivators, hoping to seize the opportunity to enter the cave and acquire spiritual treasures. The tales of opportunistic gains among scattered cultivators are well known, are they not? It remains uncertain what stories Song Imoen has been reading. Such endeavors are not meant for us, Song Imoen replied, shaking his head. It is far too dangerous. Li Shi comprehended the underlying principles and nodded in agreement. As the sun set that day, Li Shi and his companions returned to the Xiantian sect. Song Imoen first escorted the two to the registration office, where he promptly registered Li Qianqian as an inner disciple and completed the necessary formalities. He then guided them to Ziyun Mountain. If you have no urgent matters, focus on your cultivation. Establishing your foundation is of utmost importance. Li Shi understood. Song Yimou nodded, stowed away the flying vessel, and departed on his sword with an air of elegance. Shortly thereafter, Li Shi sought out the steward, Fang Yu, requesting him to arrange suitable accommodations for Qianqian. From now on, you shall reside here for your training. All right, brother, she replied. Li Qianqian embraced Li Shi, who gently patted her back. Now that Qin Fan is deceased and earthly matters have come to an end, since heaven has bestowed upon us the opportunity for cultivation, we must diligently pursue the path of immortality. Chapter 19. Half a month after embarking on the journey of cultivation, one comes to realize that time is fleeting. Days and months slip away like water through the fingers, beyond our control. However, this is merely the case for ordinary cultivators. Li Shi is unique. Li Shi can be said to lead a fulfilling life each day, for the vast expanse of Ziyun Peak presents an endless array of insects, rodents, ants, and beasts to vanquish. He tirelessly traverses the terrain daily, engaged in an unceasing battle. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight has elapsed. Li Shi's attribute points have reached 330,000, with a significant portion contributed by ants. Were it not for the desire to avoid being too peculiar and arousing suspicion, Li Shi could have amassed even more. Nevertheless, in the eyes of Fang Yu, the steward of Ziyun Peak, Li Shi remains an enigmatic figure, often disappearing and roaming the mountains. The wildlife on Ziyun Mountain has dwindled. It is time to select a superior spiritual route. Within the secret chamber of the main cave of Ziyun Mountain, Li Shi sits cross-legged, transferring the spirit stones from his pocket into his storage bag. His cultivation level reveals itself as the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Over the past few days, in pursuit of more efficient extermination, Li Shi has elevated his cultivation to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, unleashing several fire dragons in rapid succession, capable of annihilating numerous ant colonies simultaneously, yielding a remarkable outcome. This has resulted in thousands of attribute points. 330,000 attribute points. Surely enough to draw a satisfactory spiritual route, right? System. Commence the selection of a spiritual route anew. Clang. The selection of the spiritual route is underway. Attribute points minus 1,000. A mid-grade fire spiritual route has been acquired. Li Shi's cultivation abruptly vanished, transforming him into a mere body refinement practitioner possessing a medium-grade fire spiritual route. A medium-grade fire spiritual route? Li Shi was quite dissatisfied. Draw again. Clang. Attribute points minus 1,000. Obtained a low-grade earth spirit route. Continue. A high-grade water spirit route has been acquired. Li Shi hesitated for a moment. Since there is a system, everything must be optimal. Proceed. A low-grade thunder spiritual route has been extracted. Damn. Why is it of low quality? Continue. Let us aim for a heavenly grade. A non-mutated spiritual route would suffice. Proceed. Extraction completed. Continue. Extraction completed. Continue. Extraction completed. Continue. 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 Li Shi was increasingly entranced. Continuing to draw. He had extracted a heavenly grade ice spirit root. Wait, this is it. A mutated spirit root, and still a heavenly spirit root, sufficiently perfect. A total of 58 draws. 58,000 attribute points. A heavenly grade ice spirit root acquired at the cost of the lives of 58,000 ants. Strictly speaking, Li Shi was quite fortunate, wasn't he? System, allocate points to reach the 9th level of Qi refinement. Allocation successful. Attribute points, minus 900. Cultivation, 9th level of Qi refinement, 01000. Spiritual energy reserve, 0900. Spiritual energy limit, 900. Indeed, just like the physical cultivation level, after reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement, there exists a 10th level. It is not the foundation establishment stage. The required attribute points have simply risen to 1,000. Allocate 1,000. Cultivation, 10th level of Qi refinement, 01000. Allocate 10,000. Allocation successful. Cultivation, 20th level of Qi refinement, 01000. Spiritual energy reserve, 02000. Spiritual energy limit, 2,000. Li Shi's cultivation has ascended to the unprecedented realm of the 20th level of Qi refinement, a level never before witnessed in the immortal realm. While the 10th level of Qi refinement may be the domain of certain prodigies, the higher echelons of this realm are solely the province of Li Shi. An achievement unmatched by any other. The upper limit of spiritual energy increases with each level, but can the process of Qi refinement continue indefinitely? Would reaching the 999th level allow for a single punch to annihilate a nascent soul? Such a feat seems unlikely, as the essence of spiritual energy remains fundamentally unchanged. Li Shi increased his spiritual energy by 100 points and attempted to test its effects. He discovered that while his spiritual energy limit had risen, his strength had not improved. However, although he had not grown stronger, he had become more enduring. Li Shi's current reservoir of spiritual energy has reached dozens of times, if not more, than that of an average qi refining practitioner. However, he has noticed a peculiar discord within his body, accompanied by a sensation of swelling and pain, as well as a slight dullness in his neural reactions. Is this saturation? Could it be that the abundance of spiritual energy within is overwhelming his physical form? System, allocate an additional 10,000 attribute points to my physical body. Allocation successful. Physical body. Body refinement mastery level 20, 01000. The sensation of swelling and pain within his body dissipated instantly, restoring harmony to his beings. And the circulation of spiritual energy flowed smoothly once more. It appears that the cultivation of the physical body must be aligned with the refinement of qi. This is a unique challenge in my path of cultivation. Is it necessary to elevate my qi refinement to 100 levels or even beyond? Would achieving 100 levels in qi refinement fortify my foundation further? In recent days, Li Shi has perused numerous tomes concerning the realm of cultivation. The texts recount that both the 10th level of body refinement and the 10th level of qi refinement have indeed been chronicled throughout history, yet their authenticity remains elusive, resembling ethereal tales that perhaps only prodigious talents might attain. Moreover, the writings do not elucidate whether such physical attributes confer greater strength post-foundation establishment. It is also plausible that Tiannan is rather diminutive, as it is merely a fragment of the continent, isolated by the Tianyi mountain range, rendering these secrets scarce and obscure. Undoubtedly, the spiritual energy available after establishing the foundation far surpasses the ordinary, which shall bestow a considerable advantage. First, let us elevate the Xian Tian skill. System, allocate 1,000 points. Allocation successful. Xian Tian skill. First level, 010000. Upon reaching the first level of Xian Tian skill, one can utilize two secret techniques: the Xian Tian palm, which condenses internal spiritual energy into a palm imprint for long-range attacks, and the Xian Tian shield, which harnesses internal spiritual energy to form a shield externally, significantly sturdier than a typical spiritual shield. However, Li Shi was taken aback to discover that while the first level of the Xian Tian skill required merely 1,000 attribute points, the second level demands an astonishing 10,000. No wonder attaining the second level before foundation establishment is deemed a mark of genius. Might it follow that the third level necessitates 100,000? The fourth level? 1,000,000? How many ants must be slain to achieve such heights? Li Shi gradually activated the Xian Tian technique, and soon a layer of frost enveloped his body. However, he felt no discomfort. This was likely due to the celestial grade I spiritual root altering his constitution. There was no need to hasten the foundation establishment. Accumulating attribute points remained the priority. Li Shi took out the spirit-suppressing stone, concealing his cultivation, and stepped out of the cave. Brother, Li Qianqian descended from the heavens, her heart brimming with excitement as she stowed away the binding heaven silk. Over the past fortnight, her cultivation had progressed to the first layer of qi refinement, and she even exhibited signs of advancing to the second layer. Possessing a superior fire spiritual root, her cultivation speed outstripped that of ordinary practitioners. The binding heaven silk, as a postnatal spiritual treasure, possessed its own intelligence, enabling Li Qianqian to soar through the skies without expending her own spiritual energy. It was a feat beyond the reach of even foundation and core formation cultivators to easily harm her. Perhaps it is time for me to attempt flying as well. Li Shi summoned his flying vessel, stowed away the spirit-settling stone, and ascended upon it, attempting to infuse it with his spiritual energy. Brother, the pressure of spiritual energy emanating from you is immense. It surpasses that of any qi refinement practitioners I have encountered, Li Qianqian exclaimed. Sensing the depth of Li Shi's cultivation, Li Shi smiled faintly and said, "Through my relentless efforts, I have made a breakthrough in my cultivation, and it is the perfect opportunity to adapt. All accomplishments stem from sweat and diligence. Let us not become complacent." Li Qianqian nodded solemnly. In the next moment, the flying vessel soared into the sky. Typically, those who practice qi cannot pilot a flying vessel for an extended period, as spiritual energy cannot sustain it for long. However, Li Shi is different. His endurance far surpasses theirs by dozens of times. Haha. Li Shi could not help but laugh. He did not activate his protective spiritual energy, but instead allowed the wild wind to strike his face. This sensation made Li Shi genuinely feel that he had become a cultivator, rather than merely a cold number displayed by the system. Li Shi circled in the air several times before descending through the clouds. As he swept over the summit of Ziyun Mountain, he extended his right hand and unleashed a powerful Xiantian palm. Boom! A colossal imprint was left on a massive boulder at the peak, its surface now marred with numerous fissures. At this moment, Li Shi finally gained a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Had he encountered the severely injured Zhang Fengyu at this juncture, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Li Shi descended to the ground and exchanged a few words with Li Qianqian regarding cultivation matters. He then mentioned that if there was anything she needed, she could always ask Fengyu, as a direct disciple wielded considerable influence. Finally, unable to contain his eagerness any longer, Li Shi encouraged her to diligently pursue her cultivation before making his way once again towards the back mountain. Li Qianqian gazed at Li Shi's retreating figure, her lips parting as if to speak, yet ultimately, no words escaped her. What Li Shi did not know was that Li Qianqian's brother, in his previous incarnation, may not have been a particularly bad person, yet he had always treated Li Qianqian with indifference. How could he now be so solicitous? Nevertheless, Li Qianqian attributed this change to the recent upheaval in their lives. As the only family she had in the world, it was only natural for them to grow closer. Chapter 20. Seclusion. Perhaps Li Shi's recent joyful appearance in the sky signaled something significant. Gradually, members of the sect began arriving at Ziyun Peak, eager to meet this fourth-generation disciple. If they were ordinary individuals, Fengyu could easily refuse them, but as some elders from the sect also came to pay their respects, Fengyu approached Li Shi with a proposal. Master, it is customary for cultivators to hold a celebratory banquet upon reaching the core formation stage, or even during the foundation establishment phase. You could consider hosting a similar gathering, such as a master-disciple banquet. However, Li Shi was reluctant. The primary concern was that if the visitors included core formation cultivators, they would be able to see through the spirit-locking stone and uncover Li Shi's concealed cultivation level and his exceptional eye spiritual root. What would happen if he revealed his Qi refinement level of 20 and his extraordinary eye spiritual root in front of Yi Tianjia? Li Shi hesitated to take the gamble. While it could be explained that an ordinary person had reached the 8th layer of body refinement through secret techniques, the transformation of one's spiritual roots and the attainment of the 20th layer of Qi refinement was nothing short of astonishing. Even if Yi Tianjia truly remained unperturbed. What of the elders? Even if the entire Xiantian sect united in recognizing Li Shi as an extraordinary talent, the news would inevitably circulate. Should the malevolent cultivators learn of it, it would spell disaster for Li Shi. He would become a target, akin to the fabled flesh of Tang Xing, attracting hordes of demons seeking his demise. Thus, after much contemplation, Li Shi resolved to enter seclusion. He would decline all visitors. Help me devise a reason. Fengyu, with no other recourse, had to declare externally that Li Shi's rapid advancement posed a risk of heart demons manifesting, necessitating his retreat for cultivation. Consequently, Li Shi became an enigma not only in Fengyu's eyes but also within the entire Xiantian sect. A disciple rarely seen in public, he grew increasingly mysterious. As time flowed and the sun and moon cycled, 2 months swiftly passed. Winter arrived, cloaking the entire Xiantian sect in a blanket of white snow, which spread across the mountains, enveloping them in a silvery shroud. Although Xiantian sect possessed formations to isolate ice and snow, maintaining eternal spring within, they seldom employed such measures. The sect adhered to the natural order, believing that the cycles of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, along with the celestial movements, contained inherent Tao principles beneficial for cultivation and understanding the laws of the universe. During these 2 months, 2 significant events transpired in Tianan. The first involved the hidden corpse puppet at the nascent soul stage, ultimately discovered and seized by the In Corp City. 2 nascent soul ancestors emerged from their graves. Collaborating with the current lord of In Corp City, the 3 formidable figures took the corpse puppet back, intending to refine it, utilizing special secret techniques. The ancestors of In Corp City were preserved within their ancestral grounds, rendering them the foremost evil sect of Tianan, a force no one dared to provoke. Yi Tianjia was present during this incident but refrained from confrontation, though it was said that he vocally chastised the lord of In Corp City, resulting in considerable embarrassment for the latter. Nevertheless, with the acquisition of a nascent soul-level corpse puppet, In Corp City's power surged, becoming even more formidable. Unexpectedly, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. While attempting to refine the corpse puppet, it suddenly went berserk, amplifying its strength and severely injuring the city lord, reportedly inflicting grave damage to his lower body. The puppet nearly rampaged through In Corp City, but fortunately, The two nascent soul ancestors hastily emerged from their graves to subdue it, bringing rare joy to the cultivation world. The second significant event involved the disappearance of a saintess from Joy Valley, a talented individual nurtured with the full might of the sect, second only to the exceedingly rare celestial root. Among the 12 council elders of Joy Valley, there were 2 saintesses and 4 holy sons, with Guchen being one of the latter. Following the saintess's mysterious vanishing, with no trace of her body or life, Joy Valley erupted in fury, suspecting the involvement of a nascent soul cultivator. It was known that the saintess possessed defensive measures at the nascent soul level, rendering ordinary core formation practitioners incapable of confrontation. Joy Valley was enraged, but after a brief tumult, tranquility returned. Some claimed to have seen the saintess return to Joy Valley, which calmed the sect. However, a few days later, another peculiar incident occurred, raising eyebrows. Passers-by reported hearing rhythmic thumping sounds emanating from Joy Valley, akin to the earth being cleaved, echoing like thunder. Speculation arose that Joy Valley was plotting something clandestine. All of this bore no relevance to Li Shi. In the Xiantian sect, atop Xian Mountain, the snow reached his ankles. Yet it mattered little to him. He danced lightly upon the snowy expanse, leaving only faint imprints upon the surface. It's dire. Even ants are nowhere to be found this winter. Over the course of 2 months, Li Shi accumulated an astonishing 3 million attribute points. Now, Xian Mountain, devoid of even a single ant, had become a desolate wasteland, with insects and rodents nearly extinct. This phenomenon even alarmed Fang Yu, who suspected a malfunction in the sect's formations causing the demise of living beings and intended to report it. Fortunately, Li Shi intervened to halt him. Li Shi stirred the spiritual energy within him, causing the snowflakes that settled upon him to scatter. It was time to attempt the foundational cultivation. Li Shi found himself in a state of inner turmoil, contemplating whether to depart from the Xiantian sect and retreat into a secluded mountain corner to live as a recluse. This would allow him to evade the complications of exposing his cultivation level. However, he soon relinquished this notion, for he still harbored a strand of sword intent from Yi Tianjia within him. After all, outside, there were countless wandering cultivators seeking to devour spiritual roots. Without Yi Tianjia's sword intent to safeguard him, even a mere core formation practitioner could easily bring about his demise. If members of the sect were to arrive, Fang Yi would stand in their way, and as for Yi Tianjia himself, if he chose to come, then so be it. Li Shi has given up, after all. He has always been under their watchful gaze. His peculiar actions must have reached Yi Tianjia's ears as well. And that sword intent, is it truly capable of mere tracking? Li Shi could not guarantee it. Song Yimoen claimed that the sword energy within him could not only preserve his life at critical moments but also possess the ability to track, no matter the location. Yi Tianjia would be able to sense its approximate position. This was a unique technique of sword cultivators. Yet, could that sword intent truly be limited to mere tracking? Li Shi entered the cave and settled into a cross-legged position. Perhaps he could start by manipulating the system. Allocate points to reach the 100th level of Qi refinement. With a clang, the allocation was successful. Attribute points, -80, 000, cultivation, Qi refinement level 100, 010, 000. Spiritual energy reserve, 159, 910, 000. Indeed, after reaching the 100th level of Qi refinement, the points required for the next level surged to 10,000. Feeling a discomfort in his body, Li Shi promptly began to enhance his physical form to keep pace with his cultivation. System. Allocate points to reach the 100th level of physical refinement. Allocation successful. Attribute points, -80, 000, cultivation. Physical refinement level 100, 010, 000. As he assessed his physical condition, Li Shi identified a concern. His strength had increased only marginally, far less than the evident changes he experienced prior to reaching the 9th level of physical refinement. Li Shi was contemplating whether to continue enhancing his abilities when he suddenly heard the system's notification chime. Ding! Shall we commence the foundation building? Shall we begin the transformation into the golden body? Is it time to establish the foundation? Li Shi hesitated for a moment, then resolved to establish his foundation. There was no necessity to elevate his Qi refining to the pinnacle of 999 layers, as it would be somewhat wasteful of attribute points. After all, with the system at his disposal, he was not apprehensive about encountering obstacles in his cultivation journey. System, commence foundation establishment. In the realm of cultivation, there are generally 2 methods for establishing a foundation. The first method relies on oneself, where, upon sufficient spiritual energy, one can alter their physical qualifications to achieve a celestial foundation. The second method utilizes an object as the basis, refining a treasure into one's own celestial foundation. Each method has its merits and demerits. The former is more arduous, yet it offers greater benefits for future cultivation, as it is deemed the orthodox approach in the cultivation world. Conversely, the latter is comparatively simpler and yields greater power. However, should the treasure sustain damage, it would jeopardize one's celestial foundation and could potentially hinder future paths, leading to insurmountable bottlenecks. Indeed, there are other unique methods for foundation establishment, albeit they are not universally applicable. As far as Li Shi was aware, Yi Shiyu possessed such a special celestial foundation. Her foundation was established through the unity of person and sword, neither relying on an object nor solely on her physical form. Yi Shiyao anchored her celestial foundation upon the essence of her sword. Should the sword's essence be lost, so too would her celestial foundation be compromised. Nevertheless, as long as the essence of the sword endures, her celestial foundation shall remain eternal. Li Shi was still pondering how the system established its foundation when he suddenly noticed that it presented him with two options simultaneously. Ding. Please choose a path. Establishing a physical body requires 1 million attribute points for the immortal foundation. Establishing a treasure requires 500,000 attribute points. Treasures are counted separately. What? I need 1 million attribute points just to establish a foundation? This is highway robbery. Although Li Shi was quite dissatisfied, he understood that such exorbitant costs were likely due to his chi refining level reaching 100 layers. If he were at 999 layers, wouldn't that mean he would need 10 million attribute points? Then there was the option of establishing a treasure foundation, which generally boasted greater combat power. Regardless, he need not worry about encountering bottlenecks in cultivation, for he had the system to rely on. With the power of the system, he only needed to consider strength. However, what did treasures are counted separately mean? After a moment of hesitation, Li Shi opted for the treasure foundation. Chapter 21. The Dual Lotus Foundation Phenomenon. Ding. Randomly selecting a treasure. You have obtained the innate spiritual item, Millennium Dragon Bloodgrass. Will you use it to establish your immortal foundation? Redrawing will cost 100,000 attribute points. What? Redrawing costs 100,000 attribute points? Li Shi was rendered speechless. At that moment, the system displayed information about the Dragon Bloodgrass. Dragon Bloodgrass, a wondrous plant steeped in dragon's blood, a century of medicinal properties, a millennium of vitality. And after 10 millennia, it can harness the essence of heaven and earth, giving rise to dragon spirits. Li Shi was not satisfied and gritted his teeth. Draw again. Clang. The innate spiritual object, the twin lotus of dual birth, has been redrawn. Shall it be used as the foundation for cultivation? Twin lotus of dual birth, a lotus that blooms in pairs, capable of manifesting an external incarnation, sharing the same heart, the same root, yet born differently. An external incarnation? Li Shi felt a surge of joy as a thought crossed his mind. What if he could manifest an external incarnation, concealing his true self? Wouldn't that provide an unparalleled sense of security? United in purpose and origin, could he perhaps obfuscate Etienja's sword intent tracking? Li Shi is unable to guarantee. That is all. I wish to lay a solid foundation. Clang. Attribute points minus 500, 000 are currently being invested in foundation building. Li Shi was taken aback. 3 seconds later, the interface remained unchanged. It still displayed the words undergoing foundation construction. What does this mean? What on earth is undergoing foundation construction? Is it possible to fail in constructing a foundation? Li Shi felt a sudden and intense fluctuation of spiritual energy surrounding him, as the essence from all directions rapidly converged to form a colossal, visible vortex of spiritual energy centered around him. Li Shi gazed inward at his dantian, where he beheld a pair of intertwined lotus flowers blooming harmoniously. They were, in truth, the very core of the vortex. The spiritual energy within Li Shi was swiftly depleted, absorbed by the twin lotus blossoms, leaving his body feeling utterly hollow in an instant. This is dire. Li Shi swiftly produced hundreds of spiritual stones, casting them around him. However, he observed that all the stones rapidly dimmed, their spiritual energy depleted and absorbed into his body, converging within his dantian. The swirling vortex of spiritual energy surrounding him seemed to possess boundless, as he sensed an unceasing influx of spiritual energy pouring into his dantian, utterly beyond his control. Akin to a black hole. Concurrently, dark impurities oozed from his skin, transforming him into a figure resembling mud. These being the contaminants expelled from his body by the spiritual energy. The dense spiritual essence surged into Li Shi, morphing into a spiritual liquid that coursed through his meridians, ultimately gathering and flooding his dantian. A rumble reverberated from outside. Could it be the thunder tribulation? Li Shi never anticipated that the commotion from his foundation establishment would be so immense. Is he about to face a tribulation? Wasn't it said that only geniuses undergo tribulations? He could be considered. Wait, he seems to be an unprecedented cultivation prodigy, having reached the 100 layers of chi refinement. A pioneer in the realm of immortality. Above the Ziyun mountain, a thundercloud with a radius of 10 zhang has formed, densely dark and ominous, gathering lightning within. This is the tribulation. It is indeed Ziyun mountain. Could it be that mysterious fourth direct disciple? To be a direct disciple is truly extraordinary. Being able to attract a tribulation at the foundation establishment stage. Meanwhile, at the peak of Xiantian's sect, Yi Tianzhi opened his eyes. Establishing a foundation in less than 3 months, an extraordinary talent. Generally speaking, establishing a foundation within 5 years qualifies one as a genius. Yet among geniuses, there are those who surpass others, such as Yi Shiyao, who required merely over 8 months for her foundation establishment, nearly achieving a realm each month. At that time, Yi Shiyao's talent astonished all of southern Tian. With her innate sword heart and such remarkable cultivation aptitude, she was undoubtedly a paragon of genius. Not only in southern Tian but throughout the entire realm of immortality. Yi Tianzhi truly did not expect Li Shi to establish his foundation in 3 months, even surpassing Yu Shiyao, and moreover, attracting a tribulation. What a delightful surprise you have given me. Yi Tianzhi chuckled softly. Numerous figures soared into the sky, some riding swords, others stepping onto flying vessels, converging from all directions of Xiantian sect to witness the tribulation over Ziyun mountain. It is rare for cultivators to face tribulations. A radius of 10 zhang? That is already quite impressive, but I recall that back in the day, senior brother Wang Hao attracted 100 zhang tribulation at his foundation establishment stage, comparable to the tribulation heralding the emergence of a spiritual treasure. Not everyone possesses the lineage of the Thunder Tiger clan like senior brother Wang Hao, who was naturally fated to be connected with thunder. The crowd began to compare Li Shi with Yi Tianzhi's senior disciple, Wang Hao. No, look, the thundercloud is still expanding. This is merely the beginning of his foundation establishment. Suddenly, the thundercloud in the sky rapidly expanded, soon surpassing 100 meters, and it continued to grow swiftly. Thunder erupted in the void, and the racing lightning darted through the dark clouds like a galloping dragon. Below, in the cave dwelling, Li Shi was bewildered. He had already expended several hundred spirit stones, yet the spiritual energy was still insufficient. It was careless of him. The process of establishing a foundation at the 100th stage of chi refinement was unexpectedly formidable. The dual lotus began to tremble subtly, and the vortex of spiritual energy fluctuated. There was not enough spiritual energy to support the foundation. It was about to collapse. Fortunately, the system could replenish the reserve of spiritual energy. The 100th stage of chi refinement possessed a reserve of 10,000 units of spiritual energy, which had now been completely consumed, prompting Li Shi to frantically allocate more points. System. Replenish the spiritual energy to full. In an instant, spiritual energy surged forth. However, the newly generated spiritual energy was swiftly drawn into his dantian, as if it were entering an abyss. After 10 breaths. System. Replenish. After another 10 breaths. System. Replenish. Again. Replenish. Replenish. In the outside world, onlookers were astonished as they watched the tribulation clouds above Ziyun mountain rapidly expand, now reaching nearly 1,000 zhang. What a joke. Have I given birth to a heart demon? To witness a cultivator's foundation establishment summon 1,000 zhang tribulation? And it is still expanding. Is this the mark of a genius? I observe geniuses as a mere mayfly glimpses the vast sky. Goodness. Before the crowd could fully express their astonishment, they saw the thunderclouds above swell by another kilometer. It was as if the heavens were enraged, ready to strike down those who disrespected the divine. A tremendous rumble brewed within the clouds. Song Yimoen, riding his sword in the air, stared in disbelief at the ever-expanding storm clouds. Is this summoned by Junior Brotherly? A graceful figure approached from the horizon, gliding to Song Yimoen's side, her expression peculiar as she gazed at the thunderclouds. It was Yi Shiyao. Did Li Shi summon this? Has he truly established his foundation? Such a commotion for foundation establishment? Upon hearing Yi Shiyao's rapid-fire questions, Song Yimoen could only shake his head in resignation. How would I know? Such a prodigy exists in the world. What legacy has he inherited? Yi Shiyu furrowed her brow, suddenly feeling a sense of concern. This tribulation is not easily overcome. He might fail. In the next moment, the Xiantian sect's grand formation suddenly activated. A torrent of spiritual energy surged toward Ziyun mountain. His master is assisting him. Song Yimoen looked up and saw Yi Tianzhi's figure appear in the air. Within the cave dwelling, Li Shi frantically allocated attribute points, yet he still couldn't keep pace with the speed of the vortex of spiritual energy. The vortex continued to enlarge. His dantian began to tremble again. Stop absorbing it. Is the desire unquenchable? In the next instant, the Xiantian Grand Formation drew all the spiritual power over, resembling a vast ocean. This is the sect's Grand Formation? Yi Tianjia is assisting me. Li Shi silently expressed his gratitude in his heart, then turned his gaze towards the twin lotus blooms. At the center of the spiritual energy vortex, the twin lotus shone brilliantly, its verdant hue strikingly vibrant, exuding an intense aura of vitality, even sprouting several lotus leaves. The spiritual energy vortex continuously converged towards it, and Li Shi faintly sensed that the moment was nearing. This was an immense amount of spiritual energy accumulating at the roots of the twin lotus. Gradually, it formed a pond. At this moment, the pond was steadily expanding. Who on earth cultivates in such a manner? Boom. Li Shi knew without a doubt that such foundational practices were utterly disallowed by the Xiantian realm. The principles of the heavenly Tao were rejecting him. The thunder tribulation was set to intensify. System, you have attracted the heavenly Tao. Why don't you take action? I am to confront the heavenly Tao. The onlookers around Ziyun Mountain were already in a state of confusion. At this moment, the thunderclouds above Xiantian sect had expanded to 100 miles. It was astonishingly still growing. 100 miles. 100 miles of thunder tribulation? Is this not an anomaly that only occurs when a cultivator transcends the tribulation during the Yuaning stage? An elder in the Jiedon stage murmured in disbelief. Such a baptism of thunder tribulation, even Jiedon cultivators would struggle to withstand it, right? Do not even think about it. Jiedon would be eradicated. This is no mere tribulation. It seems it is only set to expand further. The heavenly Tao is determined to annihilate such a prodigy. This level of heavenly calamity is insurmountable. No need to panic. Isn't the sect master still present? Yes. There is still the sect master. Yi Tianjia's face twitched. What on earth have you done? The heavenly Tao can no longer tolerate you. Generally speaking, when a cultivator faces a thunder tribulation, it serves as both a trial and a process of refinement, akin to how Song Mon utilized the tribulation to refine pills. As the thunder tribulation contains the principles of the great Tao, capable of tempering the body, it is both a punishment from heaven and a reward for the talented. Yet, Li Shi was different. The heavenly Tao must have discovered the system. The heavenly Tao has come to silence me. They intend to seal my identity. Li Shi unleashed a torrent of curses. Chapter 22, The Unforgiving Heavens. The disciples of the Xiantian sect gazed skyward, pondering whether this formidable thunder tribulation would transform the enigmatic successor into a resplendent butterfly or lead to their demise, becoming but a legend. Never had they witnessed such a cataclysmic thunderstorm. The Foundation establishment summoned a thunderstorm spanning 100 miles. All the disciples of the Xiantian sect held their breath, nervously paying homage to the sky. Recently blanketed by heavy snowfall, the spiritual energy current swirling around Ziyun Mountain sent the snowflakes dancing through the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle of white. Below lay a sea of snowflakes stirred by the vortex of spiritual energy, while above roiled a tempest of thunder. Beauty emanated from the earth, while menace descended from the sky. Boom! A divine lightning bolt plummeted from the storm clouds, exploding with brilliance that obscured their vision. The cultivators below the golden core stage felt a piercing pain in their eyes, unable to suppress the tears streaming down their faces. Agony etched upon their features as they struggled to open their eyes. Boom! The divine lightning did not strike Ziyun Mountain. Instead, it collided with the Xiantian Great Formation. The deafening roar reverberated, causing those who stood too close to stagger, their ears ringing. Everyone of the Xiantian sect, retreat at once. Yi Tianjia's expression shifted as he swiftly commanded. The elders hastily led their disciples away, evacuating the vicinity of Ziyun Mountain. In the following moment, several bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, akin to colossal dragons plummeting down, all crashing into the Xiantian Great Formation with relentless thunderous roars. Within the storm clouds echoed a heart-stopping aura of slaughter, cascading down like a deluge, crashing violently. The earth trembled with the force of the onslaught, as scorching lightning obliterated all barriers, raining destruction upon the Xiantian Great Formation. The tremors could even be felt within Li Shi's cave abode. Should this thunderous calamity descend, it would likely annihilate not just the Purple Cloud Mountain, but the entire Profound Heaven sect. Fang Yu had long since evacuated with Li Qianqian and the servants, swiftly retreating under the guidance of a golden core cultivator, distancing themselves as far as possible. Will my brother be all right? Li Qianqian gazed anxiously toward Li Shi's direction. Fang Yu had truly never witnessed such a spectacle before and found himself at a loss for words. Theoretically, with the Profound Heaven Grand Array and the sect master present, he should be unharmed. Probably. Suddenly, an enormous illusion of twin lotus flowers blossomed in the sky. Standing tall beneath the heavenly tribulation, enveloping the entire purple cloud mountain. What is this now? Another celestial phenomenon. Does he intend to provoke the heavenly Tao itself? Astonishment rippled through the crowd, and even Yi Tianjia's composure wavered once more. What manner of phenomenon is this? Is this truly just foundation establishment? Li Shi began to perspire from his forehead, growing anxious. Within his dantian, beneath the twin lotus blossoms, a pool of water had formed, stretching approximately 10 zhang in circumference. Situated at the core of his dantian, above the water, numerous lotus leaves flourished, and budding lotus flowers peeked above the surface, poised to bloom. Li Shi sat cross-legged, his long black hair cascading down, his skin luminescent as if completing a transformation. Only in this manner could one establish a foundation for immortality. This was a thorough cleansing. Yet, in the next moment, the tribulation descended in its entirety. Boom! As if a tempest of thunder poured down from the heavens. The entire Xiantian Great Formation echoed with a resounding crash, the earth trembled, and countless disciples looked up at the sky. The almost black lightning relentlessly struck the formation. The light curtain of the Xiantian Great Formation twisted and morphed. Faint sounds of shattering could be heard. Such power. It could rival the attacks of a nascent soul stage practitioner. No. This power could annihilate a nascent soul. If a core formation cultivator were caught within, they would perish in an instant. This was an ocean of lightning, roaring down like a raging tide, crashing down in waves. It was as if purple suns exploded upon the Xiantian Great Formation. Many cultivators, who had distanced themselves greatly, were still shaken to the point of bleeding from their ears, their souls quaking. Without the Xiantian Great Formation, the Xiantian sect would have been obliterated. This was not merely a tribulation, it was a massacre. Everyone held their breath, gazing at Yi Tianjia. Although his face mirrored the astonishment of the crowd, he remained unperturbed. A peachwood sword materialized in his hand, slowly ascending into the air. Did heaven truly believe that the Xiantian sect was without its champions? Yi Tianjia had also faced tribulation when he formed his nascent soul. At that time, wielding a peachwood sword, he had charged into the storm of thunder, cleaving through the tribulation and restoring light. Today, he would recreate that moment. Boom. Clang. With a gentle swing of the peachwood sword, it was as if he was parting the heavens. An invisible sword energy surged upwards, cleaving through the tempest of thunder. One sword, parting the heavens. The crowd of Xiantian sect erupted in cheers. The sect master is mighty. The sect master has indeed cleaved through the tribulation. But suddenly, everyone froze. It felt as if an invisible pressure descended from the heavens. Every soul quivered. The scene in the sky shifted once more. From within the thunderclouds, figures emerged, each towering thousands of feet high, like deities of destruction, armed with weapons forged from thunder. Not merely humanoid forms. Phoenixes, dragons, cheilants, and other mythical beasts. Each form was distinct, yet they shared a terrifying aura that nearly crushed the void. Everyone was dumbfounded. The thunder had taken form. What manifestation of rules is this? Such tales were only heard in ancient legends, recorded in secret texts, long deemed as mere myths. The tribulation that only ascended cultivators would face. Yi Tianjia laughed. People often smile when at a loss for words. Little rascal, you have genuinely startled me. After his laughter subsided, Yi Tianjia soared into the sky, sword light flashing as he battled the thunder. By now, the commotion caused by the Xiantian sect had attracted numerous cultivators' attention. The terrifying aura of the tribulation had already spread. The thunderstorm in the sky could no longer be concealed, nearly enveloping the entire Xiantian sect. Figures from various sects came to observe. What on earth was happening in the Xiantian sect? This aura. Is Yi Tianjia about to ascend? Impossible. Yi Tianjia is merely at the nascent soul stage. Where could he ascend to? He wouldn't be on the verge of becoming a god transformation practitioner, would he? Such a tribulation is exceedingly rare. Quickly report to the ancestors. The Xiantian sect is undergoing a transformation. The manifestation of heaven's will. The Xiantian sect is changing. The manifestation of heaven's will. The Xiantian sect is changing. Boom. Within the Xiantian sect, Yi Tianjia fought like an immortal swordsman against several beings formed from the power of thunder. This was a battle unlike any seen in the southern skies. At the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, battling beings shaped by lightning. Only Yi Tianjia could accomplish such a feat. Any other nascent soul practitioner would have perished. Ha. Yi Tianjia laughed heartily, brimming with vigor, completely unafraid. He relentlessly cleaved the enormous, hundredfold larger beings of thunder into scattered sparks. Yet, his white robe was slightly soiled. Cough. In truth, Yi Tianjia had sustained some minor injuries. They were not insignificant, but the brilliance of the lightning concealed his wounds from prying eyes. The tribulation appeared to be nearing its conclusion. The heavy sea of thunder had all but descended, Yet it was all intercepted by Yi Tianjia and the Xiantian Great Formation. The tribulation seemed to show signs of waning. It was about to end. Swish. Yi Tianjia cleaved the last humanoid thunder being into oblivion and looked up at the sky. The thunderclouds began to disperse, sunlight pouring down like water, illuminating the scene as the snow on the ground vaporized from the intense heat of the thunder, rising into the air, creating a misty ambience within the Xiantian sect. Inside Purple Cloud Mountain, Li Shi exhaled. It should be over. Could it? Could it truly be that he has weathered the tribulation? This was merely the foundation establishment, if next time he were to form his core. The onlooking disciples of the Xiantian sect were already terrified. Silence. Such a genius. He may very well help our Xiantian sect unify the southern skies. Haha. Our Xiantian sect has gained another unparalleled genius. I never expected he would truly survive. Song Emoan shook his head with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Tianjia's face twitched. This is not Li Shi enduring the tribulation. It is clearly Yi Tianjia undergoing the tribulation. It is the Xiantian sect facing the tribulation. Yi Shiyao, brandishing her silver sword, was eager for a challenge, her eyes filled with determination, ready to engage Li Shi in battle. No matter how strong or extraordinary Li Shi may be, it would not dampen her fighting spirit. Buzz. Suddenly, as if the heavens and earth trembled, everyone was startled. Boom. The void shook. Countless patterns emerged. In the sky, a colossal image loomed, shrouding the world. The profound patterns were dizzying at a mere glance, causing the void to crack. The thunderous sounds of shattering souls echoed continuously. What is that? This image, arcane and unfathomable, seemed to manifest the great Tao, seeking to crush all, sending shivers through the souls of onlookers. The Xiantian Great Formation quaked violently. A cacophony of shattering echoed. Some areas had already begun to fracture. Resistance was utterly futile. Yi Tianjia's expression changed for the first time. His face taut. It's not over yet. Is this also part of the tribulation? With no lightning falling, what are these patterns? Someone gasped. Could it be the patterns of the great Tao? An elder of the core formation stage speculated. What on earth is Li Shi that has provoked such a reaction from the will of heaven? Could it be a celestial being undergoing a rebirth? No rush. Since the sect master has taken Li Shi as a direct disciple, he must have foreseen this. An elder conjectured. That makes sense. Otherwise, why would the sect master take him as a disciple? Clearly, he anticipated this. The elders spoke with conviction, believing Yi Tianjia had foreseen everything. Yes, we shall observe. Yes. Let us see how he handles this. In the high skies, Yi Tianjia's face twitched violently as he overheard the elders' whispers. Li Shi was bewildered. So, he would not perform anymore. The heavenly principles did not acknowledge Li Shi's realm. They sought to obliterate him entirely. This was the will of the universe targeting Li Shi. The surrounding onlookers felt a jolt in their hearts, utterly perplexed about the current situation. Regardless of who was undergoing tribulation, they must not succeed. Chapter 23. The City of Ean Corpses. Danger. A grand map of the heavenly principles descended upon the world, and from a considerable distance, it crushed the Xiantian Great Formation. The aura of destruction spread, causing some disciples of Xiantian sect to begin spitting blood. Yi Tianjia looked up at the sky, his aura erupting, amidst the pressure of the heavenly map. He stood suspended in midair, his white garments billowing in the wind. He exhaled slowly, gradually pointing the tip of his sword towards the heavens. That unremarkable peach-wood sword bore no imposing aura, and in comparison to the slowly descending heavenly principles, it appeared as a mere withered branch. Ding! The two collided. A barely audible sound resonated. The heavenly map remained unmoved, yet the intricate patterns within it trembled incessantly, sending shivers down one's spine. Yi Tianjia spat out a mouthful of blood, fortunately concealed by the surrounding lightning, preventing anyone from witnessing. Damn it! Li Shi! Curse you! Yi Tianjia silently cursed. His entire being trembling with power, the sword aura soaring into the sky. From that peach-wood sword sprouted several delicate peach blossoms, seemingly birthing new vitality. It defiantly resisted the descent of the array map. Meanwhile, within the cave, Li Shi, still a considerable distance from the heavenly map, suddenly began to bleed from his body. His soul quivered. Even from such a distance, the heavenly map still inflicted harm upon Li Shi. What the hell? Li Shi spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his garments crimson. Alas, this protagonist of a thrilling tale is doomed to fail. Yet, in the next moment, the twin lotus blossoms in his dantian began to sway, and his bodily injuries rapidly healed, even the fissures in his form restored to perfection. However, the oppressive force of the heavenly Tao diagram remained, unyielding and persistent. This caused Li Shi's body to oscillate between the states of rupture and restoration. Should there be a next time, Li Shi vowed never to engage in the arduous task of refining to 100 layers before establishing his foundation again. The system has betrayed me. Clang. Foundation establishment successful. Spiritual energy reserves, 62, for 156, 100, 000. He had succeeded. The vortex of spiritual energy came to a halt. As within Li Shi's Dantian, in the Tinjiang spiritual energy pool, the dual lotus swiftly replenished his spiritual energy, almost inexhaustibly, never to run dry. Yet, the heavenly Tao diagram had not vanished. The heavenly Tao still sought to annihilate Li Shi. Such a violation of the natural order could not be permitted. In the air, Yi Tianzhi's figure swayed slightly. His countenance darkened as he suppressed the fresh blood threatening to surge from his throat, yet his grip on the sword remained unwavering. He could not retreat. If the heavenly Tao diagram were to descend, the entire Xiantian sect would be lost. Now, Yi Tianzhi could only endure alongside the heavenly Tao diagram. Damn it! Yi Tianzhi conjured a message, dispatching it towards Li Shi. As Li Shi experienced successive physical collapses within his cave abode, he suddenly received Yi Tianzhi's avian message. Leave. Depart from the Xiantian sect swiftly. Let us see if the heavenly Tao diagram will pursue you. Li Shi was momentarily taken aback. But then his eyes sparkled with realization. This is a solution. Excellent. Master, hold on just a little longer. Li Shi, under immense pressure, stood up, spitting blood as he swiftly boarded the flying vessel and fled from Ziyun Mountain. Hurry up. I can hardly hold on. Just as he escaped Ziyun Mountain, Li Shi received a transmission from Yi Tianzhi. Yi Tianzhi, proud throughout his life and never admitting inferiority to his rivals, found himself in an unprecedented predicament. Li Shi, filled with trepidation, hastened away without daring to linger. Wait, that silhouette appears strikingly familiar. It resembles Junior Brotherly. Song Yamoan, observing from a distance, remarked with curiosity. How could that be? Master is still engaged in a struggle against the heavenly Tao. Yi Shiyao glanced at her master, who stood resolutely with his sword pointed skyward, blocking the manifestation of the heavenly Tao, her expression one of profound admiration. By heavens, it truly is Junior Brotherly. Upon realizing this, Song Yamoan gasped in astonishment. Ah? Yi Shiyu turned her head, only to see Li Shi's figure already appearing on the horizon, fleeing with remarkable swiftness. Li Shi discovered that his foundation establishment was indeed quite formidable. Not to mention, the speed at which he piloted the flying vessel was nearly several times that of Song Yamoan. It is worth noting that Song Yamoan was a practitioner in the late stage of foundation establishment, while Li Shi had only just begun his journey. Furthermore, his reserve of spiritual energy was a staggering 100,000, coupled with the dual lotus blossoms and the unceasing nourishment from the spiritual energy pool. Li Shi's spiritual energy flowed almost inexhaustibly. Li Shi finally escaped from the Xiantian sect after a quarter of an hour. Yi Tianzhi spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, and his arm began to tremble. The moment Li Shi slipped beyond the realm of the tribulation, the heavenly diagram slowly faded away, vanishing into thin air and returning to the Grand Tao. The sky appeared as pristine as a mirror. Meanwhile, the other sect cultivators and rogue practitioners gathered around the Xiantian sect witnessed Li Shi bursting forth. Before anyone could utter a word, the heavenly diagram's pattern gradually materialized in the sky. The heavenly diagram was in pursuit of Li Shi. It would not cease until it extinguished him. The crowd was struck with horror. What in the world? Run! Run quickly! The heavenly diagram aims to kill Li Shi. In a flash, a figure appeared beside Li Shi. It was none other than the blood-stained Yi Tianzhi. With a smile on his lips, Yi Tianzhi seized Li Shi by the neck and swiftly fled into the distance, soon evading the heavenly diagram's grasp once more. Master, where are we going? Li Shi was astonished to witness the ground beneath his feet transforming rapidly. From mountains to plains, as the earth sped by, the speed of a nascent soul cultivator was indeed astonishing, and after a few moments of observation, Li Shi felt dizzy. Gift. Yi Tianzhi glared at Li Shi, gritting his teeth. A quarter of an hour later, in the city of Yin Corpses, the city lord, Tian Wenjing, emerged from his meditative state and retrieved a vial of elixir, consuming it all in one swift motion. That day, a nascent soul corpse puppet had suddenly gone berserk, its strength surging unexpectedly, resulting in his grievous injury and leaving him a laughingstock in the southern cultivation world. Fortunately, with the assistance of 2 ancestors, he managed to subdue and refine the puppet once more. With a cold smirk, Tian Wenjing couldn't help but chuckle. With the acquisition of a late-stage nascent soul corpse puppet, along with the 2 elder ancestors, and himself, the city of Yin Corpses now boasted 4 nascent souls. Haha. Just wait until I recover. The Xiantian sect is nothing before me. In his youth, Yi Tianzhi had been pursued by the city of Yin Corpses. resulting in the deaths of several of Tian Wenjing's disciples at his hands, prompting Tian Wenjing to personally hunt him down. Their enmity had long since festered into deep-seated hatred. Initially, Tian Wenjing regarded Yi Tianjia as merely a slightly accomplished junior. However, no one had anticipated that Yi Tianjia would advance to the nascent soul stage against all odds, saving the precarious Xiantian sect from collapse. It would have been inconsequential. But who could have foreseen that Yi Tianjia, even in the early stages of nascent soul, would dare to exchange injuries with two late-stage nascent souls? So audacious. With a single sword, he shook the southern realm. It was utterly absurd. Armed only with a peachwood sword, he manifested supreme sword intent, instilling fear across the southern lands. Now, as a late-stage nascent soul, no one dared to provoke him. Yet that was the past. Now, with the 4 late-stage nascent souls from the city of corpses, plus the support of the Blood Soul sect in Joy Valley, the righteous forces were utterly insufficient. The advantage lies with me. Tian Wenjing couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Suddenly, a voice descended from the heavens, interrupting Tian Wenjing's laughter. Who? Yi Tianjia. Tian Wenjing's fury ignited, quickly followed by a surge of joy. You dare to enter my city of corpses alone? Do you think my city is as weak as Joy Valley? With an explosive aura, Tian Wenjing broke through the ceiling of the building, soaring into the sky to confront Yi Tianjia. Simultaneously, 2 towering presences erupted from the ancestral grounds, 2 late-stage nascent soul ancestors. As a figure gradually rose into the air, it was indeed a late-stage nascent soul corpse puppet. For late-stage nascent souls, can you defy the heavens, Yi Tianjia? A grin spread across Tian Wenjing's rugged face. Could it be that Yi Tianjia had gone mad? Noticing that Yi Tianjia was holding someone, Tian Wenjing's attention sharpened. The city of corpses, unlike other sects, had disciples who were notably reserved and rarely interacted with other cultivators, showing little interest in uncovering the secrets of rival sections. Thus, they were unaware of the events occurring in the Xiantian sect today. However, this did not prevent Tian Wenjing from discerning the extraordinary nature of the person Yi Tianjia held. A heavenly grade I spirit root. What does Yi Tianjia bring this person for? Yi Tianjia grinned. Tian Wenjing, you've acquired a new corpse puppet. Aren't you feeling quite proud? Humph. Yi Tianjia, you've become increasingly reckless. How dare you enter my city of corpses? Why can't I come? Yi Tianjia replied with a smile. In fact, I'm here to present you with a gift. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Wenjing's expression changed drastically as he looked up at the sky. Above, intricate and mysterious patterns began to materialize. An overwhelming celestial might was gathering. This is... What? Yi Tianjia, what have you done? Yi Tianjia chuckled lightly. Didn't I say? I'm here to deliver a gift. Hurry, receive it. Before Tian Wenjing could respond, it was too late. A thunderous rumble echoed as a destructive aura manifested. The celestial diagram had formed. It was descending. What is this? It's coming down. We must stop it. Within the city of corpses, countless disciples looked on in terror as the celestial diagram descended. Some chi-refining disciples could no longer bear the pressure and began to disintegrate. Boom. The great formation of the city of corpses activated. Conjuring a massive figure of corpse energy, arms raised to the heavens, barely staving off the descent of the celestial diagram. Yet, the overwhelming celestial might was especially effective against the wicked. The arms of the corpse giant were rapidly vanishing as if being evaporated. Witnessing the continuous collapse of the city's structures and the deaths of disciples, Tian Wenjing and the others could no longer afford to care about anything else, pouring all their efforts into staving off the celestial diagram's descent. Though the descent of the celestial diagram was indeed slow, it continued to fall. They could not stop it. Li Shi, held by Yi Tianjia, was once again spitting blood, seeing that the 4 late-stage nascent souls and an array were still inferior to himself. Yi Tianjia couldn't help but chuckle. A bunch of useless fools. Chapter 24, The Legacy of the City of Corpses. Yi Tianjia. Tian Wenjing's eyes widened, nearly bursting with rage. The entire city of corpses was shrouded beneath the celestial diagram, countless disciples awakening from their slumber only to be crushed by the celestial might. How did Yi Tianjia attract such an assault? This was akin to a tribulation aimed at a god transformation cultivator. Could Yi Tianjia be on the verge of breaking through to god transformation? How was that possible? This thought flickered through Tian Wenjing's mind as he glanced at the person Yi Tianjia was holding. Could it be that the heavenly spirit root was about to undergo tribulation? But he was merely at the foundation establishment stage. No matter how talented, it would only attract 100-foot lightning tribulation. But what could this possibly be? With a sense of impending doom, Tian Wenjing realized he could no longer delay. With just the 4 of them, they could not halt the descent of the celestial diagram. Yi Tianjia, get out of my city of corpses at once. Otherwise, after today, we will pursue the Xian Tian sect to the ends of the earth. Tian Wenjing bellowed, his voice reverberating like rolling thunder throughout the city of Yin corpses. Yet, in the face of this threatening roar, Yi Tianjia merely curled the corners of his mouth into a derisive smile, gripping the peachwood sword that shimmered with ethereal light tightly in his right hand. His gaze sharpened with newfound intensity. In the next instant, Yi Tianjia's figure surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, darting towards Tian Wenjing. Simultaneously, an immense surge of spiritual power flowed into the peachwood sword, the invisible sword intent gathering strength, causing the blade to radiate a brilliant glow. Despite the pressure of the celestial diagram, he advanced with remarkable speed. Yi Tianjia understood that this was an opportune moment. If he could severely injure Tian Wenjing in one fell swoop, it would deal a heavy blow to the city of Yin corpses. Thus, he unleashed his most formidable techniques without reservation, determined to gain the upper hand in this fierce confrontation. What are you doing? You. Tian Wenjing's expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated Yi Tianjia's resolute nature. He had no choice but to free his hands to cast a spell for interception. Yin Long Juri. Tian Wenjing quickly invoked his magic, bellowing as a thick, dark aura surged from his body, transforming into a colossal shadow dragon that howled forth, with a resounding dragon's roar. The power of decay radiated outward, as the shadow dragon, thrashing its tail, charged towards Yi Tianjia. The two secret arts of Yin Corp City included one for refining corpses and controlling bodies, and another for manipulating dark energy. While both shared similar natures, their effects differed immensely. The emergence of dark energy could wither all things. A mere wisp of it could lead to the demise of an entire city of mortals. Yet his adversary this time was Yi Tianjia, the foremost swordsman of southern Tian, who dared to challenge all sword cultivators with his peachwood sword. Yi Tianjia, embodying the essence of the sword, had already achieved the ultimate realm of unity between man and sword, showing no fear as he advanced. As the shadow dragon roared into existence, Yi Tianjia swiftly severed its head with a single stroke of his sword. The massive dark energy corpse writhed in the air, emitting a silent scream. Holding Li Shi in one hand and his long sword in the other, Yi Tianjia effortlessly cleaved the shadow dragon into several pieces. Dark energy attempted to invade Li Shi, but before it could approach, it was shredded into dust by the surrounding sword aura. The so-called withering dark energy was reduced to nothing more than ordinary smoke, dissipating upon contact. Yi Tianjia stepped through the air, instantly appearing before Tian Wenjing, ready to strike. Arrogant! Tian Wenjing bellowed, conjuring a copper mirror that appeared unremarkable, save for the skull hanging ominously at its peak. In the next moment, dazzling rays of color erupted from the mirror. Everything in their path, be it dark energy, spiritual energy, or sword aura, was completely extinguished. An ancient spiritual treasure? Yi Tianjia's countenance hardened as he unleashed a flurry of sword energy in an attempt to obstruct it. The sword energy indeed cleaved through the radiant beams. But the results were far from satisfactory, failing to eradicate them entirely. Moreover, those beams seemed to possess a life of their own, beginning to pursue Yi Tianjia. Intriguing. This ancient spiritual treasure bore the resonance of a divine artifact. Such radiant beams represented an evolution of certain fundamental principles. It must have been crafted by a deity-ascended cultivator. One could only wonder from where Tian Wenjing had acquired it. Yi Tianjia had no choice but to evade while wielding his sword energy. At that moment, calamity struck again, with Tian Wenjing diverting his attention to combat Yi Tianjia. An ancestor who had just crawled out could no longer withstand the pressure of the heavenly Tao diagram, spewing forth a mouthful of black blood, causing a momentary leak of spiritual energy within. It was as if one of the pillars supporting the dome had been removed. The sudden surge of pressure triggered a chain reaction, resulting in another ancestor also vomiting blood. Crack! The arm of a nascent soul corpse puppet snapped in two. Thus, the sky began to collapse. Not good. Tian Wenjing quickly raised the copper mirror, channeling all his strength as the dazzling rays surged forth. Boom. It resembled a blooming flower of myriad colors. Boom. The radiant beams barely managed to resist the descent of the heavenly Tao diagram. But this was not a sustainable solution. Tian Wenjing's complexion paled. He barely had time to speak before Yi Tianjia's figure vanished once more. Perish. A figure clad in white appeared beside Tian Wenjing, swinging his sword towards his head. Yi Tianjia was indeed resolute, disregarding everything to eliminate Tian Wenjing. How dare you? The two nascent soul ancestors swiftly intervened, abandoning their resistance against the heavenly Tao diagram to attack Yi Tianjia, as spiritual energy coalesced into enormous claws of corpse energy, lunging at him. Yi Tianjia, unwilling to underestimate them, could only evade. Boom. Upon witnessing their attacks miss, the two nascent soul ancestors did not dare to pursue. Instead, They hastily turned to resist the heavenly Tao diagram. In that brief moment of engagement, the heavenly Tao diagram descended another 10 feet. The structures of Corp City collapsed significantly, and disciples below the Foundation establishment realm were utterly incapable of withstanding the overwhelming pressure. Bodies shattered. Souls disintegrated. Corpses littered the ground, accompanied by anguished cries. Among those cries was Li Shi's. The heavenly Tao diagram drew perilously close. After enduring repeated physical collapses, Li Shi continuously restored himself. Had it not been for his exceptional celestial foundation, coupled with Yi Tianjia shielding him from a portion of the heavenly might, Li Shi would have long since been obliterated. It truly hurt terribly. Li Shi winced in pain and cursed, "Stop shouting. This time, we will annihilate the city of corpses. I shall erect a monument in your honor. In the future, my Xuantiangong will revere you as a hero. Even in the underworld, you could ascend to the status of a ghostly immortal." Ha. Yi Tianjia chuckled softly, preparing to strike down Tian Wanjing with his sword. Startled, Tian Wanjing hastily summoned his powers, yet he dared not let the heavenly Tao map fall, resulting in a comically awkward display. "Yi Tianjia, have you truly considered this? If you force me to the brink, I shall self-detonate my nascent soul before you." Oh, a spectacle of the nascent soul. How long it has been since I witnessed such a display. Seeing that force was futile, Tian Wanjing softened his tone. For a cultivator, life is singular. What is the necessity? For the sake of enlightenment. Ha. Yi Tianjia felt invigorated as he hadn't in a long time. The last time he felt this exuberant was when he broke through to the nascent soul stage, chasing down 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Li Shi in his hand. Were resigned smile, realizing that Yi Tianjia was treating himself as a weapon. This was an act of vengeance. First, assist me in annihilating the city of corpses. Then, we shall venture to Joy Valley and the Underworld Temple. Let us line up, one by one. Yi Tianjia laughed heartily, his white robes billowing as the aura of his sword erupted. Li Shi was bewildered. Yi Tianjia intended to utilize him to annihilate the demonic sect of Tianan in one fell swoop, but he could no longer withstand it. Where is the system? Please, lend a hand. Li Shi's body had shattered several times once more. The heavenly Tao diagram descended several zhang, and the expressions of Tian Wanjing and his companions turned grim, leaving them too preoccupied to curse Yi Tianjia any longer. Clang. A familiar sound resonated within him, and Li Shi exhaled in relief. Warning. Encountering the annihilation of the heavenly Tao. Undying state activation in progress. Activation cancelled. This state cannot survive under the annihilation of the heavenly Tao. Were God state activation in progress. Activation cancelled. This state cannot survive under the annihilation of the heavenly Tao. Hundredfold enhancement activation in progress. Activation cancelled. Dragon and Phoenix divine body activation in progress. Activation cancelled. Black flame prison activation in progress. Activation cancelled. Host detected to be in extreme peril. No means of evasion. No possibility of prolongation. To ensure the continuity of the system, please select a suitable new host to inherit the system. Note: if the inheritor perishes while the original host survives, the killing system will revert to the original host. All for the preservation of the system. Li Shi exhaled sharply, momentarily forgetting to breathe, nearly suffocating himself. What? A deathbed entrustment? A system guardianship. Chapter 25, Joy Valley. Yi Tianjia was fervently pursuing Tian Wanjing while carrying Li Shi. Suddenly, he noticed a dark expression clouding Li Shi's face. One that conveyed a sense of indifference towards life and death. Disciple, do not lose heart. For the righteous path? The righteous path, indeed. Li Shi paid no heed to his rather opportunistic master. He had finally come to terms with reality. It appeared that he was not the protagonist after all, but rather, the system held that title. The system, indeed, was the true main character. With a sudden exhalation, Tian Wanjing coughed up blood, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Yi Tianjia, I truly did not anticipate that it would come to this today. He cast a glance at the city of corpses, where over half had perished, and the hundreds of thousands of corpse puppets crafted had been crushed under the weight of the heavenly Tao diagram. Tian Wanjing shook his head, as though casting something aside. An intangible wave spread outward, resembling something that was ceaselessly pulsating. The color of Tian Wanjing's face began to redden, and the aura surrounding him collapsed like a crumbling edifice. As a small figure gradually emerged from his celestial crown, this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Tian Wanjing, albeit appearing much younger, with a resolute expression. Seated in meditation, his primordial spirit. In the next moment, fissures began to appear on his primordial spirit. Tian Wanjing was actually preparing to self-destruct his primordial spirit. Wanjing, no. Let us handle this. If you perish, the city of corpses will be lost. 2 ancestors spoke up. These two ancient beings, having clawed their way from the grave, retained little rationality due to the secretive methods they had employed, often existing in a state of muddled confusion. Yet, at this moment, urgency flickered in their eyes. Yi Tianjia also exhibited a look of astonishment. He had not expected Tian Wenjing to be so resolute. No, Tian Wenjing replied, gazing at the two ancestors. Your bodies have already undergone corpse transformation. Self-detonation would yield little effect. Quickly evacuate the remaining disciples. He turned to Yi Tianjia. Allow me to make this final stand. I shall intercept you, Tianjia. What of the heavenly Tao diagram? I shall turn it upside down. The two ancestors understood that time was of the essence and swiftly departed alongside the primordial spirit corpse puppet. Tian Wenjing's complexion flushed, his primordial spirit began to swell, and waves of destruction began to erupt. Yi Tianjia realized he could no longer linger and, seizing Li Shi, turned to flee, witnessing Yi Tianjia's intent to escape. Tian Wenjing grew anxious. Yi Tianjia, where do you think you're going? At this moment, a torrent of spiritual energy surged from Tian Wenjing, and he matched Yi Tianjia's speed, closing in rapidly with the intent to obliterate him. The heavenly Tao diagram, unimpeded, fell silently, annihilating all in its path and suppressing everything. Yet, for a fleeting moment, it could not contain Tian Wenjing's ferocity. Tian Wenjing, I shall no longer play your game. I am leaving. Ha! Yi Tianjia laughed lightly, accelerating towards the outer edge of the heavenly Tao diagram. With his swiftness, he soon eluded its grasp. In the next moment, the heavenly Tao diagram hovering above the city of Yin corpses gradually vanished. All returned to tranquility, save for Tian Wenjing. Tian Wenjing halted at the city's edge, cracks spreading across his primordial spirit, panting heavily as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Tianjia. Yi Tianjia, still clutching Li Shi, paused, a smile illuminating his face as he regarded Tian Wenjing. Yi Tianjia, depart at once. Should you dare to advance a single step, I shall self-detonate. You would at least be gravely injured. Do you not fear the other sects encroaching upon your Zuanian Gong? At this juncture, the heavenly Tao diagram began to re-emerge, the might of the heavens descending, causing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of Yi Tianjia's mouth. He too had suffered injuries beneath the heavenly Tao diagram. Now, Yi Tianjia faced a choice. He could either charge into the city of Yin corpses, risking annihilation, or swiftly retreat with Li Shi. Regardless of his decision, the heavenly Tao diagram remained unaffected, merely continuing its descent. Yi Tianjia understood that the city of Yin corpses could no longer halt the heavenly Tao diagram's fall. A change of location was imperative. Tian Wenjing had strained his primordial spirit. Even without detonating it, he would undoubtedly be injured, and that was sufficient. Tian Wenjing, until we meet again. Yi Tianjia hastily retreated, blood spilling forth as he distanced himself. The heavenly Tao diagram vanished. Tian Wenjing glowered at the dilapidated city of Yin corpses, forcibly mending the cracks upon his primordial spirit. Yi Tianjia's injuries were far more severe than Li Shi had assumed. He had withstood the descent of the heavenly Tao diagram wielding merely a peachwood sword, ensuring that not a single member of Zuanian Gong was harmed, nor had a single structure collapsed. Such an achievement had eluded even the 4 late-stage primordial spirits of the city of Yin corpses. With a sudden cough, Yi Tianjia expelled another mouthful of blood. With no one watching, he ceased his pretense, blood even splattering onto Li Shi. Li Shi shook off the discontent. You rascal! Think of a way. Should we go to Happy Valley, or the Underworld Temple, or perhaps Blood Soul Sect? But I doubt they would be able to stop us. Li Shi fell silent. Have you lost your voice? Yi Tianjia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pressed on with all his might. Your secret has piqued my interest. Li Shi shook his head. Trust me, you won't be interested. The system's prompt lingered in his mind. Unmistakably clear. Please select a suitable new host to inherit the system. The implication was evident. You can't protect me. Find someone else. In truth, it was simple for Li Shi to preserve his life. He merely needed to transfer the system to Yi Tianjia. Then, the heavenly Tao diagram would relentlessly pursue Yi Tianjia, striking him until death ensued. Meanwhile, Li Shi could withdraw unscathed, and perhaps the system would return to him, granting him the unparalleled foundation established since time immemorial. A foundation formed of 100 layers of qi refinement, a dual-blooming lotus, and a pool of spiritual energy, the foremost foundation in existence. Of course, Li Shi could also pass the system to another. With a spurt of blood, Li Shi coughed, and another followed from Yi Tianjia. Master, are there no transformation stage cultivators in Tiannan? Upon hearing Li Shi's inquiry, Yi Tianjia pondered for a moment. I do not know. Perhaps there are, perhaps not. It has been nearly 2,000 years since a cultivator ascended to transformation in Tiannan. Is there truly no ancient being? Or a transformation stage cultivator from elsewhere? Then it is all left to fate. Yi Tianjia moved with remarkable speed, nearing the vicinity of Happy Valley in less than an hour. Perhaps we can attempt to enter the Tianyi mountain range. There are transformation stage beasts within, and it would be an opportune moment for my master to hunt down a transformation stage beast. The Tool Lishi nodded in agreement. As Yi Tianjia approached Happy Valley, the place quickly went on high alert. 12 figures leapt into the air. They were undoubtedly the 12 elders of Happy Valley. Among them, 3 were at the nascent soul stage, 1 in late nascent soul, and 2 in mid-nascent soul, collectively weaker than expected. Yi Tianjia, you. Without uttering a word, Yi Tianjia swung his sword. Boom. The impact struck the grand formation of Happy Valley, creating a breach, and he swiftly slipped inside with a hearty laugh. Yi Tianjia, the leading elder of Happy Valley, a woman clad in a revealing red dress, underwent a swift change in expression, betraying a hint of shyness. Tianjia, you must leave quickly. I can do anything to appease you. I shall personally visit you later. Her voice was as enchanting as ripples stirred by a pebble, crashing against Li Shi's heart, leaving him dazed and bloodied, nearly compelled to strike Yi Tianjia. This was the allure of Happy Valley, a spell notorious for its malefic reputation in the cultivation world. Yet, when perfected, even nascent soul cultivators would succumb to its temptation. Countless cultivators had fallen prey to the wickedness of Happy Valley, reduced to slaves and livestock. Not to mention, the elder herself was a beauty of exceptional caliber. Humph. Yet, Yi Tianjia merely scoffed, entirely unfazed. Just as he intended to rouse Li Shi from his stupor, he witnessed a frost spell materializing in Li Shi's hand, landing a sharp blow on his own lower body, encasing it in ice. With a heavenly grade ice spirit root, Li Shi wielded extreme cold with mastery. Hiss. Li Shi shuddered a few times and regained his senses. Truly, he was a worthy disciple. Yi Tianjia praised with a hearty laugh as he soared forward on his sword. In the next moment, the celestial diagram manifested before them. What is this? Stop him. No. First, halt this diagram. The same scene unfolded once more. Chapter 26, Transformation of Divine Beasts. The disciples and elders of Joy Valley often reveled together within the sect. Yet, for those in the realm of cultivation, it was a den of demons, a place where even body refiners would be reduced to mere skeletons. But now, they were oblivious to such thoughts. Their faces paled as they gazed upon the unfolding chaos. The scene that had just transpired in the city of Een Corpses repeated itself in Joy Valley. The celestial diagram descended. However, Joy Valley's elite combatants consisted of only 1 late-stage nascent soul elder and 2 mid-stage nascent soul elders, with the remainder lacking even the nascent soul stage. In an instant, they were crushed beneath the weight of the celestial diagram. The diagram plummeted for dozens of feet before finally coming to a reluctant halt. 2 mid-stage nascent soul elders coughed up blood. This is the pressure of the celestial Tao. This is bad. Yi Tianjia, you. Yi Tianjia rushed forth, his sword resembling a sickle harvesting straw, and in the blink of an eye, for core formation elders were severed in 2, their lives extinguished. You, the Grand Elder, adorned in a gown as fiery as a blazing inferno, her garments billowing in the wind, narrowed her beautiful eyes. In an instant, a beam of red light shot forth from her hand, transforming into a massive fan of blood-red hue, as if engulfed in flames. The Grand Elder elegantly raised her jade hand, grasping the crimson fan, and swung it violently towards Yi Tianjia. Instantly, a tempest of furious red wind erupted, roaring forth like a dragon, charged with a destructive force aimed at Yi Tianjia. The ferocious winds nearly blotted out the sky. Yi Tianjia's gaze sharpened, and he wielded his sword in rapid succession, unleashing countless razor-sharp sword energies that streaked through the air like lightning, directly cleaving towards the oncoming gale. Each blade of energy encapsulated his lifetime of swordsmanship, producing piercing sounds as they tore through the air. Yet, despite the tremendous power of Yi Tianjia's strike, the gale seemed to possess limitless strength. It was torn asunder yet continued to howl menacingly. With a thunderous crash, Yi Tianjia was sent staggering back 100 feet, his garments fluttering wildly, hair dancing in the wind. What a treasure! Again, 100 feet is but a fleeting moment for a nascent soul. Yi Tianjia bore a smile, but it sent shivers through the hearts of those in Joy Valley. This could spell destruction for the sect. It is over. Yi Tianjia, wielding the celestial diagram, had effectively grasped a treasure imbued with the essence of celestial principles. However, this treasure seemed indiscriminate, as both Yi Tianjia and Li Shi were concurrently spitting blood. Yi Tianjia had initially diverted some of his strength to assist Li Shi against the pressure, only to discover that Li Shi's foundation was remarkably stable. His physical recovery capabilities nothing short of astonishing. This indicated that Li Shi's resilience surpassed that of core formation cultivators. He would not perish easily. Tianjia decided to cease lending his strength to Li Shi, focusing solely on safeguarding himself while launching an assault on the two mid-stage nascent soul elders of Joy Valley. No. One of the mid-stage nascent soul elders was brutally cleaved in half by Tianjia's sword. Boom. The Grand Elder struck again, fanning Tianjia with her fan, compelling him to retreat. The elder was drenched in sweat, slowly mending her injuries. A nascent soul cultivator can recover from any wound as long as their core remains intact. The Grand Elder cast a fierce glare at Tianjia, lifting her long skirt to reveal her figure beneath. Tianjia furrowed his brow, ready to mock her. Yet, he witnessed the Grand Elder bowing slowly towards the depths of Joy Valley. Grand Elder Lu Ruyan, I beseech the senior for assistance. Tianjia's expression shifted slightly. Lu Ruyan referred to someone as a senior. However, after several breaths, the valley remained eerily silent. The celestial diagram crashed down once more. Lu Ruyan hastily summoned all her strength to resist, her complexion paling immediately. At this moment, behind Joy Valley, a massive bear was charging forward, its speed astonishing as it carved a trench in the earth. What on earth? That is the celestial diagram. Am I losing my mind? I'll help your grandmother. The bear cursed as it barreled away. Half a month prior, a divine transformation bear had emerged from the Tianyi mountain range. The Tianyi mountain range isolated the southern heavens, being so vast and deep that it dwarfed the entire southern realm. Rumors of divine beasts had long circulated. Yet Joy Valley never imagined that a divine transformation beast would seek them out. The creature had transformed into human form and abducted the missing saintess to serve as its slave, subsequently following her to Joy Valley, directly confronting Lu Ruyan. Upon realizing the creature had reached the divine transformation stage, Lu Ruyan dared not defy it and complied with its every whim, even contemplating the idea of incorporating it into Joy Valley. For a righteous sect, such actions would constitute betrayal of one's master and ancestors, but in the demonic path, power was paramount, and everything else could be forsaken. Moreover, a divine transformation beast possessed vitality and strength far surpassing even the golden bodies formed by body refiners. The overwhelming vitality nearly caused Lu Ruyan to tremble. Having engaged in dual cultivation for several days, Lu Ruyan's own power had increased, and the beast was willing to allow her to siphon its vitality. She had anticipated its assistance at this critical juncture, only to see it flee. Lu Ruyan's eyes turned red, recalling the days when it even revealed its true form to her. Ah, damn it. Lu Ruyan, agitated, let her guard down against the pressure of the celestial diagram. The diagram crashed down. Blood spewed from her mouth, her body riddled with cracks, her gown in tatters. The remaining two mid-stage nascent soul elders fared no better. They too were grievously wounded, with one already plummeting to the ground. Tianjia swiftly arrived, raising his sword to thoroughly slay the fallen elder. The nascent soul shattered, life extinguished. Such was Tianjia's prowess. Yet, he could no longer find joy in his triumph. The descending celestial diagram had also injured him, affecting his internal organs. There is no longer a place for me here. Moreover, Tianjia could not afford to kill Lu Ruyan just yet. Should Lu Ruyan and the elder perish, he would be unable to withstand the weight of the celestial diagram in his current state, leading to his own demise. Lu Ruyan, just now. It seemed there was a fluctuation of divine transformation, right? Tianjia narrowed his eyes slightly. With a surge of sword energy from his blade, he had vaguely sensed a terrifying aura retreating swiftly, distancing itself from the celestial diagram's influence. Tianjia, if this diagram falls, we shall both perish. Lu Ruyan did not respond but fixed a fierce gaze upon Tianjia. After a pause, she altered her tone. Tianjia, with your prodigious talent, the foremost swordsman of the southern heavens, how could you possibly die alongside me? Listen to me. Shall we embark on a hunt for that formidable beast of the transformation stage? Lu Ruyan is indeed a fierce character, daring to set aside her vendetta and collaborate with Tianjia. A beast of the transformation stage? Tianjia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his sword arm trembling slightly as he exerted all his strength to withstand the descending Dao diagram. With a thunderous roar. Yet, despite his efforts, the Dao diagram continued its relentless descent. Tianjia had already expended too much energy and was injured. Had he been in his prime, coupled with the indiscriminate suppression of the Dao diagram, his pride would have emboldened him to confront that beast of the transformation stage. But now, Tianjia resigned himself to fate, contemplating the necessity of abandoning Li Shi to save his own life. The devastation wrought upon Joy Valley and the city of corpses had already yielded substantial gains. Let the Yuming Temple and the Blood Soul sect escape this calamity. The pressure from the Dao diagram was overwhelming. Remaining within its confines any longer could jeopardize his very foundation. If he cast aside Li Shi at this moment, Yu Tianjia was confident he could evade the peril before the Dao diagram fell. As he coughed up blood, he gazed at Li Shi. As Li Shi coughed up blood, he gazed at Yu Tianjia. Discerning his intentions, it seemed he was preparing to abandon him. Lu Ruoyan glanced between Yu Tianjia and Li Shi, perplexed by the silent exchange between them. Do not cast me aside just yet. I have a plan, Li Shi suddenly interjected. Yu Tianjia hesitated momentarily before replying. Speak. Chapter 27. The Path of the Inch. I have a plan. Li Shi felt it was time to take a gamble. He meticulously reread the system's prompts. Warning. Encountering the annihilation of the heavenly path. The host is detected to be in an extremely perilous situation. To ensure the continuity of the system, please select a suitable new host to inherit the system. Note. If the inheritor perishes while the original host survives, the killing system will return to the original host. Everything is for the survival of the system. If the new inheritor dies, the system will revert back. Thus, does this mean a way to escape the heavenly path's binding? A method to conceal one's tracks. Yet, this was merely Li Shi's conjecture. Is the heavenly path truly so easily evaded? Capture a disciple from the joyful valley. Li Shi commanded. Upon hearing his words, Yu Tianjia wasted no time, propping up the diagram of the heavenly path with a sword, his gaze sweeping downward. And a disciple from the joyful valley was drawn up. It was a male disciple at the 9th level of Qi refinement. System. Inherit. A flicker of realization coursed through Li Shi, and in the next instant, the system interface within his mind vanished as if it had never existed, leaving an unsettling emptiness that rendered him momentarily disoriented. Suddenly, Yu Tianjia sensed a surge of relief as the pressure from his sword diminished drastically. The heavenly Dao diagram remained intact, yet the overwhelming aura of destruction had waned significantly, as if it had lost its purpose. The heavenly Dao diagram hesitated, exuding a trace of human-like bewilderment. The system had vanished. The captured disciple from Joy Valley was taken aback, as a voice echoed in his mind. Clang. Congratulations. New inheritor. Eliminate him. Li Shi urged urgently. Responding to the command, Yu Tianjia raised and then swiftly lowered his sword, reducing the disciple to mere dust. The new system inheritor only had time to hear a sound. Clang. The killing system has returned. Please take note. The heavenly Dao remains locked. With a thunderous roar, the oppressive force of the heavenly Dao diagram surged once more. Yu Tianjia's hand trembled involuntarily as he held his sword. Lu Ruoyan and another elder, too, could not utter a word, straining with all their might to withstand the descending force of the heavenly Dao diagram. What to do? Li Shi swiftly devised a plan in his mind. It was evident that at the moment the system was handed over, the heavenly Dao diagram hesitated for a brief moment. A moment of hesitation. What if I were to persist in this process? Could I induce an endless state of uncertainty within the heavenly Dao? I require more individuals. Yu Tianjia furrowed his brow, showing no signs of refusal, and directly summoned dozens of disciples from Happy Valley. System. Inheritance. Li Shi once again bequeathed the system to the disciple on the far left. The system vanished anew. Line them up, from left to right. Execute them one by one. Slay one every 2 breaths. Though Yu Tianjia failed to comprehend Li Shi's intentions, he sensed that this was not the act of a madman, rather. It likely pertained to some hidden scheme. Thus, he complied without hesitation. With but a thought, relentless sword energy surged forth, weaving through the air as it methodically claimed the lives of the Joyous Valley disciples, one every 2 breaths, just as Li Shi had commanded. They offered no resistance, their blood painting the heavens in crimson arcs. Lu Ruyan and the other nascent soul elder coughed up mouthfuls of blood in rapid succession, utterly powerless to intervene. A flicker of calculation passed through Lu Ruyan's eyes. She even contemplated whether this was her chance to flee. The Joyous Valley may fall, but I must survive. Meanwhile, Li Shi remained relentless in his own task, discarding the system again and again. System. Inherit. Clang. Congratulations, new swish. The sword energy arrived in an instant, obliterating the new host before the announcement could finish. System. Inherit. Clang. Congratulations, new swish. Another Joyous Valley disciple perished. Li Shi incessantly repeated this process, causing the system to perpetually shift between himself and the disciples of Happy Valley, rendering it impossible for the heavenly Dao to lock onto them. The heavenly Dao diagram indeed came to a halt, momentarily suspended in stillness. The overwhelming force of destruction dissipated significantly. There was hope. In a flash, Lu Ruyan seized this opportunity, abandoning Happy Valley and transforming into a streak of red light, escaping. Yu Tianjia did not pursue. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Li Shi. How long can this be sustained? Well, theoretically, as long as there are continuously available individuals, I can prevent the heavenly Dao diagram from ever locking onto me. Excellent. Yu Tianjia laughed heartily. With that, he unleashed a sword strike. A surge of celestial sword energy aimed at the remaining Yuanian cultivator from Happy Valley. No, Lu Ruyin, you, without formations or the obstruction of the heavenly Tao diagram. Even a mid-stage Yuanian cultivator could not withstand a single sword strike from Yu Tianjia. They perished instantly. Fear not. Lu Ruyin will catch up with you on the road to the underworld. Yu Tianjia directly gathered hundreds of Happy Valley disciples. Then commenced his pursuit of Lu Ruyin. The heavenly Tao diagram hovered in the air, hesitating and motionless, while Yu Tianjia transformed into a glimmering sword light. Chasing after Lu Ruyin. Simultaneously, hundreds of Happy Valley disciples were all drawn in by Yu Tianjia, trailing closely behind, forming what appeared to be a long serpent racing through the sky. A serpent of Happy Valley disciples, both comical and terrifying. For every 2 or 3 breaths, a disciple fell victim to Yu Tianjia, exploding into a spray of blood, which was even shattered into fragments by the sword energy, ensuring their demise was absolute. In merely 100 breaths, Lu Ruyin and Yu Tianjia had both escaped the confines of the heavenly Tao diagram. Half of the disciples from Happy Valley had already perished. The heavenly Tao diagram did not pursue. It remained suspended above Happy Valley and was gradually becoming transparent. This indicated a trend towards disappearance. There was hope. Li Shi did not dare to be careless and continued to inherit his system in succession. A long line of cultivators formed behind him, and in just a few breaths, they erupted like a burst of fireworks. Passing cultivators gaped in astonishment, mistaking it for a performance art by a nascent soul cultivator. Each of them was terrified to the core. Yu Tianjia, why must you kill me? If we speak of enmity, why not seek that old scoundrel Tian Wenjing in Incorp City? Lu Ruyin shouted anxiously ahead. Yu Tianjia coldly snorted. Humph. How do you know I haven't gone? That old scoundrel Tian Wenjing, with his 4 late-stage nascent soul cultivators, is not easy to slay. Lu Ruyin fled with all her might, yet she could not match Yu Tianjia's speed. Yu Tianjia's speed was unparalleled. He had long since perfected the Xiantian skill. And coupled with his invincible sword domain, his velocity was nearly at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. As she realized she was about to enter Yu Tianjia's attack range, Lu Ruyin was completely panicked. Tianjia, wait, do you remember? We once had a bond. I even invited you to dinner. Upon hearing this, Li Shi was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that Yu Tianjia, in his youth, was indeed full of stories. Having had such an encounter with an elder from Happy Valley during his nascent soul phase, the tale of a genius sword immortal and the elder of Happy Valley? Upon hearing this, Yu Tianjia's face twitched, and he pursued even more fervently. Are you referring to that time you wanted to refine me into your cauldron? Let my sword express its gratitude. No. Although I had that thought, I genuinely liked you back then. Who wouldn't like a young sword immortal? Lu Ruyin exclaimed. Lu Ruyin, you shall perish. Yu Tianjia bellowed. In a hurry, Lu Ruyin produced a blood-red fan and waved it several times towards the rear, conjuring a fierce gale filled with a multitude of pink powder, almost forming a pink curtain. Yu Tianjia unleashed several swords in succession, expanding his sword domain to slice through the tempest. Xiantian Palm. Yu Tianjia immediately executed a Xiantian Palm, completely dispersing the obstructing wind. However, this brief obstruction allowed Lu Ruyin to escape a considerable distance. The two continued their chase for another breath, while the disciples of Happy Valley behind them had nearly finished their slaughter. If one could inherit a system, what of other beings? A flicker of brilliance ignited in Li Shi's eyes as he swiftly exclaimed, Animals. Bring forth some creatures. Ants would be ideal. It is solely the ants that I cannot forget. Chapter 28. The Wrath of the Heavenly Taoist on Earth? Yu Tianjia could no longer contain his bewilderment, his face a canvas of confusion. Initially, the intent to take a life seemed comprehensible, presumably tethered to Li Shi's secrets, yet why ants of all things? Yu Tianjia, employing the formidable power of his primordial spirit, grappled with the perplexity of how a legion of ants could possibly impede the descent of the heavenly Tao diagram. The two bore no semblance of connection. Nevertheless, Yu Tianjia directed his consciousness across the earth, swiftly locating an ant nest, and summoned tens of thousands of ants, which he ensconced within a spirit beast pouch before tossing it to Li Shi. Li Shi took the spirit beast pouch and infused it with spiritual energy, revealing a swarm of ants bustling within. System. Inherit. In the next moment, Li Shi's mind went blank. What the heck? Incredible! This killing system is indiscriminate. It even accepts insects. Reborn as an ant, dominating the heavens through the killing system. What a delusion. Li Shi let out a cold snort, infusing spiritual energy directly into the spirit beast pouch, swiftly crushing the ant that had just acquired the system and was curiously waving its tentacles. It is feasible. I can prevent the heavenly Tao diagram from descending. Excellent. Yu Tianjia laughed heartily, his gaze fixed on catching up with Lu Ruyin. when suddenly a voice rang out. Huh? The heavenly Tao diagram is not pursuing you? A deep, resonant voice interrupted, revealing a burly man with an unkempt beard striding forth, each step transcending space. Arriving before them in mere moments, he cautiously observed the sky while eyeing Yi Tianjia and Li Shi. His aura was restrained, yet it emanated an intangible sense of pressure, akin to a predatory beast concealing its latent ferocity. A transformation god-level beast. Yi Tianjia's expression shifted, and he quickly communicated with Li Shi telepathically. Is it still possible to summon the heavenly Tao diagram? It should be. Li Shi was uncertain whether the heavenly Tao had completely vanished or was merely hiding temporarily due to a lack of target. Excellent. As long as we can exchange for the heavenly Tao diagram, I am confident in engaging him in battle. At the very least, I should be able to retreat unharmed. Yi Tianjia's eyes sparkled with fervent battle intent. Can the foremost sword cultivator of Tian slay a transformation god-level beast? Of course. Provided that the indiscriminate heavenly Tao diagram truly descends upon us. Lu Ruyan was overjoyed and approached directly. Senior. No. Master. Lu Ruyan rushed forward to embrace the man's arm. The dignified nascent soul appearing as a delicate maiden before the transformation god-level beast, incessantly cooing. Moreover, after a relentless pursuit, her already tattered clothing barely concealed her form, revealing her fair skin. This scene caused Li Shi to click his tongue in astonishment. The Valley of Joy is doomed. The young woman has nowhere to turn and is willing to serve as a slave or concubine, merely a compliment to her master. The burly man did not dare to be careless. He reached out to embrace Lu Ruyan while keeping his gaze fixed on Yi Tianjia and Li Shi. Ever prepared to flee? How did you attract the heavenly Tao diagram suppression? Although its power seems diminished, it is still a force that could only be encountered during the tribulation of ascension. What secrets do you conceal? This was the reason he had returned. He had been a transformation god for nearly a millennium, yet had found no breakthrough. Though beasts possess long lifespans, they too must face an end. As he watched his life inch toward its conclusion with no hope of ascension, curiosity compelled him to discover what had drawn the heavenly Tao diagram. Could it be some newly emerged treasure? Or perhaps a forbidden celestial tome not permitted in the lower realms? After all, he was a transformation god. He could likely escape unscathed. Furthermore, Lu Ruyan was indeed a remarkable woman, providing him with pleasures unique to humanity. Discovering such diversions among humans made him reluctant to leave, regretting not having arrived in the human world sooner to experience it all. Want to know? Very well. Li Shi, my disciple. Show him. Yi Tianjia scoffed. Certainly. The burly man was taken aback and swiftly retreated a considerable distance. Just as he withdrew, Yi Tianjia led Li Shi in the opposite direction. You dare deceive me. The man realized he had been tricked and immediately transformed into a gust of black wind, enveloping Lu Ruyan as he pursued Yi Tianjia. The transformation god-level cultivator was faster than Yi Tianjia had anticipated, as if the very heavens were aiding his advance, transcending the spatial distance. Within mere steps, he was close to Yi Tianjia. The oppressive aura of the transformation god weighed heavily upon Li Shi, rendering him breathless. Li Shi, release the heavenly Tao. Yi Tianjia bellowed. It has arrived. Li Shi halted the process of inheriting the heavenly path. The Han, taken aback, stopped once more and waited for 2 breaths, yet still saw no response, leading him to believe he had been deceived again. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. An irate voice descended from above. The magnificent divine authority instilled fear in the hearts of all. Lines of intricate symbols suddenly illuminated the air. In the void, various patterns of birds and beasts materialized, alongside great cauldrons, pagodas, meditation staffs, colossal swords, talismans, ferocious creatures, dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants, each image forming at an astonishing pace. All things, all paths, engraved upon it. A colossal, all-encompassing diagram of the heavenly path emerged. The sheer pressure caused Li Shi to spew blood profusely, and Yi Tianjia nearly plummeted from the sky. It seemed as if everything was inscribed upon it, containing the essence of 3,000 laws. Why do I feel something is amiss? This power seems strangely off. Li Shi struggled to heal himself, blood oozing from his entire body. It seemed things had spiraled out of control. Yi Tianjia licked his lips, devoid of the heart of a sword immortal, intent on fleeing. Yet, the scope of this heavenly Tao diagram was far too vast. It was at least dozens of times larger than the last. There was simply no escape. But why was this? Had the heavenly Tao, long toyed with and provoked, grown angered? The overwhelming force felt as if it could obliterate heaven and earth, shrouding an immeasurable distance. The burly man was equally alarmed. He recalled that this phenomenon had not been so terrifying before. Initially, it was merely some principles of the great Tao. But now, it was the 3,000 laws. The rules governing all things coalesced above. This was the true manifestation of the great Tao. The man cast aside Lu Ruyan and transformed into a gust of black wind, attempting to flee into the distance. Yet he found himself stripped of his original speed. This space felt thick and sticky, as though it were ensnared. Even the passage of time had begun to slow. This space was indeed confined. The man's expression shifted, and he struck the void with his fists. Boom. He sought to tear open a rift in the fabric of reality with sheer physical strength. To escape this place, the power of this heavenly Tao diagram was overwhelming. It could potentially slay the divine transformation. However, with his fists smashing against the void, there was nothing but the sound of an explosion, no other response. Had I failed? This space was utterly indomitable. It appeared as if it had been forged together. Why was this so? Roaring in frustration, the man transformed into a colossal bear, towering 1,000 feet high, with blood and fury surging. The two massive bear paws struck the void once more. Boom. The giant bear was sent flying. The space remained smooth, without even a hint of a rift. This realm's fabric could not be torn even by the divine transformation. It felt as if it were a wall solidified by time. It was the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao demanded his demise. It was indeed a confinement of heaven and earth. What on earth was this? How had you all provoked the full wrath of the heavenly Tao for annihilation? Was there truly some celestial-grade treasure in your possession? The giant bear roared in anguish. I have no celestial-grade treasure. But I do possess a worthless system. Li Shi began to sweat profusely. From the moment he sensed something amiss, he endeavored to inherit the heavenly path. However, he discovered that he could not transfer the system. This bug had also been sealed. Warning. Warning. After issuing 2 warnings, the system was reduced to a cacophony of static. Am I locked out? It felt as though this realm was ensnared by an unfathomable power. All laws were powerless to resist. The myriad paths of the universe were profoundly inaccessible. This expanse could only await the arrival of the heavenly path diagram, which would ultimately obliterate everything within. Li Shi had just felt that everything was over when he suddenly noticed a fissure appearing in the sky. It was as if a colossal curtain had been rent asunder, and a beam of light pierced through the celestial diagram, descending from the heavens and illuminating Li Shi. In the next moment, the system in his mind became astonishingly clear again, and the white noise vanished. Li Shi was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy. It seemed that his connection was indeed formidable, effortlessly tearing through the influence of the Tao of Heaven diagram. He had merely been momentarily disrupted. However, he was quickly struck by another wave of astonishment. The Tao of Heaven diagram was gradually mending itself. Although his system had reignited, it bore no new functionalities. Moreover, he discovered no invincible button. It merely flickered back to life. Yet, it remained locked. The inheritance could not be transferred. Only the connection continued, not the vitality, it seemed. Thunderous roars echoed. The fissure sealed, and the Tao of Heaven diagram was once again perfected. Upon it, the rules of all things were already complete. It pressed down with a resounding force, as if the heavens were crashing down. Ft, ft, ft. Li Shi, Yi Tianjia, and Lu Ruoyan simultaneously spewed blood, their breaths faint. Especially Li Shi, who felt as if his body was about to shatter. Ultimately, it was Li Shi who continued to vomit blood. Damn it, you fools. Quickly retrieve your celestial artifacts to save us. Could it be that you possess some divine technique? Our lives are at stake. The enormous bear of the transformation stage howled in madness, pressed down by the heavenly diagram, blood erupting from its body as well. It desperately believed that Yi Tianjia and the others must have something extraordinary in their possession, for otherwise, it was inconceivable. If I had it, I would have taken it out already. You foul bear. What are you barking about? Even on the brink of death. Li Shi could not help but retort at the giant bear. Is that how the heavens treat you? Have you offended the mother of the celestial path? The majestic beast of the transformation stage, engaged in a verbal spat, sounded just like a human bickering. Enough. I concede. The giant bear cursed and suddenly produced a crimson metallic token that appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any spiritual fluctuations. The bear, with a pained expression, touched the token, gritted its teeth, and crushed it in one swift motion. With the assistance of the 5 elements, the heavens and earth respond. All laws converge. The celestial mansion commands. Ghosts and deities accompany. The universe shifts. In the next moment, a colossal black vortex began to form, albeit gradually shrinking. It unexpectedly broke through the heavenly diagram's blockade. Albeit briefly, a great transmigration order. Yi Tianjia's pupils constricted as he vaguely surmised what the giant bear had shattered. Boom. The heavenly diagram descended in its entirety, akin to a desperate strike, crashing down with a thunderous roar, obliterating everything in its path. Mountains and rivers were instantly reduced to dust. Yet, those beneath the heavenly diagram, heedless of the impending doom, all dove into that vortex. Alas, this mountain range, upon the descent of the heavenly diagram, was stripped of all vitality. As if erased by celestial beings, transforming into a desolate wasteland devoid of life. Chapter 29, The Island of Hardship, due to unforeseen circumstances. The narrative has experienced an interruption. The plot has become overly intricate. From this point forward, Zhang Ming will be referred to as Zhang Zhe. Lu Yao as in Lan, Lu Shiji as in Shiji, Lin Lang Tian as Lin Jiuxiao, Su Tiandian as Kuei Xing Hall, and Finju as Manju. Should any errors arise, do not hesitate to chastise the author. Before us lies an endless ocean, its waters shimmering under the radiant sun. A small boat gently floats upon the surface. Su Tiandian is presently organizing the day's catch. 3 blue autumn fish, for mackerel, and lo and behold, a rooster fish. Today's haul is quite satisfactory. Su Tiandian contemplates returning early, for remaining on the water in such weather is ill-advised. Unlike the wealthy, who possess grand vessels with shade, his modest craft only has a small cloth canopy for protection against the sun. Suddenly, a loud splash resonates, startling Su Tiandian, who glances toward the distance. The sea is calm, devoid of wind or waves. Anything nearby would be easily discernible. Su Tiandian squints, discerning a dark figure floating on the water. He deftly maneuvers his oars, gradually approaching the shadow. As he nears, he realizes it is a person, a blood-soaked individual, whose blood has mingled with the seawater, creating a crimson patch. Clad in tattered white garments, the person is riddled with wounds, as if they had rolled through a field of blades. Countless injuries mar every inch of their body. Any normal person would have succumbed to such injuries long ago. Moreover, the mysterious appearance of this individual sends a chill down Su Tiandian's spine. Could the splash have been the sound of someone plummeting from the sky? Normal individuals do not simply fall from above. Su Tiandian quickly deduces that this person might be a celestial being, though he has never encountered one. His father has, and it is a tale he recounts with great pride. Su Tiandian surveys the scene, then abruptly turns to flee, vigorously paddling away. He remembers his father's warning. Some celestial beings regard mortals as ants. A mere thoughtless action could lead to death. It is best not to provoke such trouble. Su Tiandian hastens to leave the area, his oars slicing through the water, when suddenly, a loud thud emanates from the boat's stern, as if something is latched onto it. Su Tiandian pauses, hesitates, then turns to look. To his astonishment, the bloodied youth in tattered white is gripping the boat's tail with one hand, grinning at him. Good heavens! Su Tiandian exclaims in shock, striking the youth's head with his oar. Thwack! The ear shatters into 2 pieces. Witnessing this scene, Su Tiandian realizes he has offended a celestial being and hastily begins to apologize in a panic. Celestial being, spare my life. I was merely startled. Li Shi remained silent, believing that his smile was quite benevolent. Ahem! Li Shi coughed up a mixture of blood and seawater. Rolling onto the boat, but failing to find support, tumbling into the cabin with a thud, he lay motionless at the bottom of the vessel for quite some time. Su Tiandian hesitated for a while before approaching to inspect him, only to discover that Li Shi had lost consciousness once more. Summoning his courage, Su Tiandian decided to lift him, intending to cast Li Shi into the sea. The notion of celestial beings was far too terrifying. It was better to dispose of him than risk entangling himself in any karmic repercussions. Su Tiandian was well aware that what cultivators sought was the innate quality of celestial roots, and without such a gift, even the greatest opportunities would prove futile in the pursuit of immortality. However, after lifting him a couple of times, he noticed that Li Shi's eyes were wide open, silently gazing at him. Celestial Master. Just as Su Tiandian prepared to plead for mercy, he sensed something was amiss. It turned out that Li Shi was so grievously wounded that his eyelids had fallen away, leaving his eyes starkly exposed, giving the illusion that he was awake. In truth, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. Su Tiandian trembled in fright. After such a jolt, he no longer dared to lift him, opting instead to retreat slowly with a broken oar. It seemed he had become entangled with a celestial being. Li Shi believed that the Great Migration Order was certainly not intended for low-tier cultivators. They simply could not withstand it. They would be torn to shreds by the chaotic currents of time and space, not to mention the bizarre noises and streams of light that could leave one dizzy and disoriented, causing one's very soul to shatter. Li Shi's survival can be attributed to the protective charm bestowed upon him by Yi Tianjia, a token of a disciple that shielded him from death. The sword intent contained within it has been nearly expended, yet it was sufficient to spare Li Shi's life. He recalled that within him lingered another trace of Yi Tianjia's sword intent, which had not yet manifested, perhaps due to the absence of a life-and-death crisis. Despite this, Li Shi had suffered numerous fractures, and the severed meridians were but a mere detail, his skin was riddled with wounds, and his eyelids were non-existent. Fortunately, no fundamental harm had befallen him. The dual lotus and the aura pool remained intact, and the healing of his injuries was merely a matter of time. Li Shi awakened once more, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. As he turned his gaze around the room, he realized he was in a small chamber. At that moment, he heard commotion from outside. Humph. Su Tianan, I hear you brought back a man? Let me see. A deep, arrogant voice resonated. This island master. I too ventured out to capture, and upon seeing this man at sea, I was momentarily moved by compassion, which is why I brought him back. Humph. I care not for your reasons of rescue. All I know is that another new laborer has arrived at Kai Island. Ha. Step aside. As he spoke, a rotund figure entered the room, his belly protruding prominently. Anyone who can move must work. The moment he stepped in, he laid eyes on the bloody Li Shi lying in bed, and he gasped in disbelief. Can he survive? Approaching closer, the rotund man observed Li Shi's skin, torn and battered, his eyelids missing, and his internal organs in a state of ruin. Oh, his eyes are open? He is not dead? At that moment, Su Tianan entered, hastily bowing to the rotund man. Island master. Meanwhile, Li Shi, still lying in bed, discreetly transmitted a message infused with spiritual energy into Su Tianan's ear. Conceal my identity. Su Tianan trembled slightly, nodding subtly. The island master scoffed in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, I thought I had found a sturdy man. Instead, it's a wretched soul. Hurry and discard him. He is a waste of air on this island. With that, the island master left in a huff, and Su Tianan hurriedly saw him off. A few minutes later, Su Tianan returned, gazing at Li Shi. Immortal, is this arrangement acceptable? You may stay here to recuperate. Once you heal, you can depart, and I, Su Tianan, seek no celestial path. If possible, I only request some mortal silver. It was evident that despite the island master's domineering nature, Su Tianan was reluctant to entangle himself too deeply with an immortal, preferring to lead a simple life. Whether one calls it honesty or caution, Su Tianan began to care for Li Shi, even preparing fish soup for him. The transformation of Li Shi's body astonished Su Tianan. By the following morning, new skin had already formed on Li Shi. By sunset of the next day, Li Shi was able to speak and sit up, performing these simple actions. Coupled with the healing elixirs stored in his spatial bags, his injuries were healing remarkably fast. Over these 2 days, Su Tianan refrained from deep-sea fishing to tend to Li Shi, instead catching smaller fish and shellfish in the shallow waters to nourish him. Li Shi occasionally declines. These items hold little value for his recovery. His injuries rely solely on the nurturing of the twin lotus and the aura pool for rapid healing. Of course, the primary reason for his refusal remains the unpalatable taste. This world is woefully lacking in culinary delights, particularly on this remote island. The fishy flavor makes Li Shi feel nauseated. By the 3rd day, he is able to rise and move about, though some internal injuries still require rest. In his mind, the system interface has reverted to its original state, no longer displaying the mark of the heavenly path's lock. Perhaps it is due to the complete descent of the heavenly diagram, or perhaps it is a consequence of the grand teleportation order. But Li Shi has successfully extricated himself from this predicament. Li Shi inquired and learned that this place is called Q Island. A small isle with fewer than 1,000 inhabitants, it is isolated from the world and rather barren. The island has been ruled by a single family for generations, and not even the sects of the land deign to establish their presence here. Strangely, the residents of this island possess remarkably short lifespans. Su Tianan, despite being merely 20 years old, bears the countenance of one in their 30s, not due to precociousness, but rather an air of premature aging. Li Shi sensed that there was something amiss on this island. The very name, Bitter Misery Island, was rather peculiar. By the 4th day, his injuries had largely healed, and the flow of spiritual energy began to circulate smoothly once more. Li Shi felt that it was time to depart. As for what on Bitter Hardship Island was affecting the longevity of its inhabitants, he could not ascertain. He would warn the islanders before his departure. Whether they chose to heed his warning or not was entirely up to them. Li Shi sought a place imbued with the presence of immortals to inquire about the location and its significance within the realms of heaven and earth. Oh, celestial being! In 2 days' time, the annual Blue Crab Festival will take place on Bitter Hardship Island, where countless blue crabs will ascend the shores, making it a noteworthy event for the island. Should you have the inclination, it would be a spectacle worth witnessing, Su Tianan elaborated. Countless? It seems as though they would blanket the beach. Li Shi thus resolved to remain. It was not merely for the attribute points, rather. He had never encountered such a spectacle before. After 2 more days, Li Shi's injuries had largely healed. During his time wandering around the island of Kui, He had discovered neither any spiritual energy nor hidden secrets. It was simply an ordinary little island. The island's master, upon noticing Li Shi venturing out, quickly realized the extraordinary nature of Li Shi's recovery from the brink of death within mere days. He nearly knelt before Li Shi, regarding him as an ancestor, and cursed Su Tianan for concealing Li Shi's true identity. Li Shi shook his head dismissively, merely reminding him that it was Su Tianan who had saved him. The island master quickly grasped the situation, lamenting fervently that he wished to bestow the position of deputy island master upon Su Tianan. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, signaling the approach of evening, throngs of blue crabs began to emerge from the sea, swarming onto the sandy shore. It was an astonishing sight, teeming with life, certainly not merely thousands, but possibly tens of thousands. Chapter 30. The external incarnation. Li Shi possessed a staggering 200,000 attribute points. And as he lamented their insufficiency, his gaze fell upon the beach teeming with blue crabs, eliciting an overwhelming sense of joy. Alas, fortune smiles upon me. But wait, the heavens had just sought to do me harm. This is my opportunity. What does it have to do with the divine? Every year, the inhabitants of Bitterheart Island capture a bountiful harvest of blue crabs at this time for sustenance. Yet this year, the blue crab swarm encountered Li Shi. As he strode onto the sandy shore, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted. The residents of Bitterheart Island were astounded as they witnessed fire dragons, storms, and ice swords emanating from Li Shi's hands, wreaking havoc across much of the beach. Some even fell to their knees in fear. These spells were mere low-tier incantations, easily cast even by those at the chi refinement stage. However, at this moment, Li Shi, a foundation establishment cultivator, unleashed them with a potency far surpassing that of ordinary practitioners. Take, for instance, the fire dragon spell. It is but a standard fire attribute incantation, typically yielding flames spanning only around 10 zhang from an average foundation establishment cultivator. Yet in Li Shi's grasp, the flames surged endlessly forth. He was akin to a human flamethrower. The spiritual energy within him flowed ceaselessly, resembling an oceanic expanse. Spiritual energy reserve, 98, 900, 100, 000 spiritual energy limit, 100. 000. Li Shi was uncertain of the spiritual energy reserves typical for ordinary foundation establishment cultivators, yet he surmised they must be less than a mere tenth of his own. Even during the later stages of foundation establishment, Song Moen required intermittent rest to replenish his spiritual energy while journeying from Xiantian's sect to Shiqing. However, Li Shi felt as though he could soar for 10 days and nights without the slightest pause. The rate at which he consumed spiritual energy could hardly keep pace with the rate at which it replenished. Moreover, Li Shi stumbled upon a delightful revelation. His storage bag had not been lost within the vortex of space and time, but instead materialized within his dantian. In that pool of spiritual energy, his celestial foundation had effectively carved out a realm of its own. A Tinjiang pool of spiritual energy represented an independent space. Legend has it that transformation into a divine being allows one to create a realm within, and yet here he was, achieving such a feat at the foundation establishment stage. Though it spanned merely 10 zhang, it was nothing short of astonishing and extraordinary. At this moment, Li Shi resembled a formidable artillery platform, unleashing a torrent of elemental spells, fire dragons, tempests, and ice blades relentlessly across the sandy shore. The air was filled with the frantic flight of blue crabs, their severed limbs and golden rows scattered about. The system's resonant chime echoed like a drumroll, heralding the continuous surge of attribute points, climbing ever higher, refreshing with each passing moment. After a quarter of an hour, Li Shi ceased his incantations, and the beach lay transformed as if ravaged by the chaos of war. Not a single blue crab remained. Even the grains of sand had crystallized under the searing heat, creating a vast expanse of shimmering white. Ice blades pierced the ground, and the remnants of the tempest-torn blue crabs littered the area. This onslaught had yielded over 80,000 attribute points, yet this was merely the beginning. The blue crabs had retreated from the shore, congregating in the shallows, hesitant to advance further. Moreover, a multitude of other marine creatures, fish, octopuses, and more, had also gathered. Why did these blue crabs emerge in such numbers at this time each year? Observing this phenomenon, Li Shi felt perplexed. He initially attributed it to tidal shifts or instinctual behavior. However, the sheer scale of this migration suggested a deeper significance behind it. With a decisive thought, he activated the system, investing several hundred attribute points to maximize the water avoidance technique. Then, he plunged into the sea, heading toward the source of the blue crab congregation. Li Shi moved with remarkable swiftness, swiftly reaching the boundary between the shallow and deep sea. Here, one could observe a multitude of green crabs diligently making their way towards the island. Li Shi continued to dive deeper into the ocean, And at last, a glimmering light in the distance caught his attention. As he approached, he discovered that it was a shimmering cavern, constructed of various corals and adorned with an array of gemstones. Towering at an impressive height of 6 zhang, it appeared immense, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal creature. As if it were the lair of something extraordinary. Li Shi meticulously examined the cave entrance, finding no signs of ingress or egress. After attuning himself to the surrounding environment, he finally comprehended why the blue crabs had collectively ventured ashore. The oxygen in this stretch of seawater was so scarce that it was nearly non-existent. Numerous lifeless fish floated aimlessly, and even certain fungi began to perish. Reflecting on the fact that the Blue Crab Festival on Kui Island had persisted for many years, he pondered, could it be that at this time each year, this cave absorbs the surrounding oxygen, thereby forcing marine life to ascend to the land? No, it was not merely oxygen. The vitality of the surroundings was equally being siphoned away. The nearby coral reefs had all succumbed to death. And Li Shi even sensed a draining of his own spiritual energy within. This could very well elucidate the advanced age of Kui Island's inhabitants. Something was extracting the life force and spiritual essence from this maritime realm. What lay within the cave? Li Shi meticulously examined the entrance of the cave, finding no signs of danger. Considering the annual, predictable changes of the cave, he recalled certain esoteric accounts from the realm of immortals. A few conjectures began to form in his mind. Could this be a naturally occurring paradise? Perhaps it harbored some innate spiritual treasure? Indeed. Many innate treasures are birthed in this manner, such as the purple gold fire gourd, which thrives in volcanic lava, the void vine that flourishes in the emptiness of space, and the ice spirit flower nurtured within layers of frost and frigid realms. After another thorough inspection, Li Shi felt increasingly confident in his hypotheses. However, he refrained from entering hastily. Instead, he settled into a meditative posture. Following his successful foundation establishment, a new option appeared on the system interface, allowing him to allocate points to the twin lotus blossom. Li Shi was captivated by the dual lotus, which could manifest an external incarnation, thus selecting it as his foundation for immortality. Dual lotus, 010000, is it truly necessary to require 10,000 for the first tier? System, allocate points. Clang. Points successfully allocated. Dual lotus level 1, 01000000. The dual lotus technique has been unlocked. Dual lotus technique. Summon an external incarnation, united in heart, root, and existence, yet distinct in death. The demise of the external incarnation does not affect the essence. Merely an incarnation, to be treasured as a gem or discarded as a mere trifle. The requirement for the second tier upgrade is an astonishing 1 million attribute points. Li Shi was taken aback for a moment, then calmed his mind and began to contemplate the twin lotus blossoms. Gradually, the image of a pair of twin lotus flowers materialized around him, enveloping him in their presence. Li Shi felt a burgeoning longing take shape, one that resonated with his own thoughts, born of the same essence, as if a single soul were animating two bodies. A new Li Shi emerged, bare and unadorned, slowly materializing beside him. The two Li Shis opened their eyes in unison, exchanging a broad grin. Suddenly, the unclothed Li Shi's expression shifted dramatically. He clutched his mouth and began to scream, a torrent of seawater gushing into him, panic etched across his face, his eyes quickly reddening under the pressure of the water. What on earth? How could this external manifestation be a mere mortal? Li Shi swiftly repelled the ocean's waters with his spiritual energy, creating a vacuum at the seabed. Fortunately, the depth here was not particularly profound. Had it been any deeper, the pressure of the water would have been insurmountable. With a sigh of relief, his external incarnation exhaled deeply, conducting a thorough inspection, yet finding nothing extraordinary, merely an ordinary mortal. Simultaneously, a new interface emerged within the system, bearing the title, Dual Lotus Incarnation. Cultivation level, mortal. Physical body, mortal. Chapter 31, Born from Nature. The external incarnation of the dual lotus was, astonishingly, a mere mortal and had nearly drowned. It was akin to starting a new account, necessitating a fresh period of training. However, this was, in fact, a fortuitous development. A new identity embodied limitless potential. A new identity. The possibilities are boundless. From this point onward, you shall be known as Li Ba. Ba, akin to Shi, signifies the act of treading forth. Li Shi patted Li Ba's shoulder, and Li Ba responded with a smile, returning the gesture. The two exchanged knowing glances, their laughter echoing in the air. Li Shi expended 900 attribute points, elevating Li Ba's cultivation to the 9th level of Qi refinement. The information within the system has also been updated. Name, Li Ba, cultivation, 9th level of Qi refinement. Spiritual root, medium-grade water spiritual root. Physical body, mortal. Subsequently, Li Shi instructed Li Ba in the water avoidance technique. Now, it is time to delve inside and discover what awaits. Li Shi gazed upon the vast coral cavern. Li Ba nodded, rose to his feet, and performed a water-evading incantation as he made his way toward the cave. Li Shi gazed at the resplendent silhouette of Li Ba, momentarily taken aback before a sudden realization dawned upon him. Wait, hold on. He isn't even dressed yet. Once Li Ba donned his attire, they finally ventured into the cavern. Steady now. Keep your spirits high. Don't lose face. Bring back the treasure. Li Shi encouraged him from behind. Li Ba extended his hand and returned the gesture with a middle finger. Li Ba traversed the cavern, feeling as though he were walking within the maw of some colossal creature. The atmosphere was eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life, and not a whisper could be heard. Gradually, the ground beneath him began to reveal an abundance of pearls and shells, the sound of his footsteps echoing with a creaking resonance. After proceeding several dozen steps, the shells and pearls multiplied, eventually carpeting the ground in a shimmering display, creating a resplendent pathway. A luminous glow illuminated the entire passage, emanating from enormous gems embedded in the cave walls, their white radiance casting bright light throughout the cavern. Additionally, a multitude of peculiar corals thrived within the cave, displaying an array of bizarre forms. Was there an aura of spirituality in this place? Li Ba closed his eyes, immersing himself in the moment. Although the energy was somewhat tenuous, it undeniably possessed a certain ethereal quality. Li Ba continued to advance, the spiritual energy growing increasingly dense. After traversing several dozen steps, the richness of the spiritual aura had become nearly comparable to that of Ziyun Mountain, its intensity rivaling that of those grand ancestral lands. This was a natural paradise, a hidden realm of celestial wonders. At last, Li Ba reached his destination and beheld the source of all the extraordinary phenomena within the cave. It was a colossal clam. Li Ba suddenly recalled the day he encountered Nyo Digyu, the leader of the Bangon sect, alongside Song Emoan. His grandfather had once ventured out to sea and discovered several tomes and elixirs within the shell of a colossal clam. Was this clam akin to stumbling upon a treasure chest in the wilderness? However, Li Ba believed that the giant clam his grandfather had encountered could not possibly compare in size to the one before him, which was at least several dozen zhang in length, comparable to a massive house. If it were another creature, such a size would at least denote a congealed core demonic beast. Had it developed sentience? Li Ba quietly approached, only to suddenly furrow his brow. Dead? Li Ba discovered that the skin of the massive clam was a pale hue akin to stone, its gaping mouth revealing an empty interior marked by remnants resembling desiccated fossils. This was a deceased giant clam. Yet, what could be nurturing so much spiritual energy? After Li Ba confirmed multiple times that the colossal clam had indeed perished, he ventured into its shell and finally beheld the source of the incessant absorption of spiritual energy. There stood a uniquely crystalline coral, shimmering with an ethereal beauty. Upon the crystalline coral, a glimmering little entity was continuously drawing in spiritual energy. Upon noticing Li Ba's entrance, the small entity abruptly took flight, darting away into the distance. A treasure of spiritual essence. Li Ba was overjoyed and manipulated the spiritual energy to seize it. However, that entity effortlessly evaded Li Ba's grasp, remaining completely unaffected. Humph, humph. Li Ba let out a cold snort, and in the next moment, outside the cave, Li Shi also echoed with a similar disdainful sound. System. Foundation establishment. Li Ba is merely an ordinary practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement, requiring only 1,000 attribute points to establish his foundation. With no need to fear the descent of heavenly tribulations, let alone being personally targeted by the Tao of Heaven. In the next moment, Li Ba's cultivation soared dramatically. He established his foundation out of thin air. In an instant, he struck, capturing the little creature that was scurrying about in a flurry. It was evident that this creature possessed little intelligence, merely darting about aimlessly. Li Ba gazed at the object in his hand, finally discerning its true nature. Li Ba was momentarily taken aback. This was, astonishingly, a hairpin. Or rather, it resembled one. Its overall form was a lustrous silver white, adorned with intricate, twisting patterns reminiscent of dragon motifs. At the apex rested a delicate coral crystal, within which lay a lustrous white pearl, embellished with similar dragon designs. From this pearl cascaded 7 tassels, their texture akin to the sheen of agate, yet remarkably soft, each embellished with a small pearl of its own. It was exquisite, yet rugged, bearing an almost crooked charm. This slight irregularity did not detract from its allure, rather, it exuded a unique beauty. To put it plainly, this object seemed not to be crafted by human hands, but rather to possess an innate natural essence. Was it always meant to look this way? Could this be a treasure of the earth and sky? Li Ba temporarily set aside his belongings, intending to venture out for further exploration. Other treasures must not be overlooked either. Li Ba took out his storage bag and began to pack the abundant exquisite corals that thrived in this spiritually rich locale. As they were undoubtedly valuable, he also extracted the colossal crystal coral that housed the hairpin from the remains of the giant clam. Even the luminous pearl that had formed within the cave was carefully retrieved by Li Ba. As he neared the completion of his packing, his gaze fell upon the carcass of the giant clam. It was indeed a remarkable specimen. However, its size rendered it impossible to transport. Li Ba reluctantly departed. Li Shi ruthlessly exterminated all the blue crabs and various fish in the shallow waters. Subsequently, he returned to the shore, disregarding the kneeling pleas of others, and sought out Su Tianan, tossing him a vial of elixir along with several taels of gold and silver. This elixir, produced once every 6 months, has the remarkable ability to extend one's life by a decade. Su Tianan promptly knelt in gratitude and performed the proper salutations. At that moment, the island master, astounded by Li Shi's formidable prowess, decreed that Su Tianan be appointed as the deputy island master. Li Shi glanced at the island master, observing the beads of sweat adorning his forehead, and subsequently bestowed upon him a vial of elixir. The realms of immortals and mortals are distinct, he proclaimed. And as I take my leave, know that the reduced lifespan of the inhabitants of your island is attributed to an anomaly beneath the sea, which I have now resolved. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheer. Thank you, Master Immortal. We bid you farewell. To the islanders, Li Shi was an enigmatic figure. Tales of immortals had circulated in the past, and some had even encountered such beings. Yet, who among the immortals would delight in capturing blue crabs upon the shore? Truly perplexing. Should fate allow, we may meet again in the future. As he uttered this, Li Shi cast a meaningful glance at the island master. The island master, comprehending his intent, nodded with a smile, realizing that Li Shi's words were meant to secure Su Tianan's position and quell any burgeoning dissent. With that, Li Shi ascended into the sky aboard his flying vessel. Once in a secluded area, he emerged from the water alongside Li Ba, and the two exchanged knowing smiles as they departed from Bitter Island. Chapter 32. Falling Star Island. Li Shi was puzzled as to why the sight of Li Ba's face, identical to his own, evoked laughter within him. No, he must conceal his amusement. Such a peculiar circumstance could easily attract undue attention. Two individuals bearing such striking resemblance could not simply be attributed to the phenomenon of twins. Li Shi first applied a disguise technique, beginning to alter Li Ba's appearance. These minor arts are essential for the direct disciples of the Xiantian sect, encompassing hundreds of techniques, including the turtle-breathing technique, invisibility technique, and the spirit-seeking method, among many others. Though these spells may not possess overwhelming power, they are remarkably practical. Typically, a solitary cultivator who acquires even one or two of these techniques can lead a rather prosperous life. This stark contrast often leads cultivators to self-deprecatingly remark on the disparity between the sacred sons and daughters of sects and those who cultivate alone. What one dedicates their life to mastering, often through arduous effort, may merely be what others possess by nature. Li Shi simply disguised Li Ba, dressing him in black attire and adorning him with a conical hat. A youth clad in white stood beside a figure draped in black, wearing a hat that obscured his face. This was sufficient. Li Shi determined his course and set forth, journeying resolutely to the north. Li Shi was unaware of the identity of this maritime expanse. It could potentially be the southern seas of Tianan, or perhaps another direction of the mainland, or even an uncharted ocean. Thus, he journeyed northward for a full 2.5 days. At long last, he encountered signs of human presence once more. It was a colossal seafaring vessel, unlike any he had witnessed in his previous life, devoid of the customary sails typically found on ships, and astonishingly immense. Li Shi observed closely and soon realized that there were a dozen enormous fish ahead of the vessel, comparable in size to colossal whales, propelling the ship forward at great speed. Despite their immense size and formidable presence, these gigantic fish lacked any ethereal quality or sense of intimidation. They were merely ordinary fish, reminiscent of an exaggerated and robust version of the swordfish from a previous life. It appears that even the mortals in this realm possess their own way of life. Li Shi gazed from afar, and only after a few moments did he step onto the flying boat. Arriving above the vessel, he circled it twice using his cloaking technique, confirming once more that it was indeed a mundane ship. Ultimately, after several scans with his probing spell, he retracted the invisibility, revealing his form. An immortal. Where is he? Perhaps a seabird. Truly a celestial master. He can fly. He is a foundation-building master. Look quickly. Soon, the individuals aboard the ship became aware of Li Shi's arrival. After a few exclamations, people began to emerge from the cabin in droves, densely gathering at the bow of the ship to pay their respects to Li Shi. The moment they beheld the two figures riding the flying boat in the sky, they bowed deeply, showing profound reverence. Some even knelt in homage. It seemed that these people possessed an even greater awe for cultivators than those from Tiannan, yet paradoxically, they appeared to have a deeper understanding of the world of cultivation, as they were able to recognize foundation-building practitioners. Amid the ensuing commotion, a well-fed middle-aged man, dressed elegantly, pushed his way to the front of the crowd. Two esteemed immortals have graced us with their visit. We are immensely honored. Do the immortals have any requests? We shall endeavor to fulfill them with utmost diligence. Li Shi stowed away the flying boat and, alongside Li Ba, leaped to the bow of the vessel, causing those around them to retreat in alarm. Li Shi smiled gently at the middle-aged man and inquired, "Where are you headed?" The man replied earnestly, "We are aboard a merchant ship from Tianhe Trading Company, bound for Falling Star Island to deliver goods." Although he had a slight accent, it was not dissimilar to that of Tiannan. "Ah, what a coincidence. I too am journeying to Falling Star Island. I hope you do not mind if I accompany you for a while?" "Not at all. I shall prepare a guest room at once." The old man exclaimed with enthusiasm. "My name is Lu De, and should you require anything, please do not hesitate to let me know." Lu De appeared quite exhilarated and showed great respect towards Li Shi. Li Shi found Lu De's excitement somewhat perplexing. However, Lu De soon clarified, when accompanying an immortal master, how could one possibly refuse? "We yearn for such opportunities and dare not express any discontent." "Yearn for such opportunities?" Li Shi inquired with curiosity. Lu De paused, scrutinizing Li Shi, and conjectured. Could it be that the immortal master hails from a family of cultivators? Alas, you are unaware of the perils we mortals face upon the vast seas, where fearsome beasts occasionally assail merchant vessels. We typically bestow a token of gratitude upon one or two cultivators for their protection, yet, I must confess, I am unable to offer any additional spirit stones to honor the immortal master. Lu De's words astonished Li Shi. The notion that merchant ships would employ cultivators as guardians was quite extraordinary, albeit they were likely merely chi refining or foundation establishment practitioners. Such occurrences were unheard of in the southern heavens, where the cultivation realm strictly delineates between the mortal and the divine. Cultivators seldom interact with the mundane dynasties. Or so it appears on the surface. Is the coexistence of immortals a consequence of the unique environment here? What cargo do you transport? Li Shi asked, intrigued. Upon hearing this, Lu De appeared somewhat apprehensive. Li Shi discerned the underlying concern. It appeared they feared he might engage in murder or smuggling. Clearly, he had broached a subject best left unspoken. No. Master Xian, it is as follows. The goods were transported from Tiannan. Tiannan? Upon hearing Lu De mention that this place was Nanhai, Li Shi had already begun to suspect. Now, upon hearing the words Tiannan, his suspicions were unequivocally confirmed. Indeed, this was the maritime region further south of Tiannan. Yes, our journey back and forth has taken no less than half a year. Li Shi engaged in a brief conversation, inquiring about the goods of Lu De and his companions, which predominantly consisted of medicinal herbs for alchemy and minerals that are absent from the South China Sea. Li Shi once again requested a map from Lu De, and subsequently arrived at the guest room Lu De had prepared for him. Upon entering the guest room and conducting a thorough inspection, Li Shi unfolded the map. At that moment, a sudden clarity regarding his location dawned upon him. During his time at the Xiantian sect, Li Shi had not paid much attention to the southernmost regions of Tiannan, only aware that there were several islands after venturing deep into the South China Sea. In truth, the entirety of Tiannan maintained a rather distant relationship with the South China Sea. The map even marked the location of Kui Island. The South China Sea boasts over 300 islands of varying sizes, excluding the minuscule islets. These islands are governed by an organization known as the Tianhe Alliance, which functions akin to a terrestrial kingdom, ruling the surrounding territories. The capital of the Tianhe Alliance comprises a cluster of 7 islands, including Falling Star Island, making it the most bustling area of the entire South China Sea. Additionally, there exists a place called Tianhe Island, which is not explicitly marked on the map but is described as home to a sect known as Tianhe sect, inhabited by cultivators who remain largely inaccessible to mortals, whose only knowledge of it is by name. However, if Li Shi's conjecture holds true, the true power behind the Tianhe Alliance likely resides with the practitioners of the Tianhe sect. The emergence of this situation is likely correlated with the harsh conditions of the South China Sea. Unlike land, where monsters typically dwell in mountains or remote areas, the ocean presents a different scenario. In the vast expanse of the sea, a creature can swim wherever it pleases. Under such circumstances, mortal life is undoubtedly fraught with difficulties. giving rise to the necessity of the Tianhe Alliance. Li Shi pondered for a moment, closing the map as he silently contemplated his forthcoming plans. Despite the looming threat of the Heavenly Tao, the system was indispensable. He could simply choose to be more discreet in the future. It was imperative to cultivate his core. Provided it was not a 7-colored pill, 5 elements pill, heavenly pill, super golden pill, or the creation of multiple cores, as long as he adhered to a normal path. There should be no cause for concern, should there? Luda mentioned that they had been adrift on the ocean for 5 months. With still 2 months of journey remaining to reach Falling Star Island, they had sailed for over a month without encountering any significant dangers. During this time, Li Shi had stealthily ventured into the depths of the sea several times to hunt schools of fish. As a newly ascended Foundation establishment cultivator, his speed in slaying had multiplied several times. Furthermore, the gatherings of fish were often as abundant as swarms of ants, if not more so. However, Li Shi's commotion was somewhat excessive. Consequently, the crew occasionally heard tremendous roars emanating from beneath the waves, reminiscent of a tempestuous wind or the eerie cries of a dragon, instilling a sense of dread. There were even instances when Li Shi and Li Ba had become frenzied, exterminating the nearby aquatic life within mere hours. The bloodshed turned the ocean crimson. From the surface, it appeared as a vast expanse of scarlet shimmer, a truly terrifying sight. The crew, frightened, assumed that some monstrous beast lurked below and frantically sought Li Shi. Having returned early and donned his attire, Li Shi opened his door, stood at the bow of the ship, and bellowed, casting a few spells into the water for show. He then reassured the crew that the underwater beast had been frightened away. Naturally, the crew rejoiced, venerating Li Shi as if he were a deity, bowing in his presence. Luda was also quite pleased but harbored some confusion. Why had they been encountering these mythical beasts, which were rarely seen before? Surely, they hadn't strayed from their course? Luda could hardly fathom that the turmoil in the sea was caused by Li Shi himself. He had even presented Li Shi with a bounty of gold, silver, and 5 medium-grade spirit stones. Li Shi was indifferent to the treasures but was astonished by Luda's possession of spirit stones. It was known that even the emperor of the mortal realm in Tiannan would not have a single spirit stone in his possession. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. In the South Sea, where mortals and immortals coexisted, spirit stones served as the most effective medium of exchange. No wonder mortals could hire cultivators for protection. Chapter 33. Jiangbihe. More than half a month had passed. One morning, Li Shi had just returned from a hunting expedition in the depths of the sea, having amassed over 40,000 attribute points. In high spirits, he hummed a tune while playing chess with Li Ba in the guest quarters. You're cheating. Nonsense. How can the external incarnation be considered cheating? Damn it. Li Shi, adept at multitasking, has been honing his skills through relentless practice and playful antics. Over the past few days, he has become increasingly proficient at controlling his external embodiment, even managing to engage both bodies in disparate activities simultaneously. A feat made possible by the unique nature of the Twin Lotus. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside the cabin. Moments later, hurried footsteps approached. The footsteps paused at the door, and after a brief silence, Luda's voice resonated. Has the immortal master emerged from his slumber? There are disturbances in the outside world. And Lu dares to intrude. Li Shi opened the door and inquired, what is the matter? There are pirates blocking the road. We are currently at a standoff. I hope the immortal master will go and take a look. Luda replied urgently. Oh, pirates? Li Shi furrowed his brow as he followed Luda onto the deck, making their way to the bow of the ship. Before them loomed a formidable black vessel, obstructing their path. It was early morning, and a thick mist enveloped the sea, resembling a delicate veil that shrouded everything in its embrace. The fog swirled and thickened, rendering distant sights nearly indistinguishable. Even the details of the black ship were obscured, leaving only its massive silhouette and towering mast faintly discernible. It exuded an air of grandeur. In the past, they had encountered pirates, and with the aid of the harpoon gun at the bow, they had typically managed to elude pursuit. However, today the fog was too dense, and they had inadvertently collided with this pirate ship. They were now trapped, unable to evade the situation. Ludu explained. At that moment, voices called out from the ship. To those aboard, we are the Black Crane pirate crew. Our meeting today is indeed fateful. Swiftly surrender all valuables. Should we board your vessel, it will not merely be a matter of plundering your riches. Li Shi scrutinized the scene before him and observed 2 ships across the way, their entirety shrouded in darkness, adorned with flags that bore the likeness of a bearded old man. What sort of faction is this Black Crane pirate gang? Li Shi inquired. This. I have never heard of it. There are simply too many pirate factions, both large and small. The Alliance of Heaven has attempted to eradicate them numerous times, yet they always fail to achieve complete annihilation. It is worth noting that behind the alliance of heaven stand the cultivators of the heavenly sect. Can they truly not eliminate even the pirates? At that moment, a voice echoed from the opposing side. Do you know the lineage of my Black Crane pirate group? Our leader is an immortal. Immortal? That makes sense. It turns out there are cultivators behind the pirate faction as well. At this juncture, Luda also ascended to the bow of the ship and began to shout, You there. We are a merchant vessel of the Alliance of Heaven. It would be wise for you to retreat. Do not provoke any trouble. Just as Luda's words faded, an ancient voice, resonating with an extraordinary volume, boomed back, Ha ha ha. Heh. What of the Alliance of Heaven? In this fog-laden sea, who would know if you were devoured whole? Even nascent soul cultivators would struggle to uncover the perpetrator. Initially, we intended to rob and release you, but since you are of the Alliance of Heaven, we shall keep you all. Li Shi's expression shifted sharply. This voice emanated from the spiritual essence. Is this their leader? I am Jiang Bieda. Remember my name. When you descend into hell and Yama inquires, you shall have an answer. In the next moment, an elder clad in a black robe soared into the air from the opposing vessel, cackling coldly as he looked down upon the crowd from above. Li Shi focused his gaze and sighed in relief. An old man at the 9th level of qi refining? However, Li Shi remained cautious, aware that the opponent might possess hidden capabilities. With this thought, he took a step back, retreating behind the crowd. In contrast, Li Ba advanced a step forward, shielding everyone behind him. What of the Heavenly Alliance? Haha. This old man has 1,000,000 blood mosquitoes in his spirit beast pouch, eagerly awaiting sustenance. Once the blood mosquitoes are unleashed, a plunder of resources will ensue, ensuring that the Heavenly Alliance will find not a trace of evidence. Jiang Breha retrieved a crimson pouch, caressing it with affection, lost in thought, when he suddenly heard a voice from below. What is inside? 1,000,000 blood mosquitoes. 1,000,000 attribute points. Jiang Biao was taken aback and looked down, noticing a man clad in black with a conical hat gazing up at him, inquiring. The man revealed no concealment of his cultivation level, allowing the bearded man to immediately discern that he was a foundation-building practitioner. A foundation-building practitioner? You are capable of honoring a foundation-building practitioner. Quite generous, indeed. But, so what? Ha 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 ha. You do not enter the realm of cultivation. Hearing the name Jiang Bieda is akin to seeing the moon in water or a flower in a mirror. Should you enter the realm of cultivation? Encountering me would be like a mayfly facing the vast sky. Jiang Bieda's audacious proclamation momentarily stunned Li Shi. Ha. Do you know? The Tao is vast and myriad. I, Jiang Bieda, shall claim one path. The path of insect control. I shall immortalize my name. Although he was merely at the 9th level of qi refining, Jiang Bieda felt no fear before Li Ba below. Jiang Breha never accepted defeat. His spiritual root was inadequate, his cultivation aptitude abysmal, so poor that his master despised him. And the celestial maiden he pursued scorned him. Approaching a century of age, he barely managed to reach the 9th level of qi refining. Yet, he was infatuated with the path of spirit beasts, dedicating half his life to studying beast control, creating secret techniques, and compiling them into a tome. He had even raised 1,000,000 blood mosquitoes. Harnessing these 1,000,000 blood mosquitoes, one could slay those in the late foundation building stage. Even core formation practitioners could be delayed. Countless foundation building practitioners have perished at my hands. Would I fear a mere early foundation building practitioner? With this thought, Jiang Bie hesitated no longer and opened his spirit beast pouch. A dense swarm of blood mosquitoes surged forth, darkening the sky. They resembled a vast, crimson-black cloud, rushing downwards. The buzzing sound sent tremors through the hearts of all present. These were no ordinary blood mosquitoes. They had been refined by Jiang Bie countless times. Li Ba swiftly unleashed a series of spells, fire dragons, lightning bolts, and then propelled a mid-tier magical artifact into the swarm of mosquitoes. Attribute points surged by 111. In an instant, hundreds of blood-sucking mosquitoes perished. Yet in comparison to the 1,000,000-strong horde, the impact was negligible. Li Ba maintained an impassive expression as he swiftly conjured a colossal protective shield, enveloping the entire vessel. In the next moment, the blood mosquitoes collided against the barrier like a mountain crashing down. The spiritual shield rippled momentarily but remained unbreached, while the densely packed proboscises of the blood mosquitoes sent shivers down one's spine. Haha, how long can your spiritual shield endure? 100 breaths? Or perhaps a quarter of an hour? Jiang Bie's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a disdainful smile. He paid no heed to the resistance below, for in his grasp was a beast-controlling pouch that seemed akin to an endless black hole, continuously unleashing a swarm of nightmarish blood mosquitoes. These were no ordinary insects. They had evolved to the level of demonic beasts. Each blood mosquito possessed formidable strength and a terrifying capacity for blood-sucking, capable of effortlessly draining the life force from a cultivator merely at the first stage of qi refinement. Were it anyone else, even those of profound cultivation, it would be a daunting task to simultaneously command such a multitude of ferocious blood mosquitoes. Yet, Jiang Bia, through years of dedicated research and unique secret methods he had developed, coupled with extensive practice, could manipulate these terrifying creatures with remarkable ease. It must be said that in the realm of beast taming, Jiang Bia indeed possessed extraordinary talent and aptitude. He often regarded himself as a genius in the art of beast control, and it appeared that this self-assessment was not entirely without merit. Thus, the two sides remained locked in a stalemate, with Jiang Bia exhibiting no urgency. Time quietly slipped away, nearly a quarter of an hour having passed. During this interval, the surging blood mosquitoes circled and danced in the air, forming a dark crimson mist that exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Yet, they persistently failed to penetrate the shield. The spiritual energy has not yet been exhausted? Jiang Bia mused, somewhat astonished, but attributed it merely to the opponent's abundant spiritual energy or some method of replenishing it. Remaining unfazed as he leisurely awaited the unfolding events. On the vessel beneath his feet, the pirate crew also awaited with calmness. They too felt no concern, for they knew that once the blood mosquitoes emerged, they had never witnessed a cultivator withstand even a quarter of an hour. All were left as mere remnants. Drained of vitality, the proboscises of the blood mosquitoes were even lined with sharp teeth, and after draining a victim to the point of desiccation, they would grind the corpse into fragments for absorption, leaving no waste whatsoever. Meanwhile, Luda and his companions gazed pale-faced at the ominous swarm of blood mosquitoes blotting out the sky, particularly aghast at the grotesque proboscises. Yet, Luda soon noticed that Li Ba, clad in black, remained unperturbed and even seemed somewhat exhilarated. Where is the other immortal master? Luda turned to search, and only then did he spot Li Shi at the rear of the crowd. Li Shi had brought over a reclining chair and was leisurely lounging, occasionally waving his hand to unleash a torrent of spiritual energy, infusing it into the protective barrier. These blood mosquitoes were indeed extraordinary, capable of devouring and absorbing spiritual energy. It was no wonder that Jiang Bia was so audacious. If it were an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, they would deplete their spiritual energy within moments. Even those with a solid foundation in the later stages of foundation establishment, or even at the pinnacle, could find themselves besieged and facing death without powerful offensive means. Furthermore, with such a multitude of blood mosquitoes, even magical artifacts would struggle to have any effect. Jiang Bia was truly an exceptionally rare talent. His accomplishments in beast taming were on par with the innate sword heart of Yishi Yao. It is worth noting that Jiang Bia was merely at the 9th level of qi refinement. How could he possibly control so many blood mosquitoes? This defied all logic. Were it not for the constraints of his cultivation aptitude, he might have become a formidable figure in the demonic path, renowned throughout the realm of cultivation. Alas, he had encountered me. Li Shi reclined in the lounge chair with a smile, leisurely spending time with Jiang Bia. With such a multitude of blood mosquitoes under his control, does Jiang Bia not feel weary? These blood mosquitoes, too, must experience fatigue. Li Shi was entirely confident that he could provoke a problem for Jiang Bia before his own spiritual energy was depleted. Li Shi remained composed. Yet it was evident that Jiang Bia could not maintain his composure any longer. In the air, witnessing the persistent inability to breach Li Ba's defenses, Jiang Bia let out a cold snort. Heaven did not give birth to me, Jiang Bia. The realm of spirit beasts is as dark and unfathomable as an abyss. Now, it is an eternal night. Let it end here. Jiang Bia produced another spirit beast pouch, from which hundreds of golden-hued beetles emerged, charging into the swarm of blood mosquitoes. These 500 horned gold-eating insects have been nurtured for decades. Fed daily with hundreds of varieties of metallic minerals, their shells are impervious. Their altered mandibles can devour anything. In the past, Jiang Bia had slain an injured core formation cultivator. However, the horned gold-eating insects always posed a risk of losing control, making them quite troublesome to manage. Complete refining would take time, and Jiang Bia had yet to fully master them. Meanwhile, Li Shi furrowed his brow. He seemed to recall having seen these creatures in a book detailing the world's extraordinary beings, a fearsome and formidable insect. Buzzing. Some of the horned gold-eating insects clung to the spirit energy shield, their bizarre mandibles resembling files as they effortlessly gnawed small holes. In an instant, one of the gold-eating insects had already burrowed its way inside. Li Shi's tranquil expression subtly shifted as he sat up from the recliner, swiftly grasping the horned gold-devouring insect that had flown in. Simultaneously, he activated his Xian Tian technique, conjuring a brilliant golden shield that replaced Li Ba's spiritual energy barrier. The Xiantian technique he practiced was a mid-tier Earth-level martial art, which, upon reaching the first stage, allowed him to wield the Xiantian palm and the Xiantian shield. This golden luminescence was, in fact, the Xiantian shield, imbued with a strand of profound yellow energy, heavy as 1,000 pounds. At this moment, as Li Shi rose, his breath-concealing technique dissipated, prompting Jiang Beihe to narrow his eyes upon sensing Li Shi's cultivation level. Another foundation establishment cultivator? What could this fleet be transporting to afford 2 such cultivators? Could it be precious herbs or rare minerals? Jiang Beihe was momentarily startled. Yet a wave of excitement surged within him. Each day, nurturing the horned gold-devouring insect consumed vast quantities of various ores. And seizing this Tianhe Alliance vessel would be an opportune means of replenishment. However, what kind of technique was this golden shield? Why was it impervious to his attacks for the time being? Jiang Beihe's gaze flickered with intrigue. Squeak. The horned gold-devouring insect, clutched tightly in Li Shi's hand, struggled fiercely, gnawing at Li Shi's fingers and managing to pierce through a layer of skin. It was worth noting that Li Shi had achieved 100 layers of body refinement. No wonder this gold-devouring insect instilled such fear. Even for core formation cultivators, their physical transformations were minimal, relying heavily on their cultivation and techniques. It was no surprise that the gold-devouring insect had garnered such a formidable reputation. Crack. With all his might, Li Shi squeezed fiercely. Crack. Though he could crush it, he felt a distinct resistance. Truly, it was an ancient vicious insect. Moreover, these creatures had begun to gnaw at the Xiantian shield, even managing to render several areas translucent. It seemed he needed to resolve this swiftly. Since Jiang Beihe had consecutively summoned 2 lethal weapons, he likely had no significant trump cards left, right? Aside from the blood mosquito and the unicorn-devouring gold insect, there was one more aspect to be wary of concerning Jiang Beihe. It was his mode of flight. Since the beginning, Jiang Beihe had remained airborne, a chi-refining cultivator whose spiritual energy had yet to undergo qualitative transformation. Could not truly fly but could only tread upon the void for a brief moment. Jiang Beihe, however, relied on his spiritual pets for flight. As several winged creatures flapped their wings beneath his feet and on his back, lifting him into the air. Who might you be? Do you possess a name? Or, are you a guardian cultivator dispatched by the Tianhe sect? Jiang Beihe inquired. Humph. Your ignorance of my name is to be expected. I am Tian Wenjing. Tian Wenjing? Jiang Beihe furrowed his brow. Indeed, this name was unfamiliar to him. My friend, should you depart now, I shall consider you never existed. If you do not leave, my spiritual insects are not to be trifled with. Is that so? Li Shi raised an eyebrow and glanced around. Regardless of whether you are merely stalling for time or sincerely advising me to depart, I have grasped one thing. Are you, by any chance, threatening me? Boom. Li Shi leaped into the air, an explosion of spiritual energy emanating from him as he unleashed a series of spells in rapid succession. Simultaneously, he raised his hand towards the heavens, casting forth a profound celestial palm. Chapter 35. A genius. That is merely the threshold to my prowess. The enormous golden palm imprint instantaneously crushed swarms of blood mosquitoes, creating a void amidst the throng of pests. Li Shi left Li Ba to protect the others and surged toward Jiang Beihe, disregarding the swarming golden-eating insects and blood mosquitoes. His speed was among the elite even among Foundation establishment cultivators. Li Shi was confident that he could slay Jiang Beihe amidst the encroaching horde of insects. However, Jiang Beihe was taken aback by Li Shi's velocity. He observed the insects at his feet and on his garments rapidly fluttering their wings, propelling him swiftly backward. Simultaneously, those butterfly-like insects expelled a copious amount of black-purple smoke, cloaking Jiang Beihe's form and rendering him concealed within the haze. This smoke appeared to be highly toxic, as a pungent odor swiftly permeated the air. At that moment, the two were separated by more than 10 meters. Li Shi retrieved a detoxification pill and swallowed it. Being a direct disciple of Xiantian's sect, such trivial items were distributed in abundance each month. Li Shi, undeterred, swiftly executed a formidable Xiantian palm. Boom. A resplendent golden palm imprint soared into the sky, piercing through the swirling smoke with astonishing force, dispelling the mist. The might of the Xiantian palm remained unabated as it struck directly towards Jiang Beihe's face. What? Jiang Beihe was once again taken aback, his heart brimming with uncertainty. The power of this palm technique was nearly comparable to that of someone in the late Foundation establishment stage. Yet, this young man before him appeared to be merely in the early stages of Foundation establishment. Jiang Beihe's gaze flickered as he produced a black token from his possession. In the next moment, a dark barrier materialized. Boom. The Xiantian palm collided with the black barrier, creating a myriad of cracks, yet it did not shatter. Jiang Bia had no time to catch his breath, for Li Shi was already advancing from the right side. He raised his fist to strike. The wind from his punch, even from a distance, caused Jiang Bia's face to sting. It must be noted that Li Shi was also a body-refining warrior at the 100th level, although the enhancements in the later stages were not as significant as in the earlier ones. It was still a simple task for him to crush a foundation establishment practitioner with a single punch. A body-refining warrior. Such ferocity. Jiang Bia's expression shifted dramatically. He swung his arm fiercely, hurling a terrifyingly large blue centipede with lightning speed. This centipede was astonishingly enormous, its gaping maw revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp fangs that shimmered ominously, seemingly capable of effortlessly crushing any hard substance. Its body was adorned with dense blue patterns, resembling mysterious runes intertwined, exuding an eerie yet formidable aura. Suddenly, the centipede opened its mouth, unleashing a blinding flash of lightning. This bolt of lightning surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, barreling towards Li Shi with cataclysmic force. The power of this lightning was formidable. Li Shi felt a jolt of alarm within, daring not to confront it head-on. He swiftly shifted his form, mobilizing his entire physique to evade with remarkable speed. The residual force of the lightning grazed past his body, causing a slight tingle, as if he had been electrocuted. He then observed the colossal centipede turn back, clinging to Jiang Bia, peering toward Li Shi, its mouth crackling with electricity. Li Shi furrowed his brow, compelled to halt in midair. Simultaneously, Jiang Bia's blood mosquitoes and gold-devouring insects encircled him, buzzing ominously, yet refraining from launching an attack. My dear fellow cultivator, it appears I have misjudged you. With such formidable prowess, I suggest you both depart swiftly. Let us part ways amicably. Jiang Bia narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Li Shi, pondering his true identity. A descendant of the Heavenly Harmony sect? Perhaps a wandering cultivator with extraordinary fortune? Or hailing from the southern realms of the cultivation world? Aren't you rather audacious? Li Shi let out a derisive laugh. Are you not enamored with the shipload of goods? How fortuitous, for I too have taken a fancy to your insect-controlling techniques. Pray, enlighten me on your methods. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bia smiled in response. Oh, since you wish to learn, I fear you may not possess the fate to do so. Oh, do you believe you can slay me? Li Shi retorted with a chuckle. No. Since you have no intention of departing, in my eyes, you're already a dead man. Before Jiang Bia could finish his words, swarms of blood mosquitoes and golden insects surged towards Li Shi. Simultaneously, the thunderous centipede clinging to his shoulder sought an opportunity, poised to unleash its divine lightning upon Li Shi. Confronted with this encirclement, Li Shi remained unperturbed. System. Allocate points. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, Li Shi had yet to attempt point allocation. He had only allocated points during the foundation stage. Surely, the heavenly Tao would not be so miserly as to confine him. Would it? Cultivation level. Foundation establishment. 0100000. The system displayed that a total of 1 million attribute points were necessary to reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment. The first third represented the initial stage, and so forth, culminating in 1 million attribute points as the zenith of foundation establishment. As for whether the system would introduce any peculiarities upon reaching this pinnacle, Li Shi remained in the dark. He allocated 500,000 attribute points to his cultivation. Li Shi originally possessed a number of attribute points, and combined with the recent points acquired from fishing, he accumulated a total of 1,100,000 attribute points. The allocation was successful. Attribute points, 500, 000, cultivation, foundation establishment, 500, 000, 1, 000, 000, maximum spiritual energy, 150, 000. Li Shi's cultivation experienced another surge. He let out a hearty laugh as he raised the Xiantian shield, simultaneously unleashing a frenzied barrage of magical attacks. Li Shi, feeling that it was insufficient, began to allocate points to his spells. Whenever he chose to invest points in the system, he experienced a state of temporal suspension. During this allocation, it was akin to being half invincible. The spells included Destruction Technique, Thunderbolt Seal, Mouth Thunder, 10,000 Tons of Water, Blink Sword Technique, and Sky Climbing Art. Furthermore, Song Moan had previously demonstrated the ability to immobilize those at the late stage of foundation establishment with the Golden Light Technique. Li Shi diligently allocated his attribute points. Within the system, the allocation prompts flowed like a river. Attribute points minus 300, attribute points minus 1,000, attribute points minus 1,300, attribute points minus 15,000, attribute points minus 20,000, attribute points minus 50,000. Yet, the golden light technique of the Earth-tier low-level secret arts consumed an astonishing 100,000 attribute points. In the end, he expended a total of 400,000 attribute points to enhance various spells. Li Shi is currently terrifyingly powerful. It may be said that he still has some distance to go before effortlessly slaying those at the core formation stage. But beneath that realm, he is invincible. What have you done? In Jiang Bei's eyes, Li Shi appeared momentarily stunned, and suddenly, his cultivation soared dramatically. Jiang Bei felt that he had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Li Shi paid him no heed, his hands dancing in the air as he unleashed a myriad of spells and arcane techniques with an abandon that seemed to defy the very essence of spiritual energy. Given his current limits and recovery rate of spiritual energy, as long as he did not resort to excessively draining spells, Li Shi could continue to cast indefinitely. In terms of endurance, he was virtually inexhaustible. Jiang Bei was left in a state of astonishment, his mouth agape and his white beard quivering. He could not comprehend the spectacle before him. The bounties placed on him by those nascent soul cultivators had never held any weight in his eyes. Yet at this moment, the self-proclaimed genius Jiang Bei found his confidence shattered like never before. He had never encountered such a confrontation in his life. He was at a loss. Li Shi possesses a system, genius, that merely serves as a threshold to encounter him. Among the prodigies known to Li Shi, perhaps only Yu Shiyao, with her indomitable innate sword heart during the foundation establishment stage, could catch his attention. To measure me, it would be more fitting for Yu Shiyao to do so. Chapter 36, Jiang Bei, have you forgotten the vow you once made? Jiang Bei was rendered speechless with astonishment. Yet, Li Shi had already completed his enhancements. Li Shi merely raised his hand slightly, instantaneously unleashing 3 bolts of thunder seal. Boom. The explosive lightning created 3 massive voids amidst the swarm of blood mosquitoes. And although the single-horned gold-devouring insects did not perish, they were rendered sluggish and paralyzed by the electric shock. Yet, Li Shi's onslaught remained relentless. As he continued to release thunder seal after thunder seal, simultaneously, he slightly parted his lips, and a bolt of lightning, even more formidable than that emitted by the thunder centipede, surged forth, resembling a thunder dragon as it plunged into the swarm of blood mosquitoes. Secret art. Thunder from the mouth. Within the system, a resonant clang echoed, and a multitude of blood mosquitoes were charred to a crisp and met their demise. Li Shi vanished abruptly, dashing towards Jiang Bei, and from a considerable distance, he formed a hand seal with his right hand, just as Jiang Bei was about to retreat. An overwhelming dizziness engulfed him. In the next moment, a violent pain surged through his head, as if countless needles were relentlessly piercing into his skull. A secret technique. The destruction of the divine. Under such excruciating torment, Jiang Bei could scarcely control his spirit insect. The thunderous centipede clinging to him even aimed its head menacingly at its master, its mouth crackling with electric sparks. Li Shi's movements did not cease. He blinked slightly, and an invisible flash of sword light vanished in an instant. A secret technique. The blinking sword art. Whoosh. Jiang Bei struggled to remain conscious, exerting all his efforts to evade, yet he was still injured. That strike from the blinking sword art nearly severed his arm. How do you possess so many secret arts? Jiang Bei, enduring the excruciating pain in his soul, seized the thunder centipede that sought to attack him and stored it in his pouch. Simultaneously, he summoned 2 enormous, snow-white spiders, each the size of a human head. As soon as the 2 spiders materialized, they extended their fangs, aiming to bite Jiang Bei. Go! Jiang Bei enveloped the 2 spiders in his spiritual energy and hurled them towards Li Shi. He found himself unable to fully control these 2 arachnids. It was evident that they were no ordinary creatures. Their massive, sharp fangs resembled daggers. At the same time, their backs unfurled crimson, translucent wings, resembling 2 ferocious beasts that lunged towards the advancing Li Shi. Li Shi unleashed a powerful Xianyan palm. Boom. The 2 colossal spiders were sent flying, yet they remained unscathed, merely appearing slightly soiled on the surface. In the next moment, they lunged forward once more. Humph. Li Shi let out a cold snort, his feet stepping in the air as if he were ascending a staircase. Whoosh. Li Shi's speed surged once again, doubling in intensity, with astonishing reflexes and angles. He circumvented 2 white spiders, charging directly towards Jiang Bei. Secret technique. Ascending heaven technique. Jiang Bei found himself at a loss. Li Shi had already closed the distance, mere steps apart. The outcome of this duel was inevitable. Indeed, the conclusion was sealed. Die. Jiang Bei suddenly roared. In the next instant, his right eye erupted violently. The fluid within the eyeball splattered in all directions. A small, dark figure surged forth. Its speed was such that it appeared only as a shadow, darting straight towards Li Shi's head. Jiang Biehe envisioned the moment when Li Shi's skull would be pierced. This was a goo worm he had nurtured for 50 years, parasitically residing in his right eye, sustained by his blood and spiritual energy. Years ago, that injured core formation cultivator perished in a similar manner. Even core formation could not withstand it. What are you then? Jiang Biehe gritted his teeth fiercely, revealing a cruel smile. Li Shi could not help but marvel at Jiang Biehe. He truly was someone who exuded an air of superiority with every word he uttered. Indeed, he possessed the credentials to do so. Li Shi thought to himself that Jiang Biehe was undoubtedly a remarkable individual. Li Shi's eyelids fluttered repeatedly, unleashing a cascade of blinking sword techniques to intercept the shadow. The blinking sword technique is notoriously difficult to comprehend and demands a significant expenditure of spiritual energy. Typically, even those in the later stages of foundation establishment can only execute it 3 to 5 times before requiring rest to prevent spiritual energy turmoil. Yet, Li Shi appeared unaffected, as if afflicted by an eye ailment, blinking fervently. Clang, 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 clang. It was as if 2 blades were clashing against one another, producing a relentless symphony of metallic strikes. The shadow was thrown backward but quickly regained its composure, charging forward once more with the speed of lightning. Li Shi was taken aback. How could this creature possess such thick skin? No wonder it was capable of slaying a core formation cultivator. Suddenly, a layer of dark blue liquid materialized before Li Shi, obstructing the shadow. A secret technique. 10,000 June water. The shadow plunged into the 10,000 June water. Its speed drastically reduced, momentarily immobilized. Li Shi flicked his fingers once more, and 2 beams of golden light shot forth, one directed at Jiang Biehe, the other aimed at the shadowy figure. The Earth-tier lower-level secret technique of the Xiantian sect, golden light technique. Both were momentarily immobilized. The time was sufficient. Li Shi ascended with swift steps, deftly employing the art of skyward climbing to evade the creature. He glided past from the side and seized Jiang Biehe by the neck. Crack. Li Shi applied only a slight force, yet Jiang Biehe's complexion paled, and the bones in his neck shattered into several fragments. Li Shi raised his right hand and inserted his finger into Jiang Biehe's left eye, twisting it until the flesh was mangled and bloodied. After confirming the absence of any insects within, he proceeded to examine Jiang's nose and mouth, ensuring there were no hidden objects. Jiang Biehe cried out in excruciating agony. I do not wish to die. Just put away your insects. At that moment, whether it was the blood mosquito, the golden devouring insect, the white spider, or the black bug, they all lunged once more at Li Shi. Jiang Biehe exhaled softly, his complexion ashen. He realized he had been utterly defeated. The one who had effortlessly navigated the pursuit of a core formation cultivator had succumbed to this youth. He spat out fresh blood and formed a hand seal. Li Shi fixated intently on his every movement. Should there be the slightest hint of deviation, he would not hesitate to strike decisively. In the next moment, though the blood mosquitoes and the gold-devouring insects exhibited a hint of restlessness, they ceased their actions. However, the 2 spiders and the black insect remained in place, circling uncertainly, emitting chilling, grotesque cries. Capture, and snare them within the insect pouch. Li Shi swiftly grasped the insect pouch at Jiang Biehe's waist and infused it with his magical energy. Within the pouch, there seemed to be an inexplicable allure, as both the white spiders and black insects, after a moment of hesitation, once again flew inside. Li Shi finally discerned that the black creature was, in fact, a completely black mantis. Simultaneously, he observed Jiang Biehe being grasped by the throat and lifted effortlessly. The members of the Black Crane pirate crew, recognizing the inevitability of their defeat, surrendered en masse. Luda, recovering swiftly from his astonishment, signaled to his subordinates to take the pirates into custody. Li Shi once again employed the same method, attempting to capture both the blood mosquito and the gold-devouring insect into the insect pouch. If separated, they will turn on each other. Jiang Biehe, grasped by the throat, uttered with great difficulty. Li Shi stated that only by collecting all the insects could this crisis be considered resolved. Li Shi descended onto the deck with Jiang Biehe in tow, nodding at Luda before entering the cabin. Upon reaching the guest room, Li Shi unleashed a devastating spell directly into Jiang Biehe's mind. Li Shi skillfully grasped the dimensions, merely inducing a haze in his consciousness, without completely extinguishing it. System. Enhance the soul-searching technique. Enhancement of the soul-searching technique successful. Li Shi seized Jiang Biehe's head in an instant, refining it with terrifying efficiency. In that fleeting moment, all of Jiang Biehe's secrets unfurled before Li Shi like an open scroll. Jiang Biehe, a name that stood out among cultivators. As a child, he was discovered to possess a mixed spiritual root, leading a minor sect called Qingmu sect to take him in as a disciple. It was an insignificant sect, barely numbering over a dozen members, with only the sect leader reaching the foundation establishment stage. After 3 years of cultivation, Jiang Bieda barely reached the first level of qi refining. A decade later, he reached the 4th level. By then, the Qingmu sect leader had lost interest in maintaining the tiny sect and disbanded it, casting all disciples adrift. Though in the prime of his life, Jiang Bieda's spirit had already withered. His talent was too poor, his path to immortality hopeless. His life seemed destined for mediocrity. The fairy maiden he had pursued for years within the sect abandoned him, instead forming a Taoist bond with his rival, who mocked him as trash, a worthless existence. 1 in 10,000 in the cultivation world. Haha. Jiang Bieda, you worthless trash. How dare you taint the fairy maiden's purity? Open your eyes and see. Your name may sound elegant, but if names alone held power, I'd change mine to Zhang Wudi. His rival ridiculed, humiliated, and even sought to kill him. Barely escaping, Jiang Bieda stumbled upon a hidden cave on a deserted island. There, he discovered several books on insect manipulation and peculiar insect eggs preserved within a green gourd, somehow still viable despite the passage of unknown years. Thus began Jiang Bieda's obsession with insect cultivation. To his surprise, he possessed an extraordinary talent for it. Building upon the ancient texts, he spent over a decade refining new methods of insect control. He fed blood mosquitoes with his own essence. He endured excruciating agony, severing fragments of his own soul to nourish a thunder centipede. He ambushed and crippled 2 foundation establishment cultivators with his spirit insects, then imprisoned their souls within white jade spiders using forbidden techniques. For decades, he harbored a parasitic menace within his own eye, allowing it to feed on his blood and siphon his spiritual energy daily. I, Jiang Bieda, am inferior to no one. Thus he swore. At 30, though his path to immortality seemed blocked, his spirit burned with defiance. Even the lofty elites of the cultivation world meant nothing to him. By 40, tales of him spread across the southern seas, a sinister insect-controlling cultivator, a figure of terror. At 50, he delved into the forbidden art of spiritual root replacement. But the risks proved too great. Instead, he exhausted every means, immortal pills, spiritual elixirs, dual cultivation, until he finally reached the 9th level of qi refining. At 60, as a mere qi refining cultivator, he encountered an injured core formation expert. Arrogant words led to conflict, and in the end, Jiang Bieda slew the core formation cultivator, though at the cost of most of his spirit insects. Qi refining slaying core formation, his spirit soared. By 70, his cultivation stagnated, and death crept closer. He turned to the art of soul possession, planning to seize another body when his time ran short. With his mastery over insects, he was certain he could ascend to greater heights. But possession required a powerful soul. For nascent soul cultivators, possession was as simple as drinking water. But he was merely at qi refining. Foundation establishment would have purified his soul, making possession feasible, yet he could never reach it. A dead end. Then, in desperation, a mad idea took root in his mind: possess his own spirit insects, creatures nourished by his blood and soul fragments. Surely, seizing one of them would be far easier than taking another's body. For over 20 years, Jiang Bieda researched, teetering on the brink of success. A grand dream took shape: possessing an insect, cultivating to the pinnacle of immortality, perhaps even ascending to godhood. The jade capital in the heavens, 12 towers and 5 cities. I shall stroke my own crown, binding my hair to receive eternal life. Jiang Bieda, have you forgotten the oath you once swore? The voice of his younger self echoed in his heart. Not for a single moment have I dared to forget. Jiang Bieda jolted awake. Across the table, Li Shi calmly wiped a wine cup, pouring him a drink. Chapter 37. Fate. Ah, how marvelously unpredictable. Li Shi harbors a distaste for alcoholic beverages. However, he has developed a fondness for the exquisite wines of the immortal realm. The flask he holds was unearthed from Jiang Bieda's storage pouch, containing a remarkably unique liquor, whose singular fragrance is utterly enchanting, leaving one entranced. A mere whiff can even elevate one's cultivation slightly, an experience both extraordinary and mystical. It imparts a genuine sensation of prolonging life. After just a single sip, a delightful inebriation envelopes him, as if his body were being cleansed by a divine essence, bringing an unparalleled sense of ease. Every organ within him seems to rejoice. His stomach rumbles with delight, his senses exult, and every limb and bone resonates with pleasurable sighs. Li Shi even let out a fart. It was an odd sensation, a feeling of complete relaxation, slightly inebriated, yet with a mind that was remarkably clear, as if he had ascended to another realm. How did fellow Taoist Jiang concoct this exquisite wine? It is truly exceptional. The soul-searching technique merely skimmed the surface. and Li Shi was disinclined to delve into the minutiae. Li Shi poured a glass of wine for Jiang Biehe, sliding it across the table with a smile. Jiang Biehe wore an expression of bewilderment, momentarily unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. What was transpiring? The other party was treating him with his own wine? What a curious notion. It became evident to him that this individual was not a cultivator from the South Sea, but rather hailing from Tiannan. Jiang Biehe concluded that the term must be a dialect from Tiannan, although he did not grasp the meaning of the word. It did not hinder his understanding of Li Shi's intent. This wine was concocted using the venom of a highly toxic bee, brewed for 3 years. In addition to spiritual plants and herbs. So that is the case, Li Shi nodded in acknowledgement. As Jiang Biehe observed the other man raise his glass and continue to drink, he could not help but inquire, "Aren't you afraid of the poison?" "Not at all," came the reply. Li Shi shook his head. "While you were unconscious, I poured a generous amount down your throat. Only after ensuring you were fine did I partake myself." No wonder he reeked of alcohol. Jiang Biehe attempted to sit up. Li Shi did not constrain his actions. Even Jiang Biehe sensed a recovery in his injuries. His almost severed right arm had seemingly reattached. However, he did not believe that Li Shi was without precautions. It was highly probable that he had established some form of restriction within Jiang's body, capable of easily ending his life. "What exactly are your intentions? Do you wish to learn my methods of pest control?" Jiang Biehe contemplated a candid discussion with his counterpart. If the other party was willing to release him, sharing some techniques for pest control would not be an issue. Surviving was paramount. "I have searched your soul. I can replicate all your secret arts," Li Shi remarked, raising an eyebrow. Jiang Biehe chuckled. "Some things cannot be replicated simply by knowledge. Even if you were aware of all my secret arts, it would be far inferior to learning directly from me." Li Shi carefully stowed away the wine flask and summoned a golden devouring insect for further examination. "In truth, I harbor no particular interest in your accomplishments regarding insect manipulation, but I am intrigued by your methods of mass breeding these creatures, given the right conditions. To what extent could you amplify the population of that blood mosquito?" This was the true objective of Li Shi. 1,000,000 blood mosquitoes equate to 1,000,000 attribute points. Imagine if the numbers escalated to tens of millions or even billions. Such an abundance of attribute points would be a windfall, more exhilarating than any elixir or potion could ever be. It would be akin to a lavish banquet, capable of annihilating millions in an instant. Contemplating this, Li Shi could not suppress a soft chuckle. Jiang Biehe was perplexed by Li Shi's sudden mirth, appearing quite elated. However, he understood that his fate rested entirely in the hands of the other, leaving him without any room for negotiation. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Biehe replied, "I have not attempted such a feat. Theoretically, the breeding of spirit insects knows no bounds, with limitations only arising from resource constraints. However, if the population grows excessively large, there is a risk of losing control." "Losing control? That is an advantage," Li Shi exclaimed. "Does this not provide a legitimate reason to eradicate them all?" Li Shi had achieved his objective and thus rose to his feet. "I have placed a restriction within your body, with a mere thought. I can drain your soul and bring about your demise. This is a highly advanced secret technique, so do not entertain notions of resistance. My intentions are quite simple. You shall breed blood mosquitoes or any other insects of my choosing. They will serve my purposes." "Very well." Jiang Biehe did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Regardless of what thoughts coursed through Jiang Biehe's mind, he had no choice but to acquiesce at that moment. Luda subsequently presented a batch of spiritual stones and various treasures as a token of gratitude towards Li Shi. "Master, I never anticipated that you possess such profound abilities. You are capable of subduing such malevolent cultivators." Li Shi did not evade responsibility and accepted everything. Among the items, a mysterious wooden box captured his attention. What could be contained within? Luda hurriedly explained, "On our recent trading expedition to the southern Liang Kingdom, our primary trading partner was the royal family. It is said that their ancestors produced great cultivators. This treasure is a relic from their lineage. Since you saved our lives, I searched the entire ship and deemed this item worthy of your attention. However, the authenticity remains uncertain. Even the southern Liang royal family considers it merely an oddity, having spent 30 mid-grade spirit stones to acquire it." 30 mid-grade spirit stones. That is no trivial sum. If converted to ordinary gold and silver, it would surely amount to a small fortune. Li Shi is no longer the naive novice who first entered the realm of cultivation. At that time, Yu Shiyao insisted that she sign a contract, claiming that saving him had cost a staggering 27,000 high-grade spirit stones. What utter nonsense! Li Shi opened the box and peered inside, intending to discover what treasures the royal family of the southern Liang Kingdom had preserved. "This doesn't seem right." Li Shi nearly bit his tongue, casting a peculiar glance at Lu De. No wonder this peculiar item had been preserved by the royal family of the Southern Liang for so long without being discarded. Who on earth would want such a thing? Inside the box lay a red women's undergarment. Indeed, it was lingerie. Upon seeing Li Shi's expression, Lu De appeared to have anticipated this reaction. Do not be hasty. Dear sage, this item is far from ordinary. With that, Lu De produced a dagger and plunged it forcefully into the undergarment. The dagger struck without producing a sound, as though it had pierced through cotton. Remarkably, it left no trace of a scratch. Oh, upon closer inspection, Li Shi discerned that this undergarment was crafted from a peculiar variety of silk. The material was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, it was adorned with strange golden patterns that resembled the mystical lines typically found on talismans, albeit enhanced to appear more exquisite. However, if it were merely this, it would not have captured Li Shi's attention. Li Shi retrieved the Xian Wang needle from his storage bag. This mid-tier magical artifact had been seized during the incident in Shichang when he vanquished the woman from Joy Valley. Since Lu De had gifted him this item, it would surely be permissible for him to experiment with its destruction, wouldn't it? Li Shi wielded the Xian Wang needle with fervor, thrusting it down with great force. To his astonishment, an unexpected outcome unfolded. The needle, propelled at an astonishing speed towards the garment, seemed to collide with something as soft as cotton. No, even cotton would be crushed upon impact. Yet, this time, there was not a sound to be heard. It merely created a barely perceptible indentation before coming to a halt. What on earth is happening? Li Shi's strike was one that few in the foundation establishment stage could withstand. Could it be that the ancestors of the Southern Liang royal family were female cultivators of the nascent soul stage? This would explain the existence of such a sacred garment. Within it, there even remains a trace of Taoist techniques. This is but a fragment of battle attire. Meanwhile, in the depths of the South Sea, where few humans have ventured in millennia, save for the occasional passing beast, lies a cavern situated a myriad of fathoms beneath the waves. The cave is shrouded in dust, as if neglected for centuries, devoid of vitality, with withered flora and cracked walls. In the center of this desolate abode, a resplendent woman clad in a vibrant red gown sits in serene silence, her form untouched by dust, yet lifeless, akin to a statue. This eerie stillness has persisted for a millennium, seemingly destined to endure indefinitely. Suddenly, the woman's eyes flutter open. As she awakens, the decayed surroundings burst forth with life. As if reborn from the dead, the once lifeless spiritual plants rejuvenate, and the dust is swept away. It is as though a new life has emerged. A magnificent vortex of spiritual energy forms in an instant. In the next moment, thunder strikes from the heavens. Should a nascent soul be present, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Such tribulations could obliterate a nascent soul. The woman in the red gown smiles enchantingly and calmly strides into the tempest of thunder. The tribulation rages for 7 days and nights, annihilating all life within the sea. An unfathomable number of tons of seawater evaporate completely. A shroud of mist blankets the sky, reaching from the ocean's surface to the heavens above. After 7 days, the thunderstorm dissipates, and the woman in the red gown descends from the sky. After nearly a millennium of seclusion, I, Liang Yinglan, have finally stepped into the transformation of spirit. The lifespan of a nascent soul can reach 1,500 years. Before my time is up, I have pierced the mysteries of the Tao and entered the realm of transformation. I wonder if the Liang kingdom still exists. As Liang Yinglan descends, her once dusty red gown now radiates with a brilliance that illuminates the world. With a delicate motion of her jade-like hand, she gently shatters the void and steps into it. Disappearing from sight, Lu De has departed. Though the sacred garment is indeed extraordinary, it is highly likely a remnant of a nascent soul's battle attire, which accounts for its formidable resilience, nearly indestructible. Li Shi found himself utterly defenseless despite his myriad attempts. Alas, time had erased all traces of the past. Over the course of millennia, the once unified Liang kingdom had succumbed to countless wars and fractured into 4 separate nations. Though the southern Liang claimed to be the legitimate heir of the Liang dynasty, who could truly ascertain such a claim? The intricate relationships had long since become obscured, and the lineage of the rightful rulers was shrouded in uncertainty. It was likely that the Yuaning cultivator had perished. The current southern Liang royal family consisted entirely of mortals, devoid of even a single individual with spiritual roots, having devolved into a mere earthly dynasty. Perhaps they lacked discernment, which led to a portion of the Yuan cultivator's battle attire being carelessly lost. Yet, what significance did it hold even if they were aware? It was merely a fragment of armor, not a magical artifact capable of vanquishing foes. Indeed, it was a remarkable item, but ultimately of no use to Li Shi. How could he employ it? As a shield? Admittedly, it would serve well in that capacity. No golden core cultivator could hope to penetrate it. Though it was rather small, it could barely shield his chest. How absurd. What sort of time traveler would resort to using such an item as a weapon? Such disgrace. A disgrace to all time travelers. Hence, Li Shi casually tossed it to Jiang Bia. After examining it, Jiang Bia was elated. A splendid find. He declared his intention to use it as bedding for the parasitic mantis. That creature was notoriously ferocious, reducing anything in its path to mere fragments. Making it quite challenging to rear, this item was perfectly suited for the task. Li Shi was unaware of the extent of the trouble he had evaded through his actions. Jiang Bia remained oblivious to the presence that would soon fixate upon him. The parasitic mantis, too, was ignorant, fervently sharpening its claws, which glimmered ominously, as it peered around with an air of formidable confidence. Chapter 38. Into the sea. Jiang Bia had lost both of his eyes, one blinded by the parasitic mantis, the other by a poke from Li Shi. Such injuries sustained during the qi refinement stage were notoriously difficult to heal. Li Shi contemplated offering some precious healing elixirs he had preserved since his days as a direct disciple. However, to his astonishment, Jiang Bia required none of it. He merely waved his hand, retrieving 2 enormous white eggs from his spirit beast pouch. After a ritual of refinement, these transformed into 2 fully formed eyeballs, strikingly realistic with their black and white hues. Li Shi exclaimed in astonishment, "What a genius!" Jiang Bia then endeavored to learn another dialect from the southern regions. After 10 days of navigation, Ludu's fleet finally approached the Starfall Island. In the sky, the occasional sight of passing cultivators could be seen, some departing into the vastness, while others hastened towards Starfall Island. Life at sea, after all, differs greatly from that on land. Many mortals in the southern regions may go their entire lives without encountering a cultivator. Yet, above the ocean, both cultivators and mortals require a place to land. And Starfall Island serves as the most significant sanctuary, thus bustling with activity. Li Shi understood that it was time for him to depart. Li Shi did not disturb Lu De. Instead, he quietly departed with Li Ba and Jiang Bia. Falling Star Island. Although its name suggests it is an island, it is, in fact, a small tract of land. This is the largest piece of land in the entire South China Sea. Li Shi estimated that it was roughly 1/3 the size of Tiannan. The foot traffic here was even greater than he had anticipated. Li Shi and his companions chose a harbor, embarking onto the island and making their way directly to its center. The periphery of the island is inhabited by mortals, while the central region, known as Deep Reef, belongs to those who cultivate immortality. Having searched Jiang Bia's soul, Li Shi was already intimately familiar with this place. However, there remained a pressing concern. Jiang Bia had achieved a modest level of notoriety. His wanted posters could frequently be seen across Falling Star Island. The island featured a bounty board from the Heavenly Alliance, plastered with information about various pirates and demonic cultivators, among which Jiang Bia's bounty was astonishingly set at 800 mid-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, Jiang Bia was a figure of considerable renown among demonic cultivators, and he stood out as the only one at the qi refinement stage on this wanted list. It seemed that venturing into the island was no longer an option. A mere bounty could be easily navigated among mortals with a simple application of a disguise technique. However, should they encounter other cultivators, the situation would become precarious, risking exposure. Thus, the resolution was clear: avoiding the island's interior altogether. Most cultivators preferred to rent caves within Falling Star Island for their cultivation needs, as the arrays concentrated spiritual energy inward, rendering the outer regions virtually devoid of any spiritual essence. Yet, what of it? After all, it would not hinder my own cultivation. Li Shi does not rely on spiritual energy for cultivation. Li Shi and his companions found an inn on the outer island and temporarily settled in. Li Shi began to contemplate his future plans. With a system in place, he believed that theoretically he could continue to cultivate solely by slaughtering fish and insects. However, this notion was fundamentally flawed. The system could merely allocate points, lacking the essential techniques, secret arts, and other crucial elements required in the realm of cultivation. Li Shi was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of secret arts and magical treasures. In the late stage of foundation establishment, Song Yamoan could effortlessly slay 2 cultivators of the same level who attempted to rob him, relying solely on these 2 items. A dignified practitioner in the late stage of foundation establishment, regarded as a person of distinction, could hardly withstand even a breath against an opponent of equal cultivation. Li Shi must engage with the realm of cultivation to avoid the fate of achieving the Yuanying stage, only to be effortlessly defeated by a certain genius of the Zhedan stage, thereby becoming a mere example to highlight another's brilliance. Furthermore, the act of taking life is a matter fraught with complications. While pursuing schools of fish or exterminating insects and ants may seem straightforward, it invariably demands time and effort. Thus, Li Shi has retained Jiang Bia, ensuring that he can occasionally indulge in a lavish feast at his establishment. Li Shi eagerly anticipates whether his myriad blood mosquitoes can be cultivated, though it undoubtedly necessitates a vast array of resources. These resources, too, must be seized, plundered, or deceitfully acquired, essential virtues in the realm of cultivation. Moreover, there is another matter: the origins of the system. On that day, the Taoist diagram descended, severing the system's signals, rendering it momentarily into mere white noise. Yet, in the next instant, a beam of light effortlessly pierced through the Taoist diagram, awakening the system. Does the system possess self-awareness? Or is it merely the creation of an extraordinarily powerful entity? Am I but a pawn in this grand scheme? Ha! Li Shi suddenly chuckled. What's the matter? Should we use it or not? Of course we should. And we should use it with great intensity. Li Shi contemplated for a moment, utterly devoid of any apprehension. His thoughts became clear and unobstructed. Li Shi commenced his life of fishing on Falling Star Island. Truly, as the largest island, its biological resources are exceedingly abundant. Li Shi engages in relentless slaughter, consistently securing a minimum of 200,000 to 300,000 attribute points each day. On one occasion, he astonishingly amassed as many as 500,000 attribute points in a single day. Li Shi had nearly exhausted his attribute points, yet they surged back to 330,000. However, such fortunate days lasted only 5 days before fading away in the depths of Falling Star Island. Numerous mountains and caves abound, where many loose cultivators and small sects purchased dwellings to aid their cultivation. In the past, countless masters from various sects gathered, led by the Celestial Harmony sect, to establish the Celestial Harmony Alliance. Each sect contributed, whether it be array masters or spirit stones, to construct the grand array of celestial harmony, thus transforming the previously desolate sea, which lacked even a single rich spiritual site for cultivation. Within the mundane management office of the Celestial Harmony Alliance, several Qi refinement period officials were engaged in discussion. They were responsible for matters concerning mortals. Recently, pirate activities had surged once more, and I proposed that we petition the sect for a thorough cleansing. Do these demonic cultivator pirates think that the Celestial Harmony Alliance is without defenders? A new batch of goods from Tiannan has arrived, consisting merely of cheap herbs and ores. Is small change not money? I ask you, is small change not money? Humph. Do not misconstrue my meaning. Misconstrue? Are you not supporting those pirates behind the scenes? Old rogue. You. The mundane management office, tasked solely with overseeing mortal affairs, naturally lacked any substantial benefits. Comprised mainly of Qi refinement elders with no hope of foundation establishment. Enough squabbling. Let us first examine this matter. Recently, there has been a massive die-off of fish in the waters surrounding Falling Star Island. Do you have any insights? Must we manage this as well? We are not their parents. I say, although we oversee mortals, is it necessary for us to manage the fishing as well? Let them handle it themselves. The crowd erupted in heated debate and insults. Cough, cough, it seems you have not grasped the severity of this situation within a 10-mile radius of Falling Star Island. Not a single fish can be seen. Within 100 miles, fish, shrimp, turtles, clams, crabs, and snakes have all perished, leaving behind a multitude of destroyed remnants, creating vast vacuums, all within mere days. The vicinity of Falling Star Island has nearly transformed into a wasteland. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. What is happening? Are demonic cultivators slaughtering indiscriminately? Good heavens! Have you ever heard of demonic cultivators killing fish for cultivation? Establishing a fish foundation? Forming a fish dam? Or perhaps refining a fish infant? Could it be that blood is needed for their cultivation? How much blood can there be within a fish? Truly perplexing. This is indeed strange. Dispatch someone to keep watch. We must ascertain whether it is indeed the work of demonic cultivators. Li Shi understood that a rabbit does not eat the grass near its home. However, there was no alternative. He had ventured into the more distant waters. Yet the back-and-forth journey consumed an inordinate amount of time. Perhaps he could simply reside on the ocean floor? When fatigued, he could rest, and once refreshed, resume his endeavors. Li Shi resolutely decided to venture out to sea. In recent days, Jiang Breda had been preoccupied with searching for abundant resources required for refining spiritual insects, rendering him unable to accompany Li Shi. Thus, Li Shi left Li Ba and Jiang Bia on Falling Star Island while he himself embarked alone into the depths of the ocean, intending to enter seclusion for cultivation. Chapter 39. Betrayal is a long blade, entering and exiting 7 times. Li Shi dived deep into the ocean, spending several days traversing the waters. Having traveled nearly 1,000 miles away from Falling Star Island, Upon reaching this point, Li Shi resolved not to proceed further. For beyond lay a realm with scant evidence of human activity and an increasing presence of monstrous creatures. Li Shi even encountered a sixth-tier demon beast on the brink of forming its demon core. The cultivation methods of demon beasts differ from those of humans. Yet they share similarities. Prior to forming their cores, demon beasts do not undergo a foundation establishment phase. They rely solely on their bloodline strength, classified from first tier to sixth tier. A sixth-tier demon beast corresponds to the pinnacle of human foundation establishment. Following this stage, they proceed to form their demon core, thus becoming a core-formed demon beast. Subsequently, akin to cultivators, they refine their spiritual essence, endure tribulations to transform into infants, and ultimately seek enlightenment of the great way to ascend to the divines. All in pursuit of the elusive possibility of immortality. Li Shi encountered a pinnacle sixth-tier unicorn shark, a creature that most foundational cultivators would typically avoid in the vast ocean. However, Li Shi was not one to shy away. Li Shi acted decisively, utilizing his formidable physique, honed through 100 layers of body refinement. Coupled with an incessant flow of spiritual energy, he unleashed a barrage of secret techniques, rendering his foes utterly lifeless. The horn of the unicorn shark was particularly unique, suggesting it to be a valuable material, which Li Shi chose to retain. From this moment, he embarked on his grand endeavor of slaughter. Every living being encountered was mercilessly extinguished by Li Shi. Li Shi plunged into a relentless frenzy of slaughter for 3 consecutive days and nights, extinguishing every living creature in the vicinity, transforming the landscape into a desolate wasteland where even the worms nestled within the sandy depths of the sea could not survive. Li Shi's attribute points had reached 5,500,000, signifying that he had slain 5 million beings. On this day, Li Shi arrived in a new oceanic expanse, ready to continue his carnage. However, he was unexpectedly treated to a captivating spectacle. Honor. From this moment forth, in this vast world, I, Zhang Zhe, shall roam with pride. A pair of individuals approached, with Zhang Zhe tightly embracing the young woman beside him, his words brimming with dreams of the future. My twin divine body has now awakened. Aha. From henceforth, my name, Zhang Zhe, shall have its place within the heavenly alliance. The girl in his arms, and Lan, blushed and giggled softly, her eyes narrowing as if lost in thought. Honor, I am but at the 6th layer of chi refinement, yet you do not abandon me. Your affection is more precious than any celestial opportunity. Zhang Zhe smiled warmly. Brother Zhe, your words are truly cheesy, yet I rather enjoy them, he, and Lan chuckled, secretly turning her head away, revealing a hint of disdain. Brother Zhe, has your tiny divine body truly awakened completely? She asked playfully. Aha. Indeed. My previous slow progress was solely due to my body not having awakened. By the way, Lanner, what is your purpose in bringing me to this unfamiliar sea? Did you not promise me a surprise? Zhang Zhe queried with delight. Of course. And Lan was about to weave another excuse when her expression suddenly brightened. A series of figures descended from the sky, blocking their path, each one a core formation practitioner. Zhang Zhe was taken aback. Kekekek. Zhang Zhe. Contribute. The leading cultivator sneered. Zhang Zhe recognized the peak core formation practitioner as Lan's father, Shiji, and before he could inquire further, he was seized by Shiji with a single hand. A peak core formation practitioner was far beyond what Zhang Zhe could currently withstand. Zhang Zhe, did you truly believe my Lana would look upon you favorably? Just a wild dog. Were it not for the divine body, how could you possibly have such an opportunity? Shiji laughed heartily. Having long studied that the tiny divine body relied on a unique spiritual vein within, as long as he extracted it and utilized a special method, he could implant it into Lan, enabling her to completely inherit the divine body. Zhang Zhe let out a pain scream, the subsequent agony causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. He finally realized that Lan and her father had set their sights on his spiritual vein. Lan, I love you so much. For you, I will consume you. Zhang Zhe was restrained by Shiji's spell as a sharp magical blade was plunged into his back. The pain nearly rendered him unconscious. Be thorough. Lan's voice could be heard faintly. Zhang Zhe roared in anguish, akin to a cornered beast, gradually losing consciousness. It took Lan and Shiji half an hour to meticulously extract the tiny spiritual vein without damaging it. Gazing at the unconscious and barely alive Zhang Zhe, Shiji raised his hand to deliver a fatal blow. Father, throw him into the sea. This guy dared to try to kiss me. He truly disgusts me. I want to feed him to the fish. My daughter possesses a ruthless heart. Splash. Father, let us depart. He is but a waste, not worth another glance. The group swiftly left, clearly not considering that Zhang Zhe could survive. Li Shi emerged from the depths of the sea, gazing at Zhang Zhe, who was slowly sinking. TSK, TSK, TSK. You cannot perish just yet. I am eagerly anticipating what comes next. Chapter 40. Deception and Trickery, Essential Skills for Cultivators. Li Shi excavated a cavern beneath the sea. Subsequently, several spiritual stones arranged a rudimentary formation that expelled the seawater, placing Zhang Zhe upon a flat expanse. The formation technique had just been enhanced, and the individual had only recently been rescued, barely clinging to life. The tiny divine body? How intriguing. Li Shi examined Zhang Zhe's injuries. His entire back had been laid open, and by all accounts, he should have perished long ago. Yet, an inexplicable conviction seemed to sustain him. In Lan, I devoured you alive. I want you dead, even in the throes of unconsciousness. Zhang Zhe continued to curse and berate. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is what you proclaimed. I saved you, so do not go back on your word. You must consume her alive. Li Shi took out the healing elixir and channeled his energy to mend Zhang Zhe's wounds. Li Shi may lack the healing techniques of Song Yimon, yet he possesses other attributes. Li Shi retrieved a pool of spiritual energy from his dantian and poured it over Zhang Zhe's wounds. Over the past few days, the dual lotus had flourished remarkably, even producing several lotus leaves that spread across nearly half of the spiritual energy pool. The dual lotus was at level 1, 6, 551. 000, and even the experience bar on the system interface began to rise. At this rate, the dual lotus might ascend to a higher level on its own. As the spiritual energy water cascaded onto Zhang Zhe's back, it took mere moments for the wounds to sprout granulation tissue, beginning to heal gradually. How remarkably effective. Yet, it is only logical, for the richness of this spiritual liquid is akin to that of top-tier spiritual stones. One might even call it a supreme elixir. Li Shi emerged from his cave, grasping a fish, and proceeded to crush its tail before casting it into his dantian. Within the confines of his dantian, the tailless fish began to swim. After 100 breaths, Li Shi observed that a new sprout had emerged from the severed tail. Perhaps it was the influence of the dual lotus that enhanced the healing effect, surpassing even the efficacy of the spirit liquid recorded in texts. The potency of my spirit liquid rivals that of the finest spirit stones. In the future, should I find myself in need of spirit stones, I could simply sell my spirit liquid. Li Shi retrieved the fish he had tossed in and crushed it with a firm grip. Attribute point 1. It must not be wasted. In the future, he might seek out some peculiar creatures to nurture within. Li Shi conducted a thorough examination of Zhang Zhe's condition and, upon ascertaining that he was not in mortal danger, exited the cave dwelling, resuming his fervent endeavors in the art of slaying. On Falling Star Island, within a certain tavern, the transformed Jiang Biehe engaged in conversation, procuring the necessary materials for insect breeding. What of the 100-year star spirit grass, the fire poison spirit leaves, and the light silk flower powder? And the metallic as I requested? Indeed, indeed. The rotund man seated across from him, a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, responded, handing Jiang Biehe a storage bag. However, the types and quantities of metallic ores you require are rather substantial. May I inquire if they are intended for artifact crafting? Humph. Jiang Biehe snorted disdainfully. Since you acknowledge the imposition, refrain from asking further. My apologies for my indiscretion. The rotund man replied, his expression momentarily stiffening before swiftly returning to a smile. In 3 days, there will be a gathering of cultivators on Yuhuan Island, comprising both wandering practitioners and sect forces. Should you have any needs, you are welcome to attend. I shall also be present. Ah, I appreciate the heads up. Yuhuan Island is a small isle situated near Falling Star Island. After leaving the tavern and returning to his lodgings, Jiang Biehe pushed open the door to find Li Ba seated cross-legged, playfully toying with a golden devouring bug. Noticing Jiang Biehe's return, Li Ba casually inquired, there is a prodigy on Falling Star Island. What was his name? Imo Chen? Are you acquainted with him? Jiang Biehe, unaware of the relationship between Li Ba and Li Shi, felt a sense of caution due to their apparent closeness. He scoffed at the mention of Imo Chen. I know of him, a 16-year-old foundation establishment practitioner. Some say he might achieve core formation by the age of 22. I suppose he qualifies as a genius. However, in comparison to me, Jiang Biehe, the future is paved with pathways of success. How could one like him? Jiang Biehe continued to expound confidently. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Bring me the means to alter my cultivation aptitude. What is a mere Imo Chen in comparison? Li Ba had already automatically silenced Jiang Biehe's words. At this moment, Jiang Biehe mentioned the gathering of cultivators on Yuhuan Island in 3 days. A gathering of cultivators? That could be worth witnessing. The grand endeavor of taking lives shall be entrusted to my true self. Indulgence and pleasure in the carefree joys of the mortal world, alongside observing the myriad affairs of the cultivation realm, shall be left to my external incarnation. 3 days later, after the sun has set, after donning a disguise, Li Ba set off with Jiang Bie to attend a gathering of cultivators on Yuhuan Island. Prior to their departure, Li Ba inquired whether Jiang Bie harbored any concerns about exposing his wanted status. Such gatherings of cultivators often attract a diverse crowd, including many rogue practitioners who have run afoul of the law, thus rendering any cause for concern unnecessary. Yuhuan Island is affiliated with a sect known as Yuhuan Sect within the Heavenly Alliance, which is also the organizer of this event. The island itself is relatively small, perhaps slightly larger than Shantian Sect. As night fell, a considerable number of people had already gathered, with numerous boats and flying vessels docked around Yuhuan Island. The sounds of revelry echoing from afar. It appeared to be a scene of remarkable festivity. Li Ba and his companion descended upon an island, arriving at a locale bustling with cultivators. To their astonishment, they encountered a vibrant marketplace, reminiscent of a mundane gathering. Bags worn by transformation cultivators, available for merely 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Take one home today. The rare beast, the one-horned fox, priced at 30 medium-grade spirit stones. Are you serious? For such a diminutive creature, you demand 10 or 30 medium-grade spirit stones. Are you attempting to rob us? Do not speak without knowledge. Once the one-horned fox attains human form, it becomes a stunning beauty, sought after by many. The legendary swallowing sky sword. When drawn, it renders all techniques powerless. Yours for only 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Li Ba was momentarily taken aback. In a lawless realm, cultivators engaged in murder and plunder. In a regulated environment, they resorted to deception and trickery, hardly distinguishable from mortals. Deceit and cunning were indispensable skills for those who pursued the path of immortality. Jiang Bie, exuding an air of calm, was no stranger to such gatherings, having long since become a seasoned veteran, utterly unfazed by the antics around him. As for the so-called talisman, setting aside its authenticity as an item worn by a transformation realm cultivator, even if it were genuine, without decades or even centuries of use, it remained merely an earthly object. Unless it belonged to a revered idol, it would hold little collectible value. Otherwise, it would be worth no more than a single spirit stone. The unicorn fox was even less valuable. For one to transform into human form, it would require at least the golden core stage, consuming an immense amount of resources. Regarding the so-called sky-devouring sword, Jiang Bie approached the stall with practiced ease, examining it closely. A sword capable of devouring an opponent's spiritual energy in combat? Too exorbitant. Let us negotiate, Jiang Bie remarked. The stall owner, a Taoist dressed chi cultivator, chuckled in response. This is no ordinary treasure. I trust you can discern that, esteemed guest. Please, make an offer. 30 medium-grade spirit stones, Jiang Bie proposed. It's a deal, the stall owner quickly replied. Jiang Bie placed the sky-devouring sword back down and turned to leave without hesitation. After departing, he explained to Li Ba, although its effects sound impressive, capable of siphoning an enemy's spiritual energy, it is purely an exaggeration. The cost is at most 3 medium-grade spirit stones. Its effect is akin to an opponent sneezing a few times and expelling some spiritual energy. Jiang Bie's whimsical analogy left Li Ba both amused and exasperated. Can one set up a stall freely here? Li Ba inquired. Before departing, he had left behind the resources collected from the cave of Bitterheart Island, including shells and corals nourished by spiritual energy for countless years, which could be considered treasures. To establish a stall, one must pay a rent of 1 medium-grade spirit stone to the Yuhuan sect. Jiang Bie also sought to find materials for breeding insects, while Li Ba approached the manager of the Yuhuan sect, paid the rent, and set up his stall. Premium corals, exquisite shells, exceptional materials for refining. Fellow cultivators, feel free to negotiate. Chapter 41. The Man. Technique. These shells, pearls, and corals have been nurtured over countless years in a naturally blessed land, making them exceptionally sturdy and suffused with spiritual energy. As materials for refining, they were quite remarkable, a unique find. Soon, a crowd of cultivators gathered around Li Ba's stall, engaging in lively discussion. My friend, what are these? The quality seems impressive. The hardness of these shells is indeed remarkable, glimmering with signs of having been nourished by spiritual energy over many years. Alas, the materials are somewhat limited. What can the shells be used for? They could be fashioned into, breastplates. Ha 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 ha. What a delightful notion, my friend. Quite feasible. A true eccentric. A suggestion from a chi cultivator sparked a wave of laughter among the onlookers. Li Ba's face turned dark. I must say, if you're not selling, then please refrain from meddling. No, I'm not jesting. The alchemist who suggested this meticulously examined all the shells and corals, his eyes growing increasingly bright. I shall take them all. Owner, name your price. All of them? Is this person out of his mind? Wait, this individual appears to be from the Illusion Weaving Pavilion. The Illusion Weaving Pavilion? Is it not the small sect that manufactures battle garments and armors? Ah, that statement is erroneous, in terms of strength. The Illusion Weaving Pavilion does not rank highly within the Celestial Alliance, but when it comes to wealth, who knows how many battle garments and armors they will produce next year? They are indeed affluent, possessing ample funds. Thus, it implies. The crowd arrived at a rather amusing conclusion. Is he truly intending to fashion a bra out of shells? Songkin listened to the discussions around him and curled his lips in disdain. Merely a group of tasteless Philistines. How did the Illusion Weaving Pavilion manage to stand out among so many refining sects and become the foremost authority in battle garments and armors in the South Sea? It was not solely due to the quality of their garments. Aesthetics played a crucial role. These exquisite shells and corals possess both strength and beauty. While each component may seem unremarkable in isolation, when paired with other fabrics and designed thoughtfully, they could be transformed into unique and attractive attire, especially for chest protection. Furthermore, these shells vary in size, perfectly suiting different models. Surely, a multitude of female cultivators would be enamored. It would become the latest trend in the South Sea. The more Songkin pondered, the more exhilarated he became, increasingly affirming his thoughts within. Upon witnessing such a substantial enterprise, Li Ba naturally felt a surge of joy. Yet he was perplexed by the pricing. He was unfamiliar with the current market rates. After a moment of hesitation, Li Ba feigned maturity and replied with a calm smile. My esteemed friend, whatever price you propose, I shall acquiesce. It turned out to be his esteemed companion, Tian. Since he was to suggest a price, Songkin hesitated for a while, then, with an air of mystery, whispered, Do you accept barter, my friend? Barter? Li Ba was taken aback for a moment. Considering that the spirit stones held little value for him, he nodded in agreement. Friend Tian, please follow me. Li Ba gathered his stall and followed Songkin to a secluded corner. Observing the sparse crowd around him, Li Ba felt a twinge of hesitation. Something feels amiss. Doesn't he? Have I fallen into a trap? What if a group suddenly appears to rob me? My friend, I possess a tome of secrets. Would you care for it? Songkin glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention, then mysteriously revealed a book, its ancient appearance only partially visible. Enticingly displayed for Li Ba to see. What is this? Why do I still feel like I might be ensnared? What expression is that on your face, my friend? Do you suspect I am a deceptive scoundrel? With that, Songkin unveiled the cover for Li Ba's inspection. The mantra of the flowing waters? What sort of technique is this? Are you aware, my friend, that there exist extraordinary phenomena in this world, known as the ethereal flames, the wondrous waters, and the enigmatic earth? Oh, I possess a modicum of knowledge about such matters. These terms are merely figurative expressions. Li Ba possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding extraordinary treasures, rare plants, peculiar insects, and unique waters and stones. In this world, there exists flame, water, and earth, collectively referred to as the extraordinary, each exhibiting various miraculous properties. It has been said that an alchemist ascended to the 8th rank by harnessing a rare flame, and there are tales of potent medicinal herbs being nurtured in exceptional soil. However, the likelihood of encountering such items is even slimmer than that of discovering celestial treasures. The aforementioned technique is a method of cultivation derived by a formidable practitioner upon discovering rare water, designed to assist in the refinement of such extraordinary waters. Would you be willing to exchange for such a treasure, my friend? I shall not exchange. Li Ba is not foolish. With so few variations of such things in the world, if one does not encounter them, would not this secret technique be rendered utterly useless? It would serve no purpose at all. Unexpectedly, Songkin chuckled softly and inquired, Do you know what day it will be in half a year? Li Ba wore a perplexed expression. What day would it be in half a year? How was it related to their transaction? The Kueishing Hall would once again manifest itself in 6 months. The Kueishing Hall? What was that? Observing Li Ba's bewilderment, Songkin, filled with exasperation, remarked, Could it be that you have been in seclusion for so long that you remain unaware of the Kueishing Hall? As Songkin elaborated, Li Ba gradually grasped the concept. In the South Sea, there exists a secret realm known as the Kueishing Hall, a remnant from ancient times. Within its confines lie countless treasures, spiritual herbs, techniques, and divine artifacts, all imbued with the opportunities of a bygone era. The Kueishing Hall reemerges once every millennium. It has been 999.5 years since its last appearance, and in just half a year, the cultivation hall shall descend once more. It is said that during its previous emergence, there existed a wondrous water within the cultivation hall. Song Can, with persuasive eloquence, continued, at that time. Should you encounter this extraordinary water, none will be able to subdue it. They can only watch helplessly. Yet, with your mastery of this technique, you could seize it in an instant and refine it, astonishing everyone. Wouldn't that be splendid? Indeed, it would be splendid. However, it sounded utterly far-fetched. I trust your words as much as I would trust a ghost. Zhang Fengyu could deceive better than you. Li Ba shook his head and said, no exchanges. If you wish to exchange, it will require additional payment. Song Can hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and spent 200 mid-grade spirit stones, acquiring nearly 1,000 shells and corals from Li Ba, including the exchange fee. How many shells and corals do you have left, my friend? Song Can inquired. A great many. Li Ba pondered for a moment before adding, indeed, a vast abundance. Li Ba has nearly emptied the entire cavern. Song Can, in a state of astonishment, wondered if this individual had stumbled upon a wondrous paradise adorned with shells. Since you still possess some, please refrain from selling them to others. If this venture proves successful, I shall purchase them at a premium. Today marks the day of my renown. Song Can is indeed a remarkable figure, having conceived the ingenious idea of crafting armor from shells and corals for battle. Li Ba was also willing to engage with this individual. How may I reach you? Song Can produced a wooden tablet and handed it to Li Ba. This is a spiritual communication tablet. By infusing it with spiritual energy, one can converse with me. Very well. After bidding farewell to Song Can, Li Shi continued to explore the market, simultaneously studying the recently acquired technique. The advanced Qian level secret technique has been recorded. The technique, comprising 6 levels 010000. An advanced Qian level? The first level requires a staggering 10,000 attribute points. It seems the secret technique is indeed genuine. Li Ba did not suffer any loss. Hiki, Brother Emochin is truly amusing. Suddenly, a crisp and delicate voice reached Li Ba's ears. Li Ba raised his head and beheld a stunningly beautiful woman who was tenderly clinging to the arm of a tall young man, her face adorned with a bright smile. Occasionally, she would lower her head, playfully acting coy, exuding an air of delicate shyness. Li Ba was taken aback. Oh, is that Enlon? Zhang Zhe is still eagerly awaiting to devour you. Chapter 42. On the brink of blossoming, Enlon was embracing a tall man, watching a spirit beast stall, filled with laughter and conversation. The man was exceptionally tall and handsome. Judging by the name Enlon called him, he must be Emochin, one of the 4 prodigies of the Tianhe Alliance. Emochin wore a smile, appearing quite content, yet he exhibited no affectionate gestures towards Enlon, treating her like an ordinary woman, which starkly contrasted with Zhang Zhe's demeanor. Enlon, what about your suitor Zhang Zhe? Emochin inquired. Humph, why mention him? Brother Emochin? He is nothing but a waste, Enlon retorted, pouting slightly. Indeed, just a waste, Emochin replied, his gaze still playfully fixed on Enlon. What he truly thought remained a mystery. A few days prior, Enlon had suddenly awakened the legendary Tian divine body, astonishing the entire Tianhe Alliance. Even the reclusive elders, who had been in seclusion for years, emerged to witness it. Once they confirmed that it was indeed the fabled Tian divine body, the elders of the alliance were filled with immense joy. At that moment, Enlan's father, Enshiji, who was also an elder, proposed a union with the new generation genius of the Emo family, Emochin. Previously, given Enlan's qualifications, such a match would have been deemed inappropriate, even unworthy. But the situation had changed. The Tian divine body, it was almost certain to achieve the nascent soul stage, or perhaps even reach the divine transformation stage. The elders readily accepted this notion and instructed Emochin to interact more with Enlan to foster their relationship. Just then, Emochin suddenly turned his head, glancing at Li Ba, who had been observing the two of them for a full 2 breaths. What could this mean? Li Ba was taken aback. What a terrifying sixth sense! Li Ba had long concealed his foundational cultivation with the technique of breath-holding, and his gaze was particularly obscure. How could he possibly be detected? Nonetheless, Li Ba maintained a composed demeanor as he approached. Are you perhaps the prodigious Emochin? It is indeed a privilege to behold such a remarkable talent, Tian remarked, clearly eager to observe him a moment longer. Li Ba bowed and spoke. After that, he turned his gaze towards Enlon. Such a celestial maiden, with her ethereal grace and exquisite beauty, is indeed a perfect match for you. Li Ba accentuated the phrase perfect match. Upon hearing Li Ba's flattery, Enlon appeared quite pleased, her face brimming with delight. However, Emochin exhibited a different demeanor. His expression became somewhat peculiar as he narrowed his eyes and inquired, "My dear friend, what are you anticipating?" Li Ba's heart trembled in astonishment. What is happening? Li Ba was unaware that Imochen had cultivated a secret technique, enabling him to keenly perceive the myriad emotions and desires of those around him. Even the subtle feelings concealed deep within their hearts could be discerned. Li Ba's anticipation for the subsequent developments concerning Zhang Zhe and Lan and Imochen was keenly perceived. Though Li Ba was still unaware of the entirety of the situation, he quickly devised an excuse. Anticipation? What do you mean by that, my friend Imochen? If we speak of anticipation, it is undoubtedly the hope that the two celestial beings will attain great renown in the South Sea and achieve the Tao of immortality. As for my own talents, they are lacking. I fear I may never even reach the stage of Dan formation. Imochen nodded in agreement. This statement was indeed reasonable. So, was he yet another admirer? Such individuals were a common sight for Imochen each day. However, he relished this feeling. After casually bestowing a piece of spirit stone upon Li Ba, Imochen and his companion departed. Li Ba gazed at the departing figures, a smile gracing his lips yet remaining silent. Deep in the South Sea, a colossal octopus flailed its numerous tentacles, attempting to strangle the trapped cultivator. However, in the next moment, a magnificent golden palm imprint soared into the sky. Boom! This enormous octopus, which had already formed a demonic core, was unexpectedly shattered. Its severed limbs scattered chaotically. Li Shi's figure burst forth from the carcass of the octopus, radiating an aura of immense vitality. In a bid to enhance his efficiency in slaughter, he has elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Cultivation level. Pinnacle of foundation establishment. 010000000. Indeed. Although he has reached the peak of foundation establishment, the nascent soul button has yet to appear, allowing him to continue allocating points within the foundation establishment realm. However, Li Shi is not foolish and has no intention of allocating any further points. Just imagine achieving the most formidable foundation establishment accomplishment and then transcending to an unprecedented, overwhelmingly powerful golden core. The heavenly Tao would surely be driven to madness, relentlessly pursuing him. Li Shi intends to methodically enhance his cultivation. He plans to wait until he possesses the strength to withstand the celestial laws of this realm before attempting to elevate every realm to its utmost pinnacle through Li Ba. Currently, at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, Li Shi is already capable of slaying core formation demon beasts. Li Shi returned to the cave he had carved out beneath the sea. Zhang Zhe, despondent, leaned against the rocky wall, utterly devoid of spirit, resembling a wretched dog. Fellow Taoist, you have returned. I am grateful for your rescue. Zhang Zhe had expressed his thanks to Li Shi numerous times. You fool! Is this the state in which I wish to find you? But I, Zhang Zhe, having lost the spiritual veins necessary for cultivating the tiny divine body, had fallen back to the realm of mortals, his spiritual roots severely damaged. Days had passed, and he found himself unable to step into the first layer of qi refinement. His pin-up rage transforming into despair. His situation felt akin to a death sentence, one that condemned him to a life devoid of cultivation and any hope of vengeance. Do not despair. I can assist you, Li Shi said with a smile. Dao, no. How can you save me, esteemed senior? Upon hearing that he still had a chance, Zhang Zhe struggled to rise and knelt down, his address reflecting the shift in his desperation. Since Li Shi has expressed such confidence, it is evident that he possesses certainty. As for the method, it is naturally to leverage the system. Given that the current aura pool can facilitate the healing of Zhang Zhe's severe injuries, what if it were to be upgraded once more? At present, Li Shi's attribute points have reached a staggering 979,000, on the verge of surpassing the 10 million mark. Acknowledging that his cultivation is prone to the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao, Li Shi resolved to approach the matter from a different angle. Thus, he decided to directly expend 1 million attribute points to elevate his Twin Lotus to the second level. The allocation was successful. Twin Lotus Level 2, 010000000. At the very moment Li Shi successfully allocated his points, he felt an overwhelming surge of power akin to a torrential flood, suddenly pouring into his dantian. Boom. The once calm and placid aura pool was instantly engulfed by tumultuous waves, violently surging. It was as if an exceedingly ferocious tempest had abruptly descended, howling and roaring, threatening to rend this small realm asunder. Oh no, it hurts immensely. Li Shi's complexion changed dramatically as excruciating pain surged from his dantian. He suddenly felt an intense agony as if his dantian were being expanded. Simultaneously, the resplendent Twin Lotus, flourishing in the aura pool, voraciously absorbed vast amounts of energy. Moving gracefully like an ethereal dancer swaying to the rhythm of a tempest, the petals of the lotus trembled delicately, radiating an enchanting glow. intertwining with the surrounding swirling aura, creating a breathtaking spectacle. However, Li Shi was too overwhelmed by the pain to appreciate the beauty before him. His eyes rolled back, and he nearly fainted from the agony. Zhang Zhe was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden distress of the imminent figure before him. "Senior, what has happened?" "It's nothing. I am merely experiencing a breakthrough in my cultivation. It will pass shortly." Even more astonishing events were unfolding within his dantian. Due to the extraordinary density and vigor of the spiritual energy, a thick mist of white vapor began to rise from the aura pool. This mist, resembling ethereal clouds, coiled gracefully around the twin lotus. The entire scene exuded an air of enigmatic mystery, as if a celestial realm had emerged before one's eyes, captivating and awe-inspiring. The Dantian's mystical landscape had expanded to over 100 feet. In the next moment, vast stretches of lotus leaves flourished across the aura pool, with buds emerging from the water, poised to bloom. Chapter 43, to serve as slaves and servants. Thus to avenge, Zhang Zhe gazed in astonishment as Li Shi gradually regained his composure. An intangible sensation emanated from Li Shi, instilling a profound sense of ease in Zhang Zhe, as though he had undergone a baptism in spiritual energy. What has transpired? Within Li Shi's dantian, the vast reservoir of spiritual energy has settled into tranquility, its surface adorned with countless lotus leaves. Wisps of white mist rise gently, while an abundance of budding flowers awaits their bloom, creating a scene that is truly ethereal. The ascent to this level was not in vain. Albeit accompanied by a certain degree of discomfort, the sensation of violent expansion is far from pleasant. Li Shi rose to his feet. Zhang Zhe extended his hand to assist. But Li Shi replied, "No need. I have once again surpassed my previous limits." Li Shi waved his hand and began to probe within his dantian. Could it be that my current reserve of spiritual energy rivals that of a core formation practitioner? No. It must exceed even that. The 100-Zhang spiritual energy pool flows almost endlessly. The system indicates that my upper limit of spiritual energy has reached a staggering 1 million. Li Shi estimated that releasing the Xiantian Palm requires approximately 500 units of spiritual energy, which means that with 1 million units, he could unleash it 2,000 times. Even when employing the blink sword technique, which doubles the energy consumption, he could still blink 1,000 times. This is an exceedingly advanced secret technique. Typically, ordinary cultivators reserve such methods as their trump cards during combat. What is even more astonishing is his rate of spiritual energy recovery. Almost 10,000 units are generated with each breath. With this 100-Zhang spiritual energy pool, Li Shi is akin to a walking paradise of fortune. And what are the newly sprouted lotus leaves and flowers? What extraordinary qualities do they possess? As Li Shi pondered this thought, a new notification abruptly appeared in the system, one that had never been encountered before. The spirit plant, heart leaf, heart lotus, heart root, heart lotus seed, heart lotus root. These were the spirit plants derived from the dual blooming lotus, with effects rivaling those of innate spiritual treasures. They could give rise to exquisite, exclusive lotus spiritual roots. Recognizing the main body as their master, and defying them was not permitted. The introduction was succinct, yet the effects were astonishing. Within his dantian lay a vast pool of water, teeming with countless lotus leaves, each one comparable to the quality of innate spiritual treasures. This exemplified the remarkable cost-effectiveness of the system's attribute points. The necessity of accumulating 1 million attribute points for an upgrade was not without reason. Li Shi plucked a lotus leaf from the spirit pool. This object, how does one transform it into a spiritual root? Gazing at the leaf in his hand, Li Shi found himself perplexed. To consume it? That seemed implausible. It was astonishingly hard, akin to a stubborn rock. And he could only detach it due to its fragile connection. Since biting was futile, what if he attempted to refine it within his body? Thus, Li Shi began to explore various methods one by one. Initially, he considered introducing it into Zhang Zhe's dantian. The dantian is the repository of the body's cultivated energy. Perhaps by integrating the lotus leaf into it, he could gradually refine it with the spiritual power within. It was akin to establishing a foundation for immortality. However, when he tried to guide it with his energy, he discovered that it seemed to possess a will of its own, stubbornly refusing to enter Zhang Zhe's dantian. Next, Li Shi turned his attention to Zhang Zhe's soul, the core of a person's spirit. If he could merge the leaf with it, perhaps he might uncover a method of refinement. Unfortunately, despite his relentless efforts, even employing the secret techniques of Xiantian's sect, the lotus leaf remained impervious to the soul's influence. In a final attempt, he sought to draw it into the Ling Tai, regarded as the source of clarity and wisdom, where the enlightened could connect with the divine. Yet still, the outcome was disheartening. The leaf remained unresponsive. After much exertion, Li Shi came to realize that this was no ordinary object. It was a spiritual plant, endowed with unique vitality and spirit. Consequently, conventional methods of refinement seemed utterly ineffective against it. Faced with such a formidable challenge, Li Shi found himself at a loss. Wait a moment. The system mentioned that this entity grows its spiritual roots through parasitism. Parasitism? Could it be? Li Shi gazed at Zhang Zhe, his eyes shimmering with inspiration drawn from the deranged Zhang Bia. Under Li Shi's penetrating gaze, Zhang Zhe trembled involuntarily. As senior, I have a plan. It could grant you a new and formidable spiritual root. However, you must pledge your allegiance to me from now on. Serve as my subordinate. Only then can we seek vengeance. Are you willing? Zhang Zhe hesitated for but a moment before gritting his teeth and declaring, I am willing. In Lan, I desire your demise. The various components of the heart lotus each possess distinct effects, the leaves, flowers, roots, seeds, and lotus stems. Yet, the lotus flowers remain but buds, yet to bloom, and naturally, there are no seeds present. Thus, Li Shi resolved to utilize the leaves of the heart lotus, specifically this lotus leaf in his hand. As senior, it hurts so much. Endure it. Senior, what is this? Zhang Zhe questioned in bewilderment. A primordial spiritual treasure, an unparalleled spiritual plant, capable of producing spiritual veins. Call me again, and I shall silence you. Li Shi explained a phrase, subsequently silencing Zhang Zhe's cries. With the Xian yellow needle, he carved a massive incision into Zhang Zhe's back. Unlike in Lan and her daughter, who sought to excavate his divine meridian, Li Shi aimed to implant a spiritual root within him. Unable to find a method of refinement, he resorted to a more straightforward and forceful approach, an aggressive implantation of the spiritual root. Flesh and blood serve as the soil, while the host provides the nourishment. This is the essence of parasitism. Gazing at Zhang Zhe's bloodied back, Li Shi directly placed a lotus leaf inside, followed by an abundant application of spiritual liquid. In the next moment, the root of the heart-shaped leaf within the flesh began to sprout a multitude of fibrous roots, gradually merging with the sanguine tissue. The lotus leaf, as large as a fan, fully integrated into Zhang Zhe's body. The flesh slowly healed, encasing the heart-shaped leaf within. Inside, a new, robust spiritual root, foreign yet vigorous, took residence in Zhang Zhe's being. After 3 breaths, a resounding explosion of spiritual energy radiated from Zhang Zhe. He had already stepped into the first layer of qi refinement. Within 3 breaths, he had ascended to qi refinement, endowed with an unparalleled spiritual root. Zhang Zhe, unable to contain his excitement, hurriedly settled into a meditative stance, silently attuning to the newly manifested spiritual root. Meanwhile, on Li Shi's system interface, beneath the information of Li Ba, a new entry emerged. Name, Zhang Zhe cultivation. First layer of qi refinement spiritual root. Leaf spiritual root. Li Shi was taken aback and decided to allocate an attribute point to Zhang Zhe's cultivation. Allocation successful. Astonishing. The implications were self-evident. He could effortlessly create a multitude of subordinates utilizing the endless lotus flowers and leaves within the spirit energy pool. Furthermore, their spiritual roots would be equivalent to the derivatives of the dual-petal lotus. As long as he exchanged for the dual-petal lotus, all would bow in submission. The leaf spiritual root? An unprecedented spiritual root in the realm of cultivation. And what about the others? The root spiritual root? The lotus root spiritual root? No. The lotus reincarnation. Is this not akin to Neza? Could he possibly cultivate a legion of Neza? An audacious thought arose in Li Shi's mind. One that was difficult to dispel. The heavenly Tao. What are you but a mere trifle? I shall directly cultivate a host of prodigies to triumph over you. If you possess the capability, then strike me down. Naturally, all must be deliberated with great care. The author wishes to convey, in the mysterious and vast world of cultivation, there exists a remarkable spiritual plant known as the heart union lotus. This extraordinary entity has evolved over an extended period from the exceedingly rare dual-petal lotus. Its preciousness and miraculous effects being nothing short of extraordinary, rivaling even the legendary innate spiritual treasures. Yet, it resides solely within the realm of legend. According to tales, its roots, leaves, flowers, lotus seeds, and even the lotus root are deemed supreme treasures. This heart union lotus possesses not only breathtaking beauty but also harbors unparalleled power. When acquired by a fated individual, it can spawn an exceedingly rare and exceptional exclusive spiritual root. This unique root embodies distinctive attributes and talents, enabling cultivators to thrive effortlessly on their path of cultivation, achieving results with half the effort. The method of refinement remains undocumented. Moreover, the heart union lotus possesses an exceptionally unique trait. It recognizes its host as its master without hesitation. From that moment forth, The bond between master and servant is one of mutual understanding and collaboration, embarking together on the journey to conquer the immortal path. However, such entities belong more to the realm of myth, akin to the exotic flames, celestial apricots, laurel trees, hibiscus trees, primordial azure lotuses, and void vines. Among the myriad cultivators in the world, how many are fortunate enough to encounter such wonders? These individuals are all favored by the heavenly Tao, basking in its benevolence. Save for a certain individual. Chapter 44, Lin Jiuxiao news of the imminent emergence of the Kuaisheng Hall has spread throughout the South Sea, occurring once every millennium. Each instance is invariably accompanied by bloodshed and turmoil, with countless cultivators perishing in the pursuit of opportunity. This has long been a commendable tradition within the South Sea cultivation realm. Amidst this chaos, many have grasped at the elusive chance for immortality. There have been those who obtained a single immortal pill, ascending directly from foundation establishment to nascent soul. There have been those who procured a sword, an ancient spiritual treasure. Containing a trace of Tao patterns, it was acquired by a struggling sect. Yet when a nascent soul cultivator sought to forcibly seize it, they were unexpectedly annihilated before they could even act. The elder of that dwindling sect, wielding the ancient spiritual treasure, ruthlessly dispatched the nascent soul cultivator. The Kuaisheng Hall represents a grand event for the entire South Sea, convening once every millennium. It is important to note that a nascent soul cultivator enjoys a lifespan of merely 1,500 years. Thus, in the lead-up to this grand gathering, a myriad of murders, arsons, robberies, and deceptions ensue. Concurrently, various gatherings and auctions commence, all aimed at enhancing one's strength before entering the Kuaisheng Hall. Having participated in the gathering at Yuhuan Island for 6 days now, Li Ba has attended numerous meetings and small auctions, gaining considerable insight and grasping the general situation of the South Sea cultivation realm. And today, Li Ba ventured alone into the depths of Falling Star Island, intent on attending a grand auction hosted by the Celestial Alliance, which summoned cultivators from all corners. Given the personal organization of the auction by the Celestial Alliance, Jiang Biehe chose not to appear, as his presence would easily draw attention. The auction took place upon an expansive platform within Falling Star Island, where immaculate, colossal stone tiles stretched far into the distance, seemingly reaching the horizon. Yet, even with such vastness, it still felt somewhat constricted. At the center stood an imposing structure encircled by a towering platform, which was undoubtedly the site of the auction. Li Ba underestimated the profound influence of the Kuaisheng Hall's emergence. The throngs of people are everywhere, resembling a swarm of ants. Could it be that the entire assembly of cultivators from the South Sea has congregated here? It is truly madness. Although the majority are merely chi refiners, they continue to arrive in droves, prompting countless cultivators to surge forward. Look, the leader of the Yuhuan sect, Pu Yuhuan. She is nothing short of a celestial being. What do you mean? She is indeed a fairy. Pu Yuhuan is a tall woman clad in a blue dress. Her skin is fair as jade, radiating an enchanting glow that leaves innumerable cultivators spellbound. Though the Yuhuan sect is relatively small as the sect that occupies Yuhuan Island, Pu Yuhuan is also a nascent soul cultivator. The power of the South Sea is not significantly inferior to that of Tianan. It is said that the leader of the Tianhe sect, who is also the head of the Tianhe Alliance, Lin Jiuxiao, is a pinnacle nascent soul cultivator on the verge of transcending into divinity. Here they come. The contemporary 4 great talents of the Tianhe Alliance. Despite being a coalition, the Tianhe Alliance is not without its internal intrigues. The title of the 4 great talents is derived from their comparative prowess. However, what surprises Li Ba is that among this generation's 4 great talents, all but Imo Chen are women. He observed as the 4 entered through their designated passage. Imo Chen was the first to arrive, holding an lawn in his arms, a smile gracing his lips as he walked in. Countless female cultivators cast admiring glances at this paragon of excellence, while many others regarded Lan as a thorn in their side, wishing to take her place. Following him were 3 women, each with distinct styles. One was tall, riding a sword with an elegant demeanor. She was Mo Ying, a fairy of the same clan as Mo Chen. The Mo family is a prominent lineage within the Tianhe Alliance, and having produced 2 prodigies is a testament to their current glory. No wonder Lan treasures Mo Chen so dearly. Next came 2 women alighting from a resplendent giant flower, linking arms as they descended. One exuded a frosty elegance, radiating an aura that kept others at bay, while her companion, dressed in a pristine white gown, occasionally stifled giggles behind her hand. This pair of female cultivators naturally sparked much discussion. They were in Bingyan and Murong Yuan. The aura of fairy in Bingyan is so chilling that even my spiritual energy feels frozen in her presence. What a sensation. Dear friend, you aren't feeling exhilarated, are you? I've heard they are close friends. Their intimacy, could it be an affectionate bond? Hush. If you wish to perish, don't splatter me with your fate. In this generation of talents, the abundance of female immortals is astonishing. If I could seize an opportunity within the Kuashing Hall, I might also return with a beauty. A toad desires to feast upon swan meat. Who are you calling a toad? Li Ba swiftly discovered the entrance to the passage. Those aspiring talents of the Heavenly Alliance and the Jedon cultivators were required to pay 10 medium-grade spirit stones for admission. While 10 medium-grade spirit stones might not seem excessive, it constituted a considerable sum for an ordinary chi refining cultivator. It appears that the Heavenly Alliance intended to seize this opportunity to amass a substantial fortune. Nevertheless, many cultivators were willing to part with their spirit stones, as a significant number of chi refining practitioners purchased tickets to attend the auction. After all, even if they did not intend to bid on any treasures, merely broadening their horizons was a worthwhile endeavor. As the brilliance of the formation shimmered, Li Ba entered the auction hall, where he found it bustling with a considerable number of people. At that moment, he glanced toward a particular direction and broke into a smile. There, two figures had just taken their seats. One was named Li Shi, and the other Zhang Zhe. Indeed, the original body had returned. During this period of seclusion, Li Shi had amassed a staggering 15 million attribute points. Such wealth. Moreover, there was another reason why Li Shi had chosen to attend this auction. Li Shi suddenly realized that he was wealthy, extraordinarily so. It is well known that spirit stones serve as the currency in the realm of cultivation. For possessing spirit stones allows one to cultivate even in places devoid of spiritual energy. Low-grade spirit stones are the most common, while a single medium-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 10 low-grade spirit stones. An upper-grade spirit stone equals 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Beyond these, there exists the rare and precious top-grade spirit stones, which are highly coveted and seldom encountered. However, apart from top-grade spirit stones, there is another form, liquid spiritual essence. A small vial of this liquid is almost comparable to hundreds of high-grade spirit stones and is even easier to absorb than top-grade spirit stones. A bottle of liquid spiritual essence is more valuable than rare treasures. How fortunate it is that he possesses 100 zhang of a spiritual energy pool, measured in tons. Li Shi and Zhang Zhe maintained a distance, not seated together. Li Shi, Li Ba, and Zhang Zhe each took a corner, surveying the auction house from their respective positions. After a brief interlude, the auction finally commenced. Esteemed friends, a commanding voice reverberated throughout the venue. It was Lin Jiuxiao, the leader of the Heavenly Harmony Alliance. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who have gathered here, particularly to my Southern Maritime companions for their support. Li Shi stroked his chin, feeling an aura that, though unseen, seemed to surpass even that of Yi Tianjia. After all, it was said that Lin Jiuxiao had already reached the threshold of semi-divine transformation, with his spiritual platform having advanced to half a step towards enlightenment. Poised on the brink of ascension. However, Li Shi believed that in a confrontation between the two, Yi Tianjia might not necessarily be defeated. The impression Lin Jiuxiu left on Li Shi was akin to an imposing mountain, whereas Yi Tianjia resembled a sword capable of cleaving through that mountain. It was noteworthy that Yi Tianjia was merely 205 years old, while Lin Jiuxiao had already surpassed a millennium. As Lin Jiuxiao's words faded, a chorus of flattery erupted from the boats. Lord Lin, you jest. Our mere presence is an honor. Lin Jiuxiao, who had long secluded himself, seemed to have emerged due to the emergence of the Kuashing Hall. Perhaps he sought to seize opportunities for a complete ascension. Lin Jiuxiao, we are old acquaintances. Let us not indulge in pleasantries. Let the auction commence. I yearn to see the treasures on offer. Why the rush, old ghost? Lord Lin, has it truly been a century since we last met? Lin Jiuxiao, do you still have your Xingqian Ziyuti? I find myself craving it. These voices echoed throughout the auction hall, clearly emanating from nascent soul cultivators. Ha. Lin Jiuxiu laughed heartily. Once the auction concludes, it shall be time for us old fellows to gather. What was termed a gathering was, in truth, a discussion concerning the matters surrounding the emergence of the Kuashing Hall. Li Shi casually tossed a mid-grade spirit stone to a chi refinement stage maid, requesting her assistance for a massage. Lin Jiuxiao employed his magical powers to project his voice throughout the venue, which served another purpose. At an auction, the greatest fear is the absence of integrity. As the organizers struggle to maintain order among the cultivators present, this was a demonstration of the strength of the Heavenly Alliance, intended to intimidate those with malevolent intentions. Chapter 45, Zhang Zhe. Li Shi cast a glance at Zhang Zhe and instructed, make sure to show off a bit. Zhang Zhe silently nodded in agreement. I hereby declare the commencement of the Tianhe Alliance auction. Lin Jiuxiao's voice resonated throughout the venue. Meanwhile, in the southern region, many days had passed since Yu Tianjia had fought alongside his mysterious disciple. Speculation abounded regarding the identity and whereabouts of this enigmatic figure. On this particular day, word spread that Li Shi was engaged in a fierce competition with a group of rogue cultivators over a newly emerged treasure. This revelation stirred the higher echelons of various sects into action, yet they remained oblivious to the true nature of the events unfolding. Upon returning to the Xiantian sect, the figure of Li Shi underwent a transformation, dispelling his magical disguise to reveal the visage of Yu Tianjia. Ah, every day I venture out. And should anyone dare to underestimate my Xiantian sect, my disciple Li Shi shall soon achieve the golden core stage. Yu Tianjia masqueraded as Li Shi, maintaining the illusion that he still resided within the sect. A prodigy already drawing the attention of the heavenly Tao with his foundation establishment stage. If he were to reach golden core, Xiantian sect would momentarily reign supreme. Yu Tianjia pondered, Li Shi, where have you gone? He could only discern, through the sword intent lingering within him, that Li Shi was to the south. South Sea, Falling Star Island. At the auction site, a stout, elderly figure descended from the sky toward the elevated platform, adorned in garments embroidered with the emblem of the Heavenly Harmony Alliance. Although his appearance was frail, his countenance radiated vitality and fortune. He was a mid-stage golden core cultivator. With a smile, he stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. I am Pangda. It is my honor to preside over this event. As the leader has already spoken, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Let the auction commence. The first batch comprises 10 items. Bring them forth. A group of enchanting maidens appeared from the side, each delicately balancing massive seashells, all of them foundation establishment practitioners. They gracefully ascended into the air, landing softly on the platform, presenting the shells before Pangda. Curious cultivators leaned in to inspect, yet the shells emitted only sparkling light, obscuring their contents, likely shielded by a spell to prevent prying eyes. Esteemed friends, behold. The first auction item is this. Pangda approached the initial shell, dispelling the concealment spell to reveal a bamboo tube. Recommended secret technique from the Elder Council of the Heavenly Harmony Alliance. Copper skin, iron bones. As cultivators, you are aware that the path of body refinement is perilous, and this technique allows for a temporary infusion of spiritual energy to enhance one's skin and bones. It can achieve a brief state of physical fortification. Surely, you can perceive its extraordinary nature. Most importantly, should one possess the skill, it can serve as a foundation for further innovation. The starting bid is 300 mid-grade spirit stones. Friends, such an opportunity must not be missed. Pangda spoke with eloquence, revealing his extensive experience as he extolled the virtues of this technique. It was evident that in the realm of cultivation, excellence could emerge from any field. Astute individuals could discern that this technique was neither particularly formidable nor intricate. As for further innovation, how many could truly accomplish that? Nevertheless, for the average practitioner, this technique held a certain allure, and as soon as Pangda's words concluded, the bidding commenced. Possibly ignited by a hidden agent of the Heavenly Harmony Alliance, filling the atmosphere with excitement. In less than 100 breaths, the price surged to 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Truly, this was a grand auction. How could an ordinary chi refinement cultivator afford such an expense? 700 mid-grade spirit stones. Ultimately, the technique was claimed by Mo Chen from the VIP section. Mo Chen, draped over in lawn, lazily bid on the manuscript, while in lawn reclined in his embrace, giggling and feeding him oranges. Perhaps due to the throng of people, Mo Chen failed to notice a figure on the elevated platform behind him, whose eyes blazed with fury, teeth clenched, fists bloodied from his grip. Zhang Zai's unrestrained demeanor drew the gaze of nearby cultivators, startling one into hastily changing seats. A serving girl noted Zhang Zai's distress and was about to approach when she halted in her tracks. She saw Zhang Zai with his head bowed, the armrest of his chair splintering beneath his grip, fingers curled like talons, veins protruding, and his spiritual energy teetering on the brink of eruption, radiating waves of seething anger. Fool, that Mo Chen possesses the ability to sense the emotions of others. Do not let him perceive you. Are you so incompetent that you cannot even control your own emotions? From a distance, Li Shi's voice thundered in Zhang Zai's mind, prompting him to gradually regain his composure. With the first item of the auction sold, the event officially entered full swing. Many attendees eagerly anticipated the unique items yet to be unveiled, craning their necks in excitement. Those unable to afford the entry fee could only listen from outside. But it did not diminish their eagerness to witness the spectacle, all envious of Mo Chen's casual expenditure of 700 mid-grade spirit stones. Pangda was indeed a talent, capable of embellishing any auction item. rendering its flaws imperceptible through his eloquent discourse. It appeared that Pang De was likely the designated auctioneer for the Heavenly Harmony Alliance. Soon enough, all 10 items of the first round were sold, and discerning observers could tell that they fetched prices exceeding their actual worth. It was clear that the Heavenly Harmony Alliance's auction had attracted numerous cultivators, not only due to the influence of the Kuaishing Hall's emergence but also the scarcity of the items themselves. Each item, if presented outside, could ignite fierce battles. 5th-tier healing elixirs, the demon core of a golden core stage flood dragon, a shattered 6th-tier alchemical cauldron, and this was merely the prologue. The treasures capable of drawing the attention of nascent soul cultivators had yet to be revealed. Li Shi, naturally, held no interest in such matters. At this juncture in his life, these possessions served no purpose for him. However, as the value of the auction items escalated, becoming increasingly rare, the lofty cultivators aboard the ship began to voice their desires. "I shall have this item," one declared. "This treasure is indeed fated to be mine. It would be prudent to relinquish it to me. The Song family requires this item. I implore you, part with it." "Do you possess the audacity to raise the bid further? What the devil? Why have you ceased to bid? Do you wish to obtain it? Do you possess more spirit stones than I? You, old relic, do you long for an even longer existence?" Among them were those with long-standing grievances, bidding against each other to vex one another, while several Golden Core elders engaged in a fierce exchange of harsh words over a single vial of longevity elixir. They had consumed countless ordinary longevity pills, yet this rare concoction, never before seen, was worth selling everything to acquire. Ultimately, the exquisite elixir, capable of extending life by 20 years, was purchased by a Golden Core elder for 500 top-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. This staggering sum left the unaffordable cultivators in astonishment, yet they watched with keen interest. Their horizons broadened. After all, such a high-caliber auction was a rarity, occurring only once every few centuries. Following this, another item was presented. However, this time, it was somewhat peculiar. A massive cage shrouded in cloth was hoisted onto the stage. "Ah, esteemed friends, I trust you are all immensely curious about this unique auction item," the auctioneer exclaimed. "Without further ado, let us reveal it." As the large white cloth was pulled away, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Within the cage was a young maiden. Li Shi was taken aback. "No, that is not human." Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the girl's skin was covered with dense, silvery scales hidden beneath her clothing. Furthermore, her pupils were golden and slit, and she was cowering in a corner of the cage in fear. Those with keen eyes must have already realized that this was a dragon girl, possessing a pure dragon lineage within her veins. Chapter 46, A Realm. Deep in the South Sea lies a dragon, similar to the Tiani mountain range that divides the southern heavens. There exists a mysterious kingdom of beasts in the unfathomable depths of the ocean. Here, powerful beasts at the nascent soul stage are not uncommon, lurking in the dark depths. Observing the territory of the Heavenly Alliance, the tumultuous waves of the South Sea conceal a deathly forbidden zone unexplored by humans. For thousands of years, the sporadic outbreaks of sea beast tides have roared like demons, sweeping towards human lands with overwhelming force. Some isolated islands, defenseless against this terrifying tide, were entirely consumed by these greedy giants, leaving behind only desolation and silence. Fortunately, with the establishment of the Heavenly Alliance and Lin Jiaxiao's advancement in cultivation, the situation has improved. The beasts of the South Sea no longer dare to act recklessly. However, legends speak of a colossal dragon slumbering in the depths of the South Sea. A transformation stage cultivator can live for up to 10,000 years, and beasts can survive for 2 to 3 decades. Such a time frame is sufficient for the world to undergo significant changes. In the realm of beasts, bloodlines like dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins are regarded as the pinnacle of existence. They hold an exalted status, classified among the divine beasts. This bloodline harbors boundless power and miraculous abilities, commanding the submission of all beasts. And now, the Heavenly Alliance has presented a dragon girl as an auction item. This dragon girl is not merely a common hybrid. She embodies the true essence of dragon blood. Amidst the gasps of astonishment from the crowd, Pang De gradually revealed a basin of herbs and placed it before him. He then approached the cage, pricked the girl's arm with a needle, causing her to tremble, unable to resist. It was evident that this dragon girl was not particularly strong. She was quite feeble. Pang De collected a few drops of her blood in a jade bowl and poured it slowly onto the herbs. It was a mere ordinary 100-year-old linglong flower. As the girl's blood fell onto the flower, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The petals of the linglong flower quivered, its branches twisted and elongated, growing to the height of Pang De within mere breaths. But that was not the end. the flower's bloom suddenly lifted its head, and the sound of dragon roars echoed forth. Boom! Suddenly, everything came to a halt. The surface of the ling-long flower rapidly turned red and heated up, transforming into a deep crimson. Then, flames erupted, and the entire flower was reduced to ashes. Indeed, everyone witnessed the manifestation of true dragon blood within a living being. This ling-long flower could not withstand the internal power of dragon blood. This dragon girl was personally captured by our esteemed leader from the South Sea. As the leader speculated, she is the offspring of a true dragon at the nascent soul stage and a human. She has inherited the bloodline of a nascent soul true dragon. True dragons. How many nascent soul cultivators have never encountered such a being? They have only seen mere flood dragons at best. As the inheritor of the true dragon bloodline, she is a treasure trove in herself. Dragon blood can be used for alchemy. Dragon scales can be forged into armor. Dragon horns can be refined into treasures. Dragon elixirs are the pinnacle of beast elixirs. Currently, she is merely at the level of a 5th-tier beast, but with her bloodline's prowess, it won't be long before she can produce a dragon elixir. Ladies and gentlemen, the starting bid is 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Let the auction begin. The bidding price surged to an astonishing height. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. It is worth noting that during his time at the Shintian sect, Li Shi earned merely 800 mid-grade spirit stones per month. Over a year, that amounted to approximately 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, which translates to only 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Of course, the personal disciples do not rely solely on that meager salary for sustenance. Song Mon earned an uncountable sum daily from selling elixirs, while Yu Shiyao hunted demonic cultivators, collecting numerous storage bags every day. Importantly, this is merely the starting price. On the auction stage, the ordinary cultivators in attendance were in fervent discussion. This is indeed 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. What an eye-opener. This dragon girl is undeniably beautiful, if only I could dream on. This is beyond our reach now. It is up to those nascent soul cultivators and top talents to see who can secure her. What preceded was merely an appetizer. The true auction items that brought the nascent soul cultivators here are just beginning. Indeed, as Pangda's words echoed, a booming voice resonated from the ship above. 1,005 high-grade spirit stones. 2,005. Soon, other nascent soul cultivators joined the bidding. 3,000. Fellow cultivators, let me secure this item, and we shall share the elixirs produced. Humph. Old Mo, your reputation is well known. Furthermore, how can you dare present your meager alchemical skills? Do not embarrass yourself. I bid 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Humph. 8,000. 1,000. This voice, however, did not come from the air, but from the front, where Moing called out. Li Shi watched in mild astonishment. Although Moing is one of the 4 great talents, 1,000 high-grade spirit stones is no small sum. This must be a significant expenditure for her. Could she have some grand purpose? Humph. Youngster, do not be impulsive. This item is fated to me. Do not interfere. I bid 11,000. The nascent soul cultivator known as Old Mo continued to raise his bid. 13,000 high-grade spirit stones. Senior Mo Shuyan. This item is indeed of great use to me. I must compete for it. I beseech you to relent. Mo Ing remained composed and assertive, befitting one of the 4 great talents, exuding confidence. Humph. Mo Xian scoffed and ceased to bid. Mo Ing, my esteemed friend, bids 13,000 high-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The entire hall fell silent for a moment, all breath held as they eagerly awaited to see who would claim this dragon girl. This price was indeed astonishing, leaving the onlookers in awe. Those outside the auction hall who heard such figures were left trembling, exclaiming in disbelief. Is this truly the realm of the wealthy? Is there anyone else willing to bid? Li Shi moistened his lips with a flick of his tongue. He desired to capture this dragon and maiden for his own purposes. His ambitious plan to defy the heavens with his prodigious team required precisely such promising individuals. And the prospect of having a dragon and maiden under his command greatly pleased him. Thus, under Li Shi's subtle gaze, Zhang Zhe cleared his throat and spoke up. I bid 1 cubic measure of spiritual essence liquid. Supreme-grade spiritual essence liquid. His voice resonated through the silent auction hall, momentarily stunning the crowd before erupting into excited murmurs. The exact value of spiritual essence liquid was indeterminate, but generally it was priced at 1.5 times that of a supreme-grade spirit stone. Moreover, it was an exceedingly rare commodity, as spiritual essence liquid formed only after millennia of accumulation in places where spiritual energy converged, such as blessed lands and celestial grottos. Compared to supreme-grade spirit stones, spiritual essence liquid was far more versatile and efficient for cultivation. It could enhance alchemical processes, improving both success rates and quality, and also served as a potent healing agent, making it an absolute hard currency. Even a small vial was considered extraordinarily precious. When Zhang Zhe announced his bid, Peng De was momentarily stunned. The unit you used, a cubic measure? 1 cubic measure of spiritual essence liquid? Is that correct? The entire auction hall fell into a brief silence. Chapter 47. In Lan, you have disappointed me after the initial hush. The hall buzzed with whispers and murmurs. Zhang Zhe could feel numerous gazes upon him, even from the floating pavilions above. That man, is that Zhang Zhe of the Zhang family? Someone recognized him. You know him? Is he the scion of some influential figure within the Heavenly Harmony Alliance? Not at all. The Zhang family was once prominent within the alliance, but they have since declined. Rumor has it his father was devoured by a demon beast. A cubic measure of spiritual essence liquid. He must have stumbled upon some fortuitous encounter. How many spirit stones would that amount be equivalent to? Could he have discovered some hidden treasure trove or blessed land? Terrifying indeed. While the crowd speculated in awe, one person in the VIP section paled dramatically. Zhang Zhe. And Lan struggled free from Mo Chen's embrace, her face a mask of shock as she turned toward the source of the voice. That voice was all too familiar to her. It was Zhang Zhe. How was he still alive? Noticing in Lan's sudden change in expression, Mo Chen raised an eyebrow with interest. Oh, so that's Zhang Zhe? Before Lan could respond, Mo Chen's expression darkened, and he shook his head in disappointment. Lan, you have disappointed me. Neither Lan nor her father had ever spoken of what they had done to Zhang Zhe. But those with keen insight had already pieced together the truth. It was said that Zhang Zhe's ancestors had once produced a yin god physique, and now, coincidentally, Lan had awakened the very same physique shortly after Zhang Zhe's disappearance. How could such a coincidence exist? What do you mean, brother Mo Chen? Lan was slow to comprehend, assuming Mo Chen had discovered her cruel act of stealing another's divine veins and thus found her repulsive. She was about to defend herself when Mo Chen sneered coldly, his voice dripping with scorn. I said, you have disappointed me. Tell me, why is Zhang Zhe still alive? Mo Chen had no qualms about his partner being ruthless, but he despised stupidity. Only then did Lan realize Mo Chen was furious that she had left loose ends. How could he have survived falling into the sea in that state? And he even gained a fortuitous encounter. She muttered in disbelief. Mo Chen frowned. So, you extracted Zhang Zhe's divine veins and then simply watched him fall into the sea? You didn't ensure his death? You didn't finish him off? His voice was laced with incredulity. Lan, your intelligence is truly lamentable. The moment you did this, your IQ plummeted to its nadir. Under Mo Chen's disdainful gaze, Lan felt a surge of blood rush to her head. Her fair complexion turned crimson, as if she might bleed from sheer fury at any moment. Yet, her rage was not directed at Mo Chen, who had humiliated her, but at Zhang Zhe, who stood not far away. With a violent turn of her head, her beautiful eyes, now filled with murderous intent, glared at Zhang Zhe like twin blades poised to pierce him through. Had her gaze been tangible, Zhang Zhe would have been shredded to pieces on the spot. Zhang Zhe avoided meeting Lan's eyes, fearing he might lose control and strike her down then and there. The agony of having his soul severed was a pain he would never forget. Esteemed fellow cultivator, I must remind you that this auction is organized by the Heavenly Harmony Alliance, and any fraudulent behavior will not be tolerated. Peng De's implication was clear. He suspected Zhang Zhe of fabricating his bid, given that his cultivation level appeared to be only at the qi refining stage. With a cold snort, Zhang Zhe, under Li Shi's direction, produced a jade vial and tossed it onto the stage. The communication between Li Shi and Zhang Zhe relied on the inherent synergy of the twin lotus flowers, naturally undeterred by the presence of nascent soul cultivators. However, it is important to note that while they share a common heart, the true essence is dominated by the twin lotus itself. All derived lotuses exist merely as subservient entities. Peng De utilized spiritual energy to seize the jade vial thrown by Zhang Zhe. Although it was quite a distance away, he swiftly held it in his hands within mere moments. He opened it slightly to take a whiff, and in the next instant, the onlookers observed a noticeable flush of color on Peng De's face. Without the need for further words, everyone understood that the item was indeed genuine. Dear friend, please feel free to bid. Peng De chuckled, graciously bowing toward Zhang Zhe, who was at the qi refinement stage, before tossing the jade vial back. This esteemed friend offers a portion of premium spiritual liquid. This equates to, after serving as an auctioneer for such a length of time, Peng De found himself needing to calculate the price, underscoring the rarity of the spiritual liquid. Such a substance is typically only formed in a small vial at the moment of a cultivator's foundation establishment or core formation, arising from a transformation of spiritual energy. Influenced by the laws of the universe, its creation is not a mere matter of accumulation. A portion is roughly equivalent to 1,500 premium spirit stones. Should any fellow cultivator wish to continue bidding, the offer must exceed 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. As Pangda's voice resonated, the atmosphere in the auction hall reached a fever pitch. 1,500 premium spirit stones may not seem excessive, equating to about 15,000 high-grade spirit stones. Not significantly higher than Mo Ying's bid. Yet, premium spirit stones are a rare commodity. Have you seen anyone else bidding with them? In a battle of wills, possessing a single premium spirit stone means a continuous influx of spiritual energy, nearly doubling one's chances of victory. This was precisely why Pangda made such an announcement. Items with a price but no market cannot be valued equivalently. Otherwise, the auction would be inherently unfair. Mo Ying sighed. Realizing she could not afford the Dragon Girl any longer, her opponent was simply too affluent. Nonetheless, the Dragon Girl was immensely useful to her. With this thought, Mo Ying cast a couple of glances in Zhang Zhe's direction, committing him to memory. Does anyone else wish to place a bid? Pangda called out 3 times. But no one responded. The lofty nascent soul cultivators might possess abundant spirit stones, yet they evidently did not deem a Dragon Girl worth such a price. Congratulations to this esteemed friend. You have successfully bid for the Dragon Girl. After the auction concludes, you may collect your slave from the back. Ah, everyone. We are now halfway through this auction. The next items for bid may appear somewhat peculiar, yet they should hold considerable allure for those with specific needs. Bring them forth. Pangda smiled broadly, gesturing toward the stage. The floor of the elevated platform slowly cracked open, revealing a massive object being raised. It was an enormous, lifeless branch, devoid of leaves, as if it had fallen from a colossal tree. You all must be aware that our Tiansheng Alliance's esteemed leader has a penchant for tea and nurtures a starry drunk moon tree, whose leaves yield exquisite brews. However, when compared to the owner of this dead branch, the difference is profound. Pangda's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. Yet, as his words concluded, the audience exchanged puzzled glances. What was the Wandao tea tree? They had never heard of it. However, the nascent soul cultivators aboard the aerial vessel reacted differently. Upon hearing the name of the Wandao tea tree, they visibly became agitated. Are you certain this is the deadwood from a Wandao tea tree? Where did your Tiansheng Alliance acquire it? Queried the excited nascent soul cultivator, Mo Shuyan. Esteemed elder, I must confess. This was obtained by our leader a millennium ago when he entered the previous round of the Kuishing Hall. This declaration left the entire hall in shock. A millennium ago? Lin Jiao acquired the deadwood of the Wandao tea tree during his visit to the Kuishing Hall? Lin Jiao. Your news is as tightly held as a rock, remarked another nascent soul cultivator, clearly unafraid of the one reputed to be the foremost cultivator of the South Sea. In the next moment, Lin Jiao's voice boomed. Ha ha ha. This item is indeed precious and not suited for widespread publicity, which is why I have kept it under wraps. Friend Lin, I recall that when the Kuishing Hall opened a millennium ago, you had yet to reach the nascent soul stage, correct? A female voice interjected. Presumably belonging to the leader of the Yuhuan sect, whom Li Shi had encountered previously. Haha. Indeed, I had yet to reach the nascent soul stage. Merely at the pinnacle of core formation. As these words were spoken, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the nascent soul cultivators present. When Lin Jiao was at the pinnacle of core formation, they had already attained the nascent soul stage. Now, a millennium later, Lin Jiao stood on the brink of transcending to the next realm, while they remained in the nascent soul stage. However, someone soon broke the tension with a question. Given the Wandao tea tree's immense value, why has Lin Daofren chosen to present it now after safeguarding it for a millennium? This unfamiliar voice emerged from the same area as Mo Shiyan. Who was this nascent soul female cultivator accompanying Mo Shiyan? The assembled nascent soul cultivators were left in bewilderment. Mo Lao Gui was accustomed to solitude. Who was this nascent soul female cultivator? Lin Jiao turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. This friend is quite unfamiliar. You will become more acquainted with me in time, the female cultivator replied, her voice soft and ethereal, akin to a breeze sweeping through the auction, sending shivers through the hearts and minds of those present. In simpler terms, she was utterly captivating. The other cultivators felt their hearts race, eager to discern the appearance of this enchanting figure, even if just to catch a glimpse, that would deem it worth the risk of death. But Li Shi felt a tightening in his chest, his expression shifting. He recognized that voice all too well. It was Lu Ruyan, the very Lu Ruyan who had entered the vortex of the great teleportation with him. What was she doing here? Li Shi furrowed his brows, coming to a realization. Happy Valley was no more. It was highly probable that Lu Ruyan, after her fall into the South Sea, had deemed it futile to return, considering that Happy Valley had already suffered significant loss. Thus, the reason for her association with the Yuan cultivator named Imo Su Yin was Li. She recalled the bear demon in the state of transformation that had savored the delights of Lu Ruyan, a formidable demon beast. Having endured a life of solitude in the depths of the Tianyi mountain range, fell into the throes of addiction to Lu Ruyan's seductive arts the moment it emerged from its secluded lair. This illustrates the formidable allure of Lu Ruyan. Li Shi had inquired about a certain Imo Su Yin, a solitary Yuan cultivator known for his eccentricity and deep immersion in the path of cultivation. Unexpectedly, this idiosyncratic practitioner was subdued by Lu Ruyan. Truly, Lu Ruyan is an extraordinary woman, capable of persuading anyone she encounters. Her enchanting abilities are unparalleled. Lin Jiaoshao marveled at this and, dismissing his previous concerns, regarded the unknown Yuan cultivator with indifference. Whether he was an old relic returning from seclusion or a foreign practitioner from Tiannan, this exemplified the confidence befitting the foremost figure of the South Sea. A confidence akin to that of Yu Tianzhi from Tiannan. Subsequently, Lin Jiaoshao elucidated the reason for presenting the Wan Dao tea tree. Reluctantly, he revealed that this object was on the verge of losing its last vestige of vitality. Upon acquiring the Wan Dao tea tree, he discovered that this desiccated would still possess life. Overjoyed, he endeavored to rejuvenate the ancient primordial spiritual root. However, despite employing every conceivable method over the past millennium, he failed to restore it to life. After reaching the threshold of transformation, he even expended a fragment of his divine essence in a bid to revive the Wan Dao tea tree. Yet his efforts yielded only a fleeting sprout before it withered once more. The goal of resurrecting the Wan Dao tea tree remained a distant dream. Observing the gradual disappearance of its intrinsic vitality, he grew increasingly impatient and decided to auction it. Hoping that fellow cultivators might possess the means to breathe new life into it, he jested that a mere offering of tea leaves would suffice in return. Lin Jiao's voice resonated throughout the auction hall, and the attendees began to comprehend his predicament. It became evident that his actions were born out of necessity. If the revival of the Wan Dao tea tree was indeed hopeless, it would still serve as exceptional material for artifact refinement. Yet it paled in comparison to a living Wan Dao tea tree. As Lin Jiao's words settled, the Yuan cultivators fell into contemplation, weighing the pros and cons. If Lin Jiaoshao could not revive the Wan Dao tea tree, what hope did they have? Meanwhile, Pang De took the opportunity to enlighten those unfamiliar with the Wan Dao tea tree. In ancient times, there existed the concept of primordial spiritual roots, widely known to include the likes of immortal apricot, fusong tree, primordial blue lotus, twin lotus, void vine, and world tree. The Wan Dao tea tree was among these revered entities, born from the essence of the great Tao, absorbing the cosmic forces to manifest as a living being. Each leaf of the Wan Dao tea tree encapsulated the laws of the great Tao, allowing cultivators to comprehend the path of the Tao and grasp one of the myriad laws. Thus, the bidding commenced, starting at a price of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Upon announcing this figure, an eerie silence enveloped the auction hall. No one dared to raise a bid. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Such a sum was likely only within the reach of Yuan cultivators. After a brief pause, one of the Yuan practitioners finally spoke. Senior Lin Jiaoshao, do the essence liquids such as earth vein mother liquid, Taichu Xian water, Jiao Tian true water, and spirit chi liquid hold any efficacy for the Wan Dao tea tree? Indeed, Lin Jiaoshao replied, though a sigh escaped him. However, I must lament that the Wan Dao tea tree seems akin to an abyss without bottom. I have utilized all the substances you mentioned, only for them to be swiftly absorbed with no effect. If I am not mistaken, to revive it through irrigation with essence liquids would require an immense quantity. A profound silence descended upon the Yuan cultivators at the mention of immense. The term seemed inadequate to describe the rarity of such essence liquids. Zhang Zhe's mere possession of a vial of spirit chi liquid had already astonished the crowd, a grand opportunity. Yet now, hearing Lin Jiao's assertion that even a vial was but a drop in the ocean, the atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation, and no bids were made. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones was indeed a considerable sum, unworthy of a dead Wan Dao tea tree. In the auction chamber, Lin Jiaoshao shook his head in resignation. It appeared that the Wan Dao tea tree would go unsold. Yet, he had anticipated this outcome, after all. If even he could not resolve the issue, who could? Just then, a familiar voice echoed through the hall. It was Zhang Zhe, his tone wavering slightly as he sensed all Yuan cultivators turning their gazes toward him. I bid 10 vials of spirit chi liquid. Is it sufficient? If not, I can add more. Zhang Zhe had initially spoken with vigor, but under the scrutiny of the Yuan cultivators, his confidence waned. Keep it together. Stay spirited. Don't lose face. Li Shi leveraged the power of the twin lotus, igniting a fire within his heart. Lin Xiao, with a look of astonishment, turned his gaze toward Zhang Zhe. Just how much does this young man possess? At present, the entire auction was fixated on Zhang Zhe. Countless fervent eyes converging, eager to unravel his mysteries. The notion of 10 direction spirit liquid, what does it truly entail? Spirit liquid and spiritual energy are not merely two forms of the same essence. The genesis of spirit liquid is exceedingly rare. Firstly, it can be accumulated over millennia within a blessed realm, often yielding but a small jar the size of a basin. Secondly, during a cultivator's breakthroughs, such as during the foundation establishment or core formation stages, a qualitative transformation of spiritual energy into liquid can occur. The ability to achieve such breakthroughs relies heavily on the transformative effect of spiritual energy during that fleeting moment, underscoring its preciousness. Additionally, high-ranking cultivators, such as those in the nascent soul or divine transformation stages, may employ immense magical power to forcibly compress substantial amounts of spiritual energy or even spiritual stones. When compressed to its utmost limit, a pseudo-spirit liquid may emerge. However, this variant lacks the vitality bestowed by the laws of the universe, significantly diminishing its efficacy. Moreover, the process is labor-intensive, deterring advanced cultivators from wasting their efforts on it. Peng De had already scrutinized Zhang Zhe's spirit liquid, and it was evident to all that it was of the finest quality, its effects even surpassing the ordinary. Peng De merely catching a whiff turned his complexion crimson. Unbeknownst to the crowd, Zhang Zhe's spirit liquid, strictly speaking, belonged to the bathing essence derived from the twin lotus, a celestial spirit plant, rendering it all the more extraordinary. Spirit liquid is not easily obtained, and its utility spans alchemy, cultivation, and combat, making it exceptionally rare. Yet now, he claims to possess tenfold? All eyes were riveted on Zhang Zhe. Countless individuals, their minds racing with ulterior motives, began to speculate about the hidden wealth behind this revelation. It is highly probable that Zhang Zhe has uncovered a haven brimming with concentrated spirit liquid. In that moment, who among the cultivators present could resist the allure? Like flies drawn to blood, their mouths watering in anticipation? Li Shi and Li Ba skillfully played their roles, their gazes fixed on Zhang Zhe with darkened expressions, embodying greed in every glance. Among the multitude of stares, several emanated the oppressive spiritual pressure of nascent soul cultivators. Zhang Zhe trembled, drenched in sweat, sensing the imminent threat to his life. Just then, Lin Xiao's calm voice resonated in the air, dispelling the weight of the nascent soul practitioner's aura. Peng De, have you lost your senses? This voice liberated Zhang Zhe from his distress. Realizing his own lapse in composure, Peng De quickly regained his focus and announced, a fellow cultivator has bid 10 jars of top-tier spiritual liquid. Are there any other bids? Bidding must be no less than 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. His voice echoed throughout the venue. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd at this figure, though they recognized it was not an outrageous price, perhaps even a conservative estimate. However, the attention shifted to how much spiritual liquid Zhang Zhe truly possessed. The nascent soul practitioners aboard the ship were particularly agitated, pondering whether Zhang Zhe had enough to revive the revered Wandao tea tree. After a brief uproar, an uncanny silence enveloped the room as no one dared to bid further. The Wandao tea tree, which could not be resurrected, was deemed unworthy of such a price. Congratulations to this fellow cultivator for securing the Wandao tea tree branch. Undoubtedly, Zhang Zhe had stolen the spotlight, yet those with discerning eyes recognized his peril. This man is already doomed, sneered Emochin, cradling Lan back into his embrace, finding the situation laughably foolish. Revealing such vast wealth would surely stir countless hearts. Beside him, Emoing furrowed her brow, perplexed by Zhang Zhe's repeated audacity. The other two prodigies among the four, and Bingyan and Murong Yuan, remained together, occasionally exchanging glances or linking arms, their demeanor laden with ambiguity, drawing the curiosity of numerous onlookers. Peng De wiped the sweat from his brow, an unusual occurrence for a core formation cultivator. The auction resumed, with several spiritual treasures and secret techniques fetching high prices, rekindling the atmosphere, though glances still periodically darted toward Zhang Zhe. The subsequent treasures were all exceptionally rare, and only the elders of the sects and the most talented cultivators at the forefront could afford to bid. Congratulations to this elder for acquiring the Dragon God technique for 70,000 high-grade spirit stones. A nascent soul cultivator secured a remarkable technique from the Heavenly Alliance's collection. Following the sale of the Dragon God technique, Peng De suddenly waved with a beaming smile. In the next moment, A procession of over a dozen enchanting women emerged gracefully from a hidden passage, their movements light and deliberate, reminiscent of butterflies, captivating the gazes of countless cultivators. Each woman was a paragon of beauty, capable of toppling nations, each exuding her unique charm and allure. Yet, the focal point lay in their attire, crafted from shimmering, pristine shells. Adorned at the waist and wrist with delicate coral crystals, their skirts glimmering with starlight, likely composed of finely ground coral dust. The combination of sheer fabric at the waist, embellished with pearl decorations, was nothing short of exquisite. This was merely one style. Another featured voluminous skirts supported by coral, fitted at the waist to accentuate the feminine form, with 3 shells strategically covering certain areas, devoid of any additional embellishments. Each of the dozen women showcased a distinct style. Countless young cultivators leaned forward, their cheeks flushed, unsure of the spectacle but eager to behold it. Attire from the sea resembling azure shells, adorned with golden pearls and silver corals. Even the lotus must be adorned to please the beauties. As the fragrant breeze wafts through the water palace, Pangda declared with a smile, bowing to the audience. Esteemed cultivators, behold the latest creation from the illusory weaving pavilion. Garments of pearls, shells, and corals, crafted from superior spiritual materials harvested from realms of fortune. Wearing them prolongs life and offers exceptional durability against ordinary spells. Moreover, they are imbued with intricate arrays that can release spells. Their patterns laced with the Tao patterns of the illusory weaving pavilion, resistant to the elements and impervious to filth. If any of you require such garments, be sure to choose the illusory weaving pavilion. We have acquired a patent in the Heavenly Alliance. For a century, no one in the South Sea may replicate this style. A ripple of hushed laughter spread through the crowd of cultivators. It was merely a promotion from the illusory weaving pavilion. Was this not an advertisement? Lishi felt a surge of embarrassment, his eyes widened in disbelief. The illusory weaving pavilion actually took advantage of this auction to advertise. One couldn't help but wonder how much they paid for that advertising space. The pavilion acted swiftly, and that individual named Song could indeed be considered a talent. It appears that cultivators, like anyone else, possess aesthetic sensibilities and an appreciation for beauty. Not all practitioners are solely devoted to the path. In every profession, there are those who excel. This principle holds true even in the realm of cultivation. A multitude of women danced gracefully on the high platform before gradually retreating, vanishing into the passageway. Yet, many cultivators craned their necks to catch a glimpse into the corridor. However, the next moment, they were drawn back by the voice of Pangda. Now, we shall present the final item for auction. A female cultivator in the foundation establishment stage ascended the stage, delicately holding a shell the size of a fan, covered with a white cloth, which she slowly placed before Pangda. All eyes turned toward the shell. Was this treasure even more extraordinary than the myriad treasures and secret techniques previously showcased? What could it be? Pangda surveyed the crowd before abruptly unveiling the white cloth, revealing the treasure beneath. It was a piece of jade pendant. No, rather, 2 pieces. Though, it was more accurate to say it was a pair of yin-yang fish jade pendants. Esteemed friends, I trust you have encountered a particular type of scam? Artifacts or adornments claimed to have been worn by divine beings or even immortals, marketed as such for profit. Yet, I assure you at this moment, our esteemed leader can attest to this. This item belonged to a cultivator of the transformation stage, and it has been worn for no less than several millennia. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment once more. However, it wasn't long before a nascent soul cultivator raised a question. What peculiar abilities does it possess? This inquiry struck to the core. Without any extraordinary qualities, even the most sensational claims would be rendered meaningless. Such abilities are unbreakable. The crowd fell silent again. Wait. Observing from the sidelines, Lishi suddenly became acutely aware of Pangda's choice of words. Unbreakable, not merely indestructible. If it were simply indestructible, that would indeed be remarkable, suggesting that a transformation stage cultivator had worn it for years, nurturing it with their Tao, thus rendering it incredibly robust, albeit at a significantly lower value. However, unbreakable was an entirely different matter. Pangda began to demonstrate. The pair of yin-yang fish jade pendants automatically aligned when brought close together. All I need to do is gently touch it to another object. He then picked up the pendant and lightly tapped a prepared spirit stone. With a crack, a faint sound echoed, and the spirit stone shattered into dust. Pangda wasted no time, absorbing the dissipated spiritual energy into his being, and then beckoned downward. A man was brought up, bound tightly. He was a core formation cultivator. This individual practiced demonic arts, having slain an entire island of mortals, and even murdered an elder of the Celestial Alliance at the core formation stage. He was perfect for experimentation. Pangda then lightly touched the man's forehead with the jade pendant. The core formation cultivator's eyes widened in terror. Yet he was bound by special restraints, unable to escape, helplessly watching as the pendant drew closer. Pang De did not exert force. It was as if he merely brushed against the man's forehead. In the next instant, the onlookers witnessed the man silently disintegrate into powder. There was no splash of blood or sound. He simply vanished without a trace. A collective gasp echoed throughout the auction hall. This was the extraordinary nature of the item. Beyond this, our Celestial Alliance has discovered no other uses for it. Esteemed friends, the bidding may commence. The starting price is 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. This price was indeed steep, nearly equivalent to several years of revenue for a sect. In the auction hall, all eyes turned toward the floating ship above. As only those at the nascent soul stage could possibly offer such a sum. Lin Alliance leader cannot discern the true nature of this item? The voice of Pu Yuhuan, leader of the Jade Ring sect, rang out. Could Lin Jiuxiao, on the cusp of the transformation stage, truly not uncover the truth of this item? Haha, how could Fairy Yuhuan pose such a question? If I claimed ignorance, it would reflect poorly on my abilities. This item, I surmise, has been worn and refined for years by a transformation stage cultivator practicing the yin-yang path. Its unbreakable nature derives from the synergistic forces of yin and yang, a killing force. It could easily slay a nascent soul cultivator. Lin Jiaxiao's words were bold. Yet the nascent soul cultivators present hesitated to begin bidding. What good was being unbreakable? Could it strike from a distance? Could it be controlled? If one could not approach, how could they hope to kill a nascent soul cultivator? Rely on stealth? If one possessed the strength to secretly approach a nascent soul cultivator, would they even need this item? For the nascent soul cultivators, the true value lay in whether this jade pendant could be used to comprehend the path of yin and yang. Upon hearing Lin Jiaxiao's words, the nascent soul cultivators began to weigh the pros and cons. While they pondered, a voice rang out in the hall. 30 portions of spiritual liquid. Zhang Zhe croaked, causing the atmosphere to grow eerily quiet once more. A strange tension permeated the auction hall. Zhang Zhe was straightforward. He simply needed to make an offer. Meanwhile, the nascent soul cultivators had much more to consider. Pang De's face twitched violently. Are you out of your mind? While others carefully guard their fortunes, fearing the slightest hint of their good fortune might bring disaster, you flaunt yours. What sort of reasoning is that? Do you truly possess that much spiritual liquid? Pang De couldn't help but suspect whether Zhang Zhe had merely one small vial, which he had inspected, and there was nothing more. But what was he after? Was he so reckless as to test the waters of being besieged? At this moment, in the arms of Mo Qin, Lan squirmed free once more. Unable to remain still, her teeth clenched in fury, her face twisted with rage, she glared fiercely at Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe, this isn't over. She could not fathom how Zhang Zhe had come into such fortune. Was it possible that the place where she had discarded him was actually a hidden paradise? This was inconceivable, and Lan racked her brain, unable to comprehend how events had unfolded in this manner. However, Zhang Zhe was indeed being so ostentatious. Was this all a show for her benefit? Yes, that must be it. He was doing this to provoke her, to draw her attention. And Lan quickly deduced her own version of the truth. Zhang Zhe must have gained some fortune, which is why he returned to flaunt it before her, to satisfy his own vanity. Could it be that Zhang Zhe still harbored feelings for her? Was there still a chance for her to extract some resources from him? Regardless, there was no way Zhang Zhe would survive this. So many cultivators, even a multitude of Yuaning practitioners, are watching him. Can he really turn the tide? Utterly foolish. Abandoning him was indeed the right choice. With this thought, Lan gradually quelled her anger, lest she provoke Mo Qin's annoyance further. As for Mo Qin, he maintained a serene smile throughout, casually toying with Lan's form. Zhang Zhe, intriguing. Amid the peculiar atmosphere of the auction house, Pang De had no choice but to clear his throat and speak again. This esteemed friend bids 30 portions of spiritual energy liquid, without further calculations. Pang De directly inquired, are there any other bids? He repeated the question thrice, yet no one responded. The atmosphere within the venue was eerily quiet. Congratulations to this esteemed friend. You have secured the yin-yang fish jade pendant. Thus, all treasures of this Tianhe Alliance auction have been sold. Wishing everyone a smooth journey on the path of immortality. May all methods accompany you. Those who have won treasures, please proceed to the backstage for exchange. As the auction concluded, the crowd began to rise and depart gradually. However, the atmosphere remained peculiar, with whispers and glances filled with curiosity, malice, and anticipation directed towards Zhang Zhe. This was the territory of the Tianhe Alliance, and with Lin Jiaxiao's authority looming, no one dared to harbor ill intentions. Yet, Zhang Zhe was undeniably captivating, akin to a piece of fresh meat emitting an enticing aroma amidst a pack of wolves. faced with the multitude of gazes. Zhang Zhe licked his lips and stood up, following a female cultivator in the foundation establishment stage as they made their way to the VIP area backstage. After traversing a corridor, they arrived at a luxuriously decorated small room. The female cultivator knocked on the door, and upon its opening, Zhang Zhe was taken aback to find Lin Jiuxiao himself waiting. "Young friend, it seems you have truly made quite the impression," Lin Jiuxiao remarked with a smile, gesturing for Zhang Zhe to take a seat. "You honor me, Alliance leader," Zhang Zhe replied. For his family, the Zhangs, was indeed a clan within the Tianhe Alliance, making it natural for him to address Lin Jiuxiao as such. "Please, let us converse as trading partners," Lin Jiuxiao continued. Zhang Ze's identity had already been thoroughly reported to Lin Jiuxiao prior to his arrival. The Zhang family had ancestral records of the Taiyin divine body. Thus Lin Jiuxiao was aware of the speculation surrounding an land seizure of Zhang Ze's Taiyin divine body. Lin Jiuxiao harbored no ulterior motives. Both Yin and Zhang families were part of the Tianhe Alliance, and regardless of who claimed the Taiyin divine body, it would not hinder the alliance's growth. With his strength, Lin Jiuxiao discerned much upon first laying eyes on Zhang Ze. Presently, Zhang Ze was at the 9th layer of qi refinement, on the brink of foundation establishment. However, intelligence revealed that merely days prior, he was at the 6th layer of qi refinement. This reinforced the notion of Zhang Ze's fortuitous circumstances. Yet, Lin Jiuxiao also noticed other peculiarities: Zhang Ze's spiritual root. A qi refinement practitioner could not conceal any secrets from a practitioner on the verge of divine transformation. The spiritual root, a conduit of spiritual energy within a cultivator, was a divine gift. Zhang Ze possessed an ordinary mid-grade water spiritual root, yet in Lin Jiaxiao's eyes, a lotus leaf seemed to grow along Zhang Ze's spine, replacing the function of the spiritual root and providing him with spiritual energy. Was it some form of extraordinary treasure? Lin Jiuxiao chose not to express his thoughts, instead producing a storage bag and a spirit beast bag, placing them before Zhang Ze. These are the branches of the Wandao tea tree and the yin-yang fish jade pendant. Within the spirit beast bag is the dragon maiden. The storage bag could not contain living beings, but if comfort was not a concern, the spirit beast bag could be used to transport individuals. Zhang Ze nodded, accepting the items from Lin Jiuxiao and reciprocating with 2 storage bags of his own, placing them before Lin Jiuxiao. In total, there were 41 portions of spiritual energy liquid. Too much for even one storage bag to contain. Lin Jiuxiao merely opened the storage bag to gauge its contents and nodded. "Zhang Xiaoyu, now that our business is concluded, might we discuss other matters?" Lin Jiaxiao's demeanor was kind, appearing amiable as if engaging in casual conversation with Zhang Ze. Yet, Zhang Ze sensed a chill in the air. "Alliance leader, you jest. Please, feel free to ask whatever you wish," he replied, aware that he would answer candidly. "It is nothing of great import. I merely wish to know where you obtained such fortune." Lin Jiuxiao inquired directly, maintaining his smile as if unconcerned. However, Zhang Ze understood that Lin Jiuxiao could not be so at ease. There was undoubtedly a craving within him. Were this not the Tianhe Alliance, but rather some foreign land, Lin Jiuxiao would have already resorted to soul-searching to uncover all of Zhang Ze's secrets without hesitation. But such was not the case here, especially with so many eyes upon them, including several Yuaning practitioners. Since the Alliance leader has asked, Zhang Ze hesitated for a moment before beginning his tale. "It happened like this, and Lan betrayed me. She seized my Taiyin divine vein. I was cast into the sea, destined to perish." As he spoke, Zhang Ze displayed an expression of genuine pain and fury, his veins bulging. This was no act, his anger was palpable. "I believed I was to die, never to seek revenge again. Yet unexpectedly, I fell into the very cave of a divine transformation practitioner." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiuxiao narrowed his eyes, revealing no outward reaction. He was unconvinced. Zhang Ze remained oblivious to Lin Jiaxiao's expression and continued recounting his extraordinary experience. "I inadvertently landed above the cave of that divine transformation practitioner, awakening the elder who was in seclusion. Seeing my plight, the elder took me as a disciple." Lin Jiaxiao's face twitched. Was this a storytelling session? Such a cheap tale to deceive. Lin Jiuxiao felt insulted, contemplating whether to seize Zhang Ze and conduct a soul search. However, unbeknownst to Lin Jiuxiao, Zhang Ze was currently parasitized by the heart unity leaf, belonging to a derivative of the dual lotus, granting Li Shi the power to obliterate Zhang Ze's life with a mere thought. In this moment, with a single intention, Zhang Ze could be rendered dead. His soul shattered before a soul search could even commence. Such was the power of the heart unity. Sensing Lin Jiaxiao's peculiar expression and his restless thoughts, Zhang Ze swallowed hard and commenced the performance he had meticulously planned. It seems the elder does not believe me? Lin Jiuxiu remained silent, merely smiling, observing Zhang Zhe's act. The air grew still. Heh, Zhang Zhe chuckled lightly, retrieving a wooden token from the storage bag. Lin Jiuxiu glanced at it, puzzled. It was merely an ordinary wooden token, devoid of any spiritual energy, nothing out of the ordinary. What was the purpose of this? The divine transformation elder took me as a disciple during a critical moment of his cultivation breakthrough, yet out of curiosity about the changes in the outside world. He sent me to participate in this auction. Everything I have done has been under the elder's watchful eye. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiuxiu raised an eyebrow and meticulously scanned the wooden plaque once more with his spirit. Still, there was no sign of anything extraordinary. It appeared crudely crafted, as if it had been hastily carved from a tree stump by the roadside. Lin Jiuxiu was at a loss for words, nearly bursting into laughter. You jest, young one? His expression darkened. Zhang Zhe, sensing Lin Jiuxiu's imminent wrath, quickly interjected, My lord, I would never deceive you. After saying this, Zhang Zhe focused on the wooden plaque, closing his eyes as if to convey a message. Yet, Lin Jiuxiu felt no fluctuations in energy. In the next moment, Zhang Zhe opened his eyes and looked at Lin Jiuxiu. My master has stated that if I wish to prove myself, he can enable me to establish a foundation out of thin air. Establishing a foundation from nothing? What nonsense is this? Who possesses such power? If Lin Jiuxiu could do that, he would have already spawned 100,000 foundation cultivators in the alliance. Then, in an instant, Zhang Zhe's aura surged dramatically. A wave of spiritual energy erupted, forming a small vortex in an explosive manner. After 3 breaths, the vortex dissipated, and Zhang Zhe had transformed into a foundation cultivator. Lin Jiuxiu narrowed his eyes in astonishment, but quickly recalibrated his thoughts, pondering the cause of this phenomenon. Could it be that Zhang Zhe has reached the pinnacle of qi refinement? No, he seemed to have only just reached the 9th level of qi refinement. Still a distance from foundation establishment. Was it due to some extraordinary treasure? Or perhaps he had consumed a potent elixir beforehand? Just as Lin Jiuxiu was about to speak, Zhang Zhe interrupted him. My master has instructed me to continue advancing my cultivation to the core formation stage, fearing you might not believe it. Lin Jiuxiu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implications of this statement. Establishing a core from nothing? Nonsense. What kind of sorcery is this? Is your master a reincarnated celestial being? Even a transformation god cannot achieve such feats. In the next moment, Lin Jiuxiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Right before his very eyes, Zhang Zhe's previously pallid face suddenly flushed with color, and a powerful aura emanated from him, crashing like surging waves, relentlessly assaulting the surrounding space. Zhang Zhe's cultivation soared at an astonishing pace. Within mere breaths, he broke through multiple bottlenecks, advancing directly to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, radiating spiritual power. He was now enveloped in a brilliant glow, having reached the peak of foundation establishment. But that was not the end. The laws of the universe swiftly coalesced around him. A vortex of spiritual energy formed, centered on Zhang Zhe. Boom. The immense force collided with the walls, causing the entire structure to tremble. Fortunately, Lin Jiuxiu reacted quickly, using his formidable magic to stabilize the surroundings. Outside, gasps of astonishment could be heard. In the next moment, Lin Jiuxiu's voice echoed through the air. Silence. There is nothing amiss. After calming the crowd, he turned to Zhang Zhe, who retrieved a storage bag from which an unending stream of spiritual liquid poured forth, encasing him completely. The liquid continuously flowed into Zhang Zhe's dantian. With Lin Jiuxiu's discerning eye, it was evident that Zhang Zhe was in the process of forming his core. But how could this be possible? Could a transformation god accomplish such a feat? Boom. A sound of shattering echoed, emanating from deep within Zhang Zhe's dantian. He was on the verge of core formation. Lin Jiuxiu could see the spiritual energy within Zhang Zhe gathering at an extraordinary speed, surging like a tidal wave toward his dantian. Within mere breaths, this energy coalesced into a dazzling orb of light, bright enough to illuminate the surrounding darkness. Finally, when the energy amassed to a critical point, a monumental transformation began to unfold. Resembling the rise of a golden sun, the golden core slowly materialized. It radiated a resplendent golden light, each ray imbued with boundless mysterious power and vitality. At the moment the golden core appeared, an overwhelming wave of energy radiated from Zhang Zhe, causing the air around him to warp and ripple. All of this transpired within mere breaths. Lin Jiuxiu gaped in shock. Throughout Zhang Zhe's ascent from qi refinement to core formation, he had not sensed any external energy being injected. It all seemed to occur naturally within Zhang Zhe's own being. Lin Jiuxiu could find no clues. This left him astounded. A flicker of fear began to creep in. Lin Jiuxiu started to believe Zhang Zhe's words, for everything before him defied explanation. Could it be that a transformation god truly possessed such capabilities? The true deception lay in Zhang Ze's assertion that his master was beyond the transformation stage. Beyond transformation, there exists a realm known as semi-celestial, also referred to as the red dust immortal or the breaking void realm. It denotes one who has yet to transcend and ascend to the celestial realm, having taken the final step. My lord, if you still do not believe, no need. Well then, shall I take my leave? Zhang Ze scratched his head. No need for farewells. Zhang Ze opened the door and slowly exited the auction house amidst the curious gazes of the onlookers. In the dim chamber, Lin Xiao fell into silence. This was utterly irrational. Yet, apart from Zhang Ze's claims, there existed no alternative explanations. However, there would inevitably be those unable to resist the urge to confront Zhang Ze. He was in no hurry to take on that role himself. A hidden cultivator, concealed for millennia, of the transformation stage or beyond, seemed plausible. Yet, the notion of such a being remaining in obscurity for thousands of years was rather far-fetched. It was simply too extraordinary. Chapter 51. Mo Ying's request. Meanwhile, in a certain loft. This was a tavern located on the periphery of the auction house, bustling with activity even after the auction had concluded. Numerous cultivators gathered around tables, some in groups of 3 or 4, animatedly discussing the various events of the auction. A middle-aged chi refinement practitioner, clad in a blue robe, animatedly declared that Zhang Ze has made quite a name for himself in the South Sea. I fear he may vanish without a trace in a few days. Not necessarily. If I were him, I would simply never leave Falling Star Island. Would those people dare to act against him there? You underestimate the situation. The island is a cauldron of chaos. Even Zhang Ze has drawn the attention of nascent soul cultivators. One misstep, and he could face dire consequences. The tavern buzzed with lively chatter, the discussion surrounding the auction echoing like any ordinary establishment. Some cultivators excitedly shared recordings they had captured with their viewing stones of the advertisement for the illusory weaving pavilion, while others lamented not having the resolve to save enough spirit stones to purchase their desired treasures. Still, many were engaged in analyzing the true worth of the items that fetched high bids. Yet, the most discussed topic remained Zhang Ze, a chi refinement cultivator who had overshadowed even nascent soul practitioners. On the second floor, within a private booth, Li Shi, Jiang Biehe, and Li Ba were indulging in a delightful feast of vegetables and wine, utilizing the authority of the dual-born lotus. He observed the conversation between Zhang Ze and Lin Xiao from the vantage point of an onlooker. With the aid of the system, he orchestrated a splendid display of divine revelation before the public. What of the half-step transformation into divinity? The power of the system transcends all. In one fell swoop, Zhang Ze ascended to the stage of foundation establishment, expending over 3 million attribute points, nearly 2 million of which were devoted solely to this endeavor. However, the expenditure of several million attribute points no longer weighed heavily on Li Shi's heart. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The grand performance had only just commenced. As Zhang Ze stepped out of the auction house, he keenly sensed several probing gazes retracting abruptly, filled with astonishment and confusion. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, he exited the door, only to find a woman awaiting him ahead. Clad in white and wielding a sword, it was none other than Mo Ying, one of the 4 great prodigies. Upon noticing Zhang Ze's emergence, Mo Ying hastily approached him. Zhang Deyu, a foundation establishment practitioner? Mo Ying was taken aback by Zhang Ze's cultivation, initially doubting her recognition. Yet upon closer inspection, it was undeniably Zhang Ze himself. But how could this be possible? Just recently, he was merely a chi refining period cultivator. Ah, it is indeed Lady Mo Ying. I had no choice but to seize what you cherished at the auction. Zhang Ze replied, his expression inscrutable. Mo Ying's demeanor was peculiar, as she dared not make light of the situation. Might I inquire your name, Dayu? Of course. Zhang Ze responded, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. His acting skills had become increasingly refined. Yet, how is it that you have achieved foundation establishment so swiftly? Mo Ying asked, her mind momentarily blank with astonishment. Oh, what Lady Mo Ying refers to as this matter I have taken on a master, and he assisted me in elevating my cultivation. Despite Mo Ying's skepticism, she found herself at a loss for words, ultimately relinquishing her doubts and expressing her intentions to Zhang Ze. Dayu, may we converse? I am in urgent need of dragon blood. Zhang Ze felt a stir within, evidently. Mo Ying was indeed in dire need of dragon blood, which explained her urgency. Contemplating this, he silently inquired with Li Shi. Certainly. Upon receiving a response, Zhang Ze smiled and nodded. Since Lady Mo Ying has expressed such a need, I would feel remiss to decline. Relieved by Zhang Ze's agreement, Mo Ying exhaled softly. Subsequently, they proceeded to a nearby tavern owned by the Tianhe Alliance. They ascended to a secluded room on the second floor, which, while seemingly unremarkable, emanated a subtle aura of mysterious energy, equipped with soundproofing formations designed for cultivators' discussions. Mo Daoyu, what purpose does your urgent need for dragon blood serve? Zhang Zhe inquired with genuine curiosity. Upon hearing his question, Mo Ying's expression faltered, hesitating momentarily. However, she understood that she was in need of assistance and that concealing the truth would likely hinder her chances of receiving genuine help. Yet, the matter was personal and not easily divulged. In the end, Mo Ying gritted her teeth and revealed her intentions. In truth, I am not human at these words. Both Zhang Zhe and Li Shi behind him were momentarily taken aback. The next moment, Mo Ying emitted a barely perceptible sound, and her skin glimmered with a radiant white light, revealing scales. What was happening? One of the four prodigies of the Tianhe Alliance, a peerless genius of the Mo family, was not human. Or rather, my father is human, a renowned elder of the Mo family named Mo-san. While my mother is a dragon of Foundation establishment. Years ago, my father, in the mid-stage of Foundation building, forged a friendship with a fifth-tier dragon. Sharing adventures in the South Sea and forming a bond eventually, my father advanced to Foundation establishment, and that dragon also attained a demon core. Taking on a human form, my father was astonished to discover that his longtime friend was actually female. Their relationship, having survived countless trials together, gradually deepened, and thus I came to be. However, this revelation was soon uncovered by the elders of the Mo family, who deemed me a stain upon the Mo bloodline and sought to eliminate me while I was still in the womb. My mother suffered severe injuries and has yet to recover, her condition worsening by the day. Had it not been for my father's desperate attempts to protect us both, we would have perished. Upon my birth, no one anticipated that my innate constitution was in harmony with the Tao, possessing unparalleled talent for cultivation. Heralded by the arrival of auspicious phenomena, I was born a qi refining practitioner. Consequently, the elders of the Mo family concealed my true identity, presenting me as the new prodigy of the Mo family. Zhang Zhe's eyes widened, the curve of his lips betraying his astonishment. What was this? A family drama within the Mo clan? I chose to be forthright because my mother's condition is critical. As a dragon, if she could absorb true dragon blood, it might save her. Should I be able to preserve my mother's life, I would owe you a great debt, Zhang Daoyu. Upon hearing this, Li Shi, who stood behind Zhang Zhe, prompted him to speak. Oh, you are capable of anything? Mo Ying hesitated. Initially, her plan was simply to meet Zhang Zhe and gauge his capabilities, especially since many eyes were upon him, fearing that the true dragon maiden would be abducted. But after encountering Zhang Zhe, she felt trepidation. His cultivation had surged from qi refining to Foundation establishment in an instant. Who could achieve such a feat? Zhang Zhe must have someone backing him. Everyone had been deceived. Mo Ying was nearly certain of this hypothesis. Yet, she had no options left. Her mother would not hold on much longer. With this in mind, Mo Ying nodded. I am capable of anything, but please understand, if I am to willingly assist you, it must be in your best interest. Then, it shall be so. Li Shi contemplated within his heart. Chapter 52. The Peak of Dan Formation. The transaction between Li Ba and Mo Ying. In a different room of the tavern, Li Shi and the two others were indulging in their feast, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Zhe and Mo Ying next door. How many blood mosquitoes have proliferated? Li Shi inquired. Jiang Biao produced a spirit beast pouch, 16 million. I have done my utmost. The resources required for such a multitude of blood mosquitoes are immense, and their breeding demands considerable time. I can provide you with all I have, as I have preserved a significant quantity of larvae for continued breeding. Next time, I will be able to supply even more. Li Shi nodded slightly and accepted the bag handed to him by Jiang Bia. The recent sensitivity of the spiritual liquid necessitates its cessation of use. Understood. Jiang Bia nodded in agreement. Li Shi felt the multitude of blood mosquitoes densely packed within the spirit beast pouch, oblivious to the impending fate that awaited them. The endeavor to eradicate 16 million blood mosquitoes in one fell swoop proved to be quite a formidable challenge. However, this particular batch of blood mosquitoes differed. At Li Shi's behest, Jiang Bia had devoted all resources to augment their numbers, forsaking any considerations of strength, as Li Shi did not rely on them for taking lives. In the next moment, Li Shi conjured a fiery dragon technique, channeling it into the spirit beast pouch, an unceasing flow of flames. Many of the blood mosquitoes within the pouch were caught off guard, and with no means of escape in their confined space, vast swathes of them perished in an instant. Attribute points 1111. Amidst the incessant notifications from the system, Li Shi's attribute points swiftly surged past 20 million. Ultimately, As Moing concluded her introduction regarding her lineage in another chamber, all 16 million blood mosquitoes met their demise. Li Shi's attribute point storage has reached 31 million. Li Shi initially intended to enhance his own cultivation. However, after some contemplation, he resolved to first improve the cultivation of his external incarnation, regarding it as an experiment. For after all, an external incarnation could be regenerated if it perished. With this thought in mind, Li Shi commenced augmenting Li Ba's attributes. Li Shi does not intend to bestow upon Li Ba a random exceptional spiritual root or concoct the most formidable golden core. Instead, he chooses to relentlessly forge ahead. Pushing upward with unwavering determination, Li Ba's cultivation ascended steadily, reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment in but a brief moment. Moreover, akin to Zhang Zhe, upon attaining this zenith, a nascent alchemy button manifested directly. However, unlike his counterpart, it is likely due to the 100 layers of foundation that Li Shi's cultivation is now displayed as foundation establishment pinnacle. Who knows what this signifies? 200,000 attribute points as Li Shi had anticipated. The attribute points required for Li Ba's nascent alchemy are not much different from those of Zhang Zhe. Yet there are slight variations. It appears that the requisite attribute points differ according to one's innate talent. Elevating a genius to nascent alchemy demands a different allocation of attribute points than raising a cultivator of Jiang Bieda's caliber, who is deemed a waste in the realm of cultivation. As Li Shi pondered, he did not cease to apply pressure to Li Ba. A resounding boom erupted. Reminiscent of the commotion that occurred during his alchemical fusion with Zhang Zhe, Li Shi had long anticipated this moment and swiftly summoned a formation, encircling the room to shield it from external influences. Within mere moments, Li Ba had advanced to the core formation stage. Ultimately, Li Shi infused additional points, propelling Li Ba's cultivation to the pinnacle of core formation. Subsequently, Li Shi fully enhanced Li Ba's techniques, including breath concealment, turtle breath, invisibility, and the blinking sword technique. Then, Li Shi began to assess his own situation. At present, Li Ba, along with Zhang Zhe and Jiang Bia, stood before others. As for himself, Li Shi chose not to allocate any points, having overturned his previous intentions. Originally, he had planned to cower modestly, forming an ordinary elixir, refining a common nascent soul, and becoming a mere celestial being. However, as his subordinates multiplied, Li Shi's disposition transformed. To hell with the heavenly principles. I shall forge the first gold core in history, refine the first nascent soul ever, become the strongest celestial being in existence. As for the heavenly tribulations, as long as I elevate all my subordinates to the semi-divine level, what does it matter if they attempt to suppress me? Li Shi immersed his mind in contemplation. Gazing at the interface of the twin lotus blossoms, he aspired to establish the foremost force across all realms, a power capable of resisting the suppression of the heavenly Tao. The journey would commence with the twin lotus blossoms. System, allocate points. Upgrading the twin lotus blossoms to level 3 required a total of 10 million attribute points. Li Shi acted decisively, adding points without hesitation. In the next moment, the twin lotus surged abruptly. However, this time, Li Shi did not experience the sensation of his dantian expanding. Instead, a warm feeling enveloped his entire being, originating from his dantian. As a rich life energy coursed through him, the long-neglected cultivation of his physical body, which had reached the 100th level, naturally advanced further. Stepping into the 101st level of body refinement, the aura pool remained tranquil, flowing gently, harmonizing with Li Shi's limbs and bones. If the original twin lotus in the aura pool represented an independent space within Li Shi's dantian, now this space was merging perfectly with him. In the next instant, every lotus flower in the 100-foot aura pool bloomed vibrantly, releasing a torrent of life energy. As this synergy occurred, all the powers of the twin lotus were grasped by Li Shi. A new functionality had been unlocked, whether it was Zhang Zhe, this heart-synchronized entity, or Li Ba, his external incarnation. Both could now offer tributes directly to Li Shi, transcending the laws of space and altering it through the power of bloodline. Moreover, Li Shi could bestow items in return. To his astonishment, an enormous lotus platform emerged from the water surface, upon which sat an ethereal figure, Zhang Zhe. Without the need for any system introduction, Li Shi, now fully integrated with the twin lotus, instinctively understood the purpose of this lotus platform. As a servant of the twin lotus, even if Zhang Zhe were to perish outside, he could be resurrected through this platform, as long as the twin lotus remained alive. All subordinates bound in servitude would be granted immortality. Li Shi smiled as he clinked glasses with Li Ba and Jiang Bia, emptying the contents of their cups. He then rose, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. It was time to retreat into the shadows. Meanwhile, in another part of the tavern, After Emoing had just made a promise, Zhang Ze paused momentarily, processing the news Li Shi had just conveyed, and attempted to follow Li Shi's instructions. In an instant, the storage pouch containing the myriad tea trees and the yin-yang fish jade pendant vanished mysteriously. On the other side, as Li Shi left the tavern, a subtle smile graced his lips. Above his dantian, the storage pouch sent by Zhang Ze manifested. Zhang Ze nodded imperceptibly and turned to Emoing. If you wish to save your mother, I can do more than just that. I can provide you with unexpected surprises. Emoing furrowed her brow, momentarily perplexed by Zhang Ze's intentions. She then observed as Zhang Ze revealed a lotus seed in his palm. He made an incision in his arm and planted it within. Zhang Ze's words sent a chill down Emoying's spine. Chapter 53, Emoing, Longing. Jiang Biela things unfolded even more smoothly than Zhang Ze had anticipated. Perhaps Emoying's mother truly held significance for her. Or perhaps the lotus seed radiating spiritual light was indeed not a malevolent object. With determination, Emoing bit her lip, allowing a sharp dragon claw to emerge from her left fingertips, slicing a long gash into her right arm, deep enough to expose bone. It was unnecessary to inflict such severity. Yet Zhang Ze did not intervene. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. After all, when Li Shi had once parasitized him, he had cut open half of his back. However, he later realized that such a large incision was unwarranted for mere parasitism. Rising, Zhang Ze placed the lotus seed into Emoying's wound, pouring a small cup of spiritual liquid over it as she watched, her expression tense. Before she could fully comprehend the extravagance of Zhang Ze's use of the spiritual liquid, she witnessed the lotus seed rapidly take root and sprout. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the so-called roots were entirely composed of spiritual energy. This form of parasitism manifested as a principle of the Great Tao, rather than mere parasitism. There was no pain, nor any discomfort. The wound healed swiftly. In the next moment, Emoing grasped the essence of what had been implanted within her. At that instant, a towering figure emerged vividly in the depths of her mind, breathtaking and awe-inspiring, resembling a magnificent lotus blooming amidst the boundless cosmos, swaying above the myriad stars. The black silhouette, illuminated by the radiant starlight, appeared strikingly clear, with each petal seemingly imbued with infinite mysterious power and profound wisdom. It was formidable, unattainable. Before it, she felt no inclination to resist. Rather, she was compelled to kneel in reverence. Simultaneously, Li Shi, poised to depart from Falling Star Island, smiled faintly. In the system, a new name was added. Name, Emoing Spiritual Root, superior with spiritual root of lotus seed cultivation level. Late foundation establishment. Li Shi broke into a grin, intending to offer Emoing a small reward befitting a newcomer. In the next moment, before Emoing could fully comprehend her astonishment and trepidation, her cultivation rapidly ascended to the peak of foundation establishment. Zhang Ze, who had been observing her intently, swiftly and adeptly retrieved a vial of spiritual essence. Moments later, Emoing successfully formed her core. Emoing fell into silence. Zhang Ze approached her, a peculiar tone in his voice as he patted her shoulder. From now on, we shall be colleagues. Li Shi has yet to finalize the name of his organization. Initially, he contemplated naming it Bingdi Pavilion, Shuangxing Tower, or something similar, inspired by the dual lotus. However, he soon deemed these options unsuitable, as revealing such a name would be akin to exposing his trump card to others. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shi opted for a more understated title, Killing Hall. It certainly projects an image of an ordinary power, devoid of ostentation. Shortly thereafter, Li Shi presented a lotus seed to Zhang Ze, instructing her to implant it within the Dragon Maiden. He also selected a section of the heart root for Li Ba, designating it for parasitism on Jiang Bia. The individual Jiang Bia holds considerable potential, and his cultivation must not falter. Falling Star Island, on a desolate mountain. Within its depths, Li Ba has excavated a temporary cave dwelling. Li Ba sat cross-legged, while opposite him, Jiang Bia furrowed his brow in silence. Henceforth, our sect shall be known as the Hall of Slaughter, with Lord Li Shi as the Hall Master, myself as the Deputy Hall Master. And you bestowed the title of Insect Guardian. Upon hearing Li Ba's words, Jiang Bia exhibited an overwhelming excitement. Zhang Ze had, in an instant, ascended from Qi refining to Golden Core stage, a transformation he had witnessed firsthand. He was already in awe of Li Shi's prowess, harboring countless hopes of defying fate. Even at nearly a century old, having faced numerous life and death situations, he could not conceal his inner fervor. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed a shimmering item in Li Ba's hand, adorned with numerous whiskers, resembling the root of some plant. For the lotus, the rhizome is not considered a root, but rather a stem. Little did Li Shi anticipate that the root of the heart lotus could also become a spiritual root. However, it had yet to be tested, and now it was fortuitously designated for Jiang Bia. This is? Jiang Bretta inquired hesitantly. It can alter your aptitude. Li Ba succinctly replied. How do I use it? Is it a spiritual medicine? Extend your arm, Li Ba instructed. Jiang Bretta nodded and extended his right hand. In the next moment, Li Ba acted swiftly, creating a cut on Jiang Bia's arm with a blade of wind, large enough to accommodate the heart root, and inserted it, subsequently applying a liquid infused with spiritual energy. Jiang Bia frowned slightly but offered no resistance, as he was already under a restriction. In the next instant, he felt a surge of vibrant energy erupting from his wrist. The heart root swiftly burrowed into his flesh, forming a new spiritual meridian. Jiang Bia had yet to fully sense the transformation. Li Shi has begun to enhance his abilities, stacking them up to the pinnacle of the Jedon stage. Much like Zhang Zhe and Li Ba, Jiang Bia was utterly astonished, feeling an unprecedented respect for Li Shi. Zhang Zhe, after comforting Mo Ying, summoned a dragon girl from the spirit beast pouch. To prevent her from escaping, the girl was bound with numerous iron chains and steel ropes. Upon suddenly encountering light, the girl instinctively recoiled, losing her balance and stumbling backward. Mo Ying, recovering from her shock, swiftly intervened to catch the dragon girl. What is your name? Zhang Zhe inquired. The dragon girl appeared anxious and frightened, lacking any of the divine or fierce qualities typically associated with true dragons. After hesitating for a moment, she finally revealed her name. Long Ying. Zhang Zhe nodded in acknowledgement. I am the protector of the Killing Hall, and you are now a member of the Killing Hall. When Li Shi conferred the title of protector upon him, he was momentarily taken aback. Thus, he inquired of Li Shi the reason behind such an appellation. Li Shi casually remarked that it was merely a title, and thus Zhang Zhe did not refuse. Upon hearing Zhang Zhe's assertion that she was now part of the Killing Hall, Long Ying trembled with fear. The very name Killing Hall evoked the essence of a nefarious cult, certainly not a place of virtue. Without allowing Long Ying the chance to decline, Zhang Zhe had already made an incision on her arm, implanting a lotus seed within. Subsequently, amidst her trembling terror, Long Ying experienced a breakthrough in her bloodlines. As spiritual energy coalesced to form a demon core, she was rendered speechless, her dragon tail rigidly arched behind her. Name, Jiang Bia spirit root, mixed root of gold, wood, water, earth cultivation, pinnacle of foundation establishment name, Long Ying race, true dragon human spirit root, lotus seed spirit root. True dragon bloodline cultivation, pinnacle of foundation establishment. Observing the newly emerged messages in the system, Li Shi nodded in satisfaction. The Killing Hall now boasted 4 guardians, Zhang Zhe, Mo Ying, Jiang Bia, and Long Ying, along with Li Ba as the deputy hall master, all at the foundation establishment stage. However, the endeavor to elevate them all to this stage had required a considerable expenditure of attribute points. Li Shi began to feel a sense of anxiety. It seemed that taking lives could only be accomplished by himself. Apart from his external incarnation, Li Ba, none of his subordinates could gain attribute points through their actions. The entire organization relied solely on him for this grim task. It was utterly exhausting and insufficient. Oh, system, bestow upon me some new functionalities. Clang. Li Shi harbored no expectations that his prayers would bear fruit. Yet, within the system, a resonant chime unexpectedly rang out. Companion slaying awaits unlocking. Karmic slaying awaits unlocking. Heavenly Tao slaying awaits unlocking. Lord of Reincarnation awaits unlocking. Indeed, there was a response, but all were rendered in shades of gray, indicating they remained locked. Chapter 54. The Unopened Slaying, the Manifestation of Transformation. What on earth? You introduce new features yet leave me unable to utilize them. What does awaiting unlock even mean? Furthermore, there is no apparent method for unlocking them. Li Shi can only ponder the method of unlocking. The notion of a Tao partner engaging in killing. Could it be that I must find a Tao companion to achieve this unlock? Is the concept of karmic killing suggesting that I must comprehend the great Tao of causality to proceed? Is it true that karmic killing implies that death occurring because of my actions is deemed as killing? As the master of the Killing Hall, if I command my subordinates to take lives, would that not be considered karmic in nature? Li Shi felt it was highly probable. What is the heavenly way of killing? The heavenly way killing me would be more plausible. Li Shi conducted research for a while but could not arrive at a conclusion. It seems that one can only attempt it. Among these, the simplest, without a doubt, is the act of slaying one's companion. Li Shi departed from Falling Star Island and arrived at Yuhuan Island. At this moment, Yuhuan Island was bustling with activity. Having taken advantage of the excitement from the auction to host a gathering, numerous cultivators were engaged in transactions, eagerly anticipating satisfactory gains or perhaps even unexpected windfalls. Li Shi arrived at the stall of a female cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. Unlike other stalls, hers displayed no items for sale, but rather a sign that read, assistance in caring for spirit beast cubs, nurturing spiritual plants, maintaining magical tools, and igniting alchemical furnaces. All for 2 medium-grade spirit stones per day, with potential additional charges based on difficulty. Just as in Li Shi's previous life, where caretakers and odd-job workers existed. The realm of cultivation also had its share of such services, and it was quite organized. This phenomenon could also be observed in Tiannan. For instance, the Xianyan sect would hire loose cultivators to tend to spirit beast cubs and nurture spiritual plants. Fellow cultivator, how may I assist you? Upon noticing Li Shi standing before her, the female cultivator beamed with joy and inquired eagerly. Li Shi remained silent, instead opting to convey a message through a subtle technique of sound transmission. Esteemed fellow, would you consider becoming my companion on this path? Li Shi is making an attempt. He seeks to discern the true interpretation of the term Dao companion by the system. If the other party agrees, does that imply they are indeed Dao companions? Upon hearing Li Shi's inquiry, the female cultivator's expression twitched. Li Shi thought he was about to be scolded. But then he saw the female cultivator grit her teeth and say, we need to increase the payment. All right. Li Shi directly tossed 2 high-grade spirit stones to her. The female cultivator was instantly filled with delight, her voice changing as she came to take them. I agree, but it can only be for 1 day, dear friend. The system remained unresponsive. Li Shi did not hesitate. He turned and swiftly transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into the distance, leaving the female cultivator in a state of bewilderment. It appears that the system is not easily deceived. At the very least, there must be a genuine connection for one to be considered a companion on the path. However, Li Shi is unwilling to comply. Moreover, he even harbors doubts about the efficacy of purchasing love with money. For if the system were to scrutinize the semantics, the term path companion signifies individuals who cultivate together, united in their pursuit of the Great Way. While money can procure alchemical furnaces, buy tranquil companions, or acquire enchanting figures, it cannot buy a true path companion. This presents a dilemma. Yet, the concepts of karmic killings and heavenly slaughters are elusive. It appears that the path companion killings hold the most promise. Is he truly meant to pursue a female cultivator? But who should he seek? A talent like Mo Ying, regarded as a genius by ordinary people, is no longer of interest to him. Besides, she is currently one of his subordinates. Li Shi was lost in thought as he soared over the sea, and a figure slowly emerged in his mind, Yi Shiyou. Not to mention that Yi Shiyou had saved him before. She was a proud genius with an innate sword heart. During the full moon banquet, she had grasped her sword, only to shatter the banquet itself. In the late stage of foundation establishment, she dared to slay those of the core formation stage. It is a daunting task to kill a core formation cultivator in adverse circumstances, as far as Li Shi knew. In the South Sea, there was only Jiang Bia, and in Tiannan, there was only Yi Shiyou and himself. If Jiang Breha relied on external factors for his insect cultivation, then Yi Shiyou truly depended on her own strength. Meanwhile, in Tiannan, nearly a month had passed since Yi Tianjia had caused a ruckus with his unfortunate disciple. The Yin Corp city had suffered severe damage. The self-detonation failure of Tian Wenjing had barely preserved his nascent soul cultivation, though he had fallen to the mid-stage. 2 elder ancestors had also been gravely injured, returning to their ancestral land to recuperate, and their puppets were in tatters. However, compared to Happy Valley, Yin Corp city was still standing, while Happy Valley's territory had been scoured countless times by various sects and rogue cultivators. Among the 12 elders, aside from Lu Ruyan, whose whereabouts were unknown, the other 11 had perished at the hands of Yi Tianjia and Li Shi. Happy Valley was no more. The entire Tiannan was shaken. The righteous sects, such as Mingwei Sect, Jioding Pavilion, Foaming Valley, and Qingyan Gate, were taken aback. Yi Tianjia's actions had once again weakened the evil cult forces. Perhaps it was time for the righteous sects to unify Tiannan. The unaffected Yuming Temple and Blood Soul sect were flustered and hastily declared their unwavering stance against the righteous path, proclaiming that they would fight if need be, even if it meant sinking Tiannan. Just then, a new turn of events unfolded. A woman in a red dress arrived from the South Sea. She first went to the South Liang Kingdom. After a brief stay, she tore through space and descended into the Xiantian sect. In the entire Xiantian sect, apart from Yi Tianjia, no one noticed her arrival. Even the grand formation of Xiantian failed to activate. The newcomer effortlessly bypassed all prohibitions and appeared in the secluded courtyard atop Xiantian Peak, which was exclusively for Yi Tianjia, under the peach blossom tree. Yi Tianjia was not drinking this time. Instead, he sat cross-legged, caressing the peach with sword on his lap. as the foremost sword cultivator in Tiannan. He did not possess a sword of his own. The world believed that the Peachwood sword was his fated sword, but Yu Tianjia did not acknowledge this. Only a few knew that the Peachwood sword belonged to a woman, his only acknowledged confidant. 150 years ago, during the battle between the righteous and demonic factions, the Xiantian sect lost all its nascent soul cultivators and was on the verge of being the first sect to vanish. At that time, Yu Tianjia, in the mid-stage of core formation, suffered severe injuries, and his fated Qifeng sword shattered into pieces. However, he did not expect that Tian Wenjing, the Lord of Incorp City, would gravely wound a female cultivator of the core formation stage during their duel. That female cultivator was Yu Tianjia's partner, Tian Wenjing. Damn you. The situation was chaotic, and Yu Tianjia cursed Tian Wenjing, weeping bitterly as he charged forward with his partner's Peachwood sword. No one believed that a mid-core formation cultivator could inflict harm on a late nascent soul cultivator. Yet before Tian Wenjing could scoff, he witnessed Yu Tianjia ascend through the mid and peak stages of core formation in a matter of steps, at the cost of his essence. Advancing to the nascent soul stage, Tian Wenjing was startled and attempted to crush this genius. After all, the gap between the newly ascended nascent soul initial stage and the late stage was still vast. However, things did not unfold as Tian Wenjing had anticipated. Yu Tianjia wielded a Peachwood sword, unleashing an unparalleled sword technique that surged with killing intent, shocking the universe. He seemed to have bound the principles of the Tao within the Peachwood sword. In an instant, the core formation cultivators who attempted to intervene cried out in despair. Trembling in fear, Yu Tianjia's might was unstoppable, and his ethereal presence was untouchable. The sword-wielding nascent soul escaped from the divine platform. His supreme sword intent could slay nascent souls. Subsequently, he relentlessly pursued Tian Wenjing and another late nascent soul cultivator, exchanging injuries for injuries, fighting with reckless abandon. This was Yu Tianjia. Thus, when the woman in the red dress, a transformation stage cultivator, appeared in his courtyard, Yu Tianjia displayed only a hint of shock and curiosity. Inquiring, "Would you prefer tea or wine?" "Wine," Liang Yinglan replied. Chapter 55, Liang Yinglan. Additional update. Liang Yinglan took a seat on the stone bench opposite Yu Tianjia. Yu Tianjia felt somewhat speechless. Liang Yinglan resembled a blooming flower, exuding an air of invincibility. Her red dress spread across half the courtyard, shimmering with vibrant hues. Wearing such a dress to duel? Would her flowing red fabric obscure the battlefield? Yu Tianjia inwardly scoffed but maintained the demeanor befitting the foremost figure in Tiannan as he poured wine for Liang Yinglan. Liang Yinglan had encountered many nascent soul cultivators. Yet few could remain composed in front of a transformation stage cultivator like Yu Tianjia. Nascent soul cultivators are not fools. They always show respect when faced with someone of a higher realm. Thus, there was only one possibility for Yu Tianjia's calmness. He was a genius. Only a genius could remain unbowed before a higher realm practitioner. Their hearts are always steadfast. Liang Yinglan could sense that Yu Tianjia had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, and his sword intent was nearly impossible to conceal. This individual had already traversed realms that even transformation stage cultivators could not attain. "I have heard it said that you are the foremost person in Tiannan," Liang Yinglan began. "Oh, I never claimed such a title." Yu Tianjia shook his head. "Is that so? It seems you are quite modest." "I believe I am the greatest in the world, but I must add of the future to it," Yu Tianjia added. Liang Yinglan's first impression of Yu Tianjia was one of striking elegance and charm. Her second impression, however, was of arrogance, as if he possessed profound insights. "From where do you hail, fellow cultivator? What brings you to Tiannan?" Yu Tianjia inquired, raising his wine cup to Liang Yinglan. Liang Yinglan lifted her cup, took a sip, and replied, "I am not here to visit. I have returned." Yu Tianjia quickly grasped the meaning behind her words. "Are you a native of Tiannan? It appears that another transformation stage cultivator has emerged in our midst, one who could leave an indelible mark on history. My surname is Liang, and I am of the royal bloodline of the former Liang kingdom." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianjia raised an eyebrow. The Liang kingdom had long been extinguished, and now only the South Liang claimed to be its rightful heir. But who could discern the truth? The Liang kingdom had perished a millennium ago. And yet she seemed unaware. It appeared that this transformation stage cultivator had left Tiannan long ago. I obtained a fortuitous encounter, one of great peculiarity, and thus I secluded myself in closed meditation. I did not anticipate that a millennium would pass before I advanced to the transformation stage, Liang Yinglan reflected, astonished by how time had slipped away like a dream. Now, a millennium had passed, and the lineage of the former Liang kingdom had become a distant memory, with their existence now shrouded in uncertainty. Yu Tianjia, still young and under 1,000 years of age, knew little of the talents that once emerged from the Liang kingdom. He did not care to know. He merely wished to understand the intentions of the individual before him. So, are you seeking to find your lost kin? Regarding the matter of the bereaved clan, it can be pursued gradually. I wish to establish a sect. Liang Yinglan articulated her aspirations. Oh, if you wish to establish a sect, then by all means, do so. As a transformation stage cultivator, who would dare to obstruct you? If at this moment, a nascent soul cultivator were to emerge, proclaiming intentions to establish a sect in southern heaven and to partition the already scarce resources of cultivation, all sects would converge upon him, imparting the harsh realities of the cultivation world. However, if a transformation stage cultivator were to make such a declaration, that would be an entirely different matter. It has been millennia since anyone ascended to the transformation stage in southern heaven, yet now, a transformation stage cultivator of the Liang bloodline has suddenly appeared, and naturally, no one would dare to oppose her. Liang Yinglan did not respond to Yi Tianzhi's words. After a moment of contemplation, she set down her wine cup. I shall host a grand assembly in 7 days, inviting all fellow cultivators of southern heaven to attend. The wine is exquisite. Liang Yinglan's beauty was striking. Perhaps it was a result of her transformation stage cultivation, for her visage bore no blemish. This is a manifestation of the transformation stage cultivators, an ethereal appearance. After speaking, Liang Yinglan's figure gradually faded from view. Yi Tianzhi smiled, and with no guest present, he drank alone. In the next moment, Liang Yinglan's voice resonated across the heavens, booming like thunder. I am Liang Yinglan, a descendant of the former Liang royal family. I have returned to southern heaven to establish a sect and impart my teachings. In 7 days, I invite all fellow cultivators to convene at Cloud Peak to deliberate. Should any gifted individuals be present, I may accept a few as personal disciples. Cloud Peak is located in the northern part of southern heaven, adjacent to the Tianyi mountain range, which stretches endlessly across the continent. Her voice reverberated with the resonance of the Tao, echoing throughout all of southern heaven. Countless nascent soul cultivators were startled from their meditative states, filled with inexplicable dread. A transformation stage cultivator. Are they friend or foe? A change is imminent in southern heaven, in the city of Corpse. While Tian Wenjing's injuries had stabilized, the risk of deterioration loomed constantly. For days, healing elixirs had been in constant supply. Tian Wenjing was currently channeling spiritual energy to nurture his cracked nascent soul. Suddenly, Liang Yinglan's voice reached him. This is my private chamber. How could an ordinary sound penetrate here? Since Yi Tianzhi's sudden assault on Corpse City, Tian Wenjing had been on edge, his mental state unstable and easily startled. Thus, the unexpected voice even caused blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Liang Yinglan? Tian Wenjing wiped the blood from his lips, frowning. Unlike Yi Tianzhi, he was an established nascent soul cultivator. He had heard of this name. However, she was merely an ordinary nascent soul cultivator back then, serving as the deputy palace master in a sect called Wuzhigong, and did not catch his eye. Subsequently, when the palace master of Wuzhigong reached the end of their lifespan and passed away, Liang Yinglan vanished without a trace. There were suspicions of assassination, with some even casting doubt upon Tian Wenjing himself. With both the palace master and deputy palace master lost, Wuzhigong gradually faded from southern heaven. The matter was left unresolved. Little did they know, a millennium had passed, and she had somehow ascended to the transformation stage. First Yi Tianzhi, now Liang Yinglan. Tian Wenjing increasingly felt the arduousness of his own path. His thoughts became more convoluted. At the same time, in the Mingwei sect, Jioding Pavilion, Foaming Valley, Qingyan Gate, Yuming Temple, and Blood Soul sect, the nascent soul cultivators all cast their gazes toward Liang Yinglan's direction. Among them were those who recognized her and even shared special connections. They all believed Liang Yinglan to be dead. The devastation of Corpse City, the disappearance of Joy Valley, the return of the transformation stage cultivator. Truly, a time of upheaval. What news of Yi Tianzhi's personal disciple? He. Who knows? Now, the new title of Yi Tianzhi has spread across southern heaven. To take on disciples in battle, Yi Tianzhi, with one disciple in hand, he can challenge a transformation stage cultivator. It is both jest and speculation. Who exactly is Li Shi? What does he possess? How could he provoke the wrath of the heavens? However, even Yi Tianzhi was unaware of Li Shi's whereabouts. The spatial turbulence caused by the great teleportation rendered everything uncertain. Yi Tianzhi stealthily struck the transformed black bear with his sword amidst the chaos, only to find himself ejected from the turbulence, landing in the northern region of the Mo country. Yet, the sword energy he left within him faintly sensed that Li Shi was in the south. Could it be the South Sea? Or perhaps even farther away? In the Xintian sect, atop the Qing Bamboo Peak, Song Yimon emerged from his cave dwelling. His once meticulously groomed appearance now disheveled and covered in dust, yet he laughed heartily. I have succeeded. The Taoist has triumphed. In his hand, a resplendent golden elixir levitated, emitting a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. A sixth-tier pill. After such a long period of seclusion, he had finally achieved this. Now, it was time to attend to another matter. Song Yimon stowed the elixir and performed a cleansing spell. 3 days prior, he had received news. Gu Qin from the Joy Valley, the one whom Li Shi had declared was destined for death, had not perished. On the day of the upheaval in the Joy Valley, Gu Qin had been out foraging and returned to find devastation. Even the Grand Elder Lu Ruyan had vanished without a trace. Rumor had it that Gu Qin was hiding in a cultivation market within the Imo country. Chapter 56. It's your turn in the Imo country. At the Chigan mountain range, in the Shaoqi mountain market, in a deserted corner, Gu Qin was writhing in agony on the ground, his skin rotting and falling off. A picture of excruciating pain. He could not fathom that Song Yimon would chase him all the way here. Had he gone mad? Moreover, Song Yimon's alchemical prowess had advanced further, casually tossing out more than 10 thunder pills, poison pills, and dragon roar pills. The explosions left Gu Qin dazed, utterly incapable of resistance. Song Yimon scoffed. What are you whining about? I simply wish to kill you. Is there a problem with that? With that? He hurled another poisonous pill, which detonated before Gu Qin, causing his body to erupt with a multitude of blood blisters, a terrifying sight. As his skin continued to peel away, exposing his veins, Song Yimon even took out a recording stone, intending to capture Gu Qin's agonizing writhing to show his senior sister. Though he hesitated, considering that Yishiyo might find the gruesome scene repulsive. Please, spare my life, Gu Qin pleaded weakly. Rolling on the ground in pain, Song Yimon tossed another poison pill, which exploded into a cloud of smoke that filled Gu Qin's nostrils, invading his innards. Gradually, Gu Qin ceased to plead for mercy. Please, grant me a swift end. This is unbearable. Very well. Song Yimon stepped forward, using his spiritual energy to force open Gu Qin's mouth, stuffing in a handful of 5th-tier thunder pills, all of them. They detonated from within, delivering a fittingly swift end. Wouldn't you agree? In his final moments, Gu Qin, face contorted in agony, muttered curses. Ah, Song Yimon, I curse you to an untimely death. You are toying with me for Yishiya's amusement, aren't you? Heh, cough. I wish for you to be forever. Impossible. Boom. The thunder pills exploded, reducing Gu Qin to a bloody pulp. Song Yimon shielded himself from the splattering remains with a spiritual barrier, shaking his head with a chuckle. Utterly unconcerned by Gu Qin's curse. 7 days later, at Ui Peak, a newly transcended practitioner intended to establish a sect. The event attracted not only various Yuan Ing-level sect leaders. The news that Liang Inglan was recruiting direct disciples spread throughout Tiannan, prompting countless wandering cultivators to travel for days to attend this grand affair. Numerous self-proclaimed prodigies, brimming with untapped talent, flocked to Ui Peak, eager to seize the opportunity to become disciples of the transcendent. Even a minuscule chance of selection was worth pursuing, and even if they had no hope, they yearned to witness such a momentous occasion. Leafing through history, such spectacles had not graced the world for millennia, especially since transcendent practitioners had not appeared in over 1,000 years. Yishiyo, we bear no grudge, nor enmity. Why do you pursue me? A bald monk in a black robe raced through the air, shouting in frustration and fear. Old bald donkey, do you have anything good at the Yiming Temple? Yishiyo, gliding on her sword like a meteor, drew ever closer to the monk. The monk, named Yuli Tua, was one of the contemporary geniuses of the Yiming Temple, adept in the art of Yiming Buddhism and possessing mesmerizing techniques rivaling those of the Joy Valley. Yet, before Yishiyo, he dared not pause for a moment. Buddha is merciful. Yishiyo, you force my hand. Supreme Buddhist Kingdom, arise. Yuli Tua abruptly halted, turning to face her. His expression solemn as he brandished a staff, chanting incantations. In the next instant, a billowing black mist erupted from the staff, filled with countless souls. From humans to all creatures, it contained them all. Humph. A bunch of monks, practicing the vile methods of the Blood Soul sect to forge soul artifacts. Yishiyo huffed, swiftly unleashing a flurry of sword light that severed the black mist. Half of the souls let out piercing cries before dissipating into the void, forever lost. Yuli Tua, startled, retreated, turning to flee while cursing. Yishiyo, you slaughtered so many souls. How dare you call yourself righteous? You are nothing but a demon. This encapsulated the Yiming Temple's doctrine. They claimed never to kill. Rather, they only extinguished the physical forms of beings, never their souls. Cities ravaged by them left no lingering spirits, only heaps of corpses, as all souls were captured and returned to the temple. They were refined into controllable ghost puppets or entered the supreme Buddhist kingdom, proclaiming this as a means of guiding all beings into a blissful existence. To them, every fragment of soul contributed to the growth of their Buddhist teachings. Thus, it was said that nearly 10 million souls were imprisoned within the Yuming Temple, suffering without release. This was the essence of the Yuming Temple's no-kill philosophy. The demonic sects of Tian-Nan were not to be trifled with. Each one was more sinister than the last. Hence, when Yili Tua branded her a murderous demon, Yishiyu could not suppress her laughter. Yulat, 1 word is monk, 2 words are priests. 3 words are ghost monks, and 4 words are slaughtering demon monks. Are you not afraid that the Orthodox Buddhism of Zhongzhou will cast you into the depths of hell? Zhongzhou is a bastion of Orthodox Buddhism. It has been said that the abbot of the Yuming Temple is a traitor of the Buddhist faith, having escaped from Zhongzhou, distorting the teachings of Buddhism to create a hellish doctrine in a bid to carve out a new path to divinity. Upon hearing Yishiyao's words, Yulataka scoffed coldly, ready to retort, only to see Yishiao accelerating once more, closing the distance in an instant. Terrified, Yulataka's spirit fled, and he dared not speak, choosing instead to flee in haste. Both Yulataku and Yishio had reached the pinnacle of foundational cultivation and were hailed as geniuses. However, even among geniuses, disparities exist. Within mere moments, Yishio caught up to Yulataku, unleashing 3 successive strikes imbued with unparalleled sword energy. Yulataku retaliated with a flurry of magical artifacts and spells. Yet they were effortlessly shattered. The sword energy surged forth. Yulataku lost an arm. The sword energy struck again. Yulataku lost both legs. No matter the variety of techniques he employed, they were futile against her speed. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd wave of sword energy was upon him. "You insolent brat! How dare you!" A thunderous voice descended from the heavens, revealing a bald, elderly monk in robes who intercepted Yushiyao's 3rd sword strike with a spell. He was an elder at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. "Spare him. Yushiyo, are you forcing my Yuming Temple into a deadly conflict with your Xiantian sect? Do you not fear the other righteous sects turning their gaze upon you?" He proclaimed, "You claim to be righteous. Yet you are but a group clad in beautiful faids. Those old geezers. Which of them have not emerged from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood?" The tactics of heretical sects often involve sowing discord among righteous factions. While effective, it bore no relevance to Yishiyo. She was solely focused on killing, indifferent to the rest. "Spare him? The ones I, Yishiyo, wish to slay shall not be spared. Unless I lay down my sword, who can impede me?" Witnessing Yishiyao's fearless advance, the old monk's expression shifted, yet he dared not confront her. Yishiyo undoubtedly bore a restriction left by Yi Tianjia. As for why Yuming Temple did not impose restrictions on their disciples, particularly on a genius like Yulataku, it was because there were simply too many geniuses within Yuming Temple. They did not judge based on talent, but rather on one's comprehension of Buddhist law. Some disciples, upon entering the temple, deceived thousands of their family members into joining Yuming Temple, leading them to an ultimate Buddhist realm. They personally eradicated their own 9 clans, and thus were deemed geniuses. Others descended into the mortal realm, poisoning a city and summoning countless souls, also labeled as geniuses. There were simply too many geniuses in Yuming Temple. Being ruthless was sufficient to be considered a genius. Hence, Yuming Temple lacked no geniuses. Contemplating this, the mid-stage foundation establishment monk furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before stepping aside, permitting Yishiyo to execute Yulataku. No. Yulataka could only let out a final scream before Yishiyo cleaved him and his soul into pieces, which fell from the sky. The foundation establishment elder feigned ignorance, lowering his head. Let her kill. Indeed, Yishiyo is not to be trifled with. However, Yuming Temple could not afford to lose face. Thus, the old monk prepared to utter a few harsh words, refusing to leave without a retort. Yet before he could speak, he was interrupted by Yishiyo. "It is your turn." Chapter 57. A 3-footed azure blade reflects heaven and earth, the first of all through the ages. Before the old monk could utter his threats, he beheld Yishiyo charging towards him with her sword drawn. "Have you lost your mind? I am at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. What do you intend to do?" "No, there must be some sex technique involved." The old monk was startled and quickly turned to flee. He was not afraid of Yishiyao's abilities, but rather of the formidable background she possessed. Yishiyao's sword missed its mark, and she could only shake her head in exasperation. This is precisely why she often concealed her identity while venturing out. Anyone with a modicum of insight, upon learning of Yishiyao's identity, invariably fled. The weight of her direct disciple status was indeed substantial, particularly as a direct disciple of Xiantian's sect. Yi Tianjia was renowned for being fiercely protective. Seeing the foundation establishment cultivator attempting to escape, Yushiyo steadied her resolve. In the next moment, her silver sword emitted a continuous hum, and an invisible sword intent surged within her heart. The shackles of ascending from foundation establishment to core formation disintegrated like a non-existent sheet of paper, easily traversed by her. Within her dantian, a green peak stood erect. This was her celestial foundation, unparalleled in the entire realm of cultivation. A celestial platform forged from her own sword intent. As long as her sword intent remained intact, her celestial foundation would be everlasting. Should her sword intent dissipate, all her techniques would vanish. No one dared to undertake such a path. Even Yutinja frowned at her choice, but refrained from dissuading her. Yushiyo had her own path to forge. Perhaps she could truly carve out a celestial path. Boom. The sword intent erupted, and within her dantian, the green peak began to absorb a significant amount of spiritual energy from the surroundings. Simultaneously, sword energy swirled around her, forming a veritable cage of sword energy. Yushiyo commenced a more audacious decision. She would not ascend to core formation. Instead, she would draw upon her sword intent as the source of her spiritual power. The essence of her magical energy would merge with her lifelong comprehension of the sword. Spirit, energy, and essence converged into a single entity, transforming into a 3-foot azure peak. No one in the realm of cultivation dared to undertake such a feat. Yet she was determined to do it. She would turn the impossible into reality. With her 3-foot azure peak, she would reflect heaven and earth. Puff. The sword energy coursing through her body even caused Yushiyo to spit blood, staining her white dress. Yet, she laughed heartily. Many believed that Yushiyo, in both appearance and demeanor, was a transcendent beauty, untainted by the mundane, akin to a celestial being. However, few knew of the bold and domineering sword intent that resided within her heart. She regarded no one with deference. Ha 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 ha. Bald donkey. Die. A surge of sword energy soared into the sky, cleaving through the clouds as if opening a celestial gate. The foundation establishment elder, who had turned to observe the commotion, was struck with terror. This. Yushiyo. You. Ah. The sword energy swept through, effortlessly dismantling the magical artifacts and spells the old monk had summoned. The monk, now severed in two, plummeted from the sky, lifeless. His soul had long since been obliterated. Yushiyo seized his storage bag, then settled cross-legged in midair to consolidate her cultivation. Within her dantian, the 3-foot azure peak stood tall, a continuous river of sword energy flowing forth. Puff. Yushiyo wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She had failed, yet she had also succeeded. Her strength had indeed undergone a transformation, reaching the level of core formation. However, the overwhelming sword energy within her continued to surge forth, injuring her physical body. The potency of her spiritual energy manifesting as sword intent was too powerful and domineering, to the point where her physical form could hardly endure the relentless onslaught of damage. Most sword cultivators would engage in proper body refinement, yet Yushiyo's situation could not simply be resolved through conventional practices. She needed to forge her physical body to withstand her supreme sword intent. In truth, she had anticipated this scenario. This was why she had been so attentive to Li Shi's secrets regarding body cultivation. Yet, she had not expected that before uncovering Li Shi's secrets, he would stage a grand performance and vanish without a trace. Li Shi, where exactly are you? Yushiyo rose to her feet. The excruciating pain coursing through her body was of no concern. It could not threaten her very foundation. Her sword heart remained untainted by such tribulations. She required Li Shi. Yet she could also thrive without him. This 3-foot azure blade would forever reflect the essence of the heavens and the earth. Namyang. Sun City. This locale stands as the southernmost city of Namyang, nestled alongside the vast and boundless South Sea. It is a unique port city. A grand vessel slowly approached the dock, and a man clad in simple white attire descended from the ship, none other than Li Shi. After a journey of over half a month, he had finally returned to Tiannan. Initially, Lu De and his crew had taken their cargo ship from Luoxing Island to Tiannan, a voyage that consumed nearly half a year. However, endowed with an unceasing flow of spiritual energy and being a peak foundation establishment cultivator, Li Shi traversed the distance in merely half a month without respite. Accompanying him was a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, named Su Tianan. Indeed, before returning, Li Shi had made a stop at Kai Island to inquire if Su Tianan had any interest in pursuing the path of immortality. Li Shi informed Su Tianan that he could grant him the qualifications for cultivation, but it required him to accompany him in his departure. He had anticipated that Su Tianan would readily acquiesce, considering the multitude of mortals who yearn for the path of immortality. However, to his surprise, Su Tianan pondered for a considerable duration before hesitantly agreeing. This immortality. I find the prospect of cultivation rather intriguing. Perhaps I shall pursue it after all. With that, Li Shi planted a heart union leaf in him. The weathered visage of Su Tianan, marred by the afflictions of the suffering island, rejuvenated significantly. Li Shi inhaled the invigorating air of Tianan with great delight. The atmosphere of the South China Sea was laden with a briny dampness, which was indeed rather uncomfortable. Master Xian, where are we headed? Su Tianan inquired. Do not call me Master Xian. Address me as Gongzi, Li Shi corrected for what felt like the umpteenth time. Oh, understood, came the reply. Li Shi pulled a fan from his storage bag, mimicking the demeanor of a young aristocrat. Let us embark on a journey across the southern skies. Chapter 58, The Bloodthirsty Demon and the Fated Mandarins. Yang Yinglan, a transcendent cultivator, hosting a banquet for esteemed guests? Furthermore, seeking to recruit direct disciples? Li Shi and Su Tian journeyed northward, soon encountering a loose cultivator at the qi refinement stage. With a swift grasp, Li Shi extracted information about recent happenings in the Tiannan cultivation realm. Intrigued, he noted the hidden talents in this world of cultivation and decided to partake in the unfolding events. Observing the qi refinement practitioner flee in trepidation after being released, Li Shi shook his head with amusement. Perhaps due to Jiang Bie's influence, Li Shi had come to regard qi refinement cultivators with undue reverence. Jiang Bie, through his singular prowess, had elevated the overall combat capabilities of qi refinement practitioners. After 2 more days of travel north, Li Shi and Su Tian finally crossed into the territory of Mo country, charting a course northwest toward Yunwai Peak. The Tianyi mountain range bordered the first peak. At his current pace, it would require several more days to reach his destination. Calculating the timeline, the gathering organized by Yang Yinglan should have already commenced. He wondered if he could arrive before its conclusion. As a transformation stage cultivator, Liang Yinglan's banquet for the entire Tiannan sect would undoubtedly be more than mere feasting and casual discourse. It would certainly involve delineating the new landscape of Tiannan. Moreover, as a senior and the only transformation stage cultivator in the region, Liang Yinglan would surely expound upon her insights into the Great Tao. The night was deepening. Li Shi was still on his journey. The sky shimmered with a few twinkling stars, and the entire mountain range lay shrouded in darkness. This was a continuous mountain range situated to the west of the foreign land, characterized by its steep terrain. And Li Shi had not encountered a single soul for an entire day. As he passed by, he suddenly heard the sounds of battle emanating from the mountains beneath him. He descended from the air, employing an invisibility technique to cloak his form, and then he gently landed, peering into the forest. 2 factions were in confrontation. One group was clad in white, wielding swords or casting spells, while the other, adorned in blood-red robes, bore the unmistakable attire of sinister cultivators, their every action reeking of bloodshed. Both sides possessed no more than late-stage foundation-building cultivation and remained oblivious to the presence of Li Shi and Su Tianan. Li Shi happened to be eavesdropping nearby. Su Tianan stood behind him, equally curious to peer forward. For him, everything in the realm of cultivation was novel and intriguing. Upon sighting the group of practitioners clad in blood-red robes, Li Shi felt a sense of familiarity. Upon listening further, his suspicions were confirmed. This group was none other than the Blood Soul sect. Their blood-red robes resembled those of the Blood Soul ancestor that crawled out from the tombstone held by Zhang Fengyu. Jia, the little cubs of Qingyan sect. Today you shall not return alive. Especially you little vixens. Allow me to drain your essence. Beauty. Even your blood is fragrant. The leader of the Blood Soul sect was the only late-stage foundation establishment cultivator among them. Besides him, there were 2 mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators present. In contrast, the Qingyan sect that faced them had only 2 leaders, 1 male and 1 female, both at mid-stage foundation establishment. Clearly at a disadvantage. Humph. Qi Jin. How audacious. It won't be long before your evil cult is purged from Tiannan. Li Yuyang scoffed, his expression darkening. The relationship between the righteous and demonic factions had grown increasingly tense, with frequent conflicts and ambushes occurring. To his astonishment, he found himself trapped after days of fleeing, cornered in this desolate mountain range. If the righteous and demonic factions truly clash, the first to perish will surely be your Qingyan sect, right? Qi Jin of the Blood Soul sect laughed mockingly. Both Qingyan sect and Zuanyang sect possessed only one nascent soul cultivator, the late-stage Qingyan sect master, Qingyan Jinren. However, Yi Tianjia's strength had already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, the strongest in Tiannan, far surpassing Qingyan Jinren. This disparity rendered Qingyan sect the weakest among the righteous sects in Tiannan. Moreover, not long ago, Yi Shiyo had advanced to the core formation stage. slaying demonic cultivators and earning renown throughout Tiannan. Presently, from low-ranking cultivators to the sect leader, Qingyun's sect lagged behind, starkly contrasting with Xuanyang's sect. Thus, hearing these words struck a nerve with the Qingyun sect cultivators. Liu Yang's face darkened, wishing he could eliminate the speaker on the spot. Brother Yang, do not be angered. Our best strategy is to seize the opportunity to break through, whispered Wen Fanxiang, a female cultivator beside him, urging him to remain calm. Their only option was to escape. Charge. Eliminate the soul refiners. Do not worry about the trap set by Qing Yunjinren. I possess the ancestor's token. Qi Jin sneered, holding a blood-red token in his hand, commanding his subordinates to advance. The two sides quickly engaged in a fierce battle, with flashing sword lights and dazzling spells illuminating the scene. It appeared that the conflict between the righteous and demonic factions had escalated into chaos. Li Shi, observing from the sidelines, refrained from intervening, merely watching the unfolding conflict. The token in Qi Jin's hand was undoubtedly a remnant of the Blood Soul ancestor's power. After dozens of exchanges, it became clear that the Qingyun sect was at a disadvantage, suffering casualties. Unable to hold back any longer, Liu Yang bellowed, and a figure suddenly erupted from the top of his head, standing tall in the heavens. It was the remnant will of Qing Yunjinren, a strand of divine consciousness. Nascent soul cultivators hone their spirit to prepare for transcending into the divine transformation stage. The ethereal form of Qing Yunjinren lacked awareness, mechanically raising his hand to exert pressure downward. This starkly illustrated the gap between Qing Yunjinren and Yi Tianjia, had it been Yi Tianjia's technique. The sword light would have long ago obliterated Qi General, however. Qi Jin of the Blood Soul sect sneered, shattering the blood-red token in his hand. Roar. In the next moment, a blood-red mist formed a skeleton that soared into the sky, crashing violently against Qing Yunjinren. The two became entangled in battle. And after a few breaths, the energy of Qing Yunjinren's divine will was exhausted, slowly dissipating. The blood-red mist skeleton, though battered, still hurtled towards Liu Yang and his companions. This was the Blood Soul skeleton, personally refined by the Blood Soul ancestor, distributed to disciples as a trump card. Rumors had it that the Blood Soul ancestor had perished, with even his tombstone stolen by rogue cultivators, leaving no trace behind. Yet, not long ago, Yi Tianjia had directly confronted the Blood Soul sect at their gates, cursing while carving 7 bold characters into the mountain wall, old undying, still pretending to be dead. This shattered the Blood Soul ancestor charade, inviting ridicule from countless cultivators. Nonetheless, it was said that the Blood Soul ancestor was practicing a wicked art, having buried numerous tombs throughout Tiannan to comprehend life and death, seeking communion with the underworld. As the Blood Soul skeleton descended, its might could easily annihilate those at the core formation stage. We're finished. Liu Yang and Wen Fanxiang exchanged a glance, nodding in agreement. Together, they summoned a magical artifact, a blood-red orb. Qi Jin's expression changed as he recognized the object as a powerful beast's core. The orb shot into the mist skeleton, detonating violently, disintegrating the Blood Soul skeleton crafted by the ancestor. Humph! Qi Jin sneered, lunging forward with a thunderous roar, as if a sound from the depths of hell. Die. This utterance resonated as if it could suppress the souls of enemies. It was a secret technique of the Blood Soul sect, designed to slay spirits. The Qingyun sect cultivators bled from their 7 orifices, their souls injured, some even collapsing. At that moment, the once exploded Blood Soul skeleton began to reassemble, albeit reduced in size and power. Yet, it was still beyond the means of Liu Yang and the others to contend with. The outcome was evident. A flicker of despair crossed Liu Yang's eyes as he cast a lingering, tender smile at Wen Fanxiang. They locked eyes, suddenly embracing fiercely, sharing a passionate kiss, oblivious to the gazes around them. This scene amused Qi Jin to no end. You two are quite the enthusiasts, performing a death-defying duet before me. Why not join me in my soul banner, to be lovers for eternity? A millennia of mutual refinement. Kill them all. With Qi Jin's command, the Blood Soul sect cultivators surged forward. Just then, Qi Jin paused, suddenly looking upwards. A figure gradually materialized, and a thunderous strike fell upon the already battered Blood Soul skeleton, obliterating it entirely. It was Su Tianan. Qi Jin's expression shifted dramatically, for he recognized the opponent as a core formation cultivator. The aura exuded even that of a peak core formation. To ensure safety, Li Shi directly elevated Su Tianan to the peak of the core formation stage using attribute points, thus securing his own protection. The atmosphere momentarily froze with Su Tianan's appearance, as no one dared to make a move. Liu Yang and Wen Fanxiang were taken aback, reluctantly parting ways. They glanced around, observing that Su Tianan swiftly annihilated the shattered Blood Soul skeleton. Was Su Tianan an ally of the righteous path, or merely a passerby? Opportunities like this are fleeting. Li Yuyang recognized the moment and quickly spoke with utmost respect. Esteemed senior, I am Li Yuyang from the Qingyan sect. If you could spare us, we would be eternally grateful. I shall certainly report to our sect leader, the Qingyan True Man, to express our gratitude. We would never forget this kindness. A reward from a nascent soul cultivator is certainly something no core formation practitioner could refuse. Seeing this, Qijin also bowed and said, Esteemed senior, this matter involves the enmity between our Blood Soul sect and the Qingyan sect. I implore you to consider the legacy of our Blood Soul ancestor. Both mentioned their sect's nascent soul practitioners, but Li Yuyang aimed to elevate his own standing, whereas Qijin's words carried a more threatening undertone. After all, our ancestor is the Blood Soul ancestor, a formidable figure in Tiannan. Li Shi never anticipated that, after all the twists and turns, he would once again face the threat of the Blood Soul ancestor. Fool, you dare to threaten me with the Blood Soul ancestor? Do you think I fear you? At this moment, Li Shi was concealed in a mountain hollow, distanced from the fierce battle, skillfully masking his presence and form, revealing not a hint of weakness. There was no need for him to position himself so close. If necessary, Su Tianyin could step forward to handle matters. The master of the killing hall was solely concerned with the act of killing. During his journey southward, Li Shi had not abandoned his murderous pursuits, consistently augmenting his attributes along the way, casually annihilating several anthills and beehives. This yielded a substantial influx of attribute points. Now, to directly cultivate a peak Jedon, approximately 300,000 attribute points would be required, based on innate qualifications. Naturally, if he wished for this Jedon to master various techniques and spells, an additional 1 to 200,000 attribute points would be necessary. Li Shi sat cross-legged, in a moment when winter was yielding to the imminent arrival of spring. The air still imbued with a certain dryness. The surrounding trees had just begun to sprout their tender buds. Li Shi sat in the forest, a sudden thought emerging in his mind, one that, once risen, became difficult to disperse. Along with this thought came a wave of guilt, yet it vanished almost instantaneously, leaving no trace as if it had never existed. He then licked his lips, his hands beginning to form seals, unleashing a series of fire dragons into the woods. A fierce blaze ignited. In but a moment, a sound echoed within him. Clang, 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 clang. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Tianyin heeded Li Shi's instructions and commenced his performance. He first turned his gaze toward Li Yuyang. You are disciples of the Qingyan sect? Upon hearing the question, Li Yuyang quickly affirmed with utmost respect, not daring to show even a hint of negligence. Very well, if you wish for me to save you, I can oblige. Su Tianyin replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Qijin was eager to interject, but was silenced by a fierce glare from Su Tianyin. The meaning clear, it was not yet your turn to speak, so remain silent. Thanks to Li Shi's guidance over the past few days, Su Tianyan's learning curve had been steep, enabling him to navigate social nuances without resembling a savage from a deserted island. Please, senior, speak. Li Yuyang hastily bowed. It is quite simple, Su Tianyin said as he revealed 2 resplendent lotus flowers, shimmering with ethereal light, unmistakably extraordinary, with drops of spiritual liquid trickling from their petals. You two shall cut open your bodies and implant this spiritual object within, and I shall save you. What? Upon hearing this, Li Yuyang was taken aback. Exchanging a bewildered glance with Wen Fanxiang, their hearts filled with uncertainty. What is the meaning of this? Are you perhaps some malevolent cultivator? Although these look imbued with spiritual essence, they are certainly not ordinary. What a predicament! Just escaping the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's lair. Humph. Noticing their hesitation, Su Tianyin snorted coldly, his displeasure evident. You may either implant this object into your bodies, or be refined into the Wan Hun banner of the Blood Soul sect, becoming a pair of doomed lovers, enduring endless torment and suffering. The choice is yours. I shall grant you 3 breaths of time. They could no longer afford to dwell on Su Tianyan's peculiar accent. As his words fell, Li Yuyang and Wen Fanxiang displayed expressions of anguish and conflict. Behind them, several disciples of the Qingyan sect exchanged glances, equally unsure of what to do. Ultimately, they made their choice. Both knelt, beseeching, we implore you, senior, to save us. It seemed the Wan Hun banner of the Blood Soul sect was even more fearsome than they had anticipated. Very well, cut open your arms, Su Tianyin commanded, tossing the 2 lotus flowers toward them. After a moment's hesitation, they glanced at Qijin, gritted their teeth, and used their daggers to slice open their arms. Blood gushed forth as the 2 lotus flowers slowly descended into their wounds, taking root. Ah, and this as well, Su Tianyin added, splashing 2 pools of spiritual liquid upon them. In the next instant, the roots of the lotus rapidly elongated, embedding themselves into flesh and blood. like transparent tendrils composed of spiritual essence. Once I save you too, you shall no longer be your own masters, Su Tian'an stated. Upon hearing this, Li Yuyang and Wen Fanxiang had braced themselves for such an outcome, their faces revealing a bitter acknowledgement. Just as they nodded, their expressions swiftly morphed into shock as they comprehended the true meaning of Su Tian'an's words. Within their minds, a towering lotus flower, grand enough to obscure the stars, swayed imperiously, exuding an aura more terrifying than any nascent soul cultivator they had encountered. Most importantly, they sensed that their lives and deaths were now in someone else's grasp. Having completed this task, Su Tian'an turned his gaze to Qi Jin, a section of the lotus root shimmering in his hand. It is your turn now. Death or life? Su Tian'an posed the succinct question. Qi Jin, witnessing the events unfold, felt a tremor of fear. He had no other choice. With a wry smile, he nodded. Confronted with a late-stage core formation cultivator, and having exhausted all their trump cards, resistance was futile. Su Tian'an tossed the lotus root to Qi Jin, observing him closely. Qi Jin silently nodded, using a blood-red dagger to slice open his arm and insert the root. In the next moment, his face mirrored the shock of Li Yuyang and Wen Fanxiang, filled with dread and confusion. You three are now united as one, members of the Killing Life Hall, serving as the Yin-Yang Protector and the Blood Protector. Killing Life Hall? Qi Jin and Li Yuyang exchanged perplexed glances, bewildered by how the situation had escalated to this point. What was the meaning of this? They had been battling fiercely only to suddenly belong to a third party. What kind of organization was the Killing Life Hall? It sounded ominous, perhaps a nefarious sect. Why had they never heard of it before? The expressions of Li Yuyang and his companion grew increasingly strange. What on earth was the Yin-Yang Protector? Before they could voice their thoughts, the sky in the distance suddenly burst into light, flames shooting into the night. At that moment, Su Tian'an spoke again. Yin-Yang Protector and Blood Protector, heed my command. Your first task is to control the wildfire. Stimulate its growth. Qi Jin and Li Yuyang stood in bewilderment as Su Tian'an issued his directives. First, control the spread of the fire, especially in areas where people reside. Establish fire breaks. Not a single person must suffer from the flames. If you encounter mortals, compensate them with silver for the damages. The first directive was understood, and they nodded in agreement. Could it be that the Killing Life Hall was actually a righteous sect? They were organizing a rescue operation, truly a benevolent act. Second, you must do everything in your power to promote the fire's intensity. Burn everything in your path. Set ablaze this entire Dashur Ridge mountain range. If the fire dies down or isn't fierce enough, you shall be held accountable. This second point left the three underground participants exchanging perplexed looks, unable to fathom the underlying rationale. Set the mountains ablaze? What was the purpose? True, there were no forest protection laws in the realm of cultivation. But was this not a bit unethical? Hurry. Upon hearing Su Tian'an's reiterated command, neither side dared to hesitate. In their minds, the lofty silhouette of the lotus flower loomed, watching their every move. Let us go. Li Yuyang was the first to issue the order, leading Wen Fanxiang and the disciples of the Qingyan sect to manage the wildfire. The expressions of the Qingyan disciples were peculiar. They had witnessed everything unfold, seeing Li Yuyang and his companion being implanted with some parasitic entity. Yet they still considered themselves disciples of the Qingyan sect. Meanwhile, Qi Jin was directing his own group in another direction. The disciples of the Blood Soul sect equally bewildered as they followed suit. In other words, both factions were somewhat disoriented by the unfolding circumstances. At this moment, hidden away, Li Shi wore a flushed expression, not from any other reason, but from exhilaration. Within the system, attribute points flow like a river, continuously increasing. With a few gusts of wind attribute spells, a colossal fire tornado ascends skyward, incinerating everything above and below to a crisp. After merely 10 minutes of raging flames, millions of attribute points are accrued. By judiciously discarding moral considerations, the attribute points surge dramatically. The methods to amass attribute points in abundance are inscribed within the realm of ethics. Ha hee mwahaha. Li Shi could not help but burst into laughter. It was merely the wind fanning the flames. How could there be so many spontaneous wildfires? How could there be a wildfire that could not be extinguished? Chapter 60. The Firestarter, Immortally. Initially, only a valley had caught fire. Yet now, the towering flames illuminated the night sky. Birds and beasts, insects and rodents. Countless creatures perished in the sea of flames. Li Shi laughed heartily as he darted through the mountains and forests, wherever there was a lack of brilliance. He would hurl a fireball. In an instant, flames soared into the sky. He was so preoccupied that he didn't even mind his appearance, his face blackened from the smoke. Attribute points surged at an astonishing rate, surpassing 60 million in a flash, rapidly approaching 100 million. How peculiar. Li Shi paused his movements and wiped the smoky makeup from his face. A spark of inspiration suddenly ignited in his mind, plunging him into deep contemplation. Causality. What is causality? In the system, there exists a function known as causal termination. Li Shi originally believed that causality merely signified that one's own actions led to death, thus entangling oneself in the web of cause and effect. However, he has suddenly come to realize that the concept of causality is exceedingly difficult to elucidate. According to the teachings of his previous life, it is deeply rooted in philosophical theories. In the realm of cultivation, it pertains to the principles of the Great Tao. When he wields an axe to slay a wild boar, one might ponder, is it the axe that commits the act of killing, or is it he himself? If I were to strike a person down with my fist, why should the crime be attributed to me rather than my fist? Just as, in the present moment, the fire serves as the tool of Li Shi's transgression. Thus, acquiring attribute points seems justifiable. Yet, what transpires as the flames continue to spread? When forests burn hundreds of miles away, should it not also be considered an extension of my use of the tool? Do Li Yuyang and his companions not accrue attribute points for their act of arson? Why can't Li Yuyang be perceived merely as another instrument of death? Is it not true that he has simply wielded the tool a second time? Is not all of this a consequence of one's own actions? The ignited mountains stand as the resultant effect. Li Shi initially believed that unlocking the path of slaying with a companion was the most advantageous. However, he seemed to have brushed against the fringes of the profound principle of causal slaying. Causality, that legendary law of the Great Tao, comprehensible only to those who have attained the divine transformation stage. Meanwhile, the newly appointed guardians of the Hall of Slaughter were far from idle. The Dashi Ridge mountain range stretched east to west, where Li Yuyang and Wen Fanxiang led the disciples of Qingyun's sect northward. Human activity in this mountainous region was scarce, though a village or two occasionally broke the silence. The disciples of Qingyun's sect swiftly established formations around the villages, creating fire breaks to thwart the encroachment of flames, and then casually ignited the woods beyond the isolation zones. The disciples were entirely perplexed regarding the identities of Li Yuyang and Wen Fanxiang. Soon, one disciple mustered the courage to inquire, "Brotherly, may I ask, do we still consider you a disciple of Qingyun's sect?" Li Yuyang's expression stiffened, caught in uncertainty about how to respond. Yet, a voice resonated within his mind from the shadow of the lotus, calmed them, erased their memories afterward. Taken aback, Li Yuyang quickly adopted a serious demeanor and declared with conviction, "What are you saying? I, Li Yuyang, am a person of Qingyun's sect in life and a ghost of Qingyun's sect in death." "So am I," Wen Fanxiang promptly added. Upon hearing this, although the disciples of Qingyun's sect still felt something was amiss, they nonetheless expressed their respect for the duo. "We are indeed fortunate to have two such individuals in our Qingyun sect." Li Yuyang awkwardly smiled and cupped his hands in acknowledgement. In the next moment, Li Shi's voice echoed in his mind, "There is an ant by your side. Kill it." Startled, Li Yuyang glanced down at his right foot and indeed spotted a brown ant scurrying by. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and crushed it. Meanwhile, Li Shi furrowed his brow slightly. He had not received any attribute points. "Catch another ant. Throw it into the sea of flames." Li Shi continued to issue commands. Li Yuyang was uncertain of their meaning, yet he managed to find an ant and, hovering above the sea of flames, let it fall. The disciples of Qingyun's sect were bewildered by Li Yuyang's actions, but when Fanxiang understood perfectly, Li Shi's voice echoed in her mind. This inferno was, strictly speaking, the consequence of Li Shi's actions. Thus, when Li Yuyang cast the ant into the flames, he unwittingly collided with the instrument of the cause and effect that Li Shi had orchestrated. Would he acquire attribute points? As the ant perished in the fire, the attribute points increased by 1. That glimmer of enlightenment was firmly grasped by Li Shi. Li Shi suddenly felt an intangible energy penetrate his being, resonating within him. Simultaneously, the gray causal kill function in the upper right corner flickered to life with a faint glow. Causality. The power of causality. Li Shi felt for the first time that he was a genius. Humph. It is not solely due to the system. The power of causality. For those enlightened cultivators, grasping even a fragment of it is exceedingly arduous. The laws of causality, time, and space are among the most challenging to comprehend. Yet now, he has attained a glimpse of it. It is not so insurmountable after all. It is not merely the system that has aided him, but also his innate talent and relentless effort. Li Shi encouraged himself with a phrase, persevering in his exploration of the laws of causality amidst the inferno. Meanwhile, countless beings perished in the flames, transforming into an unceasing torrent of information within the system. Li Shi's attributes have soared beyond 100 million. Yet he remains undeterred in his relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, on a distant shore, in the heart of the Southern Sea, at the Alliance of Heavenly Harmony on Falling Star Island, The Mo family finds itself under scrutiny. Countless gazes are fixed upon Zhang Zhe, akin to a prized delicacy, including those of several nascent soul cultivators. Yet, none dare to take action. Some even feel a twinge of fear, silently questioning Zhang Zhe's true nature. There is something amiss, something profoundly unsettling. Under what circumstances could one ascend so effortlessly from qi refining to the pinnacle of golden core? Was it through elixirs, divine arts, or celestial artifacts? Could it be the reincarnation of an immortal or the resurgence of an ancient demon? At that moment, Zhang Zhe, accompanied by Mo Ying, moved towards the Mo family, attracting even more attention. In the conference hall of the Mo family, the current head, Mo Shogue, furrowed his brow in silence. Below him, his two sons were embroiled in a heated argument. One, Mo Ying's father, was Mo San, while the other, Mo Chen's father, was Mo Shangren. Indeed, the Mo family boasted two remarkable talents, Mo Chen and Mo Ying, whose relationship was far from amicable, primarily due to the discord between their fathers. Mo Shangren harbored deep resentment towards Mo San, believing that the birth of Mo Ying, a girl, tainted the Mo family's noble bloodline, demanding her mother's execution to cleanse their lineage. Conversely, Mo San loathed Mo Shangren, for it was this very man who had instigated the attempt on his partner's life years ago. Despite Mo Ying's exceptional talent, which had eventually earned Mo Shangren's grudging acceptance, the past wound remained raw, recently exacerbated by Mo Ying's mother's deteriorating health. Humph. Mo San, I heard that your wretched daughter sought out Zhang Zhe. Do you have any notion of the number of eyes fixated on that fellow? How reckless. Mo Shogue, feeling the tension, noted that he had 3 sons. The eldest, Mo Quan, had been missing for years. The second was Mo Shangren, and the youngest was Mo San. The animosity between the brothers was palpable. What did you say? Dare you call her wretched again? Mo San's forehead throbbed with veins as he turned his gaze toward the patriarch, Mo Shogue. Father, the clan has long acknowledged Mo Ying's status. Yet, this scoundrel dares to insult our kin. Patriarch, you must seek justice for me. The Mo family had concealed Mo Ying's identity to protect family honor, but her extraordinary talent had forced the past into the light once more. Mo Shangren clenched his teeth, ready to retort, but was interrupted by Mo Shogue. Enough. Both of you, be silent. Mo Shogue rubbed his temples in exasperation. One son was missing, and the other 2 had become bitter enemies. The division within the Mo family was stark. One faction, led by Mo Shangren, considered the bloodline superior and viewed Mo Ying as a disgrace, while the other, supporting Mo San, saw in Mo Ying a prodigious talent that could restore the family's former glory. However, Mo Shogue sensed a deeper issue. He was aging, and these 2 were vying for the position of clan leader, a truth everyone was aware of but dared not voice. Clearing his throat, he intended to dismiss them before their quarrel escalated into violence. While Mo Shangren might refrain from rash actions, Mo San was already consumed by rage. If he were rational, he would not have risked the family's scorn by allying with a dragon. Just as Mo Shogue prepared to speak, a voice called from outside. Patriarch, Mo Ying requests an audience. Accompanying her is Zhang Zhe from the Zhang family. Mo Shogue narrowed his eyes and rose. As a nascent soul cultivator and clan leader, he deemed it unnecessary to personally welcome a mere golden core cultivator. Yet, Zhang Zhe was different, a cultivator who had ascended from qi refining to golden core in a single day, his significance overshadowing that of most nascent soul cultivators. Yet, he could not afford to appear overly accommodating. With this thought, Mo Shogue remained still, awaiting Zhang Zhe's entrance. Zhang Zhe had initially no intention of meeting Mo Shogue, but the steward insisted that as an outsider, he must first meet the clan leader. Thus, Zhang Zhe followed Mo Ying forward, utilizing a unique clan technique. Mo Ying concealed her cultivation level, presenting herself as merely a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. However, this technique would not evade the discerning eyes of Mo Shogue, a prominent figure in the Alliance of Heavenly Harmony. After traversing a corridor adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, they finally entered the expansive and grand conference hall of the Mo family. Inside, 3 individuals stood, each displaying a distinct demeanor. On the right stood Mo San, gazing at Mo Ying and Zhang Zhe with barely concealed excitement, likely having heard of Mo Ying's discovery of the Dragon Maiden. The figure on the left was the father of Mo Chen, a hawk-nosed elder, devoid of any of his son's charm, exuding an intimidating aura. He regarded Zhang Zhe with a mix of arrogance and curiosity, even extending his consciousness towards Zhang Zhe, which was rather impolite. In response, Zhang Zhe's own consciousness surged forth, shattering Mo Shangren's probe. Mo Shangren let out a suppressed grunt, his heart racing with shock as he comprehended Zhang Zhe's true status as a peak golden core cultivator, his cultivation surpassing his own. Until now, he had perceived Zhang Zhe merely as a fortunate youth. The notion of reincarnation seemed implausible, given Zhang Zhe's youth, yet now. Mo Shangren swallowed the blood rising in his throat, managing to maintain his composure, though everyone present noticed his discomposure. Mo Shangren lowered his gaze, shadows clouding his eyes. An outsider, so audacious. What of the Mo family's dignity? He glanced up at Mo Shogue, eager to gauge his father's reaction. Simultaneously, Mo-san raised his gaze. As did Zhang Zhe, all eyes converging on the patriarch. It was then they realized that since Zhang Zhe and Mo Ying had entered, Mo Shogue had remained silent. It was no wonder Mo Shogue was speechless. Within him, tumultuous waves surged, his astonishment palpable. As the head of the Mo family in the late nascent soul stage, he found himself unable to mask his own unease. The moment Mo Ying crossed the threshold, he had seen through her concealed cultivation technique. Mo Ying was a peak golden core. What was happening? How could such ascension feel so commonplace? Grandfather, father, uncle. Mo Ying stepped forward and addressed the three individuals in succession. Mo-san nodded slightly, while Mo Shangren emitted a barely perceptible grunt. Everyone was awaiting Mo Shogue to speak. Surprisingly, Mo Shogue approached Zhang Zhe directly, gesturing towards an adjacent seat. Finally, he spoke. Friend, please take a seat. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Zhe remained nonchalant. Yet Mo Shangren was taken aback, his mouth agape, ready to voice a protest, but found himself rendered speechless, bound by magical forces. It dawned on him that Mo Shogue had silenced him. Mo-san frowned as well, but attributed this to Mo Shogue's deference towards Zhang Zhe's secrets and identity. Then I shall not stand on ceremony, Zhang Zhe replied graciously, accepting the invitation and seating himself in the place designated by Mo Shogue. Rather than returning to the main seat, Mo Shogue chose to sit beside Zhang Zhe, the two occupying adjacent positions. Have you come regarding the matter of Mo Ying's mother? Indeed, Zhang Zhe replied succinctly with a nod. The auction of the Dragon Maiden was well known, and Mo Shogue could not be unaware of the true purpose of Zhang Zhe's visit. Alas, the grievous incident involving Huolan still weighs heavily on my mind. I harbor no ill will, merely the innocent affections that blossomed between youth. Huolan was Mo-san's partner and Mo Ying's biological mother. Mo Shogue's words were unequivocal, altering the perception of the situation concerning Mo Ying. It was merely a matter of youthful love, devoid of any implication of a bloodline dispute. Upon hearing this, Mo Shangren, still muted, attempted to voice his thoughts but was swiftly silenced by an invisible force, unable even to whimper. Meanwhile, Mo-san felt a surge of joy, fully aware that all of this transpired due to Zhang Zhe. He had not anticipated the clan leader's profound respect for Zhang Zhe. However, any nascent soul practitioner in Mo Shogue's position would dare not show disrespect towards Zhang Zhe, but rather seek to ally with him. Zhang Zhe had transcended the boundaries of realms with apparent ease, and one could offer a tenuous explanation for his feats, perhaps the resurrection of an immortal, an ancient demon's possession, or a fortuitous cosmic event. But what of Mo Ying? Another enigma. Such occurrences had never been witnessed in any era. What circumstances would grant someone the power to achieve such feats? Mo Shogue felt a twinge of trepidation concerning Zhang Zhe, or rather, the potential forces that lay behind him. In the Dashi Ridge mountain range, the raging inferno showed no signs of abating, the intense heat relentlessly consuming countless lives. Coupled with the efforts of Li Yuyang, Wen Fanxiang, and Qi Jin, the blaze seemed destined to grow ever larger, an unquenchable fire. Flames soared skyward, painting the landscape in hues of crimson. Even though Li Yuyang and his companions were already foundational cultivators, they were covered in soot, too preoccupied to clean themselves, resembling coal miners returning from work in the mortal realm. Beneath the searing flames, Li Yuyang wiped the thick ash from Wen Fanxiang's face, revealing her vibrant red lips, and leaned in for a kiss. The scenery at this moment was a rarity even in the realm of cultivation. As the kiss deepened, Li Yuyang even produced a recording stone to capture this fleeting moment. The disciples of Qingyun's sect had already mastered the art of averting their gazes, clearly aware of the peculiar pair of prodigies within their sect. However, Li Shi remained oblivious. Li Shi stared blankly at the two figures, embraced in a passionate kiss beneath the towering inferno, their bodies covered in ashes. There was beauty, there was artistry, and there was also a hint of malice. However, this evening, Li Shi was in high spirits. His attribute points had surged past 200 million and were still climbing. Thus, he decided to reward them. In the next moment, Li Yuyang and Wen Fanxiang experienced a meteoric rise in their cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of their abilities in the blink of an eye. Startled, Wen Fanxiang nearly bit off Li Yuyang's tongue. Chapter 62. Observing the elegance and charm of Emo San's wife Liu Yang recoiled in pain. Yet, both of them were too absorbed in their newfound powers to notice anything else, hastily examining their cultivation levels. How could they, who were still in the foundation establishment stage, suddenly attain the golden core stage merely from a kiss? The disciples of the Qingyan sect were equally perplexed, having witnessed the couple's fervent kiss erupt into an invisible aura. Two spirals of spiritual energy flashing by, causing the surrounding inferno to surge. Attaining the golden core is fraught with danger. Typically, one must choose a location rich in spiritual energy or prepare ample spirit stones in advance to ensure a smooth transition. However, Lishi required none of these complications. Not to mention, his attribute points continuously replenish their spiritual energy, and the vast spiritual energy pool beneath the twin lotus could easily overwhelm them. A mere fraction of that was sufficient. Thus, in the eyes of the two and the disciples of the Qingyan sect, they had simply shared a kiss and achieved the golden core stage. The risks associated with forming the golden core were only circumvented by augmenting their abilities. Liu Yang and Wen Fanxiang exchanged glances, each contemplating the connection to what had been implanted within them. Perhaps another kiss? Meanwhile, in the Emo family, Emo Shogui escorted Zhang Zhe to the residence of Hualan. Emo Shangren was promptly dismissed. Throughout the journey, Emo Shogui referred to him as fellow Taoist. In the realm of cultivation, the terms young friend, fellow Taoist, and senior do not reflect age. It is entirely normal for a gifted young cultivator who has achieved the golden core stage to address an elderly Qi refinement practitioner as young friend. There were also those deemed unworthy of sharing the table. To Zhang Ze's surprise, Hualan's residence was not a traditional abode. It resembled more of an underwater cavern. This was not due to the Emo family's cruelty towards Hualan. Rather, she had requested such accommodations. Given that Hualan was originally a dragon, it made sense. As they entered the cavern, Zhang Ze began to perceive its wonders. The air was warm and humid, and the walls were intricately carved with patterns, likely forming a formation that maintained this environment year-round, saturated with moisture, crossing a bridge over a gentle stream. Zhang Ze finally beheld the biological mother of Emoing. Due to her injuries, Hualan could not maintain her human form and revealed her true appearance. A massive blue-green dragon coiled majestically within a spacious pond, its presence shrouded in mist and spiritual energy. Each of its scales glimmered with a dazzling blue-green light, resembling a treasure trove of gemstones. Upon sensing their arrival, the dragon stirred, and the sound of its scales brushing against one another filled the air. Hualan lifted her head, her deep sea-like eyes glistening with golden slits, the curve of her jaw hinting at a smile. In a remarkably human manner, her eyes radiated affection towards Emo San and Emoing. Zhang Ze could not help but smirk, and at the same moment, Li Shi, who was rewarding Liu Yang and Wen Fanxiang, wore a similar expression. Emo San was indeed discerning in his tastes. Having seen dragons before, Zhang Ze knew them to be fierce and menacing creatures, yet Hualan exuded an elegance that was disarming, even in her true form. Laner, this is. Emo San stepped forward, intending to introduce Zhang Ze to Hualan, but hesitated, unsure of how to address him. Although a leader in the later stages of the nascent soul, calling Zhang Ze young friend felt inappropriate, especially since he had a request to make. Should he call him senior? That term was universally applicable and befitting of Zhang Ze's demonstrated prowess. However, there was no need for his internal conflict. As Emoing gently patted her father's shoulder and stepped forward. Mother, this is the protector of the killing hall. Fellow Taoist Zhang Ze. He possesses the blood of a true dragon. The massive dragon stirred slightly, peering closer. Zhang Ze finally discerned the extent of Hualan's injuries. A scar ran from her throat down into the shadows beneath the water. He suspected that the wound might traverse her entire body. No wonder Emo Sen harbored such animosity toward Emo Shangren. Meanwhile, Emo Shogui remained silent, merely observing with a smile. Though his eyes flickered when Emoing introduced the protector of the Killing Hall. The name Killing Hall alone was enough to astonish Emo Shogui. What kind of person would dare adopt such an ostentatious name? Killing, exterminating all living beings? Did they not fear retribution from the heavens? Emoing produced a small jade vial from her storage bag, containing the true dragon's blood of Long Ying. 3 hours prior, before arriving at the Emo family, Zhang Ze and Emoing had first come to a cave, one purchased by Emoing on Falling Star Island, protected by the island's grand formation, making it impossible for ordinary nascent soul cultivators to intrude. Together, they gazed at the dragon girl before them. She revealed that she had been imprisoned by Lin Jiuxiao for a decade. Periodically, he would extract her true dragon's blood for alchemy or crafting artifacts. This was the reason for her stagnant growth. If not for her dragon bloodline, she would have perished from excessive blood loss long ago. unable to withstand over a decade of torment. Yet her bloodline could only keep her alive. It could not shield her from suffering. Years of torment and darkness had left her spirit somewhat fractured, timid and jumpy, as if every little thing struck her with terror. Her soul was in disarray, and it was a miracle she had not succumbed to madness. Upon hearing her plight, even Mo Ying displayed a look of compassion. When Long Ying was elevated to the golden core stage, her body froze in fear, akin to stone, unable to move for an extended period. Mo Ying could not contain her laughter but fell silent upon learning of Long Ying's ordeal. My father is of the dragon lineage, the White Jade Dragon King, a true dragon of the nascent soul stage, but he was betrayed and perished in the endless sea. Had it not been for this, he would have traced my bloodline to this place and sought vengeance against Lin Jiuxiao. Only upon the mention of Lin Jiuxiu did a profound hatred flicker in Long Ying's eyes, a torment etched in her soul for over a decade. This gaze astonished Zhang Zhe, akin to witnessing his own self cast into the sea by Enlon. In Chapter 63, Zhang Zhe was taken aback by Mo Shogui's adherence to rules, while he observed Enlon with an amused smile. Mo Ying required Long Ying's true dragon blood. Now that Long Ying had indeed birthed a demon elixir, or perhaps it should be termed a dragon elixir, she was not lacking in such blood. However, Mo Ying feared further wounding her heart, so she took the initiative to explain, "We are all affiliated with the Hall of Life and Death. Though we remain unaware of the Hall Master's true nature, nonetheless, we are indeed part of an organization. Sister Long Ying, though I do not know your age, I believe it more fitting to address you as Sister Long Ying. Do you mind?" From the beginning, Long Ying had quietly scrutinized the two. They felt distinct from others, at least their gazes were. Although the flickering shadow of a lotus in her mind was rather daunting, and the Hall of Life and Death was also quite fearsome, these two did not seem like evildoers. "No, I do not mind," Long Ying whispered. "Excellent. Sister Long Ying, you are now the dragon protector of the Hall of Life and Death, and I am the Jiao protector. Rest assured. Allow this Jiao dragon to safeguard you." Zhang Zhe raised an eyebrow, surprised that Mo Ying possessed a kind heart. Noticing Zhang Ze's expression, Mo Ying shot him a glare and subtly conveyed through thought, as the emotional protector, offers some comforting words. Clearing his throat, Zhang Zhe solemnly stated, "Long Ying, no. Dragon protector, you harbor hatred for Lin Jiuxiao, do you not? Fear not. One day you shall personally rend him to pieces." Upon hearing this, Long Ying lifted her head, as if she only then truly comprehended the nature of the organization she had joined. Mo Ying successfully obtained a vial of dragon blood and presented Long Ying with some treasures as gifts. Eventually, Mo Ying embraced Long Ying, startling her, causing her tail to straighten once more. In the subterranean cavern, Mo Ying sat before the colossal Jiao dragon, personally infusing her mother with true dragon blood. While Lan's injuries were grievous, years ago, incited by Mo Shangren and tacitly condoned by Mo Shogui, the Mo family had dragged Hualan to the demon-slaying platform, where she was cleaved in two by an axe, shattering her Jiao Dan. Mo Ying had fallen to the ground at the moment Hualan's abdomen was split open. As Mo Ying landed, a purple aura surged forth, accompanied by the sounds of a great Dao, celebrating the birth of the Mo family's Qilin child, marking Mo Ying as a preterm infant. In that moment, the entire clan fell silent, and the matter faded under Mo San's coercion. In the realm of cultivation, a Jiao dragon remained merely a Jiao dragon. Even at the pinnacle of cultivation, it could not transform into a true dragon unless, by chance, its bloodline awakened. Yet, there existed another method, the consumption of true dragon blood, to cleanse the bloodline. Mo Ying aimed to elevate her mother's bloodline. It was not necessary for her to fully evolve into a dragon, merely strengthening her physical form would suffice. The physique of a dragon is universally acknowledged as the mightiest in the cultivation world. Strengthening her mother's physical form could potentially heal her old wounds. As Mo Ying performed the procedure, the true dragon blood gradually melded into Hualan's body. The sounds of dragon roars echoed throughout the cavern. An hour later, the process unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. Though the Jiao dragon was not a true dragon, it still bore a dragon-esque bloodline, and the true dragon blood integrated thoroughly. At this moment, the true dragon blood acted as a catalyst, awakening the formidable bloodline within Hualan. Hualan sprouted two blue-green horns with a lustrous sheen atop her head, appearing extraordinarily mystical, her scales radiating blue-green brilliance once more. Her Jiao eyes gazed at Zhang Zhe with profound gratitude. Mo Ying cradled her mother's head, observing that the wound on Hualan's abdomen had begun to heal gradually. Zhang Zhe surveyed the surroundings. The environment was indeed suitable for Jiao dragons, yet the spiritual energy was somewhat sparse. Thus, he consulted Li Shi in his mind. After receiving a response, Zhang Ze nodded and retrieved a vial of 10 direction spiritual liquid from his storage bag, tossing it into the pond. In an instant, the rich spiritual energy caused everyone in the cavern to open their pores, nearly transporting them to the legendary immortal realm. Even Emo Shogue, with his calm demeanor, was taken aback at the casual disposal of the 10 direction spiritual liquid. This is for healing? He wondered. Observing Emo Shogue's expression, Zhang Ze shook his head. Our hall master has stated that, to him, spiritual energy is the least valuable resource in this world. This statement sent a shiver down Emo Shogue's spine. With Wulan's circumstances resolved, Imoing truly embraced her identity as the Jiao protector of the Hall of Life and Death. A deep respect and admiration for the enigmatic hall master blossomed within her heart. After a brief conversation with her parents, Imoing exited the cavern alongside Zhang Ze and the others. Imo-san chose to remain, proclaiming his intention to protect his partner. Zhang Ze, or rather Li Shi behind him, was curious to see what Wulan would look like in human form, not for any ulterior motives, but purely out of intrigue. At the grand entrance of the Imo family, as Zhang Ze and Imoing prepared to depart, Emo Shogue bid them farewell once more as a fellow cultivator. At that moment, not a trace of arrogance lingered within him. The Imo family was merely a modest clan within the Southern Sea Alliance, while Zhang Ze's backing perhaps constituted a colossal force even greater than the alliance itself. Could it be from the Central State Dynasty? Or from the deepest reaches of the Southern Sea? Surely not from an organization of the immortal realm. Emo Shogue mused aimlessly, feeling as insignificant as an ant. Just then, Imoing and Zhang Ze encountered Imo Chen and Lan once more. The pair had arrived in a carriage wherein Lan nestled comfortably in Imo Chen's embrace, presenting a picture of celestial lovers. From afar, Li Shi, who was contemplating the power of cause and effect within the Great Stone Ridge Mountains, raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Shifting his focus, upon seeing Zhang Ze and Imoing exit the Imo family alongside Emo Shogue, and Lan's heart raced. She was already aware of Zhang Ze's ascension to the core formation stage. Not only she, but the entire Falling Star Island buzzed with the news. This event was too extraordinary. So extraordinary that even the lofty nascent soul cultivators hesitated to act. At that moment, Zhang Ze's name shone brightly, while the once lauded genius Imo Chen was scarcely mentioned, since Emo Shogue had not yet departed. Imo Chen and Lan had witnessed him addressing Zhang Ze as a fellow cultivator. In that moment, Lan felt an inexplicable sensation arise in her heart. Could it be that Zhang Ze had come to the Imo family in search of her? Did he wish to prove himself? To demonstrate that he was not worthless? This idea is utterly perplexing, yet akin to a glimmer of light in the darkness, and Lan fervently wishes it to be true. In the next moment, her desire seemingly materializes. Zhang Ze approaches her, a smile adorning his face, his lips stretching almost to the back of his head. And Lan hastily reciprocates with a grin. However, in an instant, Lan is struck by an overwhelming sensation of losing her arms, followed by her legs. Zhang Ze, now a peak stage alchemist, executes his movements with such swiftness that Lan cannot perceive them. Excruciating pain courses through her only half a second later. She collapses to the ground, her limbs rendered useless, rolling in agony like a wretched maggot. Chapter 64. Imo Chen as Lan writhes on the ground, she cries out in despair. Her severed limbs lying to the side, her mouth caked with dust. The formidable vitality of a foundation-building practitioner prevents her from succumbing too soon. A gruesome scene unfolds at the entrance of the Imo family, plunging it into an eerie silence. Imo Shogue squints, observing quietly, his demeanor suggesting that none of this concerns him as the patriarch of the Imo clan. Yet, he casts a significant glance at Imo Chen, which conveys a clear message. Without needing Imo Shogue's instruction, Imo Chen understands his role. Imo Chen is indeed a prodigy, not only in martial arts and cultivation talent, but also in temperament. Despite Lan's affectionate overtures over the days, he perceives her merely as a plaything. He even expressed his concerns regarding her intellect when she failed to silence Zhang Ze. At this moment, Imo Chen does not turn to Lan but instead focuses on Zhang Ze. Having cultivated a technique that allows him to sense the emotions of others, he can now feel the uncontrollable hatred raging within Zhang Ze, akin to an unleashed tiger, unstoppable and lethal. In the next moment, Imo Chen kneels without hesitation. Zhang Diu, Lan has wronged you. Seeking revenge is only just. Moreover, I have been ensnared by Lan's manipulations daily and have long understood the depths of her darkness. I, Imo Chen, am in grave danger of being implicated. Thus, I seek your pardon. His words are direct. In the following moment, Imo Chen turns to Imoing. Imoing, our discord stems from our fathers. My sole desire is to revitalize the Imo clan in the future. I seek nothing else. The past grievances have nothing to do with me. Imo harbors animosity towards the Imo clan, yet relies on its resources for her cultivation. As for Imo-san, having grown up in the Imo household, he merely aspires to become the future patriarch and vindicate Walan. Upon hearing Imo-chan's words, Imo Shogue speaks first. Why are you not swiftly entering? Understood. Imo-chan rolls on the ground, truly rolling his way into the Imo family estate. He is indeed a genius in every aspect. Such intellect is beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Imo-ing remains silent throughout, acknowledging that Imo-chan is right. Their discord is rooted in their fathers. Imo Shogue stands at the entrance, watching as Imo-chan rolls past him, saying nothing further. In fact, before speaking, Imo Shogue had cast a glance at Zhang Zhe. He noticed that Zhang Zhe had been fixated on Enlon, entirely disregarding Imo-chan's presence, prompting Imo Shogue to intervene on Imo-chan's behalf. Zhang Zhe, indeed, had not cast a single glance at Imo-chan. His gaze was solely on Enlon. Finally, Enlon ceases her wailing. Her once youthful and beautiful visage now marred with blood and dust, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Zhe, save me. I beg you. Seeing Enlon on the brink of death, Zhang Zhe hastily splashes a vial of spiritual liquid upon her to sustain her life. Enlon, do you know? I initially intended to devour you whole, to leave no trace behind. But I reconsidered. No. Enlon, how can you die? You cannot die. Zhang Zhe rises, appearing almost deranged, and violently kicks Enlon in the face, shattering several of her teeth, utterly ravaging her features. In the next moment, he leans down, caressing her hair. No, Lana, you have become ugly. I will not allow you to die. I will not allow you to die. Endless torment. No. Why must it be endless torment? I love you. I love you. Enlon, do you know what my identity is now? Protector of the Killing Hall. Do you hear me? Protector of love. What is love? Enlon, tell me, what is love? Revitalized by the spiritual liquid. Enlon regains some vitality, trembling under Zhang Ze's touch, too terrified to utter a word. Speak. Tell me, what the hell is love? Zhang Ze has gone mad. He stands and summons a delicate sword from his hand. It is a minuscule blade, resembling an oversized needle. Enlon recognizes it as a gift she had given to Zhang Ze, a small artifact he had cherished for a long time. The tiny sword darts towards her, embedding itself in her back. Enlon gasps in pain, attempting to touch it, only to remember her severed limbs. In disbelief, she raises her head to look at Zhang Ze, fervently seeking forgiveness. She does not wish to die. Yet, the small sword begins to navigate beneath her skin. Just 2 seconds later, Zhang Ze abruptly extends his hand, drawing forth a bloody layer of skin, akin to a tattered sack, which falls to the ground. A bloodied, flayed figure collapses, shrieking and rolling in agony, utterly unrecognizable as human. Ha 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 ha. Observing Enlon's writhing form, Zhang Ze erupts into laughter, continuing for over 10 seconds before gradually calming. 3 seconds later, he lets out a sigh, gripping the sword's hilt and leaning down, without employing any magical power, plunging the blade into Enlon's skull. Her screams cease instantly. Imo-ing suddenly grows concerned about Zhang Ze's mental state. The indifference and calm demeanor he had consistently displayed has vanished without a trace, replaced by a state that frightens even Imo-ing. Nevertheless, she understands Zhang Ze's actions. Even Imo Shogue, standing nearby, appears slightly disturbed, unable to restrain an internal assessment. This individual is not to be trifled with. He is deserving of the Killing Hall's title. Yet, one wonders, what kind of person is the Hall Master? Imo-ing, I have matters to attend to. You may leave for now. After standing in silence for a long while, Zhang Ze approaches Enlon's lifeless body, remaining silent. What are you going to do? Imo-ing inquires curiously. Now that Enlon is dead, I must ensure she is buried properly. In the future, should I wish to remember her, it will be a suitable place to visit. Imo-ing's eyelids flutter as she asks, what about the family? Enlon's father, Shiji, is a late-stage Jedon practitioner and a prominent elder within the Tenha Alliance. With the demise of his only daughter, he is bound to unleash the full wrath of his clan upon Zhang Ze, vowing to eliminate him without mercy. Zhang Ze carefully envelopes Anlin's body in a crimson cloth, stuffing her skin and limbs within, treating it as refuse. My dear Lana, this way they shall not witness your disgrace, Zhang Ze murmurs softly, as if to avoid disturbing Anlin's eternal slumber. Chapter 65, Infiltrating the Blood Soul Sect. Witnessing the mantis play with the cicada, the inferno in the Dashi Ridge mountain range has finally subsided. This devastating blaze was unprecedented, consuming the entire east-west mountain range within a mere day and night, leaving it as barren as if shorn of its hair. Only a few cultivated beings managed to escape. while all mundane creatures perished without exception. Due to its extraordinary nature, nearby sects promptly dispatched individuals to investigate. Yet, before they could arrive, members of the Qingyan sect were already present. Liu Yang, holding aloft the Qingyan sect disciple token, hovered in the air. Liu Yang of the Qingyan sect. I am here under orders to thoroughly investigate the strange fire in Dashi Ridge. All irrelevant persons retreat immediately. From this moment forth, this area is under the jurisdiction of the Qingyan sect. Upon seeing the prodigious Liu Yang, the gathering of lesser sect practitioners naturally withdrew. Though many questions lingered in their minds. Why was the Qingyan sect, so distant from here, involved? Could there be hidden circumstances? Was an extraordinary treasure at play? Were demonic cultivators at work? Some even speculated whether the legendary had manifested. Nevertheless, the Qingyan sect's formidable reputation had deterred any dissent, and they hastily retreated. In the northern side of Dashi Ridge, on a rural path, Qi Jin encountered Su Tian'an and immediately knelt before him. However, Su Tian'an shook his head. Have you forgotten your status? You are now the blood protector of the Killing Hall, and I am merely a mortal protector. We stand on equal footing and need not engage in such formalities. Qi Jin nodded and rose. Last night, we discovered a minor sect in Dashi Ridge. With a dozen members in total, the sect leader is mid-foundation stage, and all have been rendered unconscious. No one knows who ignited the fire last night. Well done. This affirmation did not come from Su Tian'an's lips but resonated directly within Qi Jin's mind. Realizing it was the mysterious leader of the Killing Hall addressing him, the enigmatic presence behind the lotus shadow, Qi Jin swiftly responded in his thoughts. It is indeed an honor to serve the Hall Master. As soon as his words fell, Qi Jin felt his cultivation surge dramatically, an intangible force descending from the heavens, infusing him with boundless spiritual energy. Within 10 breaths, he attained Jiedan, his spiritual energy flowing relentlessly, reaching the pinnacle of Jiedan. In astonishment, Qi Jin collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. The Hall Master was even more inscrutable than he had imagined, possessing immense power. Blood protector of the Killing Hall. Upon hearing the voice again, Qi Jin promptly replied, Present. Accept your first mission. You shall be my eyes within the Blood Soul sect. How well do you understand the Blood Soul ancestor? Upon hearing the inquiry regarding the Blood Soul ancestor, Qi Jin hesitated for less than a second before answering swiftly. The Blood Soul ancestor is currently delving into an ancient secret technique, intending to ascend to the God transformation realm through the path of death. The path of death? Indeed. The ancestor has not only established his own sepulchres across Tian'an, but has also severed his own flesh, limbs, and internal organs, burying them throughout the cultivation world. Such sinister practices are unheard of among my subordinates. Where did the Blood Soul ancestor acquire such dark sorcery? Erase your subordinates' memories of last night, infiltrate the Blood Soul sect, and uncover the Blood Soul ancestor's secrets. Understood. Yet after a moment's pause, Qi Jin inquired. Now that I have been granted the Hall Master's favor and easily ascended to the Jiedan realm, how should I explain myself if I encounter that old fiend, Blood Soul? Most concealed cultivation techniques are only effective against practitioners of the same tier. The Blood Soul ancestor is at the pinnacle of the Yuaning stage, and ordinary techniques will not deceive him. Fear not. I shall elevate you to the same tier as the Blood Soul ancestor. Qi Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Li Shi was engrossed in the matter concerning his subordinates' Yuaning cultivation. In contrast to Jiedan, as his subordinates reached the pinnacle of Jiedan, the system interface indeed presented a choice for Jiedan, yet a new information line emerged, success rate of Jiedan. This implied that Jiedan could potentially fail. In the cultivation world, let alone Jiedan, a 70% success rate for foundation establishment is considered exceptionally high. 90% marks a genius. However, Li Shi's enhancements for his subordinates ensured not only foundation establishment, but also Jiedan success at 100%. Was it due to their spiritual roots? The dual-rooted spiritual roots born from the intertwining of Yi's spiritual roots, Jin's spiritual roots, and Yi's spiritual roots are undoubtedly exceptional, akin to prodigies in the cultivation realm, allowing them to bypass the hurdles of Jiedan. But now, Yuan Ying was a different matter. The system displayed Qi Jin's Jiedan success rate as 79,666. In the cultivation world, this is already considered quite high, even falling under the category of genius. Yet in Li Shi's eyes, a failure in Jiedan is simply a waste of attribute points. The cost of Jiedan is 50 million attribute points. Upon first glance, Li Shi found the figure somewhat insufficient. A mere 50 million? This was the threshold of advancing to the nascent soul. Yet, the emergence of the success rate revealed to Li Shi that the task was far from simple. Consequently, he began to make attempts. The system indicated that the highest success rate for successful conception was astonishingly attributed to Long Ying, perhaps due to the presence of true dragon blood within. It soared to an impressive 96.987, nearly surpassing the talents of over 99%. Following closely was Li Yuyang, with a rate of 83.541. The lowest among them was Jiang Bihe, who recorded a mere 62.668. Li Shi began to experiment with Jiang Biehe. The cultivation method practiced by Jiang Biehe is a lower-tier mysterious technique known as the nailing chew. It is rather inadequate. Coincidentally, Li Yuyang has presented a lower-tier earthly technique called the Qingyinju, which consists of 5 levels. Li Shi directly allocated points to the Qingyinju for Jiang Biehe, enhancing it to the 5th and highest level, leaving no further enhancements possible. In the next moment, Jiang Biehe's success rate for fetal formation surged from 62.668 to 75.321. This is indeed beneficial. It appears that the cultivation technique significantly influences the success rate of fetal formation. Theoretically, as long as all aspects are elevated. Achieving the status of a hexagonal warrior, it is entirely plausible to elevate the success rate of fetal formation to an infinitesimally close approximation of 100%. Li Shi continued to examine the various aspects of Jiang Biehe. Due to his mastery over insect manipulation, Jiang Biehe possessed a formidable spiritual essence that required no enhancement. However, his physical form appeared rather inadequate. For cultivators advancing to the nascent soul stage, physicality holds little significance. Yet, the frailty of Jiang Biehe's body was striking. Notably, his eyes were still fashioned from insects. As a newly ascended core formation cultivator, restoring his sight should have been a straightforward endeavor. Nevertheless, Jiang Biehe endeavored to refine his insect eyes into formidable weapons, showing reluctance to revert to his original eyes. Furthermore, Li Shi discovered that a parasitic mantis had taken residence within Jiang Biehe's dantian, proudly perched atop his golden core, donning a vibrant red woman's garment as a cape, exuding an air of majesty. What a spectacle! A mantis playing with a pearl? Truly, Jiang Biehe is a remarkable individual. Meanwhile, this prodigious Jiang Biehe was nurturing his thunder centipede, a colossal creature harboring a fragment of his own residual soul within. This was his unique method of controlling such extraordinary insects during the Qi refinement period. Now, as a core formation cultivator, he began to explore even more audacious techniques. He felt fortunate to have encountered Li Shi, as what he had toiled for throughout his life was effortlessly achieved by Li Shi. Yet, Jiang Biehe remained proud, determined to carve his own path. The mantis playing with the golden core was to be his new masterpiece. While employing a golden core as a weapon in the cultivation realm was not unheard of, it was typically reserved as a trump card, wielded in desperate situations. After all, a clash of golden cores could result in catastrophic consequences. However, Jiang Biehe had his own strategies. Countless blood mosquitoes to thwart foes, white-jade spiders to ensnare adversaries, thunder centipedes for surprise assaults, a parasitic mantis adorned in an invincible garment, engaging in battle with the golden core. As Jiang Biehe envisioned a bright future, he suddenly grasped the most powerful technique of the Qingyan sect, the Qingyan formula, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that propelled his strength further, leaving him invigorated. In the next moment, he felt his physical form rapidly strengthening. Startled, Jiang Biehe quickly reassessed his earlier thoughts. He yearned to carve his own path. Yet there was no need to reject the assistance of the sect leader. Chapter 66, Cursing Jiang Biehe. Li Shi devoted little effort to the development of the physical body within the system. His own form was merely at the 100-layer refinement stage. Having witnessed the pitfalls associated with the 100-layer Qi refinement, he hesitated to experiment further on his own body and thus chose Jiang Biehe as a test subject. Name: Jiang Biehe. Physical form: mortal, a mere copper skin refiner, employing the I Ching, nurturing the organs, tempering the bones, and cleansing the marrow to attain a semi-holy physique. The majority of cultivators do not practice body refinement at all. Entering the realm of body refinement is exceedingly arduous, belonging to an ancient path that has long been discarded. Moreover, a mere body refiner, lacking a golden body, holds little impact in battles beyond the foundation establishment stage. A flying sword can easily sever their head from 100 meters away. It is no wonder that body refiners have been eliminated. Those in this cultivation world are simply too weak, far from the imagined prowess of a 9-year-old child capable of moving mountains, wielding a strength of 1,000,000 pounds with ease. Such notions are profoundly misguided. Only upon achieving a golden body can one truly make a significant leap in combat capability. To attain a golden body, a body refiner must undergo 5 stages: copper skin, I Ching, organ nurturing, bone tempering, and marrow cleansing. In simpler terms, it entails forging the entirety of one's flesh and blood from the outside in. For an ordinary body refiner, completing these 5 steps is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Each sect possesses its own methods, whether through decades of relentless honing, the combination of medicinal herbs, or the consumption of dragon bloodgrass and other substances to nourish the vital energies, enhancing the internal organs and bones. Some sects even advocate for merging with the bloodlines of fierce beasts, inheriting their formidable lineage to strengthen the physical form. Others may enhance their bodies after reaching the Dan formation or even the Yuaning stages by channeling spiritual energy back into their physical being. However, Li Shi found no need for such measures. As Li Shi elevated Jiang Bie's physical form to the 9th level of body refinement, a new interface emerged. Why? After achieving the 100th level of body refinement, has my interface yet to be updated? Li Shi remarked, casting a glance at Jiang Bie's interface. Copper skin, 01000000. Nurturing organs, 01000000. I Ching, bone forging, marrow cleansing. Each step demanded 1,000,000 attribute points. However, for Li Shi at this moment, this was but a trifling sum. A recent conflagration in the Dashi Ridge Mountains had bestowed upon him a staggering 850 million attribute points. Li Shi has concluded that only living beings with discernible intelligence can allocate attribute points. In this world, there are tales of ants cultivating their skills and mice achieving transformation into formidable beasts. Mosquitoes, rodents, and ants all have the opportunity to embark on the path of immortality. However, microorganisms and bacteria are unable to cultivate, as they lack the necessary spirit. Thus far, the realm of immortal cultivation has never seen a story of A.E. coli immortal or a paramecium undergoing tribulation. Li Shi amassed great wealth due to this conflagration. However, the commotion it caused was indeed substantial, attracting nearby cultivation sections. Moreover, the remoteness of the Dashi Ridge mountain range played a role in this. Had Li Shi ventured directly into the Tianyi mountain range to set fires, his attribute points would surely have surged into the hundreds of millions or even billions, with the flames persisting for years without abating. Yet, this would also risk awakening a horde of ferocious beasts, which could tear him apart. The Tianyi mountain range is home to numerous unknown ancient beasts. Li Shi regained his composure without hesitation, investing 5,000,000 attribute points to fully enhance all 5 steps of Jiang Bie's body refinement. In the next moment, the option to attain the golden body appeared before him. Was it also 50 million? Both forming the nascent soul and the golden body required 50 million? Did the system equate the difficulty of achieving the golden body with that of the nascent soul? Upon reflection, it was indeed true that there were not few nascent soul cultivators in the realm of immortality, but Li Shi had never encountered a practitioner with a golden body. He had heard tales of monks in the Yuming temple who had achieved the golden body, becoming corporeal arhats. And then there was his senior brother Wang Hao from Zuaniangong, who was rumored to be of the Thunder Tiger bloodline, possessing a similarly formidable physique. Coming back to his senses, Li Shi hesitated slightly before commencing the process of bestowing the golden body upon Jiang Bie. Meanwhile, Jiang Bie felt an overwhelming force disregarding the constraints of the heavens, forcibly transforming and enhancing his physical form. First, his skin became exceptionally resilient, almost metallic in nature. When the white jade spider attempted to bite him, it found itself incapable of inflicting any harm. Following that, his meridians writhed and strengthened, akin to dragons lying dormant beneath his skin. Next, his internal organs gradually warmed, as though he had ingested potent restorative elixirs, emanating an unprecedented vitality. Then, an audible crackling resonated from his bones, causing Jiang Bie's slightly hunched back to straighten instantly, and he felt an extraordinary hardness in his skeletal structure. Finally, he experienced a profound cleansing, a pervasive sense of comfort enveloping him, compelling him to emit soft hums of delight. The journey that ordinary body refiners take over a lifetime was traversed by Jiang Bie in mere breaths. With a sudden pop, his compound eyes were forcefully expelled, replaced by a pair of new, fleshy eyes. Before he could fully comprehend this transformation, he began the process of attaining the golden body. His heart commenced its rhythmic pulsing, the vibrations echoing like thunder, as blood surged through his veins like a mighty river, nourishing his entire being. Every organ, every sinew, every bone, and every internal structure seemed to revel in the celebration of rebirth. Jiang Bie's skin first radiated with a golden luminescence, which gradually receded beneath the surface. No longer visible, this marked the origin of the term golden body. Never had he felt such exhilaration. It was as though his entire being had undergone a baptism. The transformation was far greater than that of foundation establishment or core formation. It was a pure evolution of the physical form. with the golden body attained. A resounding thunder echoed from the outside. Li Shi was all too familiar with this sound. It was the thunder of tribulation. Fortunately, he had anticipated this. To enhance the breeding efficiency of the blood mosquitoes, Jiang Bie had established a cave at the bottom of an uninhabited sea realm for breeding, thus allowing him to weather the tribulation without fear of detection. Let the tribulation commence. Receiving Li Shi's message, Jiang Bie calmly emerged from the cave, surfacing above the ocean. He beheld the rolling thunderclouds that had formed, not particularly large, perhaps a few hundred zhang in size. It appeared that the heavenly Tao could not locate them through the twin lotus of the soul. The twin lotus served as a bridge, allowing members of the killing hall to avoid detection by the heavenly Tao. It was akin to constructing a ladder to surmount a wall, evading oversight. This made things simple. A mere 100 zhang thunder tribulation? Ridiculous. Now, with his golden body and peak core formation, along with mastery of formidable techniques, Jiang Bie could effortlessly transcend the tribulation. 2 hours later, after a cleansing under the thunder, Jiang Bie returned to his cave, having sustained minimal injury. Instead, he emerged stronger from the ordeal, his physical form further enhanced by the baptism of the thunder. Jiang Bie had navigated the tribulation with ease. This was the essence of a normal thunder tribulation. Even in the face of peril, there was always hope. Unlike Li Shi's experience, where the heavenly Tao seemed solely intent on extermination. Li Shi gazed at the system. Now, the success rate of Jiang Bie's infant bonding had reached an impressive 87.366. Li Shi bestowed upon Jiang Bie a treasured tome from the Mo family, a profound technique known as the Qian Kuan Nourishing Spirit Art, which enhances one's spiritual essence. Jiang Bie, already formidable in spirit, experienced a significant augmentation, elevating his success rate for embryo formation to an impressive 94.456. Second only to the dragon cherry of the true dragon bloodline. What else influences the success rate of embryo formation? As one's cultivation advances, the efficacy of techniques, the strength of one's roots, the robustness of the physical body, and the power of the spirit all play vital roles, as does the heart of the Tao. Often referred to as the clarity of one's intent. Every genius possesses a certain pride, a spirit that contributes to their likelihood of success. In the next moment, Li Shi berated Jiang Bie within the depths of his consciousness. Jiang Bie, have you forgotten the oath you once made? I am facilitating your embryo formation. Yet I find your resolve woefully lacking. Are you merely a waste dependent on my support? Reflect upon the partner who abandoned you. Contemplate your enemies. Are you truly worthless? Where is your ambition? Where is your heart for the Tao? Fool. With a clang, the success rate surged to 98.654 in an instant. It was more than sufficient. Now is the time. Embryo formation. Chapter 67. The Hall of Slaughter and the twin embryos. Even the most gifted alchemical cultivators possess only a 90% certainty in embryo formation. Many, even those regarded as prodigies, may only achieve a 70% success rate and are still considered to stand out among their peers. Jiang Bie's success rate for embryo formation is nearly unattainable by others in the realm of cultivation. No cultivator embodies the essence of a hexagonal warrior, capable of maximizing spirit, body, technique, roots, and all other aspects to their zenith. Naturally, Jiang Bie succeeded in embryo formation. Within the cave dwelling, an abundance of tendrils suddenly sprouted, extending outward from Jiang Bie, proliferating, and ultimately enveloping the entire cavern. The white tendrils resembled the lair of a colossal spider, yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was not a mere reality, but rather a manifestation of something extraordinary. Li Shi recognized what it was. It was the root spirit, the heart root, parasitically residing within Jiang Bie. Simultaneously, within Jiang Bie, the golden core and the divine soul fused into one, becoming the source of magical power within. Everything was silent yet harbored a terrifying energy. A miniature version of Jiang Bie quietly stood within the Dantian. This was the primordial infant. For a practitioner of the primordial infant, the path to cultivation lay in continually augmenting their primordial infant and subsequently comprehending the principles of the great Tao, breaking through the limitations of the spirit platform to ascend to the divine embryo, thus achieving divine transformation. Boom! Thunderous sounds of tribulation erupted from outside. Having just survived the tribulation of the golden body, he now faced the tribulation of the primordial infant. Jiang Bie opened his eyes, and all unusual phenomena vanished. Thereafter, Jiang Bie darted out of his cave and plunged into the tribulation. There was no need for further observation. The tribulation was indeed formidable, capable of annihilating the majority of prodigies, yet Jiang Bie was different. Fully prepared, there was no possibility of failure for him. Jiang Bie had attained the primordial infant. The next step was to elevate him to the pinnacle of hexagonal warriors, requiring a total of approximately 150 million attribute points, not including those necessary for reaching the peak of the primordial infant. After the formation of the infant, advancing to the mid-stage of the primordial infant demanded 50 million points. Another 50 million for the late stage, and yet another 50 million points to reach the pinnacle. Cumulatively, cultivating a peak primordial infant would require around 300 million attribute points. And that might even fall short. However, considering that peak primordial infant practitioners were exceedingly rare throughout the South Sea, and even in Tiannan, this figure may, in fact, be somewhat modest. Li Shi elevated Jiang Biehe to the initial stage of the nascent soul and subsequently began cultivating Qi General Qi Jin achieved the nascent soul stage. And under Li Shi's guidance, he inexplicably mastered formidable techniques and inexplicably acquired a golden body, something that would take others a lifetime to attain. Ultimately, he also grasped powerful soul secret arts, significantly enhancing the strength of his spirit, setting aside the question of how he came to possess these abilities. Even if he truly had them, each would typically require decades or even centuries of cultivation to fully comprehend. Yet, he felt as if he had become the unparalleled genius that legend spoke of, akin to a stream effortlessly flowing into a ravine, mastering everything in an instant. In the end, he was criticized for his lack of mental fortitude, with claims that his success rate was merely in the mid-90% range. Qi Jin, akin to a marionette, experienced a moment of enlightenment upon this admonishment. To hell with the Blood Soul ancestor. What are you worth? I am a mere subordinate to the Blood Guardian. The Lord of the Killing Hall leads the way. His success rate surged from 95,332 to 98,999. Meanwhile, Li Shi was taken aback, pondering why Qi Jin's oath of loyalty to him would increase the success rate of his nascent soul formation. What was the principle behind this? Was loyalty a manifestation of clear intent? It seemed quite logical. Qi Jin soon faced both the golden body tribulation and the nascent soul tribulation, and thus, he successfully attained the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, due to the infiltration mission, Li Shi directly elevated Qi Jin's cultivation to the pinnacle of the nascent soul. Remember your task. Understood. Returning to the Blood Soul sect, Qi Jin promptly erased the memories of the Blood Soul sect disciples and led them towards the sect. The Southern Sky gained yet another pinnacle nascent soul cultivator, the Blood Guardian of the Killing Hall. At this point, both Guardians of the Killing Hall had reached the nascent soul stage. On the other side, Li Shi continued to study the system. After he elevated Qi Jin's cultivation to the pinnacle of the nascent soul, the system provided new notifications. Ding! The Great Tao Lottery has been activated. One can draw a fragment of the Great Tao for comprehension, which is used for advancing to the transformation of spirit stage. For every 10,000 creatures slain, one may draw once. Remaining draws. 1. Shall I draw a fragment of the Great Tao? Li Shi murmured in astonishment. He was well aware that in order for cultivators to ascend to the realm of divinity, they must comprehend a certain principle for their own use, thereby breaking free from the constraints of the spiritual platform and advancing to the divine fetus, a process known as transformation into divinity. The principle can be deemed an essential ingredient for this ascension, akin to the materials required for Li Shi's own advancement. This elucidates the rarity of cultivators who have achieved such transformation. The comprehension of the principle is no simple feat. Have I truly annihilated 10,000 species? The sheer number sounds daunting at first. However, among these 10,000 species, over 80% are insects. A recent conflagration in the Dashi Ridge mountain range led to the demise of several hundred ant species alone. Li Shi recalled that in his original world, there were approximately 2 million species globally, half of which were insects. However, this realm of cultivation naturally harbored an even greater diversity, with numerous mutations, hybrids, and dragon species all counted as new kinds. Yet, the predominant categories remain those of insects. Am I, then, at odds with these creatures? It seems that I shall have to engage in increasingly nefarious deeds henceforth, such as poisoning the South China Sea, or igniting a conflagration that engulfs the realm of cultivation, to slay 10,000 species for a single extraction of the Great Tao. Does this not imply a need to annihilate the entirety of the cultivation world? The number of Great Taos is a mystery yet to be unraveled. Some assert that there are 3,000 paths of the Tao, each representing the laws and meridians of the universe. Though this notion stems from Buddhism and is not universally accepted, others claim there are 80,000, or even 1,001. Some maintain that the Great Tao comprises 50, with the heavens yielding 49. However, such assertions tend to be rather vague. For instance, the yin-yang fish pendant Li Shi obtained at the auction embodies the all-consuming yin-yang Tao, which consists of both yin and yang. and can further be subdivided into light and dark, female and male, heavy and light, among others. There are also notions of the Great Tao and lesser paths. In essence, the Great Tao is a concept that defies easy classification and quantification. Moreover, Li Shi has recently contemplated the Tao of cause and effect, regarded as one of the most exalted paths. There are even prodigies who forge unique paths exclusively their own, such as the Sword Tao, Talisman Tao, Alchemy Tao, and the Tao of Desire. Well, since there is an opportunity at hand, I shall first attempt an extraction. Li Shi activated the draw and seized this opportunity. The process of extracting the Great Tao has commenced. As the extraction unfolds, a shard of the Great Tao has been obtained, cold. A delicate shard of blue and white, adorned with intricate ice crystal patterns, materialized within the system. Li Shi's eyes brightened with excitement. The system had unexpectedly shown consideration for him, the traveler. He was precisely the ice spirit root, perfectly attuned to himself. At this moment, were it not for the restrictions imposed by the heavenly Tao and the system's stringent requirements mandating that each stage be reached at its utmost limit before allowing any advancement, he could, with a single step, attain the transformation into divinity. Such was the contemplation of Li Shi, the Lord of the Hall of Slaughter. Chapter 68. The Hall of Slaughter appears to be expanding too rapidly. Only through the comprehension of the Great Tao and the understanding of the laws of the universe can a nascent soul cultivator transcend the final barrier and ascend to the transformation into divinity. Yet, there are prodigies who, prior to this, can grasp a sliver of the Great Tao's principles. I comprehend the Great Tao, surely. I would not draw the attention of the heavenly Tao, would I? Li Shi pondered the intricate web of causality and felt a sense of inadequacy. In this world, there are countless geniuses who grasp the profound truths of existence. Why should he be the exception? The system, understanding. He was amidst this enlightenment, striving to comprehend the Great Tao with the strength of foundational cultivation. An estimated duration, 698 years. How much? 698 years. It appears that Li Shi is not a genius. Grasping the Tao during the foundational stage is exceedingly arduous. The Great Tao is inherently meant for those at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage to comprehend. Lin Jiuxiu has contemplated for so long. Yet he has merely taken half a step towards the divine transformation, unable to cross the final threshold, which underscores the difficulty. The system is indeed formidable, allowing one to perceive the Tao even at the foundational stage, albeit the loading process is somewhat sluggish. A sense of déjà vu as if something is in the process of loading. In any case, since I am not forming a golden core, it is a perfect opportunity to attempt to enhance my cultivation. In the Li Shi system, his cultivation level is displayed as Foundation Establishment. Each enhancement requires 1,000,000, adding an additional plus sign. It is as straightforward as that. With each increment, Li Shi feels the spiritual energy within him being compressed, enveloping his body and soul in a warm, comforting sensation akin to a soothing hot bath. Li Shi initially invested 1,000,000, subsequently pouring in a total of 8,000,000. His cultivation level reached Foundation Establishment, with 10 additional plus signs. It is truly outrageous. Yet, the core formation interface has yet to materialize. However, there is reason for celebration. As the plus signs increased, his comprehension of the path of cold diminished from 698 years to 695 years. A reduction of 3 years. How is this system akin to playing a game? Li Shi sighed and had no choice but to relinquish his efforts for the time being. He delved deeply into his dantian, gazing inward. At present, his dantian resembled an ethereal paradise. An abundance of concentric lotuses blossomed, eternally vibrant, awaiting their host. Simultaneously, 9 colossal lotus platforms floated upon the surface of the water. 9 ethereal figures sat cross-legged on the lotus platforms, exuding an aura reminiscent of celestial beings, densely arrayed like strands of hemp. These 9 figures were none other than the 9 great guardians of the Hall of Killing. Even in death, they could be reborn in this sacred realm. Li Shi suddenly felt that the Hall of Slaughter was expanding at an alarming rate, destined to become a formidable new power within the realm of immortality. Insect Protector. Name, Jiangbieta Spiritual Root. Mixed gold, wood, water. Earth Cultivation Level. Initial stage of Yuanying physical form. Golden Body Dragon Protector. Name, Longing Race. True Dragon. Human Spiritual Root. Lotus Seed Bloodline. True Dragon Cultivation Level. Pinnacle of Jiedan Emotion Protector. Name, Zhangzhe Spiritual Root. Leaf Cultivation Level. Pinnacle of Jiedan Jiao Protector. Name, Emoing Spiritual Root. Lotus Seed. Superior Wood Cultivation Level. Pinnacle of Jiedan Deputy Hall Master. Name, Libas Spiritual Root. Medium Water Cultivation Level. Pinnacle of Jiedan Common Protector. Name, Sutian and spiritual root, leaf cultivation level. Pinnacle of Jiedon Mandarin duck protector. Name, Li Yuyang spiritual root, lotus cultivation level. Pinnacle of Jiedon name, Wen Fanxiang spiritual root, lotus cultivation level. Pinnacle of Jiedon blood protector. Name, Qijin spiritual root, mixed cultivation level. Pinnacle of Yuanying physical form, golden body currently. The Hall of Slaughter boasts 9 protectors, 2 at the Yuanying stage and 7 at the pinnacle of Jiedon. It has already established itself as a significant force. Though it lacks certain finesse in terms of techniques and treasures, Li Shi remains somewhat unfamiliar with the realm of cultivation. What magnificent sights await in the northern mountains? And what splendor lies within the depths of the southern sea, the kingdom of monstrous beasts? The expanse of the Songqiong continent is vast. And what extraordinary wonders might be found in other regions? And beyond the Songqiong continent itself? Reflecting on the necessity to diversify the types of beings he must eliminate and to extract the essence of the Tao, Li Shi feels it is time to embark on an exploration beyond his current confines. If one were to harvest a strand of the Tao from every 10,000 species, then eventually the southern sea would be devoid of life. Moreover, he has noticed a remarkable advancement in his understanding of the Tao of causality. Despite the years required to comprehend the Tao of frost through the system, he finds himself surprisingly adept at grasping the Tao of causality. I must indeed be a genius. Soon, with mastery over the art of causative slaying, wherever the members of the slaughter hall venture, death shall surely follow. Li Shi swiftly began to organize the members of the killing hall, instructing the insect guardian, Jiang Bieka, to establish a branch of the killing hall dedicated to nurturing spirit insects. He emphasized that strength was not the priority. Rather, he sought quantity. Additionally, he dispatched a search throughout the seas for creatures with high reproductive capacities. Dragon Guardian, Longing, and Serpent Guardian, Moing, were assigned to delve into the depths of the South Sea to explore the realm of demonic beasts and uncover the secrets of the Dragon Clan. Longing, do you not seek vengeance for your father? Guardian of Affection, Zhang Zhe, was to remain on Falling Star Island, managing all matters pertaining to the Heavenly Union. The Mandarin Duck Guardians, Li Yuyang and Wen Fanxiang, were to return to Qing Insect to gather intelligence on the world of cultivation. Blood Guardian, Qi Jin, was sent to the Blood Soul sect, while the Mortal Guardian, Su Tianan, remained by Li Shi's side, ensuring that all arrangements were in place. As for the Vice Hall Master, Li Ba, being merely an external incarnation, his greatest utility lay in the event of exposure, serving as a scapegoat when pursued by formidable foes, effectively performing a miraculous escape. After organizing the affairs of the killing hall, Li Shi turned his attention to the center of the 100 Zhang spiritual energy pool. Beside the Twin Lotus, a new spiritual plant had taken root, namely the branch of the 10,000 Paths tea tree acquired from the auction. Ancient legends suggested that brewing tea from its leaves could lead to an understanding of the principles of the Great Tao. Now, this nearly withered branch had once again revitalized, pulsating with a tremendous life force as numerous delicate roots extended into the spiritual energy pool. Indeed, the 10,000 Paths tea tree was quite voracious. Within less than a day in the pool, the energy level had plummeted by 3 centimeters, inciting the ire of the native Twin Lotus, which had begun to develop a semblance of intelligence. In a fit of indignation, it struck the 10,000 Paths tea tree with its 2 leaves, leaving 2 indentations on its surface. After this incident, the 10,000 Paths tea tree seemed to shrink in response, displaying a palpable sense of trepidation. Su Tianan, having inspected everything within his dantian, exited, while Li Shi continued to delve into the intricacies of causality, leading Su Tian toward the Yunwei Peak. Recently, news had spread from Yunwei Peak. Liang Yinglan was delivering a discourse. A god transformation cultivator was elucidating her theories of the Great Tao. Such an opportunity was unprecedented. Countless cultivators, initially reluctant to attend, rushed to Yunwei Peak to partake in this ancient grand event. Young Yinglan proclaimed she would lecture for 9 days, and now, she had already been speaking for 2 days. It was said that as her teachings progressed, numerous phenomena began to manifest around Yunwei Peak, a vast peach blossom forest suddenly sprouting, taking root in the area, dragon and phoenix apparitions descending from the heavens, drawn to Liang Yinglan's teachings, even boulders splitting apart under her influence, transforming into a stone monkey. Li Shi himself found himself intrigued by what profound Tao Liang Yinglan must have grasped to evoke such extraordinary occurrences. As Li Shi hurried toward Yunwei Peak, Qi Jin finally returned to the Blood Soul sect. He employed his abilities to erase and alter the memories of his subordinates, rendering them oblivious to their experiences. The Blood Soul sect had long possessed such secret arts, and now, as a peak nascent soul cultivator, Qi Jin accomplished this with ease. He encountered no obstacles entering the sect, traversing its defenses until he reached a blood-red mountain peak. Adorned with strange red trees and dotted with corpses, this was the core main peak of the Blood Soul sect. Ascending to the summit, Qi Jin entered the grand hall of the sect, where he beheld a woman in a black dress seated in meditation. "Master," Qi Jin called out. With the Blood Soul ancestor absent, this woman was the sect's master and the ancestor's granddaughter, Guan Peipei, a cultivator in the early nascent soul stage. Aside from the Blood Soul ancestor, the sect had 4 other nascent soul cultivators, 3 of whom were mid-stage elders, while Guan Peipei was in the early stage. Upon hearing the noise, Guan Peipei turned her head. "Where are Qi Jin and Li Yuyang?" Qi Jin had been dispatched to fulfill a mission for the killing Qingyun sect's twin prodigies. Reporting to the master, "They have perished." "Well done." Guan Peipei's mood lightened considerably. Liang Yinglan is lecturing without distinction between righteous and demonic paths, inviting all cultivators from the south. Naturally, the ancestor intended to attend, accompanied by another nascent soul elder. The Blood Soul sect requires someone to remain behind, which is why I could not attend. Hearing this good news lifts my spirits. "Qi Jin, you have accomplished a significant feat this time. When the ancestor returns, he will personally commend you." Upon hearing this, Qi Jin raised his head and inquired, "Master, it is my duty to serve the Blood Soul sect. Did the ancestor go to attend Liang Yinglan's lecture?" "Indeed." At this revelation, Qi Jin fell silent. For Li Shi's voice echoed in his mind. The Blood Soul ancestor has also gone to participate in the grand event? Li Shi suddenly pondered the reason behind burying spies. The Blood Soul ancestor was not at home. Shouldn't I just annihilate his entire family? Annihilate them. Then, search thoroughly. Li Shi commanded. Qi Jin came back to his senses, his expression peculiar. Guan Peipei, seeing his silence, curiously spoke up. "Qi Jin?" "Master." Qi Jin replied. "You." In the next moment, Qi Jin struck. A vast surge of magical power erupted, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, nearly overturning the grand hall. Guan Peipei was startled. A diminutive figure, identical to Qi Jin, emerged from within him, exuding an aura of invincibility. Gazing at Guan Peipei with a slight raise of his hand. "Peak of the nascent soul. This is impossible. Who are you? Who are you?" Guan Peipei instantly reacted, unleashing a blood-red palm print and frantically shaking a bell. A howl. Countless wraiths surged forth from the bell. Resembling a black river crashing toward Qi General, yet neither the palm print nor the wraiths could withstand even a moment before Qi General bang. With merely a flick of his hand, Qi Jin shattered the bell, liberating the countless souls ensnared within, dissipating into the ether. The disparity between the early and peak stages of the nascent soul was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Not everyone could be Yi Tianjia. Guan Peipei's face turned pale. And a talisman appeared in her hand, which she pressed to the ground. In the next instant, a blood-red radiance enveloped her. Boom. Qi Jin's attack landed upon the barrier. Unable to breach it for the moment. Even so, Guan Peipei coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood. "Is this what the old immortal of Blood Soul left you?" Qi Jin furrowed his brow. This talisman was undoubtedly crafted by the Blood Soul ancestor, allowing it to withstand his onslaught. Hearing Qi Jin's words, Guan Peipei's heart sank in dread and confusion. This person was indeed not Qi Jin. Not to mention the implausibility of Qi Jin suddenly achieving the peak of the nascent soul. Qi Jin would never dare to refer to the Blood Soul ancestor as an old immortal. Who is this person impersonating Qi Jin? Launching an assault on the Blood Soul sect? Yi Tianjia? But why? Is he utilizing our Blood Soul sect's techniques? "You. Who are you, senior? What enmity does our Blood Soul sect hold against you?" As soon as Guan Peipei's words fell, 2 auras of the nascent soul descended from the heavens. They were 2 mid-stage elders of the nascent soul. Sensing Qi Jin's peak nascent soul prowess, the 2 momentarily hesitated, secretly performing hand seals. Attempting to activate the Blood Soul Grand Array. This was the Blood Soul sect. With the Grand Array in place, perhaps there was a chance to fight back. But Qi Jin would not grant them such an opportunity. He swiftly turned, a blood-red long knife manifesting in his hand, striking out once more. Unable to eliminate Guan Peipei immediately, he decided to first slay the 2 elders. The 2 were startled and quickly countered. However, Qi Jin merely waved his hand nonchalantly, slicing forth a blood-red blade of energy. Their defensive measures proved utterly ineffectual against this blade. "Damn!" One of the mid-stage nascent soul elders suddenly shouted. Summoning a red tortoise shell, a postnatal spiritual treasure. Bang! The tortoise shell was instantly sent flying. Soul extinguished. Spiritual platform shattered. The other mid-stage nascent soul cultivators simultaneously shouted, employing the Blood Soul sect's secret technique to attack Qi Jin's soul and spiritual platform. Although it might be difficult to annihilate him, disorienting him was certainly feasible. Blood Soul sect cultivators generally possess superior soul prowess compared to other cultivators in the southern heavenly realm. The Blood Soul technique focused on blood and soul, hence the name. Yet, the elder witnessed Qi Jin's grin. Soul extinguished. Spiritual platform shattered. The same words echoed from Qi Jin's mouth. He too mastered this Blood Soul sect secret technique. I am a direct disciple of the Blood Soul sect. The mid-stage nascent soul elder's expression drastically changed. Yet, before he could react, the techniques they had unleashed collided silently. Two identical soul techniques clashed. No sound emerged, and the mid-stage nascent soul elder collapsed, his nascent soul shattered, his spirit dissipating into radiant lights, returning to the cosmos. Qi Jin struck again, simultaneously employing his technique to slay the other elder. The nascent soul shattered, life extinguished. Within mere moments, he had slain two mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. No matter how many spiritual treasures or profound techniques they possessed, they had no opportunity to unleash them. Qi Jin turned and advanced step by step toward Guan Pei. Master, did you know? I once harbored unworthy thoughts toward you, Qi Jin remarked with a hint of amusement. Guan Pei's beautiful eyes seemed ready to blaze with fire. A mixture of terror and fury. In the next moment, the Blood Soul Grand Array formed. An overwhelming pressure descended from above. Yet, Qi Jin radiated golden light. His nascent soul emerging from his body. With his invincible golden form and peak nascent soul, he withstood the pressure, advancing step by step toward Guan Pei. His long knife struck repeatedly. After more than 10 strikes, the curtain of blood shattered, revealing the vulnerable Guan Pei behind. What a pity, master. I no longer find you appealing. 2 minutes later, Qi Jin emerged from the Grand Hall. Guan Pei was dead, leaving the Blood Soul Great Array without a master. In the next moment, Qi Jin took control of the Blood Soul Great Array. An invisible pressure descended from above, weighing heavily on each disciple of the Blood Soul sect. While the average individual could not manipulate the Blood Soul Great Array, Qi Jin was different. With the sect leader and elders perished, Qi Jin, being a direct descendant of the Blood Soul sect, wielded the highest authority. No, the direct descendant of the Blood Soul sect, Qi Jin, had already met his demise. Henceforth, address me as the Blood Protector of the Killing Hall. Within the Blood Soul sect, screams echoed incessantly. Whether they were lowly disciples in the Qi refinement stage or elders in the core formation stage, all were crushed to smithereens. After a brief span of time, even the cries faded into silence. Qi Jin commenced the task of tidying up. First, he sought out all the techniques, artifacts, and spiritual treasures within the Blood Soul sect. From the Qi refinement stage artifacts to the spiritual treasures collected by the elders, he scoured from the treasure vault to the back mountain. From the main peak to the entrance of the sect, searching through corpses and hidden abodes alike. Qi Jin meticulously obeyed the command of the Hall Master to leave no stone unturned, regardless of spirit stones or valuables. Even the everlasting stones and luminous stones used for illumination in the abodes were confiscated. Finally, Qi Jin arrived at the cave dwelling of the Blood Soul ancestor. This place had never been graced by outsiders, not even Guan Pei had the privilege to enter. It was a vast passageway that descended endlessly, the walls of which were roughly hewn, bearing no semblance to the residence of a nascent soul powerhouse. Countless strange patterns were engraved on the walls, resembling some form of abstract script. As he delved deeper, an unbroken series of array obstacles emerged before Qi Jin, not to mention Qi Jin's ability to forcibly shatter these formations on the other side. Li Shi could easily enhance Qi Jin's array skills by merely adding a few tens of thousands. Should there exist any powerful array manuals? Li Shi could even elevate Qi Jin to the status of an array master. This was precisely the aspect that the Killing Hall currently lacked: potent techniques, secret arts, artifacts, and array manuals, among others. If Li Shi wishes to significantly enhance the prowess of the Killing Hall, he must first address this shortcoming. Simultaneously, as Qi Jin relentlessly dismantles the formations left by the Blood Soul ancestor, at Ui Peak, thousands of cultivators from Tiannan gather here. From nascent soul practitioners to Qi refinement disciples, all are present to listen to Liang Yinglan's teachings. Countless peach trees bloom from the summit to the foot of Ui Peak. Enveloping it in a blush of pink, as radiant clouds and mist envelop the entire mountain. Occasionally, the sounds of dragons and phoenixes resonate from the heavens. Such phenomena are manifestations of the Tao under Liang Yinglan's profound insights, echoing the resonance of the great Tao. At the base of Ui Peak, Foundation establishment and Qi refinement cultivators sit in meditation, while those at the mid-slope are golden core practitioners, with the summit reserved for the assembly of nascent soul masters. The hierarchy is unmistakable. The Tao is omnipresent, capable of governing the cosmos. Yet, all beings rely upon it for existence without complaint, achieving success without possession. My words are simple to comprehend and easy to practice. However, the Grand Tao remains elusive and unattainable for all. Liang Yinglan's voice reverberates through the heavens and the earth. The act of teaching is not merely idle chatter. At least, Liang Yinglan does not indulge in such trivialities. Each word she utters genuinely conveys her understanding of the Tao, fragments of wisdom she has comprehended during her transcendent insights, now shared with all through her every utterance. Even some Qi refinement cultivators have successfully established their foundations under the lingering resonance of her teachings, with peak foundation establishment practitioners achieving golden core status on the spot. Atop Ui Peak, Liang Yinglan sits alone upon a high platform, her crimson gown cascading to the ground, articulating profound truths with inexhaustible eloquence. In front of her, tables and benches laden with delicacies and fruits are set, drawing the majority of the nascent soul practitioners from Tiannan to congregate here. The blood soul ancestor, Qing Yinzhenren. Tian Wenjing, the sect master of the Mingwei sect, the head of the Jioding Pavilion, Xianyuan Qiming from Fengming Valley, and the wandering cultivator Feng Yuma. Yet, the assembly of nascent soul practitioners find themselves disinterested in the banquet, some frowning in silence, others lost in thought, some filled with joy, and others raising an eyebrow in surprise. Yi Tianzhe, seated at the forefront to Liang Yinglan's right, stands as the lone exception, indulging in the feast, savoring spiritual fruits and fine wines. Regardless of Liang Yinglan's formidable teachings, what connection do they have to his path of swordsmanship? Throughout his life, Yi Tianzhe has chosen the path of the sword, shunning all others. To do otherwise would compromise his heart of Tao. A serene stillness envelopes the gathering, interrupted only by a mischievous monkey that occasionally scurries over to steal a drink from Yi Tianzhe. The previous day, while Liang Yinglan was expounding her teachings, an ordinary stone atop the outer peak unexpectedly shattered, transforming into an astute stone monkey. Intrigued, Yi Tianzhe continues to tease it. Suddenly, a red-robed elder's complexion shifts dramatically, and he rises abruptly. It is none other than the blood soul ancestor, Guan Tai. Almost simultaneously with the ancestor's reaction, Yi Tianzhe raises an eyebrow, a sarcastic remark already on his lips, instinctively locking onto his target. "Oh, old dog Guan, why does your face look so grim?" The blood soul ancestor's expression darkens, but he disregards Yi Tianzhe. A crisis has befallen the blood soul sect. The bloodline connection between him and his granddaughter, Guan Peipei, has been severed. Along with it, many of his kin have vanished from his bloodline. What has transpired? In the next moment, the blood soul ancestor senses that the formations within his cave abode are being continuously breached, and the intruders are swiftly encroaching upon the inner sanctum. Who dares? Who possesses the capability? With all the esteemed nascent soul practitioners gathered here, who could possibly annihilate the blood soul sect, defended by two nascent soul masters? With the blood soul great formation in place, how could anyone infiltrate? Not even Yi Tianzhe would stand a chance. The blood soul ancestor's countenance is ashen, fury boiling within him, his beard bristling in indignation, an infrequent breach of his composure. Despite Yi Tianzhe's repeated provocations, he has never truly succumbed to rage. But this time, his home has been invaded. Who is responsible? The assembly of nascent soul practitioners exchange bewildered glances, witnessing the blood soul ancestor's uncharacteristic outburst. Liang Yinglan too halts her discourse, directing her gaze at the ancestor. The blood soul ancestor, his hair standing on end in fury, struggles to maintain control over his cultivation. "What urgent matter plagues you, fellow Taoist?" Liang Yinglan inquires, her brow furrowing. Upon hearing her question, the blood soul ancestor falls into a brief silence, then surveys the assembly, his voice icy with murderous intent. "It seems that while I was absent, someone has launched a surprise attack on my blood soul sect." As his words fade, the gathering falls silent, familiar nascent soul practitioners exchanging glances, the atmosphere growing peculiar. The righteous cultivators stifle their laughter. Someone has burglarized the blood soul ancestor's home? Who could it be? This matter is quite amusing. However, Tian Wenjing and others furrow their brows. Any harm to a demonic sect is disadvantageous for them. Could it be an enemy of the blood soul ancestor? Noticing the lack of responses, the blood soul ancestor remains silent for a moment before returning to his seat. It is too late to rush back now. The perpetrator has undoubtedly fled, rendering any pursuit futile. With their prowess, could any of his remaining techniques inflict harm? The blood soul ancestor lowers his head, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Qi Jin has finally breached the inner sanctum of the blood soul ancestor's cave. This hidden abode, built within the main peak, welcomes its second visitor since the blood soul ancestor's arrival. Qi Jin had never envisioned that he could ascend from being a mere disciple of the blood soul sect to entering this sanctum in a single step. As his consciousness sweeps the cave, he becomes captivated by a wooden plaque resting on a stone table. In front of the plaque is an incense burner, with several peculiar sticks of incense still smoldering, their duration of burning unknown. This scene resembles that of mortals offering incense to a deity. A layer of invisible mist envelopes the plaque, obscuring Qi Jin's view momentarily. Humph. Qi Jin scoffs, channeling his consciousness to forcefully dispel the mist. At last, he discerns the image upon the plaque. To his astonishment, it is a portrait of the Blood Soul Ancestor himself. What is the meaning of this? What dark sorcery is the Blood Soul Ancestor researching, that he would both erect a tomb and burn incense in his own honor? Still in shock, Qi Jin suddenly senses danger from behind and swiftly turns around. Yet, he finds nothing but emptiness. Scanning the cave with his consciousness, Qi Jin fails to detect anything unusual, except for, it dawns upon him that this cave is remarkably barren. Within the vast cavern, there exists only this solitary stone table for offerings, devoid of any other objects or furniture. Qi Jin refuses to believe it was merely an illusion. He steadies his breath, his peak nascent soul consciousness swirling like a tempest throughout the entire cave. Yet, Qi Jin finds nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly, an idea strikes him, and he turns back, summoning his blood knife to strike the Blood Soul Ancestor's wooden plaque with ferocity. With a sharp crack, just as the wooden plaque was about to be struck, a sound akin to a faint shattering reverberated through the air. In the next moment, Qi Jin found himself enveloped in a haze. The surroundings were barren, shrouded in a mist of pale blue smoke, reminiscent of curling incense. As he opened his eyes, he beheld an infinitely towering figure gazing down upon him, akin to observing an ant. It was none other than the Blood Soul Ancestor. What was happening? However, at that instant, Li Shi's voice resonated within his mind. You have been drawn into the wooden plaque. It appears to be a spatial artifact containing its own realm. The voice of the Lord prompted Qi Jin to nod in understanding, and he raised his gaze to meet the eyes of the giant Blood Soul Ancestor. It was then that Qi Jin discerned that this colossal figure lacked true awareness. It was not the Blood Soul Ancestor himself. The giant was curiously examining him, akin to a child discovering something new. How had the Blood Soul Ancestor conjured such an apparition of himself? Li Shi's interest in the secret arts mastered by the Blood Soul Ancestor grew increasingly intense. In the next moment, the colossal Blood Soul Ancestor suddenly reached out towards Qi Jin, seemingly intent on seizing him for a closer examination. Humph! Qi Jin let out a cold snort, unflinching as he soared into the sky. With a swift motion, he brought down his blade, severing two of the giant's fingers with precision. A howl erupted from the giant, a sound devoid of humanity as it lunged at Qi Jin in a fit of rage, completely devoid of reason. Yet Qi Jin stood undaunted, engaging in combat with the behemoth. The giant's power was indeed formidable. Even a typical peak Yuanian cultivator would likely falter against it. However, facing Qi Jin, a well-rounded peak Yuanian master, the encounter was markedly different. With successive strikes, Qi Jin inflicted numerous wounds upon the giant, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. Qi Jin soon realized that, despite its intimidating appearance, the giant did not wield any profound techniques. After merely a few breaths, the battered giant collapsed to the ground, utterly incapable of rising again. Do not kill him. Instead, dissect his flesh and implant this object within his body. Li Shi's voice resonated within Qi Jin's heart. Qi Jin nodded, only to find a lotus leaf materializing in his hand, shimmering with ethereal light. At a glance, Qi Jin recognized this object as one of the same essence as that which had been implanted within him. With a swift motion, Qi Jin raised his blade, and the gleaming edge cleaved downwards, slicing open a gash in the giant's back, into which he cast the heart leaf. The giant roared in a fit of rage, an earth-shattering cry that echoed through the air. After a few moments of bellowing, he fell silent, trembling and curling into a ball. Within his mind, a vision of a lotus emerged, revealing a figure high above, gazing downwards. In that instant, the so-called giant appeared no larger than an ant. Li Shi also began to delve into the fragmented memories of the giant. To his astonishment, he discovered that within the giant's recollections lay a significant number of memories belonging to the Blood Soul Ancestor himself. Furthermore, it was impossible to ignore the striking resemblance between the giant and the Blood Soul Ancestor. Li Shi felt a sudden chill. How on earth did the Blood Soul Ancestor cultivate such a being? With this fragment of memory now within his grasp, he finally comprehended what the Blood Soul Ancestor truly was. The nourishing spirit technique? The underworld path? 300 years prior, the Blood Soul Ancestor struggled with his stagnant cultivation. Observing the younger generations, like Yi Tianjia, progressively surpassing him, he became increasingly vexed, his heart unsteady. At that moment, a thunderous sound resonated from the Tianyi Mountains near the Mo Kingdom. The Blood Soul Ancestor, who was in pursuit of an enemy in the Mo Kingdom, heard the commotion and hastened to the source of the noise. To his astonishment, Something had fallen from the sky, obliterating a mountain peak and revealing a massive pit. Within this pit lay a severely injured nascent soul cultivator. The blood soul ancestor had never encountered this individual in southern heaven. And given that the person had fallen within the Tiani Mountains, it was likely he was not from southern heaven. The individual pleaded for help. Claiming to be a member of the underworld path, the blood soul ancestor was unfamiliar with this organization, yet this ignorance did not hinder his judgment. He was no benevolent figure. Renowned throughout southern heaven as a notorious evil cultivator, he swiftly struck down the injured nascent soul cultivator, extracting his memories and seizing everything he possessed. Thus, he learned that the Underworld Path was a notorious assassin organization within the Central State Dynasty. The Underworld Path was both the name of the organization and a path in itself. It was said that the leader of the organization was a semi-divine being, just one step away from ascension, rarely seen by the world. Subsequently, the blood soul ancestor acquired a tome entitled the Nourishing Spirit Technique. The spirit in this technique did not refer to the soul. It was not a method for nurturing the soul. Rather, it denoted divinity in a literal sense. Cultivators do not worship deities. The term merely refers to those who have achieved a certain level of supernatural power, hence the name of transformation cultivators. This tome was a reflection of earthly superstitions built upon the formidable powers of cultivators, designed to cultivate a deity through the underworld path. The colossal figure before him was the deity that the blood soul ancestor had attempted to cultivate. However, it had yet to be fully realized. Once successfully nurtured, the blood soul ancestor could seize the deity and become one himself, thus advancing to transformation cultivation. The extensive graves of the blood soul ancestor scattered across southern heaven were also a form of secret art linked to the underworld path. The underworld path possessed such a profound principle? What kind of assassin organization could adopt a path as its name? A flash of light swept past, and Qi Jin reappeared within the cave dwelling. He approached and grasped the mysterious wooden plaque, which was the relic left behind by the nascent soul cultivator of the underworld path. Now, the smoke that had once enveloped the plaque had dissipated. The image of the blood soul ancestor had vanished, replaced by a silhouette of a lotus seemingly standing proudly between heaven and earth. Simultaneously, within Li Shi's system, the information had been updated. He had named this giant divine guardian Guantiao, since the blood soul ancestor was known as Guantai. This one would be called Guantiao. It remains uncertain who would ultimately consume whom. Name, Guantiao. Cultivation level, power of faith. A fragment of the blood soul ancestor's spirit, nourishing spirit technique, incense power, shards of the underworld path, a concoction of inferior quality. The system remarkably provided an introduction, categorizing it as a defective product. The blood soul sect's high altitudes. Qi Jin gazed down upon the desolate blood soul sect. At present, not a single living soul remained, nor any magical artifacts. Everything had been thoroughly looted and searched. Reporting to the sect master, a total of 7 postnatal spiritual treasures were obtained. 2 innate spiritual treasures, 922 magical artifacts, countless magical tools, 334,000 high-grade spiritual stones, over 10 exclusive techniques of the blood soul sect, more than 300 formidable technique tomes. Additionally, innumerable miscellaneous items. Li Shi is quite content. Li Shi is very pleased. Li Shi was still intent on pursuing his ambitions. Thus, he set his sights on the city of Corpse Shadows. At this moment, the majority of the nascent soul cultivators had departed to attend the preaching assembly at Cloud Peak. The entire Tianso sect was somewhat vulnerable before Qi Jin at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Chapter 71, Qi Jin's Rampage in the City of Corpse Shadows. Tian Wenjing exclaims, "Impossible." In the City of Corpse Shadows, the weather was splendid today, with the sun shining brightly and clouds drifting lazily. Ever since Yi Tianji's disciples stirred chaos in the city, the disciples of Corpse Shadows had been harboring a sense of unease, not solely stemming from anger, but also fear. This apprehension primarily originated from Yi Tianji himself. Speculations regarding the identity of Yi Tianji's mysterious disciple abounded, ranging from a celestial being undergoing a rebirth to an ancient demon seizing a body, or even a defiance against the natural order. More critically, no one knew where Yi Tianji's disciple currently resided. Yi Tianji concealed the news of Li Shi's disappearance, even fabricating the illusion that Li Shi was within the sect, thereby intimidating other sections. Naturally, others could not fathom this stratagem, which was extraordinarily astute and formidable. It was said that on the fringes of the Tiani Mountains, a colossal bear, suspected to be a divine beast, was spotted with a sword wound on its back, descending from the heavens, roaring to annihilate the Xiantian sect. However, it ultimately did not proceed, primarily due to Yi Tianji's disciple. Rumors suggested that this individual was merely at the foundation establishment stage, yet had attracted the wrath of the heavenly Tao. What would happen if he reached the core formation stage? Would Tianso face a cataclysm? Some had even uncovered the name of this disciple, Li Shi, and concocted a few rhymes, suggesting that as long as the enemy refrained from deploying divine transformation, their own Li Shi would not reach core formation. With such a disciple, they claimed, he was invincible beneath divine transformation and could trade blows above it. Yi Tianjia tacitly allowed these words to circulate, and in no time, cultivators from various sects grew increasingly apprehensive before the Shintian sect. Returning to the pleasant weather in the city of corpse shadows, today was indeed a fine day, with the sun shining brightly and clouds scattered across the sky. Occasionally, the wails of corpse puppets echoed throughout the city, as disciples engaged in refining their own puppets, a daily ritual that lent an air of harmony. At least, that was how the disciples perceived it until a blood-red figure appeared in the skies above the city. The figure boldly strode through the air, poised and ready. And before uttering a word, a blood knife manifested, raised to strike. Previously, Qi Jin's blood knife was a weapon of his own magical prowess. Yet the one in his hand now was a postnatal spiritual treasure, unearthed from the Blood Soul sect's treasury, significantly augmenting its lethality. Who dares? Activate the formation. A layer of black protective barrier swiftly rose, attempting to intercept the strike. Alas, the last heavenly Tao diagram had nearly collapsed the city of corpse shadows, leaving the formation severely damaged. Boom. The knife cleaved through the formation, creating a gaping hole. Qi Jin prepared to flee, but was confronted by two figures ascending from the ancestral ground. Blood Soul sect friends. This is the domain of the city of corpse shadows. We request your departure. It was the nascent soul late-stage ancestor and a corpse puppet left behind in the city. The ancestor, having retired, had entered the ancestral ground to extend his life through secret arts. But he had previously been gravely injured by Yi Tianjia and recognized Qi Jin as a pinnacle nascent soul cultivator. In that moment, he was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering requests for departure. Furthermore, the opposing figure donned the robes of the Blood Soul sect. Was there a second pinnacle nascent soul cultivator from the Blood Soul sect? This only added to his confusion, as few pinnacle nascent soul cultivators existed in Tianso. Qi Jin remained silent, grinning widely as he swung his knife. Boom. In a mere 3 or 5 strikes, the late-stage ancestor of the nascent soul vomited blood and fell, while Qi Jin kicked the corpse puppet aside and pursued relentlessly. Boom. The formation of the city of corpse shadows rose, yet it could not hinder Qi Jin, who created a massive breach with just a few strikes. Swish. The late-stage ancestor was shattered into pieces, plummeting down. Qi Jin pressed the attack, delivering successive blows until the ancestor met his demise. In his final moments, the ancestor utilized the secret arts of the city of corpse shadows to send a message, but alas, he could only utter half a sentence. The visitor is from the Blood Soul. A gray light vanished into the void, and Qi Jin did not attempt to intercept it. In the end, the late-stage corpse puppet charged at Qi Jin, now uncontrollable and merely a frenzied corpse. The city of corpse shadows was finished. At Cloud Peak, the preaching continued. Yet the nascent soul cultivators occasionally glanced at the Blood Soul ancestor. They had received successive reports. The Blood Soul sect was annihilated. Who could have done such a thing? The crowd exchanged glances, each silently speculating about potential connections to the event. Suddenly, the nascent souls felt a stirring and turned to see Tian Wenjing, the lord of the city of corpse shadows, with a drastically altered expression, rising abruptly, trembling all over. The gathered individuals were even more astonished. What is happening? Why is Tian Wenjing standing? Tian Wenjing lacked the composure of the Blood Soul ancestor. His complexion turned ashen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just moments ago, his connection with his corpse puppet had been severed. How could this be possible? Suddenly, a gray light surged from the void, precisely perceived by Tian Wenjing. In the next moment, the message from the ancestor echoed in his ears. The visitor is from the Blood Soul. Tian Wenjing abruptly turned to gaze at the Blood Soul ancestor, who was seething with frustration. Upon meeting Tian Wenjing's gaze, both were met with mutual confusion. Taking a deep breath to stave off the anger threatening to overwhelm him and aggravate his injuries, Tian Wenjing understood there must be a reason behind this. How could the Blood Soul ancestor possibly attack him, a fellow practitioner of the dark arts? The situation was too peculiar and bizarre, shrouded in mist that left Tian Wenjing bewildered. Just now, the city of corpse shadows was gone. Tian Wenjing resolved to speak openly, for the concealed truths were too incredible to ignore. Upon hearing this, the dark sect's nascent soul cultivators could no longer remain seated. The two elderly monks from the Netherworld Temple also sprang to their feet, abandoning their comprehension of Liang Yinglan's teachings. In a single day, both the Blood Soul sect and the city of corpse shadows had perished. Guantai and Tian Wenjing had become isolated. What just was this? Was the dark path coming to an end? The two elderly monks could no longer contain themselves. One was the abbot of the Netherworld Temple, and the other its head monk. If they did not return, their temple would cease to exist. What on earth was happening today? And I received the last transmission from the ancestor. Tian Wenjing gazed at the Blood Soul ancestor, enunciating each word with clarity. The visitor is the Blood Soul. A profound silence enveloped the gathering once more. The Blood Soul ancestor remained silent, his brow furrowed in confusion, for this matter was exceedingly bizarre. Do not depart. Both of you. Tian Wenjing suddenly interjected, addressing the two monks from the Yuming Temple who were preparing to return to their monastery. What is it? The abbot of Yuming Temple inquired, his expression tense as he was eager to return to his sect. Are you not afraid that the righteous gentleman present will conspire to annihilate us upon your departure? Tian Wenjing's words finally roused the two anxious monks. They then recognized that the atmosphere was decidedly unsettling. All the righteous cultivators gradually rose to their feet. This is an opportunity to eradicate the demonic sect, he exclaimed, pointing at Yi Tianjia, Qin Jianzi, and Xin Yuan Qiming. Do you not fear that the machinations behind this will extend to your righteous sects? Tian Wenjing's rebuke reverberated through the air. The number of Yuanying cultivators in Tianan was limited, let alone those at the pinnacle of Yuanying. The mastermind lurking behind this was likely not from Tianan. Upon hearing this, all the righteous cultivators fell into a contemplative silence, for they too could not guarantee their safety. Everyone turned their gaze towards the highest-ranking Liang Yinglan. Prior to the commencement of this banquet, Liang Yinglan had emphasized that once the discourse began, all conflicts of righteousness and evil should not erupt within the venue. Otherwise, it would be a slight to her. Yet now, two individuals lay slaughtered before them. Chapter 72. Feng Yuma. Liang Yinglan remained mute, equally perplexed by the situation. What was occurring? In that case, if any of you wish to leave, you are free to do so. I must pause this lecture, she stated. The crowd exchanged glances. The demonic cultivators locked eyes in silent agreement. Finally, the abbot of Yuming Temple could no longer restrain himself. The two monks ascended into the air, needing to return swiftly. He did not wish to become isolated like Guantai and Tian Wenjing. Tian Wenjing and Guantai exchanged a glance, unwilling to linger, and hastily departed. Pursuing the two monks together, they feared that the righteous cultivators present might not be able to contain themselves. The righteous cultivators did not pursue them, instead exchanging glances filled with speculation. Ultimately, Qingyan of Qingyan's sect was the first to speak. Which of our esteemed friends is orchestrating this? He asked, directing his gaze toward Yi Tianjia. It is not I. You know me well. If it were, I would readily admit it and berate them thoroughly, Yi Tianjia replied, shaking his head with amusement. Nor am I. Everyone is aware of the circumstances at Foaming Valley, where we rarely engage in conflict, Xin Yuan Qiming added, also shaking his head. Do not look at us. This matter has nothing to do with us, nor could we possibly execute it. Both the sect leader of Mingwei and the master of Jioding Pavilion asserted in unison. At this point, a sense of unease began to creep into the hearts of the righteous cultivators. None were involved? Could it be that a pinnacle Yuanying cultivator was engaging in indiscriminate slaughter? This was intolerable. Everyone's gaze shifted to the last Yuanying cultivator present, the soul rogue, Feng Yuma. Feng Yuma was the only one untouched by this incident, as he was inherently a solitary figure, devoid of a partner or sect. Moreover, he had abruptly appeared in Tian and approximately 300 years prior. Shrouded in an air of mystery, Feng Yuma remained seated in meditation, his head bowed as if still immersed in Liang Yinglan's teachings. Upon sensing the collective gaze upon him, he slowly awakened. I have gained profound insights from your discourse, esteemed friend, Feng Yuma expressed, offering a courteous bow to Liang Yinglan. She responded with a gentle nod. Feng Yuma then turned to the assembly of Yuanying cultivators. If Yi Tianjia embodied the handsome and dashing swordsmanship prodigy, then Feng Yuma radiated an ethereal aura, his very presence exuding an otherworldly grace. What do you all gaze upon me for? He inquired, shaking his head as a wine cup levitated before him, filling itself. After a moment's thought, Feng Yuma casually plucked a handful of wild grass from the nearby thicket. However, I too possess an interest in this matter. I can divine a fortune for everyone. He spread the wild grass upon the table, forming a makeshift layout, and began to weave his fingers in a series of intricate gestures, lowering his brow in concentration, falling silent. Most cultivators are skeptical of fate, yet the concept of destiny undeniably exists. Feng Yuma's mastery of the divinatory arts was well known among the Yuanying cultivators present. Typically, divination employs objects imbued with spirit, such as longevity turtles or spiritual plates. Some even utilize spirit stones for fortune-telling. Yet now, Feng Yumo had casually seized a handful of wild grass, boldly claiming he could unearth the identity of the orchestrator behind these happenings, a testament to his formidable prowess. As time slipped away, Feng Yuma's previously relaxed brow gradually furrowed. Suddenly, his countenance shifted, revealing a subtle change. The onlookers were oblivious to the profound terror engulfing Feng Yuma's mind. A shimmering lotus, reminiscent of the cosmos, manifested within his consciousness, as if a primordial titan traversing boundless distances had cast its gaze upon him. He faintly discerned a shadowy figure standing upon the lotus, its back turned to the world. Humph! A voice resonated from the lotus, akin to a thunderclap. Feng Yuma was taken aback, his heart racing as he attempted to retreat. Predecessor, I have overstepped my bounds. Please forgive my offense. Boom. The lotus pressed down upon him, its weight akin to that of a galaxy. This. Feng Yuma felt a sharp pain in his spirit, his complexion shifting, realizing he could not escape. What was happening? He found himself ensnared within this space. A force beyond the bounds of natural law had sealed this realm. He had never encountered such an experience. What precisely had he stumbled upon? Contemplating this, Feng Yuma suppressed his fear, shedding his facade, and coldly regarded the lotus, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Esteemed friend, let us part ways here. I shall regard this as if nothing transpired. Oh? The entity atop the lotus seemed taken aback, puzzled by Feng Yuma's sudden shift in address. Feng Yuma scoffed, preparing to speak further, but in the next moment, the lotus continued its advance, shattering the space and inflicting agonizing torment upon his spirit. Feng Yuma's fury ignited. You dare? Young one, he roared, and a black stone from a go-board emerged from his body, transforming into a figure strikingly similar to him. Now that it has come to this, I had no intention of hostility. As the saying goes, spare the rod and spoil the child. Yet who would have thought you so haughty? In that case, humph, let me exert my utmost to determine who you truly are. Boom. As Feng Yuma commenced his calculations, his spirit was abruptly reduced to dust, unable to endure even a millisecond. Meanwhile, in the central continent, within the imperial dynasty, a realm distinctly different from Tian unfolded. At the pinnacle of Jiutian Peak, within the pavilion of Tai sect, Feng Yuma, a practitioner at the peak of the transformation stage, was engaged in a game of chess. The cultivation community of Central Continent believed that Feng Yuma had already attained a semi-divine body, reaching the limits of the mortal realm. Presently, he was presumably immersed in the pursuit of immortality, transforming the Grand Tao into a chessboard and employing myriad avatars as pieces traversing the heavens and earth. Alone, he played against the world, embodying invincibility. Suddenly, a black chess piece cracked with a resounding snap, disintegrating into fragments. Feng Yuma uttered softly, casting his gaze toward the swirling remnants. A mix of confusion and astonishment flickered across his expression. Who could it be? Feng Yuma, convinced of having reached the apex of arithmetic within the mortal realm, found this pathway rendered empty through the ages. The chess piece he casually placed, meant to calculate the fate of a transformation stage practitioner, should have posed no issue. What had he stumbled upon? From an unfathomable distance, his connection had been severed, briefly revealing the fleeting shadow of a lotus. Curious. Intriguing. Feng Yuma picked up another black piece, continuing to fill the vacant space on the board. At Uy Peak, a group of nascent soul practitioners fell into a hushed silence. Just moments ago, they witnessed Feng Yuma's sudden demise before their very eyes, silent and abrupt. He collapsed without a wound, his breath extinguished. Both his nascent soul and spirit vanished without a trace. Yi Tianjia felt a twitch in his eyelid, preparing to speak when he turned to the fallen Feng Yuma. To their astonishment, the supposedly deceased Feng Yuma rose, rubbing his forehead. Apologies, esteemed friends. I just calculated the presence of a great terror and perished momentarily. Chapter 73. The Master and Disciple United. 12 black pieces calculate the star of destiny. The assembly of nascent soul practitioners stared in disbelief as they witnessed Feng Yuma's death and his subsequent resurrection. The notion of a great terror? He had merely perished due to a calculation involving his opponent? How could this be? How had Feng Yuma returned to life? Why had they been utterly oblivious? At their level of cultivation, they should have sensed some fluctuations in the Grand Tao. Only Liang Yinglan, seated high upon the stone platform, seemed to perceive something amiss. Rising, she descended the platform to respectfully salute Feng Yuma, offering the gesture of a fellow practitioner, yet she uttered not a word. Feng Yuma waved dismissively. Your teachings are indeed commendable. He expressed admiration for Liang Yinglan's Tao, and after a brief survey of the surroundings, he leaped into the air, soaring away on his sword. Alas, Liang Yinglan sighed. Even as a transformation stage practitioner, she had not anticipated events would unfold to such a degree. She remained unaware of Feng Yuma's true identity, but sensed the lingering resonance of the Tao during his revival. As if an invisible force from the void had filled the void left by his passing, the nascent soul practitioners exchanged glances, silently communicating. From Feng Yuma's words and Liang Yinglan's demeanor, it was evident that Feng Yuma's background was far from ordinary, with mysterious practitioners consecutively slaughtering sects. A great terror looming, and Feng Yuma's resurrection, the situation had escalated beyond their comprehension. With the unfolding chaos, the nascent soul practitioners lost all desire to linger, collectively deciding to return to their sects to assess the situation. The current Tian Nan appeared shrouded in a thick fog, obscuring the truth even from these adept cultivators, who could only sense the pervasive mist. Who was orchestrating the game behind the scenes? At that moment, a figure draped in white, exuding the aura of a core formation practitioner, charged up the mountain with unyielding momentum, clearing all obstacles in her path. Only nascent soul practitioners were present atop the mountain. Core formation practitioners were relegated to the mid-slopes to listen to teachings. The figure was Yi Shiyao. Ancestor, Song Amoan has gone missing. Yi Tianji's expression shifted dramatically. Despite having faced numerous trials, he had never felt fear, for he was Yi Tianjia. Yet, upon hearing of Song Amoan's disappearance, his countenance changed. And it was precisely because he was Yi Tianjia. Simultaneously, at the foot of Ui Peak, a figure navigated through the throngs of qi refining and foundation establishment practitioners. It was Su Tianan, finally arriving after a hurried journey. Moments earlier, he had witnessed the anxious departure of the two monks from Yuming Temple and the flustered demeanor of Tian Wenjing and Guan Tai. It was evident they had been frightened off by Qi Jin, fearing for their own homes. It seemed Yuming Temple would not be making a move after all, allowing Qi Jin to conclude his affairs, narrowly escaping capture. Suddenly, Su Tianan looked up to see a figure soaring into the sky. Adorned in a red dress resembling a phoenix's tail, she ascended with vigor, her voice resonating with the Tao, echoing far and wide. A transformation is afoot in Tiannan. My teachings must be paused. Everyone, please return. With that, Liang Yinglan's figure vanished without delay. Now a peak core formation practitioner, Su Tianan clearly recognized Liang Yinglan, noting every detail of her attire. At that moment, Lishi behind him paused in surprise. What was this? Why did Liang Yinglan's clothing seem so familiar? The distinctive patterns on her garments were reminiscent of a certain piece of lingerie. Were they perhaps a part of Liang Yinglan's battle attire? Heaven forbid. Jiang Biao must not appear near Liang Yinglan. If he discovered his lingerie was being used as a cloak by a mantis, it would be disastrous. At that moment, another figure surged into the sky. Clad in white and radiating an overwhelming sword intent, there was no need to look closely. It was Yi Tianjia. Who dares harm my disciple Song Amoan? I, Yi Tianjia, shall annihilate his entire clan. Upon hearing this, Li Shi was once again taken aback. Song Amoan? What has happened to Song Amoan? Li Shi felt a slight heaviness in his heart. If one were to inquire about the person he cherished most since arriving in this world, it would undoubtedly be Song Amoan. This affection stemmed solely from the fact that he was an exceptional senior brother. What? Song Amoan, the disciple of Yi Tianjia, has gone missing? Indeed. This season has proven troublesome. Speaking of which, what was the reason those malevolent, Yuaning cultivators departed just moments ago? Hush. You remain unaware, do you? The Blood Soul sect and the In Corp city have been utterly annihilated. It was a gruesome affair, with not a single soul left alive. What? Several significant events have recently transpired in Tiannan. Firstly, the Blood Soul sect and the In Corp city were subjected to a thorough massacre, leaving no survivors. Secondly, Yi Tianjia's third disciple, Song Amoan, has vanished. In comparison to the former calamity, the latter seems somewhat trivial. However, for Yi Tianjia, it is of paramount importance. Throughout his life, his sole passions have been the path of the sword and the mentorship of disciples. Had he wished otherwise, during Li Shi's tribulation, he could have easily disposed of him in In Corp City or the Netherworld sect, employing him as a disposable weapon of destruction, thus avoiding the peril of confronting the heavenly Tao on his behalf. Therefore, upon learning of Song Amoan's disappearance, Yi Tianjia immediately proclaimed that anyone who possessed any leads would be owed a favor by him. Yi Tianjia, a favor from a Yuan ink sword cultivator, a favor from Yi Tianjia himself. Should such words have emanated from figures like the Blood Soul Ancestor or Tian Wenjing, their value would be negligible, perhaps even worthless. These individuals are not known for their integrity, and few would be inclined to believe them. Yet, Yi Tianjia is different. His word carries substantial weight, recognized throughout Tiannan. He further declared that should anyone harm Song Yimou, he would pursue them to the ends of the earth, even if it meant confronting a god transformation or a semi-immortal. He, Yi Tianjia, would not shy away from battle, even if it meant putting his disciple on the line. Meanwhile, Li Shi was engrossed in studying a newly appeared element within the system interface, the square pattern. Upon closer examination, Li Shi discerned that this appeared to be a rudimentary prison. A fragment of a soul was confined within. It was none other than Feng Yuma, who had calculated the trajectory of the system. Or rather, it should be said, it was a diversion of Feng Yuma's consciousness. Yet, Feng Yuma himself was unaware of his true identity. As he stubbornly traced the calculations from Qi Jin to the dual lotus blooms, ultimately, with unwavering determination, arriving at the system itself. Alas, then he met his demise. To be precise, his soul was ensnared within the confines of the system's realm. Li Shi immersed his mind and successfully arrived in this realm. It was a square chamber, approximately 5 zheng in size, devoid of windows or doors. The walls and floor appeared to be composed of some kind of flowing information. Feng Yuma was seated cross-legged in the center of the room. He exhibited neither tension nor fear. Upon noticing Li Shi's arrival, he lifted his head. "Who exactly are you?" Feng Yuma pondered, perplexed. Though he considered himself merely a pawn placed by his true self, his perception remained intact. Yet, at this moment, he found himself unable to comprehend the entirety of the situation before him. Everything he had experienced and witnessed in such a brief span felt as if it had transcended the laws of heaven and earth, governed by some new principle. The flowing stream of information that constituted the walls, as well as the manner of the other's arrival, it was not the arrival of a spirit, but rather akin to a projection cast before him. Li Shi approached Feng Yuma, and with a gentle wave of his hand, he successfully conjured a mat upon the ground. Li Shi took a seat and began the inquiry. Name? Feng Yuma. Gender? Care to take a guess? Perhaps the lingering pride within him prompted Feng Yuma to make a rare jest. Am I a child? Is there really a need to guess? Li Shi swiftly rose to his feet and delivered a powerful punch directly to Feng Yuma's eye, sending him flying. It was merely a fragment of his soul, bound by the system, yet he still pretended to be formidable? Feng Yuma was utterly defenseless. Within this realm, he resembled a fish trapped upon a cutting board. The one wielding the knife is the predator, while I become the prey. Li Shi took his seat once more and posed another question. Name? Feng Yuma. Identity. Seeing Li Shi about to rise again, Feng Yuma could no longer contain himself. I am but a pawn of the transformation, Master Feng Yuma. Oh? Elaborate. Li Shi retracted his fist. I know not who you are, but I caution you, my true self is the pinnacle transformation Master Feng Yuma of Zhongzhou. And so what? A master of the art of arithmetic who has reached the utmost peak. In the realm of arithmetic, should you encounter me, Feng Yuma, you shall realize that all of eternity amounts to naught. No matter the extent of your magical arts, they are powerless against the decree of fate. Li Shi suddenly felt that this individual was excessively verbose. With that thought, he swiftly acted, beginning the process of soul-searching this person. Meanwhile, in Zhangzhou, at Jiutian Peak, Feng Yuma gradually awakened from his meditation. A vague sensation resonated through the Tao, reaching his awareness. Was that black piece still alive? Each of his black pieces was entirely separate from him, yet it was quite simple to establish a connection of thought. Unbeknownst to Feng Yuma, that particular black piece had undergone unspoken trials. His curiosity was piqued. What entity could completely obstruct his perception, to the extent that he could neither see nor sense its whereabouts? Should he calculate? Feng Yuma hesitated, perhaps even felt a sense of trepidation. If the other party were indeed a being of immortal caliber, then even his own essence could scarcely contend. Contemplating this, Feng Yuma seized a handful of black pieces from the chess box and cast them forth. A total of 10 black pieces. Before they touched the ground, they transformed into human forms. Though their appearances varied, they all bore a resemblance to Feng Yuma himself. In the next moment, each of the 10 figures held items such as spirit turtle shells, copper coins, spirit stones, spirit plates, and peachwood swords. Ultimately, Feng Yuma still dared not calculate the unknown existence personally. Although he stood at the pinnacle of transformation into divinity, nearly stepping into the realm of semi-immortality. It was precisely because of this that he increasingly recognized the multitude of unknown entities in the world. The dragon god of the South Sea, the demonic abyss of Zhongzhou, the site of celestial demise, the inheritance of the underworld Tao. The more he knew, the more cautious he became. The 10 black pieces commenced their calculations. Time passed slowly. On the 10th breath, without a sound, the human forms created from the 10 black pieces suddenly shattered into dust. Only the leftmost black piece barely left behind to whisper, "Unknowable, unknowable what? Unknowable to probe?" Feng Yumo lowered his head, no longer pursuing the matter. Even with his celestial calculations reaching toward the heavens, it seemed he still fell short of the other party by a level. He cherished the game of chess, but the other appeared to exist beyond the rules. The rules were dictated by that entity. How then could he hope to win?